sick would that have been if he could have got the multi-spray down? A little bit of chaos here. Dowie, he's hitting one through the smoke. A 3 versus 3. Dowie showing up. Just raining in. He's so deadly accurate. Gets another one. About to get overrun. He's got 5 bullets left. My God, he's hitting the headshots. How is it possible? He's still got a couple left. Finally gets another magazine in. He's trying to be efficient. One more headshot. Somehow it's turned around.
Oh, wow. Pure smoke spam from FB2. Okay, ZTR's got all 3 on the spray. And this is that eco we were talking about. So Lucky's going to open up the account once more. Back-to-back rounds from him in the opening department. This time he gets a double. He hasn't, but Exercise has. And he's going to clean up. Okay, we got ourselves... Happy with that.
It's kind of worse that it's a fire. That just shows that mistakes can and will happen. Sonic.
Look at the right side of the screen. Oh! Cowabunga! That's one hell of a way to end it.
Individually, they're getting some of these kills here. Hexed. Potentially dangerous, but they have blocks and no armor on the other side. He will clean it up. 4 kills for him.
Take a deep breath and make your way in towards the A side. Hope that you can overrun the CT defense. Anders, take us away.
Alex, he is certainly ready to do just that. A couple of good kills, lands a 3rd shot, takes down MHL, and the quick quad makes it an ace to the end.
Mongols have the space, but it's about Aragorn's flank round the back, and Zinho is dead. They know one player to aim in, but they can't deal with him because Aragorn throws the nade in flank this time from Techno's back tank, getting a kill. So it's all on Techno, running him down. He's got the rifle, but he hasn't got the kills. And BC.Game are going to come through with the retake.
The Mongols have been very kind in giving them a couple easy peeks to close the gap. Another one there, and that should be the round. Unless that happens, triple kill from Zinho. Oh my God.
The only way as he picks up all 5 kills. Incredible.
Real standout performance happens.
Try to rinse and repeat.
Watched actively.
Yeah, Uzi's not going to let you exit. Clean mow down. Whoa. Possibility for Jabby to entry off the trade, but doesn't occur as Klim. Ooh. You got this B side under pressure. Blom's a little bit late to the party, but Jabby hits a headshot on Venom Sarah. This is what they were waiting for. A single AK. Jabby's got the quad. One rifle in the hands of Astralis, but that rifle's gonna ace. Still Astralis to try to test this B site. They should anticipate a stack. A little awkward barrel fight there for Jabby, and he loses out to Venom Zera. Just keeps the damage pumped out.
The last smokes they just threw out as well, so they've kind of got to make something happen while they're up.
What? Oh my God. Sadsin waiting down, and Sadsin to come through. Gets 1 kill again. The trade's instant. Oh my God, Sadsin! The lineup, the decapitation.
Hello, Counter-Strike fans. Welcome. It's day 2 of PGL Bucharest, and we've got some more exciting Counter-Strike coming up over the course of today. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk, 2 of the finest minds in Counter-Strike. We have, of course, got Striker, the one half of the HLTV editorial team. I'm not going to do the plug from yesterday. You're getting nervous. Okay. I'm just pointing out you've made a stellar contribution to the space, and, you know, like a lot of people, many strings to his bow. He's a very fine analytical mind, joining us on the sofa today. And of course, Blair, the man of 1 million passport stamps, been all over the world in search of the purest form of Counter-Strike.
Indeed, and I'm glad I'm not in Asia right now. That's all I'm going to tell you.
It's really kicking off out there.
It's looking rough out there, Rich. But no, yeah, I'm good to be here. I think we had some great Counter-Strike coming up here today.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. Why don't we take a look at what happened on day one? We can get into that by taking a look at our Swiss bracket. We're going to talk a lot about some of these games, but you can see we had some pretty interesting matchups yesterday, and some of the results, while I would say mostly went the way of the favorites, there were a couple of stumbles and fumbles as we got there.
Especially Forfeit Clan all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, let's start with that one then, guys. So just in case people haven't been following, this has been a very exciting time for VRS, if I'm just being honest about it. I think the race to get to Cologne has been fascinating, but some people have been doing things that might be questionable, and FaZe are among them in the sense that it looked like their chance had gone. They found a VRS-approved smaller LAN in Serbia. They have gone there while being signed up to PGL Bucharest. Ordinarily, I imagine they would have been replaced. However, the notice wasn't there, so they've been allowed to forfeit. They forfeited yesterday. They are forfeiting today. So they're going to start this.
And they're playing right now.
Yep, and they are playing right now in Serbia, desperately in search of. If they win that LAN and other results go their way, they will get to Cologne. So, in case you're wondering, wow, FaZe are really bad right now. They're losing, and they're going to lose the Wildcard today as well, by the way.
You know, I saw Eyeballers made an amazing joke that they are the first team to, or not even the first team, but they got back-to-back wins over FaZe because they also beat them at the beginning of the year at Bounty. That was what started it all.
That's what started the mess.
Might end.
I mean, look, on the one hand, if you FaZe, you've got to do what you got to do to get to a major. But I think moving forward, I hope we get stronger guardrails in place. You know, I think it's a little bit disrespectful to the scene as a whole and all the other people that have earned their slot.
Yeah, like, you know, don't hate the player, just kind of hate the game, right?
Correct.
And I feel like I like what VRS has done overall, but I think what has occurred here with the FaZe situation, what's happening over in Asia as well, even in Australia, I think these are scenarios that shouldn't be happening going down the line, and I'm sure Valve would be paying some attention, and hopefully come Singapore, this won't be the case.
Let's also, while we're talking about, you know, old school names, falling on hard times, Simple's here.
Yes.
It definitely applies to him. And we saw BC.Game take on the Mongols the other day. We wanted to get an idea of where BC.Game were. And the bad news is Simple did simple things. I thought he had some nice moments, some nice individual rounds, had a pretty solid rating of 1.26. But ultimately, the rest of his teammates, they couldn't pull their weight as well, and Mongols kind of ran over them.
I'm not going to be too harsh about this, honestly. Look, map number one was, it was their map pick. They were kind of flat. Also, kind of hard to go up against the Mongols, who look like they have practiced a little bit this time around. They look super sharp. Dusty was clinical stuff coming out from them. But Rich, heading into Ancient, that was a pretty commendable comeback coming in. Sure, Mongols were a little, loosey-goosey, but that's their style. And this is including Mazinho popping up, including controversies having a good game, including 910 having a great game as well. Yet they were able to make it very, very close. And if not for some bullshit moments from the Mongols, like the Mazinho ace, for example, it could easily have been map 3 coming out here. So for BC.Game, rough map 1, but map 2 put some faith in me that they could still make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, a very, very commendable comeback attempt. Obviously, they had to make it back from, as we see on the screen, 12-6, made it all the way to the last round, and then, it all fizzles out. So, I mean, still, I think I agree with what Prof was saying back on the desk, that, this is MongolZ that we're talking about, and BC.Game is obviously not at the level that we expect them to be competitive against who is effectively a top 5, top 6, 7 team in the world, So that's not necessarily the competition that we're looking for them to be good in.
I think the thing that worries me is I think BC.Game have ultimately failed on 2 fronts, and the first is in the acquisition of the roster that they wanted around Simple.
Yes.
They did. I mean, there was all these crazy rumors out there, like they bid for the Spirit Core, all of this stuff. I don't know if I believe that, but they were certainly hitting up a number of teams. I think Astralis, funnily enough, who we're going to talk about. I think they were one of them. And in the end, they went to like option 10, which was like the Saw lineup. And And that didn't feel like a good fit at all. I think you would have been better off doing the 100 Thieves approach at that point. But then also, Electronic in the year of our Lord 2026 as well. I don't know if the magic between him and Simple's ever going to come back. And then the other front they failed on is management of getting to these lands. I mean, FaZe must have a spreadsheet somewhere of like, right, okay, there's a LAN being played right now in someone's basement. Let's swoop in, steal 50 VRS points. BC.Game haven't done anything like that, aren't going to be at the major, and I don't even know where they're going to be for Singapore.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but Perfecto is free now. You know, he's floating out there. Who knows?
Are you really going to try? Are you implying what I think you are?
I think I am implying what I, yeah.
There isn't a bit, though.
Huh?
There isn't a bit, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, no. There's not a bit. It's just legitimately what might happen, you know. So who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a shame because look, we are all pulling for Simple. Like Simple has been.
He still got it, man.
Yeah, such a phenomenal. Well, whether or not that's true, I don't care whether he's got it. He's got a portion of it, a fraction
got something,
of it. Yeah, and he always will. He is what the kids say. He is the aura king. And that's worth its weight in gold. I want to see him on a big stage again. Last time we saw him, when he was a stand-in for FaZe, you know, he crumbled a little bit, and you could see he was nervous. But that's only going to happen to him once. Yeah. And we need to get him back there, I think, for the good of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, for sure. I just like, you know, obviously he hasn't had the reps he would like to have. We would like him to have in CS2. But again, despite the smaller sample size, every time he plays, you know he can pull it off. That rating, 1.26, like, it's not that great. This is against a top 5, top 6 team who were completely dominating them on map number 1 as well. That is a really good stat line, which most players, even in top 5, top 6, cannot replicate against the Mongols if they played the way they did yesterday. Like I said, he still has a fraction of it, sure, but it's a massive fraction still. And if he is in the right team, we could hope to see the Simple of all maybe come back to life again.
Not the smoothest segue, but 3D Max are kind of falling to pieces. They were at one stage considered the gatekeepers. I never believed that, but that's what people said.
They are the gate that's been kicked down.
Yeah, now I don't know what they are. They're my dead granddad's overgrown allotment.
Look, here's the thing. Coming into this matchup, we still felt like 3D Max, and yesterday in the pre-game, in the pre-day segment, so to speak, we were talking about how 3D Max coming in. Sure, they haven't qualified for the major, but they should still be coming in as a team who still believe that they can pull off some BS. That's what they're known for. And FOKUS, on the other hand, we're like, they're happy to be here. They're a very impressive team so far, but they really shouldn't be taking on some of the bigger names. They should be making things competitive, maybe on a good day, squeezing in into the playoffs. But this was an abysmal performance on 3D Max. The one map they won, sure, commendable effort, but the other two, they were nowhere in the fight.
I definitely want to give some credit to FOKUS, though, Striker.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, because Prof told me to watch out for these guys.
Yeah, they've been tearing it up on the tier 2 scene ever since they came together, and this is a team that's effectively something like 2.5 months old. You know, Cuban just put it together out of, you know, effectively pieces that have been just kind of left to their own devices. You know, it's Volt and ZTR who have left Game Legion. Well, for Volt quite a long time ago now, but ZTR has just left Game Legion. You know, Volt is the next supporting piece that they had to pick up, and then you know they got some kind of up and coming stars that actually ended up working for this team really well. You know, in Banjo and Mateus and Jorko, you know, these are young guys that we have seen on the tier 2 scene, but not necessarily be able to make it to this kind of a level. You know, so this is all in all a really good kind of example of GMing that you know the type of BC.Game weren't able to do effectively.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And it's interesting because I recognized one or two of the names on the roster, but there were some new guys that I haven't seen or heard of, and they're doing really well. I mean, is it Banjo?
Yes.
The Finnish guy? Like, yeah, he had a great map. Like,
of Fnatic Academy fame?
Yeah, or
once upon a time.
Yeah, I guess.
Fnatic had Academy? How did I not know about this? But no, I think they're really...
Fnatic might want to go get him back. You know what I mean?
That's
too late now.
Yeah, I hope they've got a
they have a whole different freaking lineup at this point. But Fnatic's not here, and I don't want to talk about them, Richard. But no, I agree with you. I feel like they are kind of like FUT 2.0 in a way, now lower level, also, so to speak. And I feel like at least the next few months, if you see them in a couple more events and they're able to pull off some bigger upsets, they could be in the conversation alongside how FUT have just had this crazy ascent in the rankings as well.
On that note, we can sort of segue into talking about some players to watch at this tournament. And Banjo was amongst them. Talk me through this, Blair. You picked out some interesting ones.
I think the reason I went with Mazinho is because Cobra was obviously the easy pick from the side of Mongols, but I feel like Mazinho's really stepped up. He's really put up his pants. He's like, I am the veteran right now. I need to make Cobra feel more comfortable. The only consistent piece in the Mongols at the moment is 9-10, but with Mazinho kind of shouldering a lot of the load when it comes to just fragging output at the moment, the Mongols are becoming more and more stable despite the slow start they had. Also, allows Cobra Zero to just pop off and just be a little bit more free-flowing, right? And then, my eyes are failing me. Banjo, he's just been the biggest surprise for me as well. I think that is a common sentiment amongst, you and I, Striker.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. Banjo is the one that I was looking out the most for this tournament, just because, this is a new team coming into the scene, right? So we don't really know what to expect from them at a competition like this. I also had Davey. We saw him yesterday. He was the one, stable piece of Inner Circle, and I do think that he has a bright future. We even had him on the prospects list for the last couple of months on HLTV. I think he was number 5 even in the last one, So, and this will probably help him kind of keep somewhere high up on the list. So that was one of the ones that I was looking out for as well.
Shame on you for picking Masuta, though.
Well, I don't think so, though, because I think as much as this is a guy that we haven't really had on our radar to become a star for a team, he came into this 3D Max roster and he is the one stable player in that team now. He's effectively their best player by rating, even by stability, everything.
He's the anchor in a sinking ship, Rich.
Yes. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Well done.
It's a solid piece of metal, though.
Yeah, you've landed that one. Right, it's a PGL event. We have 2 streams. Let's take a look at the schedule. Obviously, you can pick which one you want to watch. By the way, some just banging people over on the secondary stream as well. You might have heard of some of them. We got Launders and Scrawny and Chad and Alex. And
who?
They're all, who indeed, right? But anyway, working our way backwards. Spoiler, FaZe Clan have lost Wildcard. Wildcard are going to be out partying tonight. I can feel it right now. Legacy versus Inner Circle. BC.Game taking on MIBR. I think BC.Game can get that one, guys. I really do. I do think so.
Yeah, I had bigger hopes for MIBR, but they got slammed by Astralis.
Yeah, I don't.
My hopes are going down very quickly
right now.
Yeah.
And 3D Max will be taking on Voca, and that should be relatively easy based on.
If 3D Max fumble that, they should forfeit.
Yeah,
there's no way they should go home. I mean, Voca, no, literally, because Voca have a standing situation as well. It's very unfortunate, like what's happening, but yeah, for 3D Max, that should be a free win easily. Yeah, well, let's you never know. But anyway, this is what we're going to be preoccupied with over here on the desk. This is the main stream. Going to be ending with the Mongols versus Eyeballers. JW is back. Welcome back to Tier 1 land, JW. Here's the Mongols. Yeah. I also want to say congratulations. I read on HLTV you're pregnant, so congrats for that. We got PARIVISION versus FOKUS. That's going to be interesting. PARIVISION, one of the favorites to win the whole tournament. Then Astralis versus Bait, which we'll go into more details in just a little bit. But for now, we turn our attention to FUT Esports versus NRG. Let's start with FUT, because I know we've got lots to talk about there. We picked them out on day one as dark horses to potentially win this tournament. So I think we should start there and talk about why.
Yeah, for me, honestly, they are maybe even somewhere batting upwards in terms of whether they could even be considered favorites just because of the trajectory that they've had this year already. Obviously, they're coming off of the top 4 finish at EPL, where they finally kind of broken through the glass ceiling, where they've struggled to kind of make it to these playoffs, to make it deep into tournaments, and then they kind of slam Mouse on the way to that top 4 finish. And that was the best that we've seen FUT so far. And even up to that point, they had chances to make the playoffs. We saw them in Cluj a couple of months ago, where they just barely missed out when they were playing PARIVISION, who ended up going to second place. And obviously, were competitive even against Vitality in that grand final, So this is a team that's very consistently been showing that they have what it takes to play at this level. And with some of the bigger names missing, this is their chance to go above that.
Yeah, we can actually look at some of these pieces because, we were talking about Krebeni and how good he's been. And obviously, so far at this tournament, sure, it's only one day, but Symmetry's popping off. Yeah, it's the supporting cast, which is obviously a good sign to start off this tournament that's been, up there in the scoreboard instead of the likes of Jugs and Loungs, who are usually the ones leading the way for FUT, right? So, yeah, just good signs overall that even though, they had somewhat of a slow start yesterday, they had, the pieces coming alive to get them
what ended up being a relatively comfortable win.
And also, like, Inner Circle did play a pretty solid game of Counter-Strike yesterday. The individuals looking very sharp as well.
Oh, that first map, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's a really cool thing I saw from FUT was despite everyone being so flat in that first half, they were able to switch it up instantly, make the second map competitive, play some very solid Counter-Strike, and even when some of the rounds really weren't going their way, which is going to happen in a game of Counter-Strike, the individuals just popping up. You saw some Symmetry with the 4K with the USP, for example. They seem to have everything, and it seems like at any point in the game, any of these pieces can just, you know, pick it up and just win around by themselves, which is such a cool thing to have when you already are playing such a cohesive, solid Counter-Strike.
And of course, their opponents today got a win yesterday, and they're all at the top of the stats charts right now because they played Voca. So
kind of farmed that.
They're absolutely on cloud 9 right now. Not literally, of course. I mean metaphorically. And I mean, rest in peace. And NRG. For me, they're an interesting one. It's very hard to gauge where they are overall in global terms, but I will say the addition of Grim definitely given them some jump leads.
Yeah, he's been the one piece that I feel like they've needed to have a little bit more experience on this roster, which is obviously, you know, lacking that outside of Nitro effectively, you know. So that's just something that's done them a lot of good. Obviously, so far their results haven't been amazing, but they have shown, you know, kind of flashes of competitiveness against some of the top teams in the world that, you know, they haven't gotten any big wins over them, but they have beaten the likes of Astralis. I think they beat Bait once. So some of the competition that we're seeing here, that's going to be somewhere on the border of playoffs, they actually will be able to be competitive against those guys.
I also remember the interview, I think it was Daps. Daps, you know, very soft-spoken man. He's like, actually, we're just here to have fun, and, you know, let's see how it works out in Grim's first tournament. And they just go and beat Bait. I know Bait had been having a rough time, but for a team, especially with a very key piece like Grim coming in, and the fact they're able to take down Bait, take a map of Furia as well, if I'm not mistaken. Very impressive stuff, and more impressive for me is, again, Grim, man. This guy, we've spoken about how from the very beginning itself, when he came into Liquid and all of that, he was just kind of given this bitch role, so to speak, not really being allowed to play his stuff. But when he's given the opportunity to shine, he just shines. And in this team coming into NRG, just the fact that he hit the ground running and was able to still pop off and perform, I think it's just commendable to how much of a soldier he's been.
I think Grim might have the strongest mentality in all of Counter-Strike, because let's not forget, when he was in Liquid, he had Stewie picking his game apart, he had a leash in his ear, and somehow he's come through that unscathed.
He survived that, and he's still smiling. I mean, that's so commendable.
I wish him every success. You can see these are his stats here, and we can talk about his stats and also segue a little bit into something you've noticed about this team, Striker, which is T-side issues.
Yes, so NRG actually are one of the worst T-side teams out of the top 20. I think they're something like 35% win rate on T-side. Right. And what I've noticed the most, that is through their lack of openings. You know, they have only something like a 30% opening dual success rate. And, you know, once you look deeper, it is actually because they have two effectively of the three worst openers in the world, kind of, if you want to go by
in the world.
Go by stats. We saw him, if we can bring that graphic back up, you know, we saw him next to...
We're going to be doing the Veto.
We saw him next to the likes of Kerrigan, you know, and Gravity, who obviously aren't necessarily known for their opening duel success. They're more the guys that are being traded. And if you have two pieces like that, you know, you just don't really have
more
enough
like opening
out of your opening moves, you know, to make work out of. So it's just struggles that they are to kind of trying to get out of. And I'm hoping that Grim, through kind of his transition to slightly different roles on the sides, is actually going to be able to help them with those opening moves a little bit more.
And we got the Veto coming in fast and furious here. Any surprises, guys?
No, well, I kind of thought that...
I thought Mirage was coming.
I thought Nuke would be banned by NRG. Instead, they ban out Overpass, allowing the Nuke pick coming in. That's a bit of a punishment coming in from FUT, from FUT. Ancient pick from NRG, no surprises, and I think Mirage is a decider. Oh, yeah, there we go. Mirage is a decider.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the Mirage makes sense because it's usually the pick of both teams. So for that to be a decider as kind of a handshake makes a lot of sense. Not too surprised about the Overpass ban because it was always going to be like the secondary ban that from NRG.
The reason I thought they'd ban Nuke is because I don't see FUT picking Overpass. But with Overpass getting banned, they're like, oh, we can actually, you know, flex our Nuke a little bit. Also, if you really want to have some reps on a map which you are playing, might as well do it against a team like NRG, right? So it kind of makes sense there. But the Ancient pick, no surprises. I think Ancient is a map where NRG if they play the way they do, if Sonic has a good game, which he's been having quite often nowadays, I think they really have a chance to make things close on that very map at least.
Yeah, he's definitely shown wild.
Bro, he had a 2.4 rating yesterday, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, he isn't even the best player in the tournament at this after day one. So, but like I'll say this as well. I think NRG, you know, they might not have the firepower that some of the other teams do, but they've really got like a decent amount of experience and kind of in-game knowledge there. Always great to see Nitro still with us after all this time, still playing.
Yeah, we almost lost him twice.
Yeah,
to the game that shall not be named.
Yeah, the other games, but it's great.
We can call it by its name. We're not pussies. It's fine.
It's all good.
Also, they have the best NA opera out there, you know, OC. And to be fair, ever since he's come into to NRG, he's looked like you know, a bit shades of his old style of opping. He's been looking very, very solid. This team, for some reason, just seems to click.
Yeah, and it's just through pieces that have had kind of returned from inactivity. And, you know, OC is actually one of those guys who were on the bench in NRG for like a good year or something like that before they brought him back. And now, you know, with the Grim Edition as well, I do think that things are looking up for
another guy chewed up and spat out by the Liquid Machine.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
indeed. That's yeah, it's kind of a story over there in North America, I think.
I'm just looking at the how the map's going to potentially play out. Yesterday, we did see how on Ancient, FUT just completely destroyed them around the CD side. So hopefully, this T side is a little bit more dynamic from the Americans.
Well, I'll get our commentators' thoughts. They're going to be up there on the big screen.
Oh, yes, indeed.
When it's Anders and Henry G. Oh, my God, what a surprise.
Holy hell.
How are you guys doing today?
Good, man. Full of energy, full of beans. Looking forward
Full
to
of NRG, you could say.
Yeah, that's what I did. All right, whatever. FUT versus NRG. I want to see if FUT can continue.
I think they will.
Dismantling these teams.
Although, Anders, you are a big Sonic fan. We know he can deliver with the addition of Grim as well. It's going to be a difficult prospect.
He
for
means
him.
the hedgehog, though, Henry.
What are your thoughts coming into it?
Watch the game.
I think it's going to be exciting. I look forward to this one. Yeah, I mean, Grim also, I think, very serviceable. He was Moses peeping, peeping was trying to be advanced by, obviously, by Dust, but, Grim is the original one that tried to get fast-tracked.
I thought Jason likes Sosi. I thought that was his whole thing.
Did he do that too? I just don't remember Grim. I just remember that's what we were trying to do for years, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to remember, obviously, Jason was coach, Team Liquid, knows these players, and helped sort of develop some of the talent while he was there at Liquid.
I think I share your sentiments, though. I feel like FUT have the firepower. They have the kind of the upward trajectory right now, but NRG bringing in Grim, they've got a solid foundation. If they can step up today, I think we get 3 maps, but FUT should be taking this.
Wait, 3 maps?
Yeah, I think so.
That could happen. I don't disagree. Yeah, that could definitely happen.
I agree with Henry.
There we go.
All right.
Well, he's going to 3 maps.
Yeah, I think that's a crazy prediction, but the game's about to start, so let's see how it pans out.
Let's get into it.
All right, then.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Day 2 here at PGL Bucharest 2026. FUT taking on NRG. The reason I say 3 maps is I don't think FUT are closers, Anders. I don't think they can actually find themselves. They get themselves in advantageous positions. They're unable to close things out. And we'll see how this pistol round pans out as we get right into the action here. It's absolute chaos in towards middle. We've got FUT on the CT side of Ancient, and they are decimating their opponents with those USPs. With OC, Nitro fighting back. It's Jugs before we can even really get into the intro, finding those last 2 kills. Excellent work and an excellent pistol from FUT. All out warfare towards middle.
I think that's going to be the theme of a lot of this. I think this is why this will be a really fun game. I'm excited about the A-Stream games today, and this is one of the reasons why. Like, some of the NRG stuff, they're still lacking a little bit. They're still trying to figure everything out, but they play fun Counter-Strike. They're fun to watch. So I think this is going to be quite entertaining. FUT's probably still the favorite team for sure here, but yeah, I think NRG could do a little bit of damage. And like I said, Sonic, I think I used to say 1 in 10 games. I think I have to upgrade that. Like, it's more than that now. He's been upping his level.
He has been very good as of late, and we'll see what they can do with this one. There was no bomb plan in the previous round. The MP5 is out.
Wow.
These are some quick rounds, Anders. We've barely even done the intro to the game.
Yeah, let's go. That's exactly what I want early on here. No messing around, no slow walking it. Just try and get into the action. We're already in round number 3. We got the AKs coming out now from NRG. I think one of the challenges for this team, and this is a talking point that I want to try and start, I think OC, more often, if he's not feeling the AWP, I think he needs to be faster to just do the AK, because he's fine with the AK. I think sometimes he forces himself to AWP in situations where it's just not working.
Well, let's see how it pans out. I think that's an interesting thought, and we're going for another B rush.
Nice. I love this. Lonks now, the MP5. Let's see if you could do anything with it. It's not going to be quite the same stopping power, but Krabani is there as well, and he actually will still find the kill. Grim showing up on the spot, and he'll take down Lonks. Cemetery, that should have been a win for Grim. I feel like could have been pushing him over the edge there. He spins around. It's another FAMAS kill. Leaving Nitro in a 1 versus 3.
Okay.
Very tough one to clutch this one.
If there was a man who could pull it off, though, it'd be Captain America, wouldn't it?
Let's see if he can get the shield out in time. Unfortunately, he cannot. Dukes with the backstab, and still a pretty good round. Like, it's not amazing, but they get 3 kills. They get the bomb planted. They do a lot of damage to the FUT economy.
I mean, sure. I see what I like the positive spin you're putting on it, but you're up against the MP5 there. You've rushed B, you've rushed middle now, and rushed B twice. You've got the bomb planted. There's still going to be money going forward.
It's true.
I'm with you there. But let's maybe slow it down a bit, boys. It's been fun.
I'm trying to be on the positivity vibe, Henry.
I'll try and join you. You're right. But
what
I
would
feel like
Moses do? That's been our calling card. It's been our theme.
True.
For a minute here.
For a couple of weeks, yeah, for sure. For now, though, Moses apparently would put the AK in the hands of Nitro, the in-game leader.
Okay.
Which kind of beggars belief, really, considering you've got these star players in the form of Grim and Sonic.
You would
Nitro,
want to see that.
I wouldn't say that's the guy I'm going to for the AK-47 right now.
That's a hard argument to make. Let's see if he can change our minds.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely open to that conversation.
But you do make you bring up a good point. Maybe it's because they're just happy with the Tech 9s here. Bro, I think also one of the players that's actually been stepping up quite a bit. Don't know how he ended up getting exiled from the Danish Counter-Strike scene, but I feel like he's doing pretty good work here with NRG, and they seem to get along quite well as on top of everything else. Chemistry's working out well on the team from what I can tell. Cemetery, a missed shot that puts him at great risk. He misses another one. I don't know why that's necessary. He's gone down now, given over the AWP. The bomb is planted. It's a 3 versus 3 in Grim. Now AWPing from Donut. He lands a shot on the Dukes and very nearly takes him down. A nice headshot onto him from Demon. Lonks coming in with the M4, and now Nitro put to the test with the AK in hand. He's being pushed from both sides. Demon on the one side and Lonks on the other, and they will find him eventually. They're going to be on top of the defuse as well. They have a kit if they need it, but I guess they went without the defuse kit, so it's going to take a little bit longer. But they win the round regardless, Henry. Got close, though.
They got very close. Pretty uncomfortable there. Nitro, in-game lead up, managing to find himself in a 3 versus 1. Picks up one of the kills, but that was just a partial buy. They're going to have everything they need now. The game begins here. I can see Long setting up the double door smoke from CT Spawn, so whether that suggests we'll be seeing some aggression from the FUT boys is yet to be seen. We've got the AWP for Cemetery as well. He's been playing very well this tournament, up against OC Sniper as well. They actually bumped into each other with the set nades and CT, so I don't think we get the double door smoke.
To give up on it. That's a bit disappointing.
A little bit.
I do like those pushes outside of the B-bomb side, though. I think it's one of those things that was so active at the start when the map came in, and then it kind of went away again.
So OC boosted up, flashbang to go over though, makes things, spotted as well. That's a lot of info. You know, there's at least 2 players towards the B ramp, and there's actually a lot more, 4 waiting, as we do have Sonic in towards the cave. Another B attack, Anders.
Yeah, look at Krabani. He's so far pushed up. They know so much at the moment here, FUT. They've got 3 people over there.
Big
missed opportunity. Cemetery, that's the 3rd miss he's got. And bro, he will not let that drift off to the wayside. He's going to get another headshot. Sonic takes down Dukes in spite of the big defense. And with the aggressive push in the A hallways from Krabani, they must have had a bit of a read on what was happening there, but it just isn't enough. NRG, they go back to the same well, and this time it works out. Bombs down, and it's not even going to be an attempt at a defuse here, obviously. Maybe lock them in if you get some exit kills, that would be different, but I think Cemetery, he's the real criminal here, unfortunately.
The criminal?
The criminal is a crime, what he's doing.
That one missed shot, to be fair, yeah, it cost him a lot there. He was in one of those all-in positions. If you do miss that first shot, you are going down. And Bro helping himself to 2 entries. Sonic coming in from the cave. He's been working there a few times, and he gets himself 2 kills in the round. Sonic has been playing very, very well as of late. So on the board.
I used to, it was a bit of a meme, obviously, because that is how you communicate with the audience at the most, even at the best of times, Henry. But I said, 1 in 10 games he wins on his own. That was my statement. Like, he doesn't need anyone. He's just going to drop, 35 kills and win the game. But I think he's actually, this current version of Sonic is so much more interesting, right? Because the consistency is much higher now. He still has the ability, I think. Like, his aim is really crazy. And I think that's another reason why having 3 maps is definitely a viable option here, because if he gets up and going, yeah, he can definitely take the fight to some of these guys. Not going to be easy, because the FUT firepower is what we've been talking about quite a bit, but, it's doable.
We'll see what happens. We've got a tactical timeout here called early by FUT. As soon as their opponent wins their opening round, going to try and slow things down. It has been a very fast rock'em sock'em game of Counter-Strike so far. Nice shots from Bro and Sonic, especially that last one from the latter.
Bring up something totally unrelated, Henry.
Sure, why not?
Blair had an amazing Daps impression. I was blown away.
It was. He captured his personality perfectly.
Yeah, I didn't expect that, but again, surprises, quite welcome. Grim goes down at the start of it. Shot through the smoke in the middle. It's very unfortunate.
Got to be careful, though. Those spams these days, bear in mind, new patch.
Yes.
Got to be conservative with those reloads. OC, though, waiting for this A-main aggression to come in once again, holding with the AWP. He'd be right to think they're actually pushing him, but needs to be very careful. Have Nitro to join him as well. They've done significant damage, but who's going to be getting out of there is Demon. Showing presence, meaning they have to dump some util to actually gain control, but looks like we'll be finishing up towards A. The bomb's on this side of the map, and we would imagine that we've got one lurker on the other side patrolling. That's going to be Bro, watching towards the heavens for any CTs pushing out a cave.
Yeah. Oh, they're bringing the bomb back now. Something, maybe the smoke going down at A made them change their minds. They're boosting up. Not exactly the smoothest work coming out here. Demon could have got himself killed at the start of the round. This is exciting. Boosts on A, now boost in the middle from the T side. We're down to 37 seconds. Oh, they're going to be rewarded. That patience. Jukes walks into the scope, and now the map is wide open for them.
This A-main boost, though, could be everything. They're running out of time, Anders. I'm running out of players. Symmetry just shoving them in the caskets here. As we have a 4 versus 2 with 18 seconds remaining. Probably not worth it. Bro, bear in mind, was watching the extremities the entire time. They've lost the bomb. It's in towards Donuts, and that will be all she wrote for round number 6.
It's a depressing end to the round. I was getting excited. Once they open up the middle there, I thought they had more of an option, but Cemetery, good on him for making up for some of these previous rounds. Like I said, I think up until this point, he missed like 3 somewhat easy AWP shots.
Yeah, so by his standards, sure.
By his standards, yeah. Well, especially by his standards, because the kind of shots that he just hit, that's what I associate with Cemetery. Like, yeah. I want to see him like this passive AWP style. I don't want to see him jumping around, no-scoping people or anything like that. Like, I think he is just a very good defensive AWPer, which is kind of rare.
Well, there we go. FUT with a strong lead right now, 5-1. Bear in mind, NRG picked Ancient as well. As we get into another gun round, I do have AKs across the board. No AWP available for OC, but as Anders mentioned, maybe that's not a big deal. Bro will be battling through the utility towards the B round. And speaking of battling, here comes Jugs, here comes Sonic, and wow, a great sequence from him. This has been brutal. The AK-47s are lighting them up, leaving them with a 5-on-2 advantage. Very quick, very fast play, and Krabeni trying to see if he can recover this round in any sort of facet, but it looks like we're going in towards A with the bomb. Round should be done here.
Sonic is just such a joy to watch. It's very, very cool. Setup, I believe, with flashes from T-Spawn. You mentioned these yesterday.
Yeah.
It's OC throwing the flashes this time, but kind of a critical thing. Probably worth learning if you're playing Ancient a lot, I suppose. You and a friend.
Definitely worth learning, and there's the thing is with Ancient, it's one of those maps as well. If you're going to play it at even like a medium level, like even high level Premier, you need to know the insta smokes on T side, CT side.
Yeah.
You need to know the flashbangs to get out towards middle.
And how many spawns on Ancient, right? Like
there's 5 spawns.
Yes, there's not many. Yeah.
Yeah, 5 on either side. So that's why it's actually extremely important you learn all 5 on either side of the equation.
Well, there we go.
It's only Mirage and Dust 2 that have 15 for some reason.
Just to make it more complicated, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it's something that will be remedied in the future, but it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I guess on Dust 2, the only thing is like it introduces like the random element of, do you have the long spawn?
That's what I don't like about it.
You don't like it?
No, I don't think there should be any random elements within the game, especially when something that changes every single round that could dictate the pace of the round. Especially you get that long spawn, like you said, your AWPer gets it randomly, like, well, we're obviously going to take that.
Yeah.
How do you even counter that or predict it's going to happen?
I think that's a fair point, yeah. Randomness can be like the opposite of skill in some sense sometimes, so I think that's reasonable. Round number 8 is here, though.
And the money's not great here for FUT, with the MP9 for Jukes and the MP5 for Lonks as well. He really is trying to make that a thing. One thing we do know that works is Cemetery's AWP, though, as he actually finds OC boosted up once again. And it's actually going to be an opening 5-on-4. It's going to be Bro to recover the AWP. Maybe throwing it out of the map, though, because feeling like he needs the AK-47.
That could obviously just be a bit of a random encounter, but it could also be that it's a pretty good read from FUT, knowing that they had the orb on the other side, or guessing that they might have it, and then boosting up to counter the boost on the T side. Sure. I mean, that really shut him down. Maybe they've been watching some demos. Again, they're far forward in the A hallways.
Maybe.
Oh, you gotta hope so, right? It's part of the essential work.
Maybe they've watched the demo.
Maybe they watched some demos. Okay. Maybe they've even been training in
That is
their
a hot
aim.
take.
I know.
Okay, Bro, not known to be an AWP. That was his chance.
Look at Demon. He's in T-spawn practically. So there's a timer on this. Clock's running out on this one. Cemetery in the back. Sonic will go down. The bomb is being attempted. Even if they plant it, I can't see them holding on to this round.
Oh, I don't know. This looks kind of interesting now, but that MP5 kill might decide it. Such low HP on Nitro. He's been dealt with as well. Bro, as mentioned, not a sniper. And it will be 4 players surviving on a difficult round as well. We had MP5s, MP9s there.
Yeah.
And it's going to be 4 players surviving. 4 FUT, they go up to 6 and 2, recovering AK-47s. AWP for Cemetery, who finds himself a double kill there. Same story for Jugs, who gets 2. And NRG, they will have enough for another investment here. It's actually a pretty good buy, all things considered. Loss bonus still at the 4th stage, so they're going to take maybe a tactical timer here to bring in Daps. It's been a chaotic game, and this is their map choice, and you wouldn't want this first half to be remembered as, well, we just rushed B quite a lot, and everything was very fast. We had a couple of good mid-takes. Maybe go back to the middle area, because that seemed to be where you're finding most of your success.
I kind of agree. Yeah. I want to see Sonic try and take a couple of more fights. There are so many creative ways to take mid, right? You can boost over the smokes, you can blow open the CT smokes,
yeah,
or you can run through and try and play between the smoke and the incendiary from the other side with flashes. Like, there are at least 3 or 4 different ways to do it, so you don't just have to have Sonic do the same thing over and over again. Great work here on the CT side, AWPing. And Lonk's making a bit of a name for himself with the MP5. I like it. It's role-playing, secret agent. It's got the silencer on.
It is quite fun to use. And is getting more popular. You can see there, Bro picking the AWP, not really nailing the shots, nailing the grenades though. That double nade combo in towards middle absolutely rocks Jugs as well. He goes down to 36 HP, but not dissuaded from the fights here. Flashed off, but still fragging here. Through this smoke they go, so much damage, so much output. It's going to be Krebeni with the second. The round should be secure, but there are a couple of low players on the CT side here. Bro has snuck in towards the cave, but OC, well, he's been found out. AWP goes down here. We've got a 5-on-2. Bro is the only player that can save the day by virtue of his position.
2 people left. Yeah, maybe he could sneak out and find a kill that could at least begin to start the conversation.
They know he's there now.
Yeah, now they've discovered him. Wow.
Yeah, certainly.
Instantly. Henry, talk to me about this. The first fight that happens on the CT side, they're in the middle. How come he's not flashed? Like, they throw flashes from T-spawn?
Well, you're running in and turning, obviously. Like, that's the whole mid-game play, like knowing that those flashes are coming over, 1A8ing, and then just making sure you've got your head on a swivel the entire time. You've got players playing anti-flash, and you're also flashing them back as well, right? You're bombarding them with smokes, incendiary, your own flashbangs that go in behind the boxes, and yeah, it's just whoever comes out on top. But you can see he was completely blind. He's just got very good awareness as to where he's positioned, where he needs to spray. So it wasn't like he had like a completely clear vision.
Fair enough. Okay, well, that's some good work then.
It was very good work. He had 36 HP as well. Dodging flashes, dodging utility, and can they dodge Krebeni? Apparently they can. Grim will find him with the Tech 9. Aggressive, of course, here from FUT. Grim's going to step up and find that AK-47. In we go, but Lonks shutting them down. There was a window of opportunity there. Slam shut in their face. The smoke, very difficult to work with here. And we've got Sonic actually sitting in towards the cubby. The beehive, we call it. 4 versus 3. This round's not over. Sonic and an AK. Anything can and will happen. Good damage. Should be traded out here by OC.
Ooh, getting close. That's so.
Oh, how's he not dead?
Survived. The accidental jump, the late scope just could have been a disaster for them.
Okay, the AK is the best weapon for the job here, though. Unfortunately, Demon's ready.
Would have been. I do think it's somewhat interesting to see how NRG push that bomb site because it's Krebeni find at the bottom of the B ramp. Now, normally he'd be playing, I think, more towards the cave.
Yeah.
So it should be a bit of a warning that that's the player you discover. If it would have been somebody else, maybe you would have said, okay, well, that could, if it had been the B anchor itself, you could have said, well, that's fine. Maybe we took out one guy and that's it. He's maybe the only one there. But I think it's suspicious. I don't blame them. They thought they had the opening, but I'm just saying that sometimes it matters who you find in what positions.
Let's have a look at the frag charts. It's going to be Jugs at the top with 10 kills. That's for FUT, of course. And then we've got Sonic and Bro. No one really popping off. Sonic's had his moments. Bro has found a couple of influential kills, but only 2 on the board on your map pick doesn't feel great. See if they can find a couple more here. Time running thin. It was a partial buy in the previous. They have the AKs once more. Should be Krebeni defending this cave position. Smokes it off defensively. And we have got the Orpha Cemetery in towards Donut as well. Could be getting some action momentarily as they focus their efforts towards middle. So much intel, though, Anders. The fact that Demon's got all this control towards A main frees up a lot of resources.
They've been doing this almost every round. Like, that seems to be almost their default, is to push somebody up in those hallways.
And he's not overextending. He's not taking the risk of pushing around and like potentially being taken out. Just maintaining the information. Allowing your Orpa, especially Cemetery, to be towards Temple, watching Donut. Essentially giving up mid control, so they're controlling red and Donut, as you can see here. So let them have middle. Change is set up to a completely defensive one. We have A main as well. And we'll see if they can run down the clock and play themselves. This is the key fight.
Yeah, it's got to be Flash. Oh, wow. Not the most perfect flashbang. Maybe could have worked to set up Sonic anyway, but...
Crazy shot, though, from Demon.
It was. Very good shot. I think NRG, unfortunately, they need these last 2 rounds here.
The thing is now, Demon showing that presence, he doesn't need to be there anymore. You've already put the fear of God in them. You know, it funnels them in towards B, knowing they've lost that space.
This is going to feel kind of hollow to execute onto a bomb site like this when it's so telegraphed.
And I think they've got a smoke. At least the incendiary's gone down. So, yeah, Teaser just have to walk up with 20 seconds remaining and hope for the best here, Anders.
Yeah. I mean, even for the retake, if it's needed, Cemetery's got the incendiaries. They can really put some pressure on. Might even be able to throw... Okay, they're going to put the bomb down now. I was going to say he's almost there with the incendiary. That would have been pretty horrible. Trying to get the bomb. They will get it. Jukes with a quick couple of kills. And the retake is on. In seconds, they're going for it here. OC alone. They did almost line up for him, but it's not quite enough.
Thing is, he couldn't fall back. That was just an excellent retake from FUT. The incendiaries, especially. When I say locked in, yeah, he couldn't fall back. Couldn't get to the safety of the ramp itself. He had flames behind him, so had to go for the 2v1. And yeah, this is just a masterclass from FUT. They're definitely the favored team going into this one. Top 4 at EPL, Anders managed to... it's a good top 4. Didn't win the 3rd place playoff against Astralis, but still, the fact they even got to the big stage with such a young, inexperienced roster. We know they've got a lot of firepower, but we know now they can do it on the big stage. They're growing as a squad and showing us that they can compete at this tier 1 level. A fantastic retake, can't poke any holes in it whatsoever. And it's that final round. We're just going for the B rush. Let's get into it.
Yeah, why not try it again? It's worked at least once in this half. Launch, though, he's stolen the AK and is ready to go. Juke's trying to follow it up. He'll only get the 1 kill, though. Krebeni with the wallbang on the other side. He's actually trying to shut them down. I can't believe it. Shooting them through the walls. It seems unfair. 10-2 in the first half, Henry. It's very impressive.
It's not a good feeling when your half ends like that. You've tried to rush B 3 different times, and it has not worked out at all.
No.
That's your call. Your final gun
really
round,
early on.
Your map, and you've called for this to do a straight up B rush. Yeah. And you didn't seem to even have the protocols in place to rush B. They ran through the flames. There was no one extinguished the Molotov. They took like 60 damage en route with the first 2 players, and then you heard them coming. We saw the flashes and the utility coming over.
Yeah.
1 flashbang, pop flash for himself, bounced off the wall, set up 2 kills, and they just looked like they were too scared to actually trade out the kill. As soon as they were blind, they started backpedaling. So it was the 1-by-1 B rush. Didn't really look good at all, Anders, and that doesn't fill me with hope for the second half.
Well, you raised this as a point, even I think in the 3rd or 4th round, you said it's got to be, hopefully, they have more than this. Now we're looking back saying, well, maybe not.
I think they'll look back at this game and realize tactically they just didn't really turn up. We had a few rushes. Like, the only plays that worked out from memory were when they got those fast mid takes and Sonic managed to get a couple of opening kills with Bro.
Also, the fact that FUT were allowed to push up into the A hallway so many times with Demon without being punished.
Yeah, and it felt like they had way too much information, and they were dominating that B ramp time and time again. Yeah. And once they'd shown presence towards middle, we saw them go for that super defensive setup where we had 2 players in towards red. We had the AWP watching donut from towards Temple. It was a beautiful half from FUT. And well, here's Grim. He will at least be opening things up with those dual elites.
He does like the dualies.
He does.
Who could blame him? He's pretty good with them.
It's their map pip for a reason. They're going to have to step up here on the CT side. We'll see if Grim can continue to frag here. Stays in towards his K position now. Locked in. Nitro can't help him. And you can see why they dropped that Molotov. Segregating the duels in more ways than one.
Trying again with the P2.
HP, that's so unlucky.
Yeah, that could have really happened, but at least they don't have the Molotov anymore on the T side. I guess they're forced to use that to take out Grim there. Starting to set up for a potential retake. The bomb is going to be showing up here. They don't have a kit on that CT side, but Nitro landing some headshots. That's the kind of work we need. Sonic's going to be taking out Demon, and now Duke's far away. No bomb plants even happened here.
No bomb plant at all. Just down to him. Get a couple of kills. Don't think that's going to happen. Bro aware of the potential flank. And yeah, that is the must-win pistol. No bomb plant going down as well. If you're playing it by the book, you don't necessarily want to force buy this one. You just want to have as many gun rounds as possible. And we'll see whether they want to bring out the Tech-9s and Kevlar. It's 10-3, and I can confirm they will be buying into this one. So we've got Tech-9s across the board. We have got helmets as well. Basic util, but it all started with Grim. Got taken down eventually, but Nitro with the USP, actually probably one of his best sequences so far on the map.
For sure, yes. They did need this very badly.
Well, they need this one even more. You lose this, it's GG. So, yeah, bear that in mind.
That's a good point. It's going to be Sonic put to the test. He's got the incendiary, but they're not going to respect that. They'll run right through it. So he has to drop it. Okay, he's going to put up a smoke first.
He spotted the shadow.
Okay, well, that's great. I didn't even notice that, but I'm glad you said that. Very important, because I think if he doesn't and they turn the corner, that incendiary won't make any difference whatsoever. They're going to come through the smoke. Oh, the timing is absurd. He does a backup, but it might be too late here. Bro doing great work and even getting those 2 kills. The panic just set in on that A-bomb site. Now they're going to get plant the bomb, but even worse, Krabani's on the other side for a bit of a flank potentially. So if this retake happens quick, it's going to be fine. But if they wait, then eventually Krabani's going to be there to shoot them in the back. And Demon, he's picked up an M4, will take down OC. This is looking very rough indeed for NRG.
They're going to have to go for it. Yeah. Try your best there. Swing out that MP9. You're taking a dink en route as well. Grim knows it's done. Yeah, he's just going to have to go for that defuse, I suppose. That's all they can really hope for this stage. But there's Demon getting himself 3 kills in the round, and it's kind of unfortunate that it was looking promising. Sonic, like I said, he gets the shadow advantage. He spots them there. If he drops the incendiary, perhaps it's a different round. He could layer it. He could drop the incendiary first, then get in a better position, and get the smoke on top. Went for the smoke first, and as you said, they disrespect it. But they came right through it and overwhelmed him. He's caught juggling his grenades, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, because if they came through and he had the MP9 out, at least he gets a kill, and Bro gets the double, and it's probably fine.
Yeah, but, Bro getting a double, it's all you could really ask for. But a 3-on-3, they pick up the util, they pick up the rifle, they smoke CT spawn, and yeah, the round falls apart, and that felt like it had to be converted by NRG.
Well, I had some stats, Henry, but they don't seem as exciting anymore now that NRG just don't have any money or anything. But I'll tell you what, anyway.
Go on, let's hear it.
CT side AWPing. Yes. There's only one player in the world right now that's better rated than OC, and that's Saiwu. OC's second in the world AWPing ancient CT side.
Well, we might not get many CT rounds for NRG, unfortunately.
That is the real downside. That's the, you know.
Like, I doubt they win this one. But like I said, and I always say when I commentate FUT, done a lot of their games, they are not closers.
Okay.
They are the team that can get to 12 rounds, but they can never get to 13.
I'm glad you remind us.
So bear that in mind, NRG fans. FUT do struggle to find clean wins. We'll have a look as to whether they can find a clean 12 here. Good advantage. There's only one M4 in the hands of Nitro. Bear in mind, he took down every member of FUT, so they can win this round. It denies map point, and the money will be absolutely busted for FUT. So Nitro didn't win the previous round, but he took everyone down with him.
Yeah. There is something to build on.
Contact play.
Yeah, they're going to go straight for it. Smoke on top. They run right through. Grim knew, but he just couldn't do enough there. The MP9 won't stop them. Demons really come alive in this game.
Burning Nitro.
That is going to burn even on top of the box, unfortunately. So they know that he's there no matter what. He's got the only real rifle in play in the round as well for NRG.
And they know he's there for the sound tips.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. They've got no doubt about that. Krabani's holding him on the one side. He jumps right into him, unfortunately. And Bro will go down. So 12 for FUT here.
Feels like this map's only been going for about, what, 10 minutes or something like that?
It's been very quick.
It's been extremely quick. But yeah, that was the round where if they somehow did win it, NRG that is, they would have broken the money. Sonic trying to do just that as well, keep them humble at the very least as a map point is found on their opponent's pick. FUT's running away with this one, 12-3, and that was a force buy, and it'll have to be more of the same here with even less resources. $2,000 per player. Yeah, you're buying up your 5.7s, your MP9s, shotgun maybe, as they did disrespect the smoke once again. Demon has been playing like a man possessed as he goes 12-5, and there's lovely openers. Krabeni farming the money with the MAC-10.
I'm quite excited. I was a little bit critical of him yesterday. I feel like he was kind of weighing the team down.
You were calling him out. It was a little bit rude, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It's not exactly... It's not what you want to do in a social setting, but...
No.
But at the same time, he's playing better now. So maybe I can take a little bit of credit for that.
I think you can. I think that's totally fair. That's justified.
Round number 16.
Everyone wants the Anders seal of approval.
Yeah, I've heard this, yeah. Players, they care a lot about what I say all the time.
Told you, Anders, they're not closers, though.
Well, Grim is making a good case for himself right here. We'll pick up the first kill towards the Cheetah Cave. Dukes and Cemetery, though, they're fighting back right away. And Launch in the middle, my God, they're just picking them up one by one. Ready as they come through the smoke here. It's just the easiest kills that Launch is going to get right now. Double for him. He's up to 16, and it's only Nitro left in a 1 versus 4.
He's got this, bruh.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it might be fine.
The old master.
What's he at right now? 9-12, 4-on-1, 5-7 in hand, 30 HP. I'm still believing, but it's going to be FUT's closing things out.
God, Henry, that is crazy. They've kicked out their Sunday shoes here. At least one team's feeling very footloose.
Yes, NRG powerless to stop FUT there, Anders, and pretty much as we expected. I mean, there is a reason we rate FUT so highly, and you just saw it there for yourself.
This is a movie by Sam Raimi called The Quick and the Dead, which I'm sure you're aware of.
Oh, yeah.
It also can be called NRG because they were really fast in this.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll tell you
listen,
that.
I want to thank them. Look, if you're gonna lose, I love it when you do it quickly. Like, great work, guys.
I do want to echo Henry's sentiment. You could see the disappointment and shock in his voice as well as to you pick this map. Right, you come in, you know how FUT like to play on this map. You're aware of how they performed yesterday in a circle. It's your map. You come in, you expect something on the T side. You expect some game plan coming in. And when some of your most crucial buy rounds are these haphazard, fast B hits coming in with no right utility protocol, spacing is all over the place. And by the way, it's not like FUT are playing some unorthodox CT position. These are very well-known positions they're playing and just getting shut down time and time again. I will question the prep work you put in coming into this game.
I was wondering about that, because it seemed like they were trying to target Longs on that long, like be long, because it just felt like the rushes were very much targeted at him because they always left him open to try to pick him off, but he was always ready with the counter flashes. The first guy in was never had a chance to win that fight. So those 3 rushes that they tried and over the course of the T side, none of them even started well, let alone finished. When once it went to late rounds, they never really had a chance. The only 2 rounds that worked were when Sonic came out mid, effectively just winning 2 straight up duels in the mid fight, and then Bro when he got the one time that B hit worked, it was Bro just getting 2 blinders, on guys that.
And that's the thing. It was just there was no setup, no nothing. It was just an individual having a very good round. Also, I just want to highlight the second round. They win the pistol, a must-win in the second half. Sonic is standing outside A main with the just with the Molotov in hand, and just like quick switching to smoke. I mean, buddy, what are you doing? Right? You have a teammate right behind you as well towards Temple, towards where Brokey's, towards Brokey. All you have to do right there is just throw the incendiary at your feet, shut it down. It's just caught juggling with a pants down. That's rookie mistakes being made by. Again, even though this team, it's kind of a newish lineup, you look at every individual name on that team, these are very tenured players, and it didn't look like that in the server.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, look, I think FUT is a real tall order. You have to also understand from the context of NRG, how often are they going to get to practice against teams of this caliber and really understand kind of, you know, what the meta is and how FUT play? You know, I agree with you. I think tactically they had a game plan there, and about 4 rounds in, they've realized
it's not working.
Oh shit!
Yes.
Like we plan B isn't going to work either, and we don't have a plan C or D.
It speaks to kind of the struggles that I was talking about with some of their opening moves, and Ancient is one of the maps where they do have a lot of struggles on T-side, and even though they have picked up some big wins, I think once they beat Falcons on it, you know, a team that really likes their Ancient, but it was through their CT sides that they thrived, but on T-sides they kind of consistently fall flat because of some of these opening moves just not really working out, and then they didn't leave themselves enough time in this game, you know, let alone winning the pistol and then losing the force buy in the second, you know, to have any space to work with.
It's also, you know, highlights. I guess it could be the pressure as well, because coming into this particular event, they've had a few reps as well. They might have more expectations of themselves. But you look at that, maybe because of the pressure, some of the post-planned situations they had, like a 4v3 in which with the Tech-9s they get a couple of kills, bombs down, and it just completely fizzles out. On the B bomb side, just completely losing track of where the smoke might dissipate, where the pushes might be coming in from. These are mistakes which they didn't make a couple of weeks back when they were playing Rotterdam, when they got some of those big upsets they got going for them. And now against FUT, who are kind of, you know, on par with the Bait, on par with the Falcons for that matter, we're not able to replicate that. They don't seem to be kind of clued in or zoned in together, which is very surprising because they had an opening game yesterday. So I do wonder, is it the pressure of expectations on themselves coming in now that they're like, hey, we can take a map of Falcons, we can beat Bait, we should probably take a map of FUT.
Maybe yesterday's game made them think they're still in an A. You know, they're just running over.
No, that's honestly the worst thing that could have happened for NRG. Actually, I think, because it's not exactly a great warm up. You know, in terms of the standards. And meanwhile, we did say FUT were a little bit laborious at the start of the day.
Yeah,
but
not
today,
no.
You can see they're just better aimers individually, so crisp. And if you've got weak openers on your T side, you're not going to get onto the sites. You're not going to give yourself an opportunity to win rounds.
And it was Jugs and Longs on top. You know, we were talking about the supporting cast being at the top yesterday. This time, it is the two guys that we do expect to be there pretty much consistently.
And shout out to my man Demon as well. We highlighted him. Obviously, he's been playing more like Pazuzu than Beelzebub for most of 26, but he's back. So, so good for him.
But it was everybody, right? Even Cemetery still had a really good game, a couple of really good rounds as well from him. So just top to bottom, really, really strong from FUT. Yeah, I expect this to continue from here, to be honest.
Well, we can set up the next map. We can talk a little bit about Nuke. Obviously, I mean, things are looking bad. I don't want to oversell it.
Some people might even.
Can I play devil's advocate here for just one moment?
Please.
So
Please
Nuke is actually by far the least played map for FUT, and it's more of a. It seems more of a punish pick than anything from FUT side. But it's also I think it also goes beyond that. It's also because it's such a low played map for FUT that they just want to get a little bit more experience on the map, right? Get a little bit more reps, and this is the place to do it, right? Because you're not under no pressure. You still have a third map if you need it. You know that you're going to be pretty comfortable on it regardless. So this is just a way for FUT to get a little bit more play time on a map that they don't really play almost at all, you know. And it is also a pretty bad map for NRG, where I think they're 1-4. So
it's not just 1-4. I mean, they lost to a team called Phoenix in Flom Mythic Lands. I don't even know who Phoenix is.
I think their only win is like Fisher College.
Yeah, that's about it. So, look, I agree with you.
Hey, I think we're going to see Fisher College.
I 100% agree with you. That, you know, this is more about FUT trying to get a few more official reps coming under this map, because it is something that other teams are potentially going to abuse against them as well, right? Fair enough. They're going to be starting on the T side, the harder side, but here's the thing with NRG. What we saw there was a fundamental collapse in communication, just fundamentals. I'm not talking about complicated strats and whatnot. They were not peaking together. The trading was all over the place. The spacing wasn't there. And now you're coming into one of your worst maps. Sure, the CT side, but notoriously a map where the comps need to be on point. I thought it was going to be 3-mapper rich, but it had to have been on Ancient. Nuke's not happening.
Sure. Okay. I mean, that's confident. We've got a couple of minutes before break. So, I mean, look, it's got the potential to be interesting in the sense, this is how FUT are going to evolve, right? How do you go from being a team with 3 maps you're really good at, and you can beat anyone on those maps on your day if you hit all of your shots? How do you expand that to become a much bigger threat? Well, it's like Striker saying, you've got to get the reps on these maps. But that can backfire because maybe what you think conceptually is good to do on the map, it isn't good in a competitive situation. So.
Yeah, and there are still some kind of warning signs from their T sides a little bit because Longs is struggling with Yard, for example, you know, and that's probably down to lack of playtime on the map. They don't have a lot of practice probably on the map, and they don't really focus on it in terms of nobody's really trying to punish pick it against them either. So it's just. It is an opportunity for Energy in a way, just because, you know, if you don't have so much playtime on a map, you will have gaps here and there that you can exploit if you're Energy, and if they can't, you know, make Longs work in the Yard, then there's a weakness that you can try to exploit on the CT sides, right? So I don't want to call it a foregone conclusion just because of the lack of playtime on FUT side, but otherwise I do think it's going to be a struggle either way.
Yeah, I think it's a foregone conclusion. I think they're still going to win in all honesty. But also, I do like that for FUT, you know, obviously it's because of the way the Veto's panned out, the Nuke is coming out over here. But if you look at the maps they're uncomfortable on, it's mainly Anubis, it's Overpass, and it's Nuke. And off these three maps, it makes most sense for FUT to kind of put in more resources onto its Nuke, right? Because most teams still don't play Anubis, and if you do play against Anubis, it's going to be someone like Aurora who are a specialist, and you're going to be smacked around regardless. Overpass as well. The couple of teams are very strong in Overpass, and it's a map a lot of people don't play as well. So instead, play a map that other teams do play where you can be competitive on, and you're going to have more reps. So I do like the idea of them probably getting in Nuke to become a more mainstay part of their map pool.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. So, we're going to find out if nuclear energy is the solution for NA after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I see, you see, we all see, OC. Josh, great to see you. How's it going, bro?
It's going good. How about yourself?
Yeah, great. Super excited to chat to you. Let's talk your most recent result, right? 0-2 loss to Falcons, 2-0 over Bait, and a 1-2 loss to Furia. Perhaps from an outside perspective, this would be seen as like an okay run, all things considered. But what are your thoughts? What are the team's thoughts on this run?
I think we weren't too hard on ourselves. We only had about a week of practice before that tournament, or a week and a half-ish. So I'm not gonna lie and tell you that we're happy about it. Like, obviously we still wanna beat these teams, and Falcons, for example, we played them in Krakow and we lost to them 1-2, and it was a very close game. Actually, we had a lot of opportunities to win. So going up against them again, we wanted, to show you a better face, and, we ended up losing 2-0, which kind of sucked, but just trying not to be too down on ourselves, because, we are still implementing Grim into our system and haven't had too much time with them. So yeah, it's been good so far.
Yeah, let's stay on that point, the point of Grim. So recently introduced to the team. What are you hoping to get out of him? How do you see him fitting into the lineup?
Well, I've known him for a while, honestly. We're coming up in the NA scene together, I'd say, at the same time period. So it's actually kind of crazy that we never played, but yeah, honestly, we're not looking for too much in a player. We wanted more, I would say, consistent firepower first. He's obviously, I think, in my opinion, like one of the more mechanically gifted players in the scene. So, he brings a lot of raw aim to the team, but as well, he has a lot of experience, and, he has no trouble dealing with like high pressure situations. His communication also isn't like too much in terms of as a lurk or an anchor. He's not going to have too much to say, but at the same time, he's feeding that important info that is consistent, that he learned over the years that he needs to do. And so yeah, he just brings a lot more consistency, I think, for our team, so that we can build our base a lot more.
And talking bases, actually, the project as a whole, like yourself, Daps, and Nitro have been working on it the longest together, especially yourself and Daps. Where do you see yourselves in this current, most recent iteration of NRG?
Yeah, well, obviously Daps, he came in first as an IGL player, and he stepped down after a bit and moved to the coaching role. But for myself, I would say my beginning stint on NRG was not the best. I would say like I focused a little bit too much on trying to accelerate our progression, and in terms of our expectations were too high. I think I had a lot of wanting to prove myself after the Liquid stint. I felt like I had a lot more to show still, and so I was picking up players where they're not as experienced, and so there were times where it was very frustrating, and I think my expectations got the best of me. So I would say one of the biggest struggles I had as a player was my mentality. I was inconsistent in ways where my confidence would dip in certain periods, and then it would, rise in other periods. And so I think, I had shifted my mindset more from, being so like hard on myself and being more just like, I'm human, I'm a player, I try my best, and that's all I can do, for the team. And, I can't be too upset at myself as long as I know I did my best.
How important is it for you and the team to get a big result here?
The biggest thing, but it definitely is something that we want to see in terms of are we progressing in the right ways, after just having a bit of a boot camp, or are we not focusing on the right aspects in our team and how we want to progress? So yeah, I'd say it's a good way of showing, like, are we on the right path to becoming a better team, I'd say.
Well, such a pleasure to chat. Wishing you the best of luck, as always. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching from home before I let you go?
Yeah, I just want to say, thank you to all the fans in NA who stay up and watch our matches. I know a lot of the time zone difference makes it hard for you guys to tune in, but I still see a lot of you guys, in the chat and like on Twitter and stuff, showing your support. So we really appreciate it, and yeah, we'll do our best our tournament to show that NA still has it.
Well, NA will have to show a lot more than they already have. The first map, an absolute disaster there here at PGL Bucharest. It's FUT taking on NRG. Wise words from OC, though. Good interview, I thought, though, Anders.
Yeah, Parla's really been knocking it out the park.
Yeah,
He's getting a lot out of these players.
Yep, absolutely true. Love Parla, love his work, and for now, we're going to have to see a lot more from the North American squad. If we move on to Nuke, they will start on the CT side, but they got absolutely rocked on Ancient here. They never really got going.
No.
T-side prowess, not really there. Lots of questionable decisions, lots of rushes. The game plan they came in with simply rumbled and simply shut down, to be honest with you.
I did like what the desk were highlighting, the idea that it's possible that FUT kind of want to try and test out Nuke a bit here. It's they don't play a ton, so maybe you just get some reps on it right now. It's almost safe now that you've won Ancient. You always have a third map to play if everything goes off the rails, but I still think they're going to be the better team on this map, to be honest.
We were looking at the stats and some of the players and their positions here. Grim is highly rated in the ramp room on the CT side, if I'm not mistaken, right?
That's a good point. Yes, he's doing pretty well. The sad thing is, right above him in the board, 4th in the world at the moment in the top 30, is Demon. So Demon's also pretty serviceable in that position.
And Demon's got the hot hand right now. I think that's fair to say. So it's going to be an interesting battle. I feel like this is a good opportunity to slow the game down, though. Nuke, obviously a very tactical map. It's not going to be so rock'em sock'em, not going to be such a slop and ogre. So yeah, it's Grim versus Demon in towards that ramp position, but we'll see whether the T side will be doing wonders for FUT once again.
I guess looking at it from NRG's point of view here on the CT side, right? Having a strong ramp player has got to be a bit of a luxury, though, for the rest of the team, right?
Yeah. It frees up a lot of the responsibility. Someone who can hold their own, good for one frag, can fall down, stay alive, get the information. Players that go down a ramp with nothing and allow it to be opened up is a real liability.
Yeah.
And I don't think Grim's going to be that player. I feel like he knows what he's doing. And just to look at his screen right now, I've got all the players' crosshairs right now on my screen.
Oh,
Grim has got, look at this. We can't see it at home, but Grim has got the biggest dad crosshair in the world. Have you seen that?
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think that's what, like, none of this fancy stuff. I wish it was green.
Yeah,
but
true.
Still.
Well, hopefully we get an over-shoulder shot of it, but he's got the biggest crosshair I've ever seen in my entire life. It's a beautiful thing. But going up against Demon, that's going to be the head-to-head battle we'll be looking at here. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to get into the action here. As mentioned, NRG starting on the CT side. See if they can set a good baseline as we get into the T side for FUT. We've got Molotovs, we've got smokes, we've got players making their way towards the silo as well. Speaking of smoke, first one is deployed, is going towards main, I'd imagine, and indeed it'll be the waterfall smoke, allowing for a potential A split here. See if Sonic can hold them off.
Yeah, oh bro, that's actually not a bad shot at all, but the duelie's down in Nitro, nearly caught sleeping. OC from the high ground as they burn him. Krapani, that incendiary of the Molotov landing up there, and then Duke's taking down Grim. It's so quick, it's insanely well coordinated here from FUT. Dukes will get the last one, but just think how much is going on in that round.
That was my only question. Where's that Molotov going to go?
Yeah.
Because it's either going to be on top of the hut or the bomb site floor, but it actually lands in heaven with that waterfall smoke as well. A split coming in, everyone attacking at the perfect time, and you can see the CT scrambling, knowing they can't allow you to have full A control, having to go through the flames and then take the jewels while running.
I almost wonder if they Molotov that heaven position because it's been so popular in pistol rounds for CT sides to stack ramp.
Yeah.
And that's because the headless entry onto the ramp has become so popular in pistol meta for Nuke right now. Like, so many teams just rush the ramp with a lot of Glocks. So maybe they were thinking like 5 steps ahead. Longs, he was very, very good on Ancient, actually totally deadly.
A bit messy.
It is. I think they'll be all right. But, you know, a couple of kills here or there. We do have that, you know, I won't say new change to the CT side, but you get a couple of kills, you get a little bit of...
Yeah, definitely not new, but I know what you're saying.
Depends on how long you've been in Counter-Strike, Henry.
True.
You've been here long enough, it feels very new, you know?
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's been about, what, 6 months since we had that change, and he's referring to every kill the CT gets, or CT team, is an extra $50 per player. So an extra $100 going into this per each bank account. But here comes a bit of a gun round. Cemetery only has a USP. What's going on here? There it is. He's got a glove.
Trying to make a statement. It's fashionable with the USP there on the TT side. I like it.
Big round here, indicative as to which way this one is going. We've got the outside wall of smokes, a beautiful grenade towards the hut. Longs down to 50, spots one on the bomb side floor. The flashbangs are perfect. Nitro in a lot of trouble here, but does very well, I was about to say, but it's an absolute massacre, Anders.
What?
We need the replays. What just happened?
I think I know this is going to sound like Cope. I think he was, you know, like less than a 1/10 of a second off of getting that second kill.
Yeah.
If he does, I think that's like they hold the bomb site. That's so wild. Well, great play from Jukes. Like, he's so quick on the side here.
Oh, it's so sick from Jukes. You're right. Pixel perfect precision.
Wow. That really blows it up, doesn't it?
That's how you rush a bomb site. knowing that they're going to have the M4s and a lack of utility there, because it's taking the second round eco, buying in the third, you're not going to have everything you need. Oh, this is not looking good for NRG. If you're just joining us, they got absolutely owned on their first map of Ancient, 13-3. We said FUT on closes, but that one didn't even really get going for NRG whatsoever. They're down to another eco here. Need a bit of a miracle round of these 5-7s.
If you remember yesterday, Henry, we were talking about how much firepower is on FUT, and then we watched them against Inner Circle. They won that game as 2-1, but at the beginning it looked a bit flat. It wasn't amazing, and now you see them here.
Well, we heard that they burned themselves out at the boot camp.
True,
and they took 3 days off before this tournament. So I think there was a bit of ring rust in that sense. They hadn't had an official since Pro League, which is a huge tournament for them. As we said, top 4. Very good. Considering this is the previous Na'Vi Junior Squad and Academy team, losing their best player, and now making top 4 at Tier 1 events, like, kind of insane if you think about it.
Well, one of the tragic things about them being Na'Vi Junior was that they can't obviously compete in the same tournaments as Na'Vi.
Yes,
so the fact that they're not there anymore, I think is actually a huge upgrade. Like, they were getting sort of blocked in by their own org at some point.
Well, this round is still on. It's 4-4. Time ticking away, and wow, Demon, he really is playing fantastic Counter-Strike today.
This is one of the reasons why I have so much respect for Krbani, because they just did the rush in the previous round, like you said, and now they slow down the tempo, they wait. Like, the discipline is there in the middle of the aggression. They can kind of do all of it. I think his leadership for this team is just so strong. Yeah, there are some IGLs when you watch the games. It's sort of hard to know really what they're doing in the mid round. I think Krbani is one of these leaders. You can always tell what the plan is.
I'm going to give you a B stream update, Anders.
Oh, yes.
And if you don't like those, ladies and gentlemen, cover your ears now. You've got fair warning here. So 3D Max playing Voca. Bear in mind, Voca have got a stand-in right now. They're considered to be...
It's a hot mess over there.
It's the mess of a team.
Yes.
And no one's expecting them to do anything. They just took the first map off 3D Max of Dust 2, 13-10, and now they move on to Anubis.
3D Max already lost to FOKUS.
That's crazy work.
I don't know what's happening to 3D Max. Why are they collapsing?
They keep changing the roles up, man. Like, they keep going Gravity in game leader, Maka in game leader, Body out, new players in. It's just like...
Okay, that could be it.
It's just... I feel like they've lost...
We used to call them the gatekeepers of Tier 1,
Oh,
right?
they're not that anymore.
They're definitely not that.
No. They have fallen off, as it were. NRG looking to find some stability here on the CT side of Nuke, though. 4-0 down. And the pressure being applied. Long's trying to get across. We talked about you can't spam these smokes like you used to be able to, but Sonic will give it a go. A couple of mags remaining. We'll have one now, and OC surely gets one here. At least he has to. There it is.
I trust OC's CT side opening a lot more than his T side opening. So see if he can do some more good work. Some nice damage on the cemetery. We'll absolutely take it. Does kind of hang around the Molotov that was thrown to push him back. It's actually not a bad idea. If he goes forward now, he's going to discover that nobody else is down there, which is valuable information because they need more people at the A-bomb site. Right now, it's only 2 people defending. All it takes is one good entry, and FUT are back on the A-bomb site with a bomb plant, so they're going to have to get some more info. They still got 2 people downstairs, NRG. That can't last forever. Sonic right now... He's coming back from that ramp position because Grim is down below. Otherwise, he would be anchoring ramp. They switched it out. There's the entry, and the follow-up bro is dead. Sonic is rotated in, but like I said, they were in the dark here, NRG. They had the opening kill, and then from that point on, they knew nothing about what was happening on the T side. They lost all info, and that's the one thing that will absolutely kill your CT side on Nuke every time.
It was going so well. OC with the opening frag, a 5-on-4, and it looks like they won't even get a look into this retake now. Grim's position given over. He's beneath the heavens, but he'll be sent straight to hell by the look to things here, as yes, indeed, Demon will find him. And now just OC, and bear in mind, we nameplated him earlier. He was down towards Secret, so makes his way back towards the ramp room. And then will be 5-0, another coordinated assault in towards that upper bomb site. Pays dividends for FUT as 3 players survive as well. The woes of NRG continue here. OC at least has a decent amount of HP, so won't be getting blown up in towards the ramp room. He'll hold on to the AWP by the looks of things here. But this is getting way too convincing now, way too comfortable. These upper hits, there's just no response.
It's one of my favorite terms, Henry, that I've heard you bring into the Counter-Strike vernacular lately, nameplating.
Yeah, sure.
That's quite a valuable
it's not
term.
mine. That's Sponge who brought that.
Well, shout out to Chad one time. He is the
definitely
master.
Can't take credit for that.
Well, I still think it's a good term.
Yeah.
Should use it more.
Thanks. Maybe I will.
Yeah, well.
Stealing Chad's homework.
That's...
To be fair, I feel like I've laid down enough terms and kind of ideas myself over the years.
You've done great work.
Yeah.
You never get enough credit, I must say.
I'll take some of Chad's homework. It's fine.
All right. I'm sure he's a nice guy. He'd allow it. Don't think he minds at all. I think he's on the B stream, by the way.
He is. What a B
guys
stream
check
we
it out.
have.
Yeah.
Unbelievable talent stack we have here.
Very cool.
Sponge Machine, Scrawny Launders, Dinko and Moses, and then the headline act, Henry G and Anders. Here we are.
That's what they say. Yeah. Saw that, read that somewhere.
Someone might be saying it.
Someone could be. We got round number 6. And yeah, you pointed out, they saved the AWP. That's kind of cool. Sonic is yet to get a kill. That's not cool. The rest are on 2.
He is the backbone of this team. Nitro about to be tested once again, and, well, he does not pass it. MP9 gets a dink off at the very least, but these upper hits are just too much to handle. Every kill, every shot, it's going one way and one way only. It's going to be a double kill from this MP9 to stand a chance here. Bear in mind, OC, well, yeah, he's lost AWP, not a prime position for it, unfortunately. And it will be 6-0. Cheeky plan there at the end for an extra $300. Money, not an issue, though. I can say that much for FUT, as they have plenty of it. 5 digits on a couple of players.
And following the same logic like you brought up in the 3rd round, I think it was, like you rush to a bomb site when you know they're not going to have any money for a lot of grenades. So they can't really stop you easily.
Well, it's not looking good for an RG. This CT side, we were hoping they could set the bar, give themselves some nice runway on the T side, but yeah, the best they can hope for right now is 6-6, and we're going for a ramp rush.
Ooh, that might be very difficult to hold
Come on,
here.
Grim.
Let's see what he can do. We said it's one of his best positions. Very good shutdown, and he's got the backup in OC. That's important when you're playing up against the wall like that. It's difficult to get many kills, but when you got the AWP behind you, it's a bit of a different affair, isn't it? Sonic, again, he can't really get activated. He's 0-7 right now. But OC with the AWP. Honestly, if OC and Grim could start to do some work here on the CT side, at least there's someone to still fight for. Energy are on the board now. They get the first round here. They have to keep building. This has to be a huge string of rounds that come together. They got to shut down that FUT economy.
That's just FUT, though, trying to play with momentum. Obviously, everything they're doing right now is landing in their favor. Going for the ramp rush, don't hate it, but just well read from NRG. They've got the AWP and the M4 of Grim there. As you mentioned, he's very strong towards a ramp, so hopefully that builds some confidence. There's a clean round, and as they actually managed to bring 3 AKs in the CT side. Extremely valuable on a map like Nuke. Lots of long-range duels and angles available. And for now, Grim can be left alone at ramp. They've dissuaded them from trying that idea again, but like ships in the night, 2 players in the smoke towards outside. We'll see whether Sonic detects the presence towards red. He's going to be taken down. Oh, wow. The fact he gets 2 is insane.
And especially the fact that he was 0-7, so some of the confidence must have been missing a bit.
Well, that just goes to show you the power of the AK, the confidence to go for those 1v1 duels. Couple of one-taps there, and we'll find the man advantage, but still a lot of work to be done here.
I think that says something about the character of a player, that you can be 0-7 and then take the role of hiding in the smoke and come blasting out, getting 2 kills like that. Not lacking in anything. That's really cool. On the rest of his team now to convert this into a win, which they should still be able to. Smoke going up. 50 seconds left. The bomb is in lobby. And they do have Lonks down here. I suppose if Lonks gets a kill against Grim, that could shift the defense. In fact, it already is shifting. Bro is also looking for him down in the hallways here, but the windows are not open. So it's going to make some noise, which might not be the end of the world, where they got the bomb on the other side. Maybe he wants to make noise.
Seems to be aware of Grim's tendencies, though. He's hunting out this lower bomb site. He's looking for a reaction. He's seeing if Grim is down here.
Oh, no.
And Grim's not going to be ready for this.
Oh, no.
It's not the cleanest kill, but so well played. It's going to give them a 2-on-2 situation here. Bro pulls one back with 20 seconds remaining. It's going to get an awkward fight towards events, and they will find him down towards lower. We go now. Oh, you've got to run through. You've got to run through. Hope for the best. Try and deny the plant. That's the only way you win the round.
Yeah. They tap it once, opens the door, but Jukes is on the other side. That's criminal. So 3 versus 4 in this one, and they absolutely fumbled it.
It all started out so well. Double kill for Sonic. They have the AKs on the CT side. You're right, 3 versus 4. Down towards lower we went, though, and yeah, a little bit of presence towards upper. Grim dislodged out of his position. This was a really nice opening play, though, but this was play. Jukes getting that kill. You can see Grim has to take that information and hope it's correct. At that point, it wasn't, though. They recover the bomb. OC on the retake of the AWP. Worst weapon for the job. 7-1. Money still okay. And we'll see the AWP be brought out. OC, I was about to say, should get one here, but Symmetry will out-duel him. And that's a nice opening frag. OC 5 and 7 currently. Sonic, though, let's see what he's like with the sniper. Recovers it. We'll see what he can do.
Smokes are going up everywhere. It might be hard for him to find a target outside right now. Doesn't have the HE, which has become such a critical tool for blowing open those smokes in the yard. And Lox is just walking him down. An easy spray.
Yeah, not really much he could do. Now Grim has to leave the ramp room, but look at the call. They're making their way exactly there.
Yeah.
Just as he leaves, he knows he's getting pressure towards outside. Had to make his way back. He's dead now. The fact he even gets one is impressive. Keeps the round alive.
Yeah, I don't know how he got that kill.
But they are getting pulled apart. These are great mid-round calls from FUT. Like, this is exactly how you play Nuke. Showing presence, pulling the CT defense around, finding opening kills. Even trades will do, but they're actually finding man advantages, knowing that the pressure's been applied outside. The ramp player has to give in. He has to go protect the heaven position. And as soon as he does, that's when they walk in ramp.
Well, to bring up the nameplating conversation, right? Yeah. Knowing that Grim is that anchor on the ramp, like that's why it's so important. And obviously the pro teams, they all know those positions. But
so we're going down towards lower. No one home on the CT side. 8-1 already locked in. By the looks of things here, it would take an absolute calamity for them to give this one over. But the Molotov in the vents pretty much confirms the round. There'll be no rotations in. They've even got a backstab even coming in from heaven as well. So Rabeni is about to get a freebie unless the timings elude him. Spots one, and not quite a freebie, but at least knows exactly where Nitro is. The hunt is on.
Says something about how much.
And you know they're going to T-spawn. Like, if you walk him going in towards the hut there, you know that's the only place they can hide.
They're already ready with the grenades. They know they're going to have to defend here. They leave one on the T roof, maybe just as a surprise, but yeah, it's almost surprised to see that there's not more of aggressive kind of a hunt going on here with the money that they have on the T side, but I guess they don't have to. M4's being saved. They could risk giving over an AK. Either way, I don't think FUT really care that much. They're going to be up 8-1 T side of Nuke. They're in a really prime position right at the moment. So,
I mean, it doesn't get much better than this.
This could be one of the fastest series we've had so far in the tournament.
The only round NRG have won so far is when FUT try to change things up at the ramp rush. And like we said, we had Grim and OT there, well positioned. It's been nothing but one-way traffic, though. This is not looking great. Bear in mind, if you're just joining us at PGL Bucharest 2026, this is a Swiss format. This is the 0-1 buckets. So yesterday...
1-0, right?
Oh, no, 1-0. You're right. I had the B-stream page up. Yeah, it's a 1-0 game. So that's fine. You won't be losing too much. FUT's taking out Inner Circle yesterday 2-1.
That's right.
And NRG taking down Voca. Bear in mind, we talked about Voca with a stand-in. Kind of the team that everyone should be beating right now. Everyone but 3D Max, apparently.
Inexplicable, isn't it? But yes, that is how they got here. We do, obviously, the second game for the day is Astralis and Bait, which I think is going to be a really fun game.
That should be game of the day.
I think so.
I reckon.
I think so. Only thing is, I still think FOKUS is going to surprise a lot of people. I think they're playing PARIVISION in the third game.
Okay.
So I'm quite excited for that. I think people are underestimating them at the moment. I have FOKUS making the playoffs of this tournament. So
we'll get into that later. I want to pick your brain about that. But
yes, not for now.
Not for now. This is an important round. NRG need everything they can get. Sonic feeling pressure and actually rising to the occasion here. But Kraveni will answer back, finding Grim towards that ramp room. It's going to be a push though from OC. Will they detect the second player? They certainly will. Trades coming in thick and fast. A couple of kills down towards the ramp. You're going to assume it's open and try and take that space.
Yeah. Trading evening like this, you're going to be quite happy with that on the T side.
You know it forces rotations. The fact that you know they've lost 2 ramp players there, it's Grim and OC going down. You know they have to go down towards lower. So now, once again, you've got the round in the palm of your hand. You're pulling them around the map. Nitro, you're remaining towards the hut. Next kill could decide this round, and it's a nice play from Bro here. You might not anticipate this. Freebie. He wants a bit more. It should be fine.
Okay, I was going to say, take it when you can. Krabani's had it with the bomb. He's very low on health, but he will get the kill, the jump on him there. 40 seconds. Nitro's pushed up as well. That's Sonic finding the kill. I think they've got him locked in here. Cemetery, they might not know exactly where he is, but the bomb is just so far away that with 30 seconds, can he realistically make it across the map? Like, he might have to fight them to the death here instead of trying to plant the bomb, if he even wants to.
I don't think there's really much you can do there at all. Yeah, it'd be foolish for them to even take a duel at this point with 15 seconds remaining. You know, we'll just be saving the AWP in towards CT spawn by looks of things here. Jumping up, seeing if there's an angle, seeing if there's a kill to take with him. But ultimately saving the AWP. Nice work from NRG. They'll find their second. Definitely need the rest of these rounds here. A couple more to go after this one. Nitro and Sonic will survive. It's Sonic really been keeping them in this game. But
and I guess their answer, NRG, when they were in the 3v3, instead of being pulled around the map, they went aggressive. They actually went to fight the T's on their side of the map, which I think is, maybe that's a way to kind of escape that. A little bit desperate, perhaps, but it kind of worked.
So, didn't find many kills, but they did manage to hold on to the bomb.
Yeah.
It's all fine.
8-2. Even at 8-4, we're going into a second half that doesn't feel, it's not a comfortable start at all. I'm not saying it can't be recovered, but man, there's a lot of work ahead of them at the moment. No question about it. Sonic, bro, is, I don't know, not getting into the vent if that's what he wanted. And Demon right on top of that mini roof. Sonic, very often you're going to get flashed from the squeak door in this position, and that's one of the real dangers that you've got to be aware of. He's got a grenade in hand. You want to be so careful here. Grenade doesn't quite do it. Sonic goes down instead. Jukes finds him. Maybe that was the HE blown open, just enough for them to see him in return. Up on the high ground there. OZ already spotted out.
Yeah, goes to the face check. Bro using that information, but traded out by Cemetery. This is not going well. Demon helping himself to another frag in towards A main, and now Demon spotting a couple. This could be a nice grenade. And actually a chance around, but I think he hears both players there. He heard one dropping down and then spotted the AWP as well. Grim knows he needs to step up and make a play. This is what he's chosen to do, but well read from Jukes. OC, AWP, they know exactly where he is. He's in towards ramp right now. Almost zero chance of winning it.
Yeah, but like you brought up earlier, they have such a good read foot here on what's happening. They know that the CTs have to move around. They have to be a little bit more active once they're a player down. So they just sit and wait. Much like OC is at the moment in the ramp, he can't do anything else. We are going into the 12th round after this one, so this AWP is going to be valuable if they can keep it. Could justify hunting him down right now, honestly. There's not going to be any money really on the CT side, so I actually understand this. Jukes, yeah, you should try and go for the Cemeteries coming as well. Oh my god, it's the Glock headshot to get rid of that AWP.
Well, scheduling fans will be happy to see this one, I suppose. Looks like the 2-0's locked in. We are running an accelerated schedule as well.
Massively accelerated.
Yeah, like this game, started at 10 o'clock, and we might be done with Map 2 and indeed the series by about 11:20.
That's mad. Doesn't happen a lot.
No, it really doesn't. The next game was scheduled to start at like 1 p.m, I believe. So the fact we could be get going at like 11:30 is insane.
Yeah, wake up the other teams.
Yeah,
to go.
Get them down here. This one has spiraled out of control. Can Grim save the day, though? MP9 currently sitting on 5 kills, 10 deaths. Sonic only has 4 kills, but he was influential in finding them at least one of their rounds. You have to step up again. The money is battered and bruised. So at NRG, they really didn't turn up today in this series. Absolutely owned on Ancient, and it's more of the same here. Being outclassed in pretty much every facet of the game, especially the aim department, as 2 kills come in once again from way downtown. It's Lonks with that AK-47.
It's a bit upsetting because I actually, coming out of Copenhagen, I thought NRG looked pretty interesting there. Maybe they weren't like the ultimate highlight team, but I think they got some good victories.
Yeah.
They looked a bit stronger than they do right now, at least. But maybe FUT is just also a much hungrier team than some of their opponents they were facing over in Copenhagen. So who knows? 3 versus 5. Last round of the half right now. And again, FUT have decided to slow this game right down. They know that the pressure is on. They're taking all the time they need to set them up on the map. They're smoking down below. So Cemetery is doing good work, trying to pretend like something could be happening there. The rest of them are trying to wrap around this A bomb site, but actually it's being defended rather well at the moment. OC and Bro get a kill each, 3 versus 3. Maybe they've overcooked this one. High ground as well. Jukes goes down. Lonks trying to recover it here. Cemetery, he comes in with a deagle. Bro just showing his back, unfortunately. Only 10 seconds left. He's got the bomb and he's got the shot as well. What a way to finish for Cemetery.
Unreal. It felt like there was a chance. There was a way back into this game if they could find the third round on the CT side. They had all the advantages you could ask for there. 10 seconds remaining, the 1v1, the AWP in the impossible scenario, dropping down from the heavens, causing hell there. And it will be a beautiful shot from Cemetery. And the MP9 can't even get close. 10-2 at half on the T side of Nuke.
That would have been a great recovery on the emotional side too. That was a 3-on-5 that FUT almost threw away. So for NRG, just imagine they win that one somehow. But
you're going to have to imagine it now. It did not happen. And once again, it's an impossible task. 10-2, you get 2 rounds on your CT side. Even if you're one of the world's best teams on the T side here, which NRG are not. The analyst pointed out their T sides have not been fantastic this season at all. So I feel like they might be cooked here.
If you were one of those NA fans that woke up early for this, maybe it's still time. You can still go back to bed.
How early would you have to wake up? You'd be waking up about 4 in the morning, Anders. Maybe even 3.
You go right back to bed now.
I think at this point you probably had to shut this one off and be like, well, we'll try again tomorrow.
Yeah.
But bear in mind, it go 1-1 after this series, I suppose. So there is that. It's not the end of the world. The Swiss system is quite forgiving.
That is true. Maybe
I guess we'll say the old classic. They have to win this pistol, Anders. They really need this pistol.
Yeah, what else can we really say, you know?
That's about it. But I don't think they will. The way FUT are playing right now, everyone's turned up, and I can't say the same for the likes of NRG.
I like this wrap around towards Hell and Heaven now, as they make the jump up here. The bomb is down below. If they could just get Krabani. Oh my god, he's so lightning fast. What a disgusting shot. Tries to backpedal and get away from it. Want to take the fight at the next angle, but Nitro's going to be able to find him. Where do they go from here? They've got a pretty big tactical advantage, I think. Being in this position, you could see Grim is hoping for a rotation. Same on the high ground, same outside, but...
Yeah, it's one of those weird rounds where they swap positions here. The CTs have taken lobby control, allowing them to have Heaven and outside, and then they'll defend the upper bomb site from these peculiar positions. Can feel the upper hits coming through. Oh, what a shot that is. Bloody hell.
Jukes just find him. How does he even know? The fact that he knew that Grim was back there. Just really good work understanding how this map flows. Bomb is being planted. Well, the pressure is on FUT, but they have the man advantage. Even more so now, yeah. Bro goes down. OC just chimes in for a kill, but they know where he is. They're coming from every angle. It's not going to matter. Don't think there was ever a chance for him to win that one, so the pistol round that had to be won didn't quite work out.
They got the bomb planted, though.
That's true.
Say the line, Anders.
It's half the battle, isn't it?
That's not the line.
I don't know. Why is the line?
Winning the second round force buy is arguably better than winning the pistol.
You're right. That's why you're here, Henry. You know the lines.
That's the line. But we'll see if there's a chance. I suppose it's my line, not your line. I should have just said it myself.
You know, but I'm glad you give me a chance, you know?
I gave you a chance.
It's not your fault. It's still early. I haven't even woken up yet.
Well, NRG apparently haven't either. It has to be the force buy. And they don't win it. It's going to be series points. First map was 13-3. It was also a 10-2 scoreline in favor of FUT. So doesn't really bode well. That was their pick as well, NRG. So we'll see what they can do with this one. Gonna get some decent manpower towards outside, but Krabeni's already there, ready and waiting.
Cemetery spraying a lot into the smoker. There's one of the things we talked about, whether or not people would do that. My god, that's so efficient, isn't it?
So much damage. Yeah, you've got no choice. So you need backup down towards lower. You have to push that smoke and hope for the best. Well, Anders, I hate to call it early, but this is GG.
It's been fun.
Yeah, don't know about that. It's been entertaining, I suppose.
We've tried. We've done our very best.
Like, not much you can do in these sort of games are presented to you as a commentator. You've got to respect this sort of statement, though, from FUT. A declaration of intent of this tournament. They won the trophy.
I said I think they're going to win it from the start.
You said that? You're putting that on record?
I said I'm really a huge fan of the team. I think they're fun to watch. They play some of my favorite Counter-Strike in the world right now.
In the entire world?
In the entire world.
Okay.
Obviously, we're leaving Vitality out of that.
I was going to say. Okay.
That's an unfair comparison. Why would you, like, you know, obviously that's a different weight class. You're not going to be doing
Sure. No, I'm with you, though. Well, Nitro might be with you as well. He's feeling the pain right now of this world-class squad who continue to improve from event to event. Took a boot camp before this one. Said they fixed the flaws in their game, but it's going to be ramp room A chosen objective for NRG. You might as well just rush down towards lower. That's if you can even get there. We're going to have Krabeni ready and waiting. Anders, you might as well close this one out.
Yeah, he will rather quickly. 15 kills on him, the captain of the team, and a 13-2 victory for FUT on the second map. That is just insanely comprehensive here from this team.
It absolutely is. What more can you say about that? An absolute battering here as FUT go up 2-0 against NRG.
Yeah, NRG not really knowing what hit them there, but that is the power of the FUT, the kick to the face.
An elephant's foot, someone might even say.
Not bad. Oh, I see. Nuclear.
Yeah.
That's good. Excellent. Excellent. Obviously, a horrifying world event, though, of course, Blair, but fine. We'll just move on. Fantastic performance from FUT. And, I mean, this is why we genuinely think, they're obviously in the playoffs at this point. It would be ridiculous to think they wouldn't get there. And, they've got a real good chance of having a deep run here.
Yeah, absolutely. There isn't too much to really say about this game because, firstly, yes, it was a complete stomp coming in. Again, for NRG, it was a punish pick from FUT. But what I really like from FUT is, unlike a lot of teams of their caliber in top 10 region, I'm even going to throw in names like the MongolZ, for example, or even PARIVISION, for that matter. Even though, sure, they've had the higher peaks overall, when FUT go up against this lower tier oppositions where they outclass them, they don't allow them to breathe. It's asphyxiating. They just seem to completely smother them, and that's what we saw from them, which is what I like to see from a team like them. They play clean Counter-Strike, they give respect, but they're also so dominant when they pop off, and that is exactly what they showcased over here.
Yeah, they didn't even need the opening moves, really. I think they lost more than half of the opening duels they took, but so many times it really didn't matter. So many times they just put it back. Jugs was so good at picking off Nitro and Upper and just kind of dominating the game from the sidelines effectively, while the rest of the team works outside, gets all the space they want. Nothing really went the way of energy, and it just brings up a memory from E-League, when Virtus Pro destroyed Echo Fox 16-2, 16-2, and then I think Smix after the game was asking Neo, if there's one thing that you could say about Echo Fox that they did well, and Neo just stops and thinks, and he's like, They tried. They tried. I'm not even sure I can say that here, to be honest. It was kind of one-sided.
What surprised me was kind of they looked really despondent, almost surprised. It's like, this is the level. This is what FUT will do to you if you're not ready. And look, they're a million miles away from Voca, guys. They are a much, much stronger team. So. Yeah, not really much you can do about it, especially when things like this are happening. I mean, this
is exactly
guy,
what I was talking about.
Yeah.
He was just doing whatever he wanted.
Right, he's getting kills at every angle, 360 around, and yeah, he's such a sharp. But it's easy to see, obviously why he's the MVP over the 2.0 rating. But everyone is having a merry old time. You saw Symmetry as well, 1v2 with the AWP dropping down, hitting a hell of a flick despite getting dinged to end the half as well. So yeah, just I think for FUT, what I've liked so far today, since yesterday and today, is apart from the first half on Dustin with Inner Circle, every other half of Counter-Strike has been sheer dominance. Even better than you can say about any other team in the tournament right now. More than PARIVISION, more than even MongolZ for that matter. Sure, caveat, opposition, not the best, so to speak, but they came in, they kicked ass. That's all I can ask.
Yeah, I mean, just a few thoughts about NRG. Obviously, they're in the 1-1 bracket now. I think there are teams here that they can definitely still beat. I don't think NRG are the worst team here by any means. It's just this is too far apart in terms of skill and being well drilled and practiced.
It's also just a kind of a mismatch of play, not even a mismatch of play styles, but effectively NRG play kind of a very simple game, and FUT do as well, but the FUT just do it at a much higher level from across the board, not just from a firepower perspective, but also playing off of each other. They play a very dynamic game. We saw it from NRG. They're also trying that, but obviously, if you're coming up against effectively the team that some are even calling have the most firepower in the world, and that's massive praise. It's just not going to work for you if you're going to play the same kind of brand of Counter-Strike. That's not how you beat FUT. The way you beat FUT is you try to limit that aggression, you slow it down, and you try to pick them off as they are trying to go for some of these plays. But that's not what NRG would do. They're not a very tactical or not a very slow-paced team at all.
I'm not going to read, like I said, complete outclass by FUT. I still think NRG have an outside shot of maybe making it to the playoffs because I feel like...
Who picked them?
I picked them.
It was you.
No, I think you picked them, right?
For energy to go to playoffs, yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't pick them.
Yeah,
How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, not feeling very good about that.
I still feel like I'm making a look. As long as not, PARIVISION to the MongolZ or FUT clearly over here, right? Let's say they go up against 3D Max, for example.
I was gonna say, I feel a lot worse.
Because 3D Max lost a map to Voca, who they destroyed.
Yeah, that's going on over on the other stream right now.
Unreal.
A horrifying new low. Thank you, production. These are the talent predictions. So let's see who was guilty of NRG.
Dustin.
I mean,
it makes sense.
At least Dustin Murray is, being a bit of an NA homer there. I can respect that a little bit. But
I feel a lot worse about the 3D Max pick right now. I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna
me
lie.
too. Me too. I'd actually.
What were you guys thinking?
I don't know.
Have you watched this?
I was trying to be contrarian, Richard. I was trying to be contrarian. I'm like, maybe they're going to come in, but no. I would rather have NRG over there, so my 3D Max pick as well. But again, like I said, for NRG, Rotterdam was pretty much like almost a debut event, with Grim coming in, so to speak. And they had those couple of big upsets. They had a nice map win as well against over Falcons and whatnot. Coming in over here, yes, against Voca, business as usual. Today, a little bit of shock and awe, right? You learn, and you have you have Daps at the helm, you have Nitro at the helm, you learn, you adapt, you improvise, and you overcome, and you get better. I expect them to be better tomorrow, especially against an opponent of kind of around their caliber,
Yeah, well, we'll see how it all pans out. For now, a break, but when we come back, we're not baiting when we say this international Astralis lineup are also a dark horse for the tournament. We'll tell you why after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
So welcome back. As we told you, Astralis are going to be taking on Bait, and we want to talk about Astralis because we touched upon it a little bit in the pre-show, and we touched upon it a little bit on day one. Our first time really talking about them in detail. Astralis has gone international. They were once the Danish powerhouse, then they were the Danish joke, and now they are rebuilding with new ideas, new players, and you know what? So far, so good, guys.
The irony being, as I said yesterday, is Swede coming in to kind of lift them up again from the doldrums they were in. But yeah, absolutely. I think FOZE was in a hell of a pickup. Ryu was a bit of a surprise for everyone else included. I still feel the juice a little bit out still in Ryu, but he is still very, very capable. Doing his job, that's good enough. But I feel like, considering the struggles of a lot of the Scandinavian organizations that's been happening, you're looking at Fnatic, you're looking at NIP, you're looking at Astralis, I feel Astralis have been a winner of that particular battle. They're looking so much better, and for HooXi, it's a testament that his system actually works when he's got the right pieces to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah, where other third organizations, even some much bigger than Astralis, if we're talking about FaZe, failed to upgrade on the opening department. Obviously, Astralis had to deal with the departure of Device to the new 100 Thieves, and picked up what I think was kind of a masterstroke in FUZI, right? That I wouldn't have expected him to turn up in the way that he has so far for this team, but it is through his big performances that they've landed some of their biggest wins so far this year. The Spirit game at EPL comes to mind, where FUZI just destroyed them in that.
Look at the company he's in there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, who would have thought FUZI would be a top 5 opera of this year by rating, and I don't think even that's an unreasonable thing to say just outside of even the raw stats. He has had a lot of really standout performances that we don't see from the likes of Torchi, from the likes of Brokey, and some of these operas that are obviously even sometimes wonderful, even though he has had a much bigger games in the last couple of tournaments, right? So it has just been a really, really good pickup for this Astralis squad, and has kind of given them that extra gear, because it's not necessarily through stability that FUZI has done this. It is through big explosive moments that we saw against the likes of Spirit.
And also, considering the start of the year was still kind of rough for them, right? Like, they weren't really winning too many games. Some of the bigger events took Cluj and whatnot. But I think for EPL, my biggest problem with the EPL thing was obviously the online stage 1 and 2. So it's very hard to really read too much into the results. But on LAN, the fact that they're able to beat Spirit, take down a FUT who were looking almost unstoppable in the deciding game. And eventually, I do believe they lost to Aurora. Fair enough, Aurora still a very, very solid team overall. Still taking a map off. They're a team who've just gotten better and better as things have progressed, and also just the style of Counter-Strike, a proper HooXi style of Counter-Strike. But more importantly for me is the guy you see on the right hand there. That soldier stared through all the trials and tribulations, the struggles that the various iterations of this team has had over the past year and a half. He's been the one sole shining light. And now he gets to blossom, he gets to shine, and he's finally becoming the star that I was born to be.
That's the key component, because it shows that sometimes subtraction is better than addition.
Yeah.
I agree. Like, having the balls, if you like, to sort of say, okay, Device, you're out. This iconic player, we're going with FOZE of all people. And then on top of that, remember, Stown stepped away. He was meant to be the star player. I always thought he was a paper tiger. I didn't think he was a real star player caliber. And then they turned around and went, okay, Stair is the star. Now remember, historically, it was Device that wanted Stair in the lineup. He's no longer there anymore. And Stair is the guy that is now emerging from the shadows as like Denmark's, one of Denmark's best players. And on top of all of that, it seems to have activated Yabi to have took away his long-term partner in crime.
Yeah, exactly. To be fair to Stair, I think he was going through a lot of role transitions, and it wasn't really working out in a lot of ways, because he came into this team as kind of more of an anchor player that was a bit more of a specialist. But that, then they wanted to put him in more active positions. That didn't necessarily work in a lot of the positions. So then he went back to some of the anchoring positions. But now he's kind of reformed and back into the star roles, where he's shining a little bit more. Perhaps because there's a much stronger supporting cast around him, with the addition of Ryu and with Yabi also putting up a bit better numbers than he had before.
And we watched Bait in action yesterday. They did win 2-0. But don't let that fool you. They were playing Wildcard, and it's got to be said as well, it was a little bit laborious in spots.
Yes, it was. I think I don't want to take anything much away from Wildcard. I think they put up a very good showing.
The second map, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing for Bait is, again, let's not forget, it has been just them falling off a cliff for the majority of the season until the Park and Land challenge where, you know, they had to win it. They got the win. Well, good job. Well done. You went up against the 3D Max who looked like, you know, just a broken team at the moment. The opposition wasn't the best. So for me, I need this bait. If I want to believe in the fact that they have gotten back to the form they had last year, they need to not just make it to the playoffs here, but make it convincingly. Make it look convincing to me. Astralis are the favorite team here. For me, and for everyone, right?
I totally agree with
But if bait are able to make this Astralis sweat and maybe even take a map off, then I can be like, all right, this is a bait who are now on the uptrend, because that one land, I don't think it's a big enough sample size or a good enough sample size for me to believe that bait are back.
It's also a story of bait coming in quite after a busy schedule because of the Park and Challenger Championships, where they played something like 25 maps to win the whole tournament.
Those smaller lands will kick your ass.
Oh yes,
it can put you in shape, I'll tell you that.
Yes, it is back-to-back series, and they had barely 2 days to fly over and actually play at this tournament, and they've had to go straight into another tournament for bait. Whereas Astralis, they're coming off of EPL, which happened over 2 weeks ago now. They've had plenty of time to rest, plenty of time to get a few more reps in on you know, whatever they wanted to practice, and so they're going to come in much more energized than a bait.
And here's why bait's also going to be more of a disadvantage here against Astralis, right? Now, Overpass and Nuke, these are the two maps Astralis love to play. Bait's going to ban an Overpass.
There's an Anubis ban.
Nuke's going to be picked by Astralis. And Astralis is just so dominant in that particular map, what Bait has struggled on it historically. Mirage
also,
picked for Bait, no surprise.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is actually kind of an opportunity for Bait, though, because Overpass and Anubis are both two of their weakest maps. Actually, they actually got quite lucky to get an Astralis matchup who ban out Anubis, which they barely play, and Overpass is the other one that they sometimes float, because Bait actually plays all 7 maps, but those two are at the bottom of their list. So both of them are out now. They get to pick Mirage, where Astralis have had kind of up and down results. They haven't been particularly stable. 6-7. Astralis and Nuke, though, I do agree. That's more of a punish pick that is coming out. And then the ancient handshake.
That's the thing. This one, Richard, this game is going to go to a 3-mapper. Mirage,
I'm not so sure, but go on.
No, I'll tell you why. Like, look, Mirage, I think Bait are very, very comfortable on it. Even though Astralis are competent, I think Bait, one of their best maps, their best map, you might even say. Nuke, I see no chance of Bait taking that one. They've struggled on it historically, but Ancient, man, if it goes to Ancient, that's going to be a banger.
Yeah. This is what I was talking about. This showcase is like the Overpass pick that would have been coming 100% for Astralis. They basically pick it any time they possibly can, and Bait got to ban it thanks to the Anubis ban from Astralis. Right, so that's where there's an edge.
Even though the stats don't look good, like, you know, don't let the stats fool you right there, Richard. Even though the stats don't look that great on Nuke for Astralis, right? If you look at the matchups they've had and how close they've been against a very solid opposition, you're like, yeah, against a team who's not comfortable on this map, they will curb stomp them.
I'll say this: they've definitely turned the corner from when this lineup first came together. And just prior to it coming together, they were constantly first picking Nuke and then not getting any rounds on the T side. That was a very historic problem. A lot of people were kind of ridiculing Hooksy about that, but honestly, as they've evolved and changed a couple of pieces, they've got better on that map now for sure, and they are a real threat.
There's actually Ryu who was kind of a specialist on this map, both sides. He's something like 130 on T side on Nuke, even as he is kind of the flex guy who's a lot on roof, who's just doing a lot of supporting, but he's just making those roles work, where he's kind of the late round player who gets to activate a little bit later. He's also great on ramp on the CT side, you know, so to have this kind of a supportive piece come and shine for you for such a map, that is going to do like a world of good.
Having a good ramp player in Nuke just frees up so much of resources and players to do whatever the hell you want on that, you know, outside upper bomb side. And that's the thing with Nuke, Rich. Like, so many times you'll see when your ramp player is a bit more tepid and taking some fights, a little bit more passive, or just plain bad, you have to kind of have to work with that, right? And that means the numbers are thinned out, your rotations can be manipulated. Just having that guy over there is just rock solid. However, I'm starting a Mirage over here. And listen, here's the thing. Like, I just like how Bait approaches this map. Both sides, they look so well drilled. While for Astralis, it's a map which has been a problem for them.
It has been a problem, but here's what I saw yesterday from Bait when they were playing this. It seems to be that they were content at periods in the game to just go for the aim duels and you know, take individual fights. and they weren't very cohesive. And my worry with that is Astralis can out-aim this team, I think. I think it's perfectly possible that they can do that. And so, you know, if they play like they did yesterday, I could see Astralis sneaking.
It's also, if you go back to the Parkin Challenge where they beat all these teams, their wins came down to 13-11s or overtimes and very close games. So, yeah, it could be the case here.
I'll bring in the casters. Anders, you were nearly in Astralis at one point, I believe.
Yeah, they try to get me, Richard. They try to get me, but you warned me. You said, don't do it, Anders. And here I am instead of Henry.
And here you are, a caster with Henry G.
I have to say, though, this is the first... I can't believe I'm saying this. Astralis now might be one of my favorite lineups. After all the buggery over the years from the organization, all the lies, all the manipulation, I'm actually an Astralis fan. I love what the team have done. I like the changes. I think FUZI, especially, an amazing player. Ryu, I agree, hasn't really set the server on fire, but he seems like a solid piece, a safe pair of hands. I've got them as the favorites today. But Bait, they hit hard, especially on Mirage.
We'll see how hard they hit, guys. It's time to get into the action.
Okay, let's do it. Thanks, Richard. Let's get into it. Astralis versus Bait. It's another winner's game here, Anders. I hope you're excited for this one. I want a better game than what we got in the previous, because we didn't really get going.
I think we're guaranteed to get a better one. I'm ready, Henry. I think this is going to be very exciting. Astralis, they start on the CT side. Bait on the T side here. The opening map on Mirage, and we're ready to go. It's Rio in the downstairs.
There it is.
2 people out. That's all you need. He's already punched in.
A safe pair of hands.
Yeah. And the rest of them backing off. Why would you want to take any more fights? Astralis, very smart discipline being shown. You've already got the advantage. I think this is 3 maps written all over it. I hope we get to Ancient. The fact that it's Ancient at the end is wild. So if we get there, I guarantee it's going to be a lot of fun. But
you guarantee it?
I guarantee it, Henry. I put the kits on the line yesterday. Maybe not today.
Yeah, don't do that again.
We'll leave them, give them peace for now.
Yeah, so Mirage, Nuke, and then Ancient. Mirage, of course, picked by Bates, one of their strongest maps, but not looking too good in this pistol. We'll see if they can recover the 5-on-3. Down to Stare and HooXi here, and it's going to be HooXi giving them yet another advantage here. Should be a done deal.
Yeah, pretty much locked in at this stage. Everyone started to show up. Said it's one of the best maps for Bait, and it's hard to disagree, but for Astralis, it's not so much. They're a really weird state on this map, and I've got so many worries. I can't think of a single player on Astralis that feels comfortable in any of their positions on this map.
Hang on.
Why are they're giving him a lot of fights here? 25 seconds. They're low on health, 2 of them. Okay, there we go. HooXi, always the guy to try and save this team.
That's your conclusion of
That's
Astralis?
my conclusion, yeah. Whenever they
Always
need
the
him,
guy to save this team.
That's him. The Giga Chad, as they say.
Well, some do say that. This was beautiful, though, from Ryu.
Yeah.
In towards the underpass, pretty much round over at that point. And yeah, HooXi, Yabi stepping up the USPs. A nice work from Ascential, though, managing to make it at least competitive. Wasn't a complete blowout, but there will be no force buy in the second. Chance for, FUZI just sticking on the USP. I love it, Anders.
That's really good.
That's an old school approach.
The only player that has an exciting rating on the Astralis team on this map is FUZI, AWPing CT side.
What an AWP he is.
That actually might be the key to victory here for them. I'm not even joking. If they can get him up and running with the AWP early on and have a strong CT side, that might be one of the only ways they can shut down this Bait team. Everyone else is, you know, just maybe at a 1.0 rating or below. Most of them below on any position on this map. So
just looking into yesterday as well, Astralis played MIBR, managed to win 2-0. Bait played Wildcard, also got the 2-0.
Yeah.
So this is the 1-0 bracket. 2 teams, maybe game of the day, we're hoping for at least. It's going to be better than the previous series, I'll guarantee that.
It could be. I think it's either this one or, weirdly, it's PARIVISION FOKUS in the next one. That could be very exciting. Although, personally, I'm excited to say JW. It's because I'm old, Henry, and I just want to see JW
I'm
back.
a couple of years behind you. I'm also old.
All right. Well, we're getting there. It's catching up to all of us. Sizzy's gone down. We haven't really had the excitement from him yet. Obviously, it's not going to be in this round, but it's in general. We're keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, he replaced Headtrick, and coming in as his 16-year-old, new AWPer on the scene, and yeah, like he seems fine. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't seem like one of those mechanical talents that's going to be blowing up and making everyone gasp on the server. But he does seem capable. I'll give him that.
Well, that will have to do for now.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe he's got more in the tank somewhere that he hasn't shown us quite yet.
Time will tell, Anders. Time will tell indeed. It's going to be an important round here, number 3. Bear in mind, FUZI taking the full eco. It's a bit of a risk, having the USP only. You're hoping they don't force buy, and they did not. So he's got the AWP here in round number 3, but he does not have a helmet. Won't matter too much against the AKs here.
Yeah, that pound probably be fine. But let's see what they bring. Smoke to the middle. That AWP is playing on the A site for the minute. So not going to be AWPing from the middle early on. Doesn't mean he can't end up there a little bit later. And it looks like a pretty standard setup here, right? Mid control, one guy playing Palace for the T side. That seems to be pretty textbook stuff right now for Bait.
Yeah, bomb towards top and middle. Won't be expecting anything too quick here. Nice incendiary. Ruffles the feathers of the underpass players. Got a Senthiel patrolling for any A main pushes, and indeed towards Palace as well. But mid control has been established at the very least. We're going to see KenZor Molotoving off in towards the ladder room. No one home this time. Oh, but that grenade hits the mark, down to 59 points of health. Smoke towards the window area, and indeed the connector.
Yeah, that's a good enough grenade that it even puts the FAMAS and the MP9 interaction on headshots suddenly.
We're waiting for FUZI to be activated here. Has he fired off an AWP shot? Yep.
I don't think he has. I think it's gone undiscovered for now. That's another good point, though. Bomb is at top mid. No one's picked it up yet.
He hasn't fired a shot. I'm on his screen right now. So
okay, well, that's good info. I like that. You're hinting at the idea that they just won't know that on the T side.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, they probably didn't. There's no way for them to know he had the USB in the previous round, so maybe it will be a surprise. That's NPL going down. They're wrapping around here. They're going to try and check it out, but KenZor, he was low from earlier, and now he's dead. Alex gets one opening. They're trying to cross here, but look at the damage on the Bait side. They're very, very low on health, in fact.
Everyone, all 3 players, you'll do very well. You're going to need nothing but brutal precision here, Anders.
They can do that, Bait. They definitely have it in them, but they're dropping more players, unfortunately. And now it's Alex and Sizzy left. There's the headshots that they needed. It's back into the 2v2. FOZE and Stare. Some of the really strong hitting players here on Astralis, but time is walking down right now. They need to get a little bit closer. They don't have a kit picked up either. It's Sizzy with one more headshot. My God, how have they won this, Bait?
I have no idea. There's no way they should be winning that. Low HP across the board. They steal it away. Opening kills going in favor of Astralis. You had the AWP as well. And it just felt like, I don't know, Stare just needed to hit one bullet on that cross, and it didn't connect, and that's what led them into the round. They got the bomb planted. At this point, yeah, it was looking so good at 5 on 3, essentially, with all that damage done.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
4 on 2 with no HP. We said headshots required, and they were certainly delivered.
Crazy work from Sizzy. Just as we were putting the spotlight on him a bit. I mean, it wasn't the AWP that we want to see him with, but still, really nice work with the AK. That's Bait on the board early on. Probably very bad news for Astralis. Said this is not their favorite map. Getting all the rounds they get early on, I think that's very, very essential.
Especially when you had that 5 on 3 with all the damage done. You don't convert that one. That is shocking.
Celebrations on the Bait side, though. They are a team that have looked better in the past. They probably want to try and return to that form because they were rising pretty quickly.
Oh, they're a hard-hitting team. They're similar to FUT in terms of you underestimate these guys, they will run over you.
Yeah.
Like in terms of the individual mechanical skill, it's up there with the top 10 teams.
Yeah.
They are potent with the AK-47s. We'll see where they can continue with some momentum here on the T side. We'll get into round number 4. 5 players towards middle. We will have a Sentinel fall back in towards T spawn. Flashbang being set up here for FUZI. As soon as that smoke goes down, they'll go for a bit of a swing by the looks of things here. Smoke towards Connect on the T side. Grenades being exchanged.
PL waiting for a mistake there. He's just hoping that someone's going to peek him. Jumping into it. Stare makes the jump down. That's a mad play, but it's absolutely worked out. Yabi gets 2 as well. Senthiel and KenZor is dead now. I can't believe he made the jump out of the smoke.
Really nice coordinated play there. We saw them setting up the flashbang.
Yeah.
Must have been one hell of a flash because they absolutely own them on the other side there. The MP9s, rifles working in tandem. Yabi goes up to 6 and 1 right now. And Senthiel, almost 0 chance of winning this. A bomb's down in towards middle. Sure, he's got 45 seconds, but you don't even need to give him a duel at this point. Give him nothing. Rot that clock. Well, you've given him something, Stare.
Hoxie only has a pistol. He hasn't actually picked up a gun yet.
didn't seem worth holding that angle with no sort of exit plan.
I'd agree, because they don't have any helmets on the other side at all, right? So even the Galil right now, he's picked up an AK, didn't even need to be honest, to win the round. 20 seconds is still doable. HooXi, he's pushed back, and he pretty much can guess here. Essential has got the right read, picks up the bomb now, 15 seconds on the clock. He can make it back, he can make a run for it, but HooXi, he might have mega-minded this one. He's all the way towards CT spawn. He's wrapped the way around. Smoke goes up. Can he get the shot through the 5-7? It's a lot of bullets. The bomb is planted. I can't believe it's Sentinel. He's done so much work. That is a scary end to the round.
With that smoke down as well, it creates so many awkward angles. You've got HooXi just spamming his 5-7, trying to get a reload off, ducking and weaving around the smoke. Luckily, the final player in the form of Yabi, continuing his strong form, now 7-1, is there to pick up the pieces. But like I said, that coordinated strike towards middle, where you had the little guns doing a lot, 5-7s, MP9s leaping out of the window, perfect flashbang, complete chaos, and with 5 players from Bait there towards middle, couldn't fend them off, and it's a very important round for Astralis to pick up. They go 3-1. Bomb was planted though, but in terms of loss bonus, they entered this round with $1,900. So they're averaging around 3K right now. So a very important decision needs to be made. Are we going for an all-in investment or taking the partial buy? I would say the latter would be advised. We know on Mirage especially, bringing out Tech-9s and Kevlar, a few smokes executing towards a bomb site, still can be very powerful.
I think last time we saw Bait, they, at least in one of those rounds, they went for a contact play out of Palace.
Yes.
I quite like that, with no grenades or anything. It seems like a fun way to play, but they're running the other way.
Astralis really needs to convert this one.
Yes.
Can't allow the Tech-9s to run over them. It will be the B execution. All 5 members of Bait here, ready and waiting. Smoke's going to be going down early as well. We're talking smokes towards window, smokes towards the archway. There's only be 1 kill. HooXi commits to the spray. Talk about commitment. He's very deep there as well. I think there's a chance of going to recover that M4. Nice shot from Yabi. Continues that strong form, making sure he doesn't get taken down here as he gets himself a lovely hat-trick here. Make it a quad kill. That's what you like to see. Rock solid from Yabi as he goes up to 11-1 right now. 4-1 overall for Astralis on their opponent's map pick here on the CT side.
Making the decision not to fight them in the hallways for Yabi, but isolating the fight towards the bench. Got to be pretty smart in that moment. If he dies, it's kind of a problem.
Yeah, he was ensuring he didn't get overwhelmed. If they're going to kill him, they're going to have to really commit to that arch side and push towards him. He'll hear them coming. And yeah, just hitting some beautiful shots there. He is absolutely locked in. Here comes a gun round, though. And once again, we're going for that Palace pop, Anders. 3 players in towards the Palace. Couple of smokes on CD spawn. Molotov those steps. And then you're sending 3 players out with bombardment of flashbangs here. Could just go for the contact play, but the smoke is down. I think that's going to kind of lead them second-guessing that sort of approach. Wait for the util.
There's a big crossfire here as well, but Ryu's already down. Wow, that's quick. Essential, they saw Yabi. They know that he's in here, so he's going to die right away. It couldn't have been any better. They got the wall of smokes up, the bombs being planted. I think Astralis should very seriously consider, well, saving. It's too late now. Stair, he got burned trying to get out of that jungle. And Kenzasaw hunting down HooXi. That is lightning fast.
Well, they were not dissuaded by the smoke whatsoever. Out of the Palace they came, playing like kings. As we do see a couple of entries there. KenzaSaw and Ascenthia working in tandem. FUZI, oh my goodness, what is he up to? 5-7, looking for the double kill, not going to happen. AWP recovered for Sizzy as well. Second round on the board, and we are going to see money available for Astralis, but it's a little bit bare bones. See if they want to take a tactical timeout themselves. 4-2. Big round coming up next. Here's the replay. How we said, okay, that's ridiculous. Just straight up spamming that kind of very commonly occupied corner, to be fair, but the fact he hits the instant headshot, that's very unfortunate.
Well, especially because it's Ryu and Jabi that wanted to sort of have a bit of a crossfire and play like a 1-2 punch kind of thing. And obviously when you die like that, you can't even really say anything. You just say, well, that's it. Like, I guess that's the defense gone. Bait. Showing us why they're good on this map, I guess.
They hit hard. Important rounds here. Funds are low. FUZI has the AWP once again.
Hasn't really had a chance to flex it all that much, but
this could be the round. They are setting up for an A play. We've got 1 player towards Palace, 2 towards Ramp, 1 coming through underpass, 1 top and middle. So A split looking very likely here. And so just let the round breathe for a second.
That's exactly what they're doing, Henry. Under a minute now. Going back to pick up the bomb is Alex. And they will make their way eventually towards the ramp. They still have that Palace player in NPL. They got 3 people here on the defense, almost a 4th. Look at Astralis reading this. They're going to go check out the middle, but I think HooXi's making a smart move. Let's see if they can guess the next part of it. There might be a bit of a... If Kenzor can make noise, he can draw somebody back, but otherwise, it's a full-on defense. FOZE, you need more than that. I can't believe he doesn't get the scope out in time. Stairs taking on MPL. 25 seconds. They still have a 4-man defense. There's nobody at the B-bomb site for Astralis. They should be able to hold this one, and they will. They keep showing up on the stairs, and Yabi turns around. He's on fire right now. 13-2.
He is absolutely killing it. It was a slower pace round, establishing themselves in towards middle. A split, like we said, but with 25 seconds, it was a bit of a scramble. CT's read it very well indeed. The MP9's lighting them up. A lot of damage output from Yabi once again. 13-2. And yeah, it's going to be another difficult round going forward for Bates. Partial buy territory once again.
I think this is a round that shows some of the great IGL work for HooXi. The fact that they were able to read that that was going to be an A hit. They check out middle just before, like right before the hit happened, so they even know that there's no one shooting them from connector any longer. I don't know what the clue was that gave them that insight, but it was very, very neat how they managed to get the defense over to the A side. FUZE needs a bit more with the AWP. We know he can.
I mean, with Yabi playing like this, it might not matter.
He's definitely making up for it. That's true.
So, these are the sort of rounds, though, where Astralis will find themselves in a horror show. There's so many heartbreaking rounds over the years when they're in prime positions, losing to Tech9s and Deagles.
That was old Astralis.
It was, but worth noting.
You're a fan now.
I am a fan.
I mean, it's an enormous change to the organization, right? Like, never mind the new ownership, but the fact that it's not all Danish anymore. Like, it's a lot of change.
First time ever.
Yeah. But it seems like the Danish fans are on board with it. They just want the results, I guess, which makes sense.
I think because we're just not recycling the same old tired names at this point.
Yes.
We're giving some young blood a chance, and sure, it's not Danish, but everyone loves FUZE. Really nice guy, great player, and now finding impact with the AWP. He'll take down Alex 666. As we get into another grenade encounter there towards middle. Right in the pocket of Ascenthiel. Should be enough to win this round. Doesn't look like it'll be too much threats, but Stair is being surrounded covered by Ryu. Glock will find one, but that grenade will take him down. Oh, man, touchdown. And MPL. Not really much you can do here, I'm afraid. This is looking quite promising, Astralis. I'm liking this. I needed that to be clean, and it certainly was. 4 players surviving.
It's really encouraging to see Yabi start to play well again, because when he came over from Heroic, you remember originally with Stown?
It was in a bit of a slump,
yeah. That pairing was so strong, and then it kind of disappeared on Astralis. Like, they just never really got that up and running. But if they can revive him, that'd be quite something.
14-2 right now.
Well, and NPL is 0-7.
A lot of James Bonds today.
Yeah. Is there a new movie coming out soon?
Don't know. I haven't seen the new ones, to be fair.
All right.
Couldn't tell you. Not a huge fan of modern cinema.
No. I can respect that, Henry. Stays about inside of the smoke there. Yabi on top of mid. He'll get his. That's better than just going outright down. Alex very low on health behind that one. He's going to pick up the AWP after Sizzy died. They're trying to boost into the window, and they'll do so successfully. Strong position here for NPL, who would love to be on the board. They lose Kenzor. And the fact that he's there could make Astralis think.
You'll have an inkling that someone could be boosted up towards window with that positioning alone, but it's being overlooked right now. He's actually made it through towards CT spawn. This is the linchpin of the round. MPL's play.
Yeah,
and the fact that going towards B, there's a nice little dink there as well. Alex is low. MPL will have to do something unbelievably good, but yeah, I think he gets a free kill on HooXi.
I think he already saw him earlier, and he's just checking the rest of the bomb site. Oh, and that might...
Oh no, brother.
NPL, where have the bullets gone?
Okay, made up for it. Made up for it. All good.
That is a really scary moment. You're right, he made up for it. But if he didn't, that would have been the collapse of Bait. I think it's very hard to overcome that kind of thing. But I mean, you understand why you want to check for a second player. It makes a lot of sense. I don't even know how he's missed that shot. But he did. It's just 2 rifles left here on the Astralis side. I guess they hang around to see if there was going to be a big mistake made. Maybe Bait would have pushed into the market. They don't. And so there's nothing left to fight for here. 3rd round for Bait. They are on the T side as well, so I guess even though Astralis is doing pretty well at the moment, we don't want to get too carried away here. If Bait get a little bit more momentum, NPL now on the scoreboard as well. Like, this could be a very different match in a couple of rounds here. I don't think it's over for Bait at all.
No, certainly not. Well, there we have it. We will have 2 players survive for Astralis. We FUZ with the AWP, Rio with the M4. But Bait there, given a bit of a lifeline. The missed shots from MPL, you thought he was done for. Arguably, after those missed shots come in, you felt like HooXi should have punished, but unable to find the shots himself. The double kill comes through, and somehow, some way, they get away with it. 6-3, getting to the closing stages of this first half. Money will be broken for Astralis if they give this one up, but it's been a pretty impressive half of them so far. Let's see if they can add a couple more to their tally.
Says he's got the AWP back. Didn't get a chance to use it last round. He just got killed right away by Yabi at the top of mid. See if he can find a way to scope somebody in the middle. Very standard kind of setup here. It's been a lot of this for Bait, where they're leaving Essential alone over at the Palace or at the A-ramp, and the rest of them are pretty much opening up middle. Again, it's nothing really out of the ordinary here. And if they can get into window once again, but it's being heavily guarded this time. Astralis don't want to let them through. Smoke goes up, and yeah, you've already been discovered. A lot of damage on the stair, though, I must admit. On the jungle side, that's pretty scary. A position that could easily be Molotov or grenaded in about 10 different ways. So, might be a little bit risky to be there.
B finish coming in. They're trying to target HooXi. He's currently 4 and 5, playing a nice defensive position. This is always good for one. Needs a bit of backup, though. Doesn't really have anyone with him. Can he fend off a full-on assault? His teammates are dropping like flies, and no, he cannot. It's down to Yabi once again, but pulls out the grenade. He'll be done for momentarily. Gets himself a 2nd and a 3rd. He's doing it once again. He's down up to 18 kills. Drops to smoke and now playing for self-preservation. Needs some backup, and it's arriving. FUZI from the window brings him a man advantage. 2-on-1 as MPL thrust into a clutch.
What could he actually do here? He's running out of time as well. 12 seconds. They're not even fighting him right now.
The grenade.
Let's have the bomb. Grenade to blow it open here, but they're coming for him. Incendiary on top. NPL, what a headshot. He's down to 4 seconds. He can't get off the plant now, but unfortunately, FUZI's too far away. He's just holding the corner. They will win the round, Astralis, and they should have had no chance, and they wouldn't have, except for Yabi coming up with a triple kill. What is he doing right now?
18 and 4. This is an unbelievable performance. And look, those are 5-on-3 at this stage, right?
Yeah.
He's got nothing to work with, surrounded. They know exactly where he is. He's half HP, gets himself a triple. He said he needed backup. FUZI arrives, and it goes down to the 1v1, converts it, and then it's an absolutely massive round for Astralis to recover there. HooXi going down with nothing. It felt like it was a death sentence for that B-bomb site, but no, Yabi there with some career best form, I have to say. This is unreal, what he's bringing to the table right now. 18 and 4 after 10 rounds in play.
He's responsible for so many of their rounds at the moment. And again, this is the map that Astralis really aren't that good on. Their win percentage not that high. They don't have very many comfortable roles if you look at how they actually play the different parts of the map, but it doesn't matter at all. Yabi's bringing it home with a crazy performance. Stair is going to get flashed out and killed. That's a nasty way to go down to the beginning. Yabi over by the ladder room. Unfortunately put out of the fight for the minute and taken down by Sizzy. This is how Bait have won some of these rounds. They're just, when they're fast and aggressive on the bomb side, I feel like it's working better.
Well, they chose their objective pretty early on there, but the round's certainly not done yet. 2 versus 1, but above the smoke, Alex will strike down FUZI. And there we go. We're back to their winning ways. Final round coming up next. Should be a bit of a gimme for Bait here, considering they've completely reset the finances. Bottom of the barrel loss bonus, you can see it reflected on your screens right now. That's $1,400 per player. So we're talking like Deagle, no helmet, and no grenade. So scouts will be brought out. And I did see 1 M4 in the hands of Ryu. Probably want to give that to Yabi, to be honest with you. His Desert Eagle is deadly, fair enough. But the way he's playing right now, give him the M4.
Yeah, we see teams make these choices a lot. I think the standard reply is that you don't want to make anyone on the team feel like they're sort of a worse player.
I don't care about your feelings.
That's
I want to win the round.
All right. Henry Shapiro's in the house now.
Christ. Let's not make that a thing.
No, it's too obvious. I had to go for it. I can't help myself, Henry. You know that. It's last round and a half, Henry.
It is.
And Sizzy defeating the scout. He was also looking the wrong way. Let's see if this Deagle from Yabi, though, could make a bit of a return. You are right, though. He is well known to have a pretty strong Deagle. Unfortunately, his teammates are dying way too quickly.
Yeah, like we said, this is a gimme round.
Oh, wait a minute. He's sneaking out. Bomb is planted.
Lining it up.
He wants more than one. He's really doing all the math. Okay, his teammate actually shot his head aside. Did he miss the headshot because his teammate dinked him? It might have been possible. Either way, it's another round for Bait. That's pretty good. I think 5-7 for the first half. I mean, we'll take it.
Oh, we absolutely will. I think Astralis will be happy with that. Winning the pistol, managed to go up 4-1. Felt like they got to run away with it, but fair play to Bait, managing to make it very respectable. In the end, last couple of rounds were theirs, hands down. Yabi with the chance of the Desert Eagle there. He finishes his half 19-6. So excellent work from him. Really peeking into this game right now on their opponent's map pick.
Now, for any Astralis fans, including you, Henry, I will warn, I think it's going to be a really tough game from here on out. I think Bait are going to be comfortable. NPL had a very slow start. He's started to get activated a bit more now. CT side here for Bait. I imagine they will feel very comfortable. Traditionally, they win more rounds on their CT side. It's not a huge amount, but it is more. So I think they'll come into the second half feeling pretty good.
Well, here's the replay. Let's see if you're right. Yeah, you're right. I think it's on. So his teammate dinked him, and that means he missed the headshot. Doesn't really matter. They get the kill
Doesn't
away.
matter.
But yeah, it's a funny moment. Important pistol, especially for Astralis. We'll see if we can work out what they're up to with the utility purchase. 1 smoke, 2 flashes, make it 3 in total. Is there a P250 in the mix? There is not. 2 smokes now, as we're going into an A execution.
They have the smoke kit
very
combination.
fast as well. They've thrown the smokes from spawn.
They have, you're right. They're speeding it up. But Bait have a win condition in that smoke kit. I love that combination here. They also have it with the dualies. Who cares about the defuse? I don't know why I'm talking about it, Henry. They just win the round with headshots.
They're nowhere near a bomb plant, I'm afraid. Nice idea, I suppose. Those set smokes out of spawn enable you to rush A, but the CT is more than ready for it, mowing them down with USPs and dual elites, overlooking angles, and yeah, not even close to a bomb plant there. Absolute massacre. Here towards the A site. Should be the full eco, and indeed it is. So 7-7 guaranteed here.
Sizzy with the MP9. Very cool for him if he could farm some of these unarmored targets.
True, that would help.
Yeah, buy the AWP earlier. We all love that. Could even justify, I think, him going for, you know, a bit more of an active role. Almost wish he was playing closer to middle. Get the A ramp for the minute, though. No one's there. You can't know that yet, but yeah, it is a close game right now. Going to be even closer after this one. Tied 7-7. Scary, though, with Yabi playing the way that he is. He swaps to the C side now. If he picks up the AK, Yabi could do some devastating work if he's in this kind of a mood. Some of that I look forward to here. Yeah, Astralis, best lineup we've seen from them for years now. It's been pretty grim being an Astralis fan. Not been much to celebrate for a long time, but there's a little bit of hope on the horizon finally. This round's washed out. Get it out the way.
Yeah.
AKs are back out.
Here we go then. 7-7. See what Astralis will bring to the table on their T side. Bait in a comfortable spot here now. CT forces their map pick. Recovering the deficit, 4-1 down. Yabi, see where he's still got any fuel left in the tank here. We're heading over towards B once again. A call has been made out of spawn, Anders.
Or B splits. Look at the double push into Palace, though. The Baits, they might not know exactly that it's going to be, you know, B hit right away, but they'll have some information early on.
The bomb will remain here for now. They don't have to finish up towards B, of course, if they get some decent information towards middle.
Look at Alex. He's pushed all the way into T-spawn practically.
Yeah, through Palace as well. Nice grenade.
They're being read a little bit right now, Astralis.
Yeah, but that smoke says it all. Do you continue with this? You don't have any information into T-Spawn on the A side of the map. Molotov down towards the van, yeah. Take a deep breath and make your way in.
They're trying, but the entire plan has been read from the CT side. They know what's coming. Not the spray that we'd love to see there for Essential. Normally pretty reliable for that kind of thing, I must say.
Whereas Stair, though, he's in towards the underpass, and the B-bomb site actually kind of open right now, so they'll get the bomb planted at the very least, but it should be a comfortable retake.
Yeah, we'll see if Stair can win this fight against Alex.
Oh, that timing.
Oh, yeah, he's been fighting this whole way. From us out, he's just constantly missing him. He wants to get a cleaner shot. Got to be careful that Stair doesn't turn around. Okay, his patience is paid off. And Ryu can't really take the rest of them on. There's a 1 versus 4 for him, by the way. So very important there. It's the early buy round for Astralis. They get a hold on the rifles here on the bait side. And I do think like winning this map is pretty important for bait right now. So good work. I think they're back on top now.
Oh, absolutely. That was way too comfortable there. Completely outread, outmaneuvered. Pushing in towards the palace, getting all that information, dropping that deep smoke just as they're coming in towards B mid. Things very problematic. And Bay go up 8-7. The money is in a woeful state again. It's partial by territory, I suppose. And they are going to be opting for the full investment, Anders. So we've gone for Galils and a couple of AKs. Not sure this is going to work out too well for them. Look how much damage they've taken already.
Adding more on top?
Yeah, it's not the round they were looking for.
And when you do this kind of full investment, at least you need a lot of damage in a bomb plant.
I thought they were going to hit the half buy here. 3 Galils and a kind of mid-attack with that sort of weaponry. You were kind of asking for it. Let's have a look if they can recover, though. I doubt it. 2 players, less than half health. And yeah, 1 by 1 they go. Very convincing.
This is the kind of round that really, I think, cements the confidence here for Bait. All right, Fuzi. A little bit more if you can. Another kill would have been nice. The money is out of control right now for Bait. They're really starting to stack that on the CT side. But it'll only be the 2 casualties in this one. Bait continue to extend their lead.
Yeah, 4-0 here in the second half. Now we are definitely in partial buy territory. Maximum loss bonus, of course, but I don't want to see another full investment here. Let's go for the Tech-9, shall we? It's going to be an uphill battle. Diaby starting to fall off the pace a little bit. 19 kills in that first half, 0 kills in the second as we enter round number 5.
Yeah, they haven't really had a chance to get going yet. I would have expected with the AK on Yabi for the second half here that maybe he would be even more fired up. Did amazing work with the M4 in the first half, defending that B-bomb, so it was pretty crazy to watch. But yeah, MPL just before the smoke lands, then Sizzy just before the Molotov lands. Astralis with enough speed to be in front of their own utility, and that cost them pretty dearly.
So, that half buy we speculated has come to fruition. It's going to be another B pounce here. They've played in front of the util. It's uncomfortable for the CTs. The flashbangs are very effective, but the shots have always been very sharp here. Finally, something to work with. As Stair will be fighting back with that Deagle. We've got a 2-on-2, but they've taken so much damage on Rue here. Still a massive advantage for Benz.
Kansas was trying to pre-fire that spray. He knew someone was flanking him, but he just couldn't really get the shot off, unfortunately, here. Fozy, he's got the AK. Can you actually do it in time? If you swing right now, it might be genius. Shrio taking down Alex, and now Sizzy trying to retake with the AWP. I can't believe it, the half buy has worked here. Is that 3 kills at the end for Ryu?
Absolute chaos there, playing just in front of the utility. The flashbangs were very effective, swarming them with the Tech-9s is exactly what you want to see there. And fortunately, even on the low HP, it's the AWP trying to clutch up in the 2 versus 1. And it was nice base and switcher as well. The low HP player with the Tech-9 waiting for his moment to strike. As soon as that incendiary was thrown, that's when he peaked, and it's Ryu to pick up the frag, the penultimate one, and gets the double in the end as well. So a 1-round game. Felt like they needed that, Astralis. It's that first on the board here in the second half. 9-8.
If they want a chance still to win this one, then it had to be that round. Yeah, I don't think Kansas was going to be ready, but then again, Stair wasn't really going to check that corner from the looks of it. FOKUS set him up with a flashbang though, and now putting even more pressure on the A-bomb site. The Molotov to push back. Alex was inside and then shoots him through the box. That is absurd. Stairs decided to win this round on his own. Why isn't he doing this more if he could do stuff like this?
Well, he has been rock solid for Astralis over the years. Getting better and better. One of the true stars of this squad with Fuzi now as well. And yeah, you're right, single-handedly wins it. The speed he gets in towards Connector, they had no idea that was a possibility. And sure, it's great to get that space, but the execution on those couple of kills he gets is just world-class. Really quite spectacular round here from Stair. First kill, sorry, Disafati's caught off guard, still hits the flick. Gets that kill on the bomb site for flushing the player out with the Molotov. And then Yavi starting to contribute now as well. And it will be the full eco for Bait. So here we go. A chance to get double digits, but nothing's ever guaranteed in this world, Anders. Astralis still have to win this one cleanly, which they probably will, but you never know. Full eco victories have happened before.
Yeah, I want to be really careful. Previous Astralis lineups, they could definitely throw away around like this one. I feel like there's more strength somehow. FOKUS, he's got them under control.
B stream update. Well, we've got the full eco here. It's 3D Max versus Voca. They're on their third map. Voca picking up the first of Dust 2. 3D Max battle back on Anubis, 13-8, and now they're playing Ancient. Voca up 5-0 against 3D Max, by the way.
Oh my god.
And that's a 0-1 game.
That's crazy.
The gatekeepers, no more. Feels like the gates have collapsed.
So 3D Max could end up basically starting the tournament losing to FOKUS and then to
They'll be in the
Voca.
same position as FaZe, who have forfeited their first 2 games.
True. another genius move by Kerrigan.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I don't want to check in on other tournaments, but I do want to look what FaZe are up to right now. I just want to
Cybershock game.
Yeah, they're playing Cybershock. They've managed to win the first map, and it looks like they're about to win the second as well. Just because they're coming here potentially after that.
No, like it's a worthwhile update for sure. Like there's a lot of drama about it. We need that. Do want to say it's very important for Bait, I think, to win this map because Nuke is the second map, and while Bait can play the map a little bit, their T side on Nuke is dreadful. They really don't do a good job.
You don't use that word lightly.
No, it's below what I expect from them. Like, I want to see more out of them. I don't think they're going to be able to deliver that. So I do think if we want a third map, which I really want to see Ancient here.
Okay. Well, at least we got a game this time.
That's true.
FUT versus NRG might have been the quickest game we've ever commentated as a duo.
I can't believe how fast it
started
was.
at 10 a.m. and even with the 15-minute break between the maps, we were done by 11:20.
Yeah.
So
we just hardly even got started.
It wasn't even a game.
Yeah.
So this one certainly is. This is the one-round game. 10-9, round 20. Astralis in the lead, but can they hold on to it? They've established their finances, plenty of cash here after fending off the full eco. Bit of aggression. MPL knows that his players can be flushed out, and he's going to use this to push, I think. Does he go any further forward?
Oh, must have been tempting. He heard them running back there. He knew the incendiary pushed them back. Cozy's right there. What a great shot. Lined it up, dinked him, and then killed him. Back around the corner. You don't need more, but he's got the confidence. Remember, he was 0-7. Now he's 12-12. What a resurgence from NPL individually. And they did need that. They need him to bring down Astralis on this opening map. So far, so good.
Very difficult round to recover now. FOKUS tagged up. Will be rocking the AWP. FUZI goes down after a lovely shot there from MPL. 1.5 kills. I'll try their luck up towards short here, hoping FOKUS can find some sort of an opener. FaZe checking the angles here bravely. Don't have to really give them anything if you're Bait.
Opening kill will do it.
Spotted.
Sizzy's found out they're in the middle. It's going to be Ryu taking one in return here. Clock's running down low. Okay, he turns around, finds Kenzasaur, smokes up even a third player in his set kill. He's found another headshot. How is this happening? Bates, this round was right there for the taking. And they are going to take it back after all, is what it looks like. FOKUS smoked off here, trying to see if he can make his way around, but they're going to catch him. Alex Just guns him down in the smoke.
Did have the bomb there. That was the only play he could make.
Yeah.
Jump around the corner, through the smoke, try and get the bomb planted in towards B, but the headline reads that we've gone 10-10. Bait tied things up. Nice little aggressive maneuver there from MPL to kick things off, finding the AWPer and actually dinking hooks at the same time and surviving. This is the play right here.
Yeah.
So much damage.
Look at this.
Ryu, though, certainly fall back. There was a moment you thought this round was back on when he gets his third kill, especially towards Short. Good God, that was good. But so much damage inflicted. No chance for HooXi to escape. But like we said, plenty of money. So 10-10, we'll tie things up. But the money's still not great on the CT side. Essentially operating with an MP9 right now. Full buy for Astralis. And we've got 3 players on the A side of the map. So A split looking very likely here, as we'll see HooXi patrolling towards middle and stare towards that underpass area.
See how much he can distract. Smoke up. Gets a little bit of a grenade. Another one for his troubles. Don't think he cares that much. He's just trying to create some space for the rest of the... Yeah, they're pushing up ramp already. Some good damage. They know that he's back here somewhere, and he's actually going to go down. That was a shot through the box from Fuzi on the other side. Stair with a headshot. Now he's back in the connector, doing some great work. MPL and Senthiel. The bomb is planted, and you got to wonder, with the money that's left there on the CT side, is it really worth going for it? They don't have the kit. If they had a kit and a smoke, maybe you can get a kill and try and do something here, but I feel like it's a really big reach right now. 1 versus 3, and MPL still moving forward. He's feeling some confidence. He actually does get the dink, but he won't win the round.
Ryu's stepping up now.
Yeah.
It was Yabi, the star of the show, in that first half. He was 19 and I think 7 or something like that. He's currently 20 and 13. So in this second half, Yabi has run out of gas. The tank is unbelievably low. But Ryu has picked up the pace.
Yeah.
He's up to 19 and 13. So he's had some great impact. Huge round for them to pick up once again. And I think that shuts down the resources completely of Bates. Yeah, they're averaging, Anders, $2,000. They can't even really partial buy into this round. It has to be another eco. And it's from that point.
That's pretty scary. They're not in a good position right now. They started off well in the second half. It was looking good on the CT side. NPL was coming alive. We started to see a little bit more light to the end of the tunnel for Bates, but unfortunately, don't know if that's going to continue to be the case. Like you said, just don't really have the money.
Got to play for overtime, which is still certainly possible.
They got 1 flashbang.
I mean, yeah, you got to win this round if you're Astralis first. They've called for a full-on A execution, I think. Going for a bit of a Palace pop themselves. Looks like they're going to try and get out the Palace, knowing it should be an Eco they're up against. You can see that's reflected in the buy. Ryu with $10,000 this round goes to the Mac 10. So they know exactly what they're up against.
Yeah, and look, it's a full-on crunch in the middle here for Bait, right? They're going to flash the middle and run 4 people in there. They would have, but they got interrupted because of this execute. So now they're back. They still have the flashbang, so I guess they could try and go through the smoke. Underhanding it in from CT Spawn.
Getting a bit weird, though.
It is getting a bit weird. They're getting some good kills here on the CT side, but not enough, I think, to really put the round into contention.
There was a moment when I felt like that could have spiraled. Just caught their nades out. CT's running through the smoke. Steagle headshots required now for Kenzie Zorb. Not planting the bomb, making sure that everyone's calm in position before they make their next move. Swing them together, that's the way forward. And there we have it. Map point for Astralis. Bear in mind, this second half hasn't exactly been going swimmingly for them. They were down 4-0 before they came online. But now with map point under their belts, see whether they can close it out cleanly. Even though that full eco, there's going to be some concessions here for the CT side. A couple of grenades missing here or there. Kit situation not ideal. Sizzy with no grenades at all goes for the AWP no helmets situation. Astralis would love to get out of here, right now. They have got a buy going forward if this round falls awry. So won't be operating with Tech 9s or Galils for round number 24, but let's see if they can close it here.
They're checking right now to see if anyone is underpass. They got the grenade down on the one side, and then they got the double push from Ryu and Stair coming in here. So they're really, if there was a CT down here, they would have been locked into basically one corner that they were already checking. So good protocols. Molotovs to the window, not finding anyone there either. See if they can isolate one of these fights in the middle. They are going to need the smoke in the window sooner rather than later. Don't like the idea that NPL could sneak in. They're still going for it. Sizzy, he goes straight down. That's a nice flick from FOZE. He's actually up to 17. He started to really come alive as well. MPL, good spray down. Hits the second headshot and can't continue to go. Through the smoke, FOZE was able to find him. It's not over yet here. Yabi's activated. 24 kills. Couldn't get the second. I thought maybe that was how it ends. Grenade right on top, and Ryu didn't have the health for it, unfortunately. So, one step closer to overtime. Bait, they do not want to give up on this map yet.
Certainly not. Very convincing finish as well. 2 players, even after getting grenaded, working in tandem, making sure the trade was always possible. And we'll see if there's an Astralis timeout. Looks like there will be. Rugger wants to close this right here, right now. Does not want to enter overtime. They will have everything they need. Yabi, some good impact there, but unable to close the round out. Let's see what HooXi's got up his sleeve here. We'll have the coach to back him up as well. Looking for that knockout blow. What will the call be? What can they come up with to close out their opponent's map pick of Mirage? Time will tell. Alex666 operating with a FAMAS. Other than that, looking pretty healthy. They have a few defuse kits this time, making 4 of them. Astralis, what have you got? No one towards A, Anders. It's a set piece. It's a pocket strap. No defaults here.
Okay, I like it. HooXi commands a lot of respect, and there's a reason why. He has a way of finding these rounds. He's got a really good control of the team right now. Let's see. Sneaking out top mid for the moment. Well, they got Ryu on the other side. He's controlling and making sure there are no pushes happening there. Bait really haven't been that aggressive on the CT side. I think MPL at the top of mid maybe is the most we've seen, but they haven't really been. And there was one round where Alex pushed into a palace, but those are the only 2 rounds. The rest of them, they've been playing pretty standard CT Counter-Strike here. Kenzasaw under a lot of threats, and the Incendiary, they're going to push right through it. I do like it. They feel like they have an opportunity, but it might be too much. Still at the back of the site, this MPL at the bench. Will get the kill on the Ryu, and Vozi drops the AWP. Wants to fight now, 1 versus 3. They're swinging out against him. NPL, what a resurgence. It is going to be overtime. He lands 3 kills in that one. He ends at 19 in regulation from being 0-7.
Wow. You love to see that. And it was the pocket strat there, the B split. Unfortunately for them, running through the Incendiary, absolute chaos there. Managed to find a couple of trades, but MPL rock solid on that B bomb site. Saw it coming from a mile away, and indeed we do enter overtime here. We are fully reset as Astralis remain on the T side. Let's have a look at MPL's performance here from the bench. Ducking and weaving. Nice little swing out to find FUZi as well. No chance in the 1 versus 3. And we're going back to a more traditional default here. Bomb down in T-spawn, 2 towards B apartments, 1 middle, 2 towards the A side of the map. Damage taken, Yabi down to 65 points of health to kick things off.
Yeah, see if he could find the space to do something on the ramp. Smoke us up for now, okay. HooXi's the only one low on the scoreboard. That should be the round, right? You get 2 openings, make it 3.
Well, with shots like that, sure. Let's do that every round.
Yeah, why make it complicated?
Yeah, just send HooXi out to kill everyone with the AK.
Send Stair to the connector like the other round. Get 3 kills.
Oh, it still could go wrong, I suppose, but unless he nades himself. Oh my god, he had 10 HP.
Yeah, well, probably they would have lost the round either way, but if he grenaded himself, it would be funny.
Yeah, there's no denying that.
So bombs planted.
Not a sustainable round. You can't just say HooXi go get 2 brutal headshots towards middle by taking face check duels, but I'll take it this round. Take it this round for sure.
Would have been better last round.
Yeah, true.
You know, dodged the overtime, but
I want to see that replay from HooXi. How clean was it? It felt like it was very nice, very precise, nice burst fire. Doesn't really matter if they find this last kill or not. Actually, I guess I suppose it does. Like, denying the AK for the CT side.
Oh, you're right.
Huge. Yeah. So we'll take it, fam. There we go. First round of the board for Astralis. Here's 1 all they get, though. Like I said, not really a sustainable approach. HooXi getting that double. It's lovely to see. Warms your heart, but don't think they'll be given that opportunity ever again.
Maybe not in that fashion. Or picked up again on the CT side, but you can see for Sizzy, it's going to cut into the funds on the team as a whole here. So let's see if Bates are going to be in trouble. If they lose this round, it could get real interesting. Looks like it'll be a bit of a faster play maybe towards the A-bomb side. They're already towards connector. Stairs putting on the pressure.
This was his signature move.
Yeah. He's been playing very well in this part of the map. He's cracked open a couple of rounds. He's doing it again, taking down Alex. I don't know how he's finding that. No one's checking the sandwich position. It's Ryu getting a kill, and he will follow it up as well. Sprays down Kenzasaur as the follow-up. And now they might be able to get onto the site and get the bomb planted. MPL finding the perfect timing. It couldn't have been any better. HooXi with his back turned. And the bomb is not planted yet. In fact, they are escaping the bomb site.
They're not feeling it. Feeling like they're out of position. CTs have arrived at the scene of the crime and done a great job on the cleanup. 2 versus 2, anyone's round, but advantage Astralis, I suppose. But nice little play from MPL here. Here's the sound cues, knows they're heading towards B right now, and he's going to get the perfect timing.
And Ryu even checked it, right? He knew that his teammate had ran, so he wanted to check if someone was peeking. So he had the idea that someone could be there. When does that idea kick in again? When is he going to remind himself? Might be too late here, MPL.
Oh, it gets away with it.
That's mad. Around the corner we go. FOZE. A banging shot, and he will turn around and take down NPL as well. That is sick.
Not the most comfortable rounds by any stretch of the imagination. A little bit of luck landing in favor of Ryu there. The fact he doesn't get dropped with that backstab from MPL, I am shocked. But still, they'll take it all day long. We go 2-0. Final round of this first half of overtime. Looking for match point. FUZE with his second kill as well. They knew he was there. Perfectly played. Well read. Final round. If they get the 3-0, that should be a done deal on the Astralis side. Really stepped up here in overtime on their T-side campaign.
14-12. Thought the overtime was it for Bait. I thought that's when they would activate. MPL has looked so hungry, even though he had a dreadful start. In fact, NPL is top fragging. I know I keep repeating it, but after being down 0-7, that's so mad. But it might not be enough. Where's the rest of the team here for Bait? They need somebody else. Sizzy's got 12 kills with the AWP. It is starting to become more noticeable that he's not having the impact to sustain the team in some of these higher level games. That has to change at some point. At least he has the AWP in this third round, but smoked off from now.
Yeah, he hasn't been what we thought he would be. Everyone told me, like, you got to watch this Sizzy kid. Like, he's unbelievably good. Like, and I was on board with the idea. I was kind of like,
we love those stories.
Yeah, I was getting ready every time they came to play. I was like, watch out. I've heard a lot of good things, but it's been pretty average. Even more so this game, but can they find at least one? HooXi doesn't seem to think so. Maintains an advantage here. HooXi's been playing out of his mind in overtime. He's only 11 and 20, sure, but look at the shots he's hitting. Stair will be joining in as well, and 3-0 looks to be a certainty here. HooXi goes down, almost certainly now. But they know where Alex is. He gets the AK, and the clutch is on.
They've got this lined up. AWP in the back.
Throw it now, lads.
Yeah, you don't need to. Grenades coming out. Just keep the guns out. FOZE to get the last one. Another triple for him. He is starting to step it up. Astralis have really come alive. They win 3 in a row in overtime. On the T side, that is remarkable. And I do want to say, because you mentioned them saving the AK in the previous round. Now, I don't know if Kenzasaur would have had it, but he got the dink when they were coming in on the catwalk in this round. If that was an AK, he just kills HooXi outright and gets a double, and it's a very different round.
Nice shots from HooXi in the dying stages of this game. He might not have a ton of frags, but he's had some massive impact. That first round of overtime, getting that double kill, set themselves up nicely, garnered that momentum. One more round will do it here. Rugger trying to calm everyone down. Nothing too crazy required here. Play our game. Let them come to us. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to hit hard. Now it begs the question, do you want to take the game to them? Do you want to try and get an opening advantage and shut down their intentions, get that information? From here on out, Bait need to display a perfect game. They need to replicate that success of Astralis with a 3-0 of their own to take us to double overtime.
I feel like the scary thing is, a lot of the better rounds for Bait were fast rounds, where they just kind of ran onto a bomb site very quickly, and maybe they could try and do it again, but if they slow it down, which you can tell they already are, those weren't the most successful rounds. That's when they got picked off and started to bleed players early on. Ouch. That's a really nice grenade.
This is more of a default bomb down. Once again, nothing too quick here. Alex patrolling middle. Kenzi's all working that underpass. Good flash. Jump peek for some information. They know he's there. And it's a double nade kill. That is beautiful Counter-Strike, Anders.
The hell is going on?
That is really, really nice. It could be enough for the GG.
It really smells that way at the moment, doesn't it?
Smells awful for Bates.
3 versus 5, and you've hardly seen anyone.
But MPL's alive.
Okay, that's true, yeah. He seems to be the only one really motivated to try and win this at the moment.
If he goes down with nothing, there is a chance.
He's got a great
He's in that
position.
same spot all the time. He's always playing there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too obvious. Good work for NPL. Throws a Molotov, forces Yabi into the corner, wants to fight him. But Yabi's been fighting that corner the entire map, and he's very good at it. Stair goes down. Sizzy, a much-needed kill, but the bomb is miles away.
And they've got it. It's under CT remap.
Yeah. Ryu is here. Yabi's a little bit further away from the fight at the moment. Let's see if he can hold on to it. 29 seconds, and Sizzy just runs right in there.
Now you can even let him have the bomb.
Yeah, that's fine. Take it if you want. There's no way Senthil could do this. 30 health, 18 seconds. He can't sneak, he has to run. Just knife out the whole way, otherwise you're not even going to make the bomb site. 10 seconds, try to turn the corner. Yabi's waiting for you. Unless he peeks him right now and dies, there's no chance to win it any longer. He could just wait for it, and yeah, time has run out. Is Senthil not going to be able to do it? Yabi with the final kill here. Astralis in overtime on the opening map to take down Bait. That's impressive.
I agree it's impressive, but I also want to say, you know, I told you so. This is the problem I've got with Bait a little bit of late. They are over-reliant on, you know, the aim bailing them out when they've let their fundamentals drift. And I think when you play better teams, you know, this can happen.
I think it was it's a close game anyway, right? But here's the thing.
Sure, but it's always going to be a close game. Remember, Astralis aren't meant to be
Can we just
anywhere
say,
on Mirage.
can we just say, I agree, can we just say though, if Yabi didn't have the half he had, because he was just unplayable.
Kicking and screaming.
Unplayable, he just literally typed in cheats on console, it was just looking like he was hitting, what, 3K, 4K back-to-back against buy rounds as well. If that didn't happen, Richard, this could be a whole different affair altogether. But yeah, I think Beta are going to be kicking themselves for this. This is the one chance to take it to map number 3, but credit where it's due to Astralis, man. It was the FOZE and Yabi show, the 2 players we touched upon. And in between, we even had Ryu with a hell of a round, and which was a turning point in this game.
I mean, that's pretty much the tale of the game, Striker, right? That basically Yabi dragged them through the first half, and then the other players got activated.
Yeah, thanks to Yabi, I was actually feeling like it was more of a one-sided game than the 7-4-5 scoreline showed, right? Because Astralis actually were able to limit Bates' T-side quite a bit. They didn't let them get consecutive rounds, but the economy was constantly low, so it was kind of a rough go for Bates, but it was all through Yabi. Nobody else was really particularly turning up on that CT side. He was doing most of the work there. Then, you know, as Bless said, it was Ryu with a couple of big rounds, and then towards the end, FUZE takes over. You know, I was talking about him being more of a T-side opera. Actually, in a meta where obviously T-side opening is quite difficult to pull off, but he somehow finds a way to, and he had several big rounds, even close out in overtime.
Yabi the Hut, the bounty hunter, he's just everywhere. It's crazy.
He was a Saw-like mouth right there, especially with
he couldn't look anywhere further from Yabi at the Hut, to be honest.
I do want to, like, you know, we kind of missed pointing it out on the scoreboard though, but unfortunately, and we have to point it out, I know Sizzy, he's very new to the scene, he's very, very young, very inexperienced, and we've spoken about how he's not really been that solid with the AWP. But looking at how close this matchup was, you needed him to replicate about 70%.
This is the great.
This is unreal.
This is ridiculous.
The second. No, I think.
No, that's a round after.
Not even the first. That's the second.
Same position, by the way.
Same position. He gets another 4K like that.
I feel like with Sizzy, if he's able to replicate like 70% or 60%, this one.
This is the ridiculous one. Deja vu.
Bro, what do you do?
That's so
fast. No, man, like Sizzy just having 11 kills really didn't help them out. I feel like if he was able to be a little bit more reliable with AWP and be a good counterpart to what, you know, the rest of his team was doing there, it could have been Bates' map, but you go up against a team like Astralis, right? You can't afford to have get so much of slack, so to speak. And especially in a map like Mirage, especially, you know, where your AWP is supposed to be kind of the rock foundation, so to speak, of your defense, he did struggle quite a bit.
I mean, we can get into this, right? Because we see moments from Sizzy, and we can get into that round 3 where
I'll sit forward. I'm activated.
That's the one moment that we've seen from Sizzy, and he just does have the aim. Even it was with an AK, it wasn't even with the AWP. But he's obviously very combative, and he's very sharp. but he just doesn't have the consistency to back it up across an entire game sometimes, you know. And so this is just what happens when you're new to the scene. You know, you're just not really finding your groove completely. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. You know, Astralis get the 5v3, even the 4v2 in the end, where Yabi gets a couple of kills towards middle and towards short as Bait are pushing up short. This is a 4v2 eventually, you know, that just turns on its head thanks to
3
this
HP
from
3
Fizzy.
HP.
You know, he's 3 HP, super low on bullets too, gets 3 pretty much instant headshots, and that's how Bait arrive in this game, right? Without this happening, the first half would have gone a lot rougher for them. But then where's he after that? He's effectively disappeared beyond this point, you know. So it's just tough.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
this is actually, this is the round 7. I wanted to also point out from Astralis, where they did a really good adjustment to check middle, right, as they were opening up that smoke thanks to Puzi, and then they're fighting ramp together. Really, really strong team play. Like these 3 guys that were playing together on A, constantly, you know, packed up together, playing off of each other really well.
And it's not just, and the thing is, like a lot of teams you'll see playing on Mirage, you'll go for this aggressive mid place, right? You'll have players over there, and then just stagnate a little too long, waiting for the play to come in. And by the time the execute comes in, they have to play retake and whatnot. The way they were playing, just like making the Bait feel so uncomfortable, being disruptive, not allowing the executes to really land in. And just the cohesion in the way they were playing, and just, it's the fruit of the past 3-4 months of them grinding it out. They look like so in sync, on the same page every single time. Great CD stuff from them there.
Yeah, we don't really see this too often, you know, where you have 3 guys around connector to work off of each other so much. It is something that you just do have to do on the CT side of Mirage, because it is such a difficult map to hold down bomb sites individually, because, you know, on A, there's only a few spots left where you can hide. You constantly have to give up middle because T's kind of have control if they have the smokes, and that's kind of what happened that round. But then late round, you have the last 40 seconds. You have to make an aggressive, proactive play to find out what's happening, because they could be anywhere on that map at that point, right? So yeah, really great proactive play from Astralis to get that first half. In the end, it wasn't even the story about the first half that decided it. Obviously, when we go into overtime, and that's where more of the individual moments.
Yes,
round.
Yeah, actually, I think this is the round which is a turning point, considering we went to overtime, and this is basically just an eco round coming up from Astralis, right? 9-7 the scoreline. Bait looking like they're going to be running away with this. Lose a player. Kenzador completely whiffs his shot over there, and this is honestly bad positioning from the Bait players. Kenzador gets a player coming in towards B, and he's panic spraying towards a player coming out from short, and Ryu with his hero moment of the game. Tech9 up close. There's an AK right next to him. He doesn't have to pick it up. It's a bit of a bait, no pun intended, and then tap. This is the round that broke the back of Bait, and this is the round that allowed them to, well, Astralis to take it to overtime.
He was on 4 bullets in that moment, by the way.
I know.
4 bullets in the Tech.
Tech9 still goated.
Yes.
Best gun in the
game. Close range, super strong.
Just at a point you were making about Sizzy as well, you know, because obviously we highlighted him on day 1, the player that's been brought in to Bait. Henry was talking about him during the broadcast, you know, that he was very highly rated. Got to watch this kid. He's got all of these skills. But the difference between being a prospect and being able to, like, frag out in a puggy environment and then going up against, like, a Hooksy team is always going to be insanely well-drilled.
Yes.
They're going to know all your tendencies. They're going to have, you know, been on Skybox. They're going to know all the little pushes you like to make, all the positions you play. And they're either going to bomb you out with utility, or they're going to just pre-fire you and, you know, ruin your life.
Actually, we had the moment there in overtime as well.
Overtime,
the last round of overtime. Stare from the window position. You throws a flashbang, blinds a player, tucks in, 2 nades, boom, boom, dead. He didn't even see anyone right there. And just lovely to see the small little things, especially on a map where they're technically not that well versed on, right? You expect to see an overpass. You expect to see that on Nuke. But the fact that they are working and improving their map pool, I think bodes a very good sign for Astralis, because they are one of our picks to be the dark horse of the tournament.
Yeah. Well, to your point about Sizzy, I just wanted to say, like, you just see a lot of moments from him where he just is inexperienced. I mean, we have to give this to this kid. He is 16. He's barely played any maps on HLTV before the time he had on Bait. They have brought him out of basically complete obscurity, where he's only known in the CIS scene as this up-and-coming, you know, Ukrainian upper. But yeah, that's not enough for you to come into Tier 1 and be able to replicate what you're doing in the academy scene.
We've got about a minute and a bit before we got a break, so we can quickly talk about Nuke. Now, you guys are the experts. You're not giving Bait a lot of chance on
I know. Mirage was their opportunity.
That's what
Mirage was their opportunity.
Just tell me why.
No, just Nuke, like Astralis, like the two maps which have allowed them to kind of climb the rankings and become what they are right now is Nuke and Overpass. Now, Overpass getting banned out by Bait allows a Nuke. And for me, it's just about Astralis' T side, man. Their T side, the way HOOKC, what we saw on Mirage in the way they were working the CD side towards A, as you pointed out, the striker working in a pack together, they do that so wonderfully on Nuke. And also just Bait, when you have Sizzy, who, as we've been talking about, lacks experience, and as the AWP on the CD side, which is where they're going to be starting on, he needs to be everywhere. He needs to make them, sweat quite a bit. But considering how much he struggled in Mirage, I don't see much changing over there. Well, and that's going to be punished.
Striker nailed it, I think, when we were talking during the Veto. It's Ryu you watch on this one because he literally is everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, he is the guy who's more of a flex type player on the T side, where he's either on the roof, kind of supporting with the mollies upstairs and all that stuff, and he just activates super late in the rounds, even when they're going for late ramp pushes and some of these things. Sometimes he works out a door to, like try to pick off players who are rotating down vent. He is just making it work really well, even though he's not necessarily the player that you look to have a lot of impact on a map like Nuke from that position. And then on the CT side, he is a very strong ramp player that is just able to hold it down on his own, or just make the smart move downstairs, when he knows he's not supposed to take the fight. Just very, very solid.
If there is one, well, like shining light, I guess to say, on the side of for the side of Bait on Nuke, NPL, considering he started off at 0-7 or 0-8, he managed to end it with like 20+ kills or something. He was really coming alive as well. He's going to be playing towards that mini yard position, so to speak, and he could be the one, spanner being thrown into whatever plans Astralis might have towards that outside position at least.
All right then, guys, thanks for your thoughts. We'll get into the break now. When we come back, we'll see if Astralis can close this one out.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What is going on, everybody, down on the floor with NPL of Bait? NPL, great to see you, bro. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah. NPL, it feels like over the last couple of months, there's been a bit of a downward trend for the team. How do you and the team see the last couple of months?
As I can see from my perspective, every tournament we have like opponents from top 7 teams of the world, you know, and obviously we're not there yet. We have a new Oper, player who play a very important role, and it's very hard like to show our best performance with him firstly, and like against like top 1, I mean tier 1 level teams. It's like very hard, but still we fought well, and maybe like we didn't show our best like what we could have done, but I'd say unlucky, you know, like unlucky seeding.
Yeah, I think you raise a really important point. So against the tougher competition, what needs to change for the team? What's going to start getting you those W's versus the best in the world?
I think for our team, especially young team, any young team, like you have to have a lot of confidence, because if you don't play a lot of matches, you cannot gain confidence. And if you play like a small amount of matches against, like for example, Navi, Furia, and you know, and etc., like you always lose, and you lose confidence, and then when you go against them again, and very hard like to be sure in yourself, you know, when you're a young player. And yeah, that's it.
Do you think the tournament in Copenhagen has helped build some confidence?
I think during like last 3 months we didn't show like this game. I didn't feel like that we were like a whole team, you know, because after every loss someone gets frustrated, you know, because we lost again. It's very hard like to maintain good mental health, you know.
Yeah, and what's the plan here at PGL Bucharest? How do you have a tournament more like the one in Copenhagen, as opposed to the other tournaments where the results haven't been quite as good?
I think the most important will be like to keeping like that communication, and probably like focus in game. You know, that's it. Like nothing special, no, like.
Yeah. And what are your expectations then for this tournament? It's an interesting field of teams. How far do you think you can go in it?
I think if you will continue play like this, we can like proceed to the playoffs for sure, and just I don't know. We will see what we can do, you know.
Yeah.
But obviously we can make it to the playoffs.
Yeah. Is that the main goal here then, to get to the playoffs?
I don't think we have a goal for this tournament, so like maybe yes, I don't know.
Yeah, sure. And the other teams at this tournament, are there any specific teams that you'd like to play? Are there any teams that you see as the favorites and you'd like to take them down?
No.
Okay. So the field for you, it doesn't matter who you play. You're ready for anybody.
Yeah, I think every team, like every team in this tournament we can beat.
FBL, best of luck in the tournament, and yeah, really looking forward to watching you guys play.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're back with PGL Bucharest 2026. It's Astralis taking on Bait, and the surprise package of the day, Yabi. What a performance to kick things off for Mirage, Anders. Absolutely lit them up, especially in that first half. And they took the win, convincingly in overtime, getting 3-0 in their T-side campaign. And now we move on to their map pick of Nuke, where it feels like, from what I'm hearing from the desk, it should be a foregone conclusion that they take this one 2-0.
It's a very, very good bet indeed. They do look strong on it. Astralis, I doubt their T side. I'm not comfortable, but I'm excited that Striker brought up the idea of Ryu playing this roamer position.
Tell me about it.
Well, I'll tell you what. For the top 10 in the world right now, for his position on the T side, second in command is Wakadia, third is Tania, number 1 in the world is Ryu, playing this T roaming position.
Okay,
so he is very good at this.
Very exciting.
What a surprise that is.
Yeah. We said he's a safe pair of hands, but let's see if he can start throwing them around here on the T side of Nuke. It's going to be one smoke available. Looks to be on top of the main entrance. Waterfall smoke. It's landed nicely. And MPL, always the danger man, always a threat. Best player on the Bait squad. A lot of ground picked up, though, for Astralis. Hooksy up the bat first. Not too much damage, and he's not going to be able to convert it.
It's exactly the same pistol round we just saw in the other Nuke game, by the way. Trying to see if they can wrap down below while they got 2 people pushing up to heaven. We just saw this in the other game, but this time it's a bit more efficient. They're going to be down with the bomb very early. What timing for Yabi? That's ridiculous. He's going to throw away the Glock, pick up the USP. They're trying to get down below because they want to defuse the bomb, but they're being stopped actually. Sissy jumps down into stair and is just executed immediately afterwards.
Well, MPL was towards main. He's had to rotate all the way through hell towards that ramp. He knows that he's got no chance of winning this one.
Yeah.
Looking for any ratty players hunting for him at this point, but saving the Kevlar, I think that's his best bet. If they are going to force buy in the second, it means he maybe gets a helmet if he holds on to the Kevlar, I suppose. Can save some cash, go for the MP9. See if it survives though. Nice kill.
And to be honest, I want to see Bait get at least 9 rounds in this first half.
At least 9?
I think they need so many rounds on the CT side to make this doable.
Holy moly.
Well, I'll tell you what, Henry. For Bait on the CT side, every single one of them has an above 1.0 rating, and some of them quite a bit above. On the T side, not a single one. Their T
so they
side,
have to really dig their heels in now.
It has to be the case. Like,
okay.
It's just not good enough on the T side.
It's good to contextualize it. I like that. And we have got the force buy in the second. It's actually quite a potent one as well. We've got a Famous for Alex, Scout for Sizzy, and as the Des mentioned, we haven't really seen much from him, but there's that Scout. Or that Famous, I should say. It's going to be the MAC-10 trying to open things up towards the upper bomb side. The rush is getting shut down here, but Hook's in there to pick up the pieces. Rotations coming through. Scout on the retake, not known to be the best weapon for the job. 3 players towards Heaven, Anders. Be a very difficult retake, but the flashbang will have to be spectacular.
You're doing some more work. It's Ryu again.
Low HP on all of them.
Yeah, they are kind of low, MPL. Oh, he actually hits the dink on one more player. They did bring them low, but they could not win the round, and that was the force-up.
So it's going to be 3-0. That means if they're going to get 9 rounds, then they have to win every single round after this one.
9 in a row. And the problem is Astralis really are not bad on the T side either of this map. Like, they can do some great work. Yeah, it's about even for Astralis whether they're playing T or CT side. They don't seem to care that much.
I know you like a B stream update when we're on the full eco.
Yes, of course.
So let's have a look. I think the result has come through. 3D Max Voca. They're currently in overtime on the third.
Wow.
So
okay.
That is significant. That's a 0-1 game as well. So 3D Max still looking down the barrel of going 0-2 here. At a tournament, a team of their caliber, you'd think they should be making playoffs, but the downward trajectory they're on right now is not looking good. But either way, I think FaZe looks like they won their game as well, just to note that.
Okay, well,
they got through Cyberchoke.
One step closer. Yeah. You do need that. Wait a minute, we got 2 deal kills in this round, Henry. You got 1 at the beginning. I thought, well, that's fine. Doesn't matter that much. Now it's been followed up. NPL's picked up a kill. Yabi and Ryu out of the round. There's a 3rd. No.
This is the one they've given up.
Why?
Yeah, it's over.
We don't know.
Oh, dear. So you have all that success. You win the pistol. You get through the force buy. And this is the one you lose to convincingly.
For FOZE, if you get a couple of kills, at least take some of the rifles away here and make sure they can't pick as many up, but that's not going to be the case. Yeah, they can get them back. That's unexpected, to say the least. The dream of getting some of these rounds still alive. I mean, this is what Bait needed.
That's a real gut punch for Astralis. Having that 3-0, that open runway, that changes everything. Well, it will have some money, but it's not going to be great. FOZE will bring out the AWP early. That would be not glass cannon. He has got enough exactly for Kevlar as well, but I don't think they expected to lose that round. Maybe a little bit haphazard with their approach, a little bit careless. The fact that so many 1Ds were available really doesn't bode well. We have to answer back. Let's have a look at the replay. So, nice shot towards ramp. I guess it's like the timing seemed a bit off.
Yeah, I think the smoke was just landing, wasn't it?
It's unlucky, but yeah, it's definitely not a round you want to be giving up. And now they're the ones on the back foot here. See if they can answer back. They get 2 AKs, the AWP, a couple of pistols in the mix. Bait now with AK-47s within their ranks, a couple of Galils as well. Huge injection of cash on the CT side, just what you're looking for.
Yeah, I guess that's the other thing, the potential to really explode the economy. If they win this round, then it's a save for Astralis, and then it's just out of control. Bait will really have the money to fund whatever they need going into the later rounds here. Spray through, pretty good with the Galil.
Yeah. One of the weapons you're going to see more of with this kind of magazine change now.
Oh, FuZi.
Taken down convincingly. Nice little swing and flashbang setup from Sizzy.
Yeah, he thought he had that one. He saw him the first time around, even at the time to get the scope up. Trying to put some pressure on the ramp at the same time, but there's a smoke coming out to block them off. So that's a bit awkward because now the rest of them, one of them is working their way down below. Stair, I think, is trying to get there. Maybe they have to reconsider that smoke at ramp. I think really slowed down Astralis in this round. FOKUS walking it back. He's picked up the AWP. And we're at about 45 seconds. You see Stair is down here, but are they going to recommit to ramp after like another 20, 30 seconds almost has gone by?
Thing is, he is down there, but the CTs are aware. Alex is down there with him, playing very passively. Comes down to this kill. If it's clean from Ascenthial, the round should be over. Up against Pistol first, guaranteed one. Still maintains that advantage, and it comes down to this kill here, and it's a beautiful shot from Stair. Doing the heavy lifting here, but Sizzy rotates him. Galil spotted, needs to be careful. Got the AWP pinned at his location now. Incendiary's trying to deny the plant. Don't think he can do it. They can plant the other side cleanly.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt, to be honest. Stair, ready.
Oh,
I can't believe he doesn't get the fight. That should have been his every single time. NPL, how does he dance into this one? 3 kills on him, grenade on top of FOKUS, and NPL will find a quad kill. My God, that needed to be Stair's kill. He had the opportunity.
I guess him being low HP doesn't hit the instant headshot, but yeah, definitely should have been picking that one up. He knows that after his great contributions to even crack open that lower bomb site, felt like he had more than enough to work with there. Had the advantage on the angle, but just didn't have the HP. We go 2-2, bomb planted, but money busted for Astralis here. Round number 5 should be a bit of a gimme. I don't think we can purchase much at all for the Danish squad. We are going to see a Desert Eagle, a couple of them. Not really much we're expecting here, but we said that about round number 3 as well.
Yeah, we did do that. The Eagles are out. 2 AKs and an AWP on the CT side. And again, like we said, an opportunity to make a lot of money right now. If they don't lose too many players here, they're going to be in a fun position all of a sudden. And what could have been a 3-0 start in favor of Astralis. Now the game is tied up at 2-2. And a bait team that lost the opening in overtime, and Mirage, that was their own map pick, need to do all of the work right now on the CT side, I'm pretty sure. They lose MPL, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, they're going to hold on just fine. Stair, that's another good headshot. It actually does make a difference doing a little bit more damage here. They'll only lose 2. Beta in the lead now. We're a third of the way to the 9 rounds.
Oh, yes, we are. A lot of work to be done, but that miracle round in number 3 certainly has put a halt to the Astralis momentum. It's 3 in a row, and the money's still not great. I'm seeing Galil's being purchased here. Doesn't feel great. Doesn't look good. See what Yabi's got to work with. AK, Galil. Yeah, it's okay. The buzz not too bad overall. FUZi have to operate with the lesser of the rifles here.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see if they can put something together. Oh, jump down around. It's a very fast round. It's going to be the wrap into the A bomb site, running through the smoke, even shooting through that smoke in mini. It's going to be Yabi to open up, but the spray down is there. Kensisaw, he was there in no time flat, reinforcing the bomb site, coming through hut, and now Sizzy will pick up FOZi. Stair, last one left.
Likes these sort of rounds, though.
He's got all the time in the world, Henry. The bomb is on the site, but it's a 1 versus 2 now.
Up against Yorb, should be no chance he gets this kill.
Sizzy is low, though. Oh, and a headshot to boots. Maybe if he held the angle, I think Sizzy would have been fine. You're probably right. But he crept on crouching forward. And Ascenthial, he must be feeling lonesome right now.
Well, he has his minute to work with. Should use the time as a resource. Start sowing the seeds of doubt into the mind of Ascenthial here. Don't let him feel like he can hold just the strong position. You can see it now. Unsure as to where Stair has gone. Trying to get in a more defensive position. Let the round breathe. Stair now hits the 40-second mark. Needs to make his move. Enough time has passed to suggest he could be backstabbing. Outside ramp. A main. Hut. Squeaky. The options are endless.
There's a lot of pressure on Ascenthial, even though it doesn't seem like it.
We just go down towards lower. What's the play here?
He maybe could. He's thinking about that. Oh no, he's going to smoke it off instead. That will let Ascenthial know that someone is up. Oh, he couldn't get the gun out. Ascenthial, he could have picked a better time to show up on the rafters again. That's so close. Almost a 1 versus 3 there for Stair, but not quite.
Good damage, but no bomb plant means the resources are low once again. It's partial buy territory. Just about 4 rounds in a row now after winning with the pistols. It all started the Stair opening frag as well, but MongolZ goes to town. They overlook him.
Wow.
Gets a couple of freebies. Great effort by Stair, especially taking out the AWPer as well, but Zentheil played it perfectly. Once he lost track of Stair, he's got a nice defensive position, knowing that he had the bomb under his control. And as mentioned, we got a bit of a partial here. Stair with those extra few kills will justify a Galil purchase here. Outside smokes deployed, but no one really behind them just yet. Popping them open just to ensure no one's crossed over, but FOKUS getting in position. Try and see if they can trick MPL here. Maybe go around the other side and find him towards A main.
If they can run him down, there is a chance for an opening right about now. There is backup coming up to heaven, but yeah, they're going to trade him out.
Here's the upper pop.
MongolZ in position, down behind the bomb sites, getting some good damage in. Even hits the headshot on the Fuzi. You love to see that. Ryu. It's a 1 versus 3 attempt again. He gets the gun up, spins around.
No bullets.
No more bullets. Oh my god, I think he has that.
Oh man, that's so unfortunate. There was definitely a world where he could win it, but 1 bullet left in the M4A4. If he had 5, maybe it's a very different outcome. He even landed that 1 bullet, but it wasn't quite enough.
It's back-to-back 1v3s turn into 1v1s.
They're keeping them very modest. As soon as Astralis win a round, they will break through, financially speaking. There will be 0 loss bonus available for the CT. So, sure, it's tantalizingly close, and you're frustrated not winning these rounds, but Anders, we won't even get into that. We might be rushing up here. Yabi tucks himself in the huts, and, well, detected by a Zentheil.
Oh, wait a minute. MongolZ, no, it doesn't matter. They've got Zentheil up on the high ground, too.
Well, forget all those financial ramifications, because this one is a complete lockout.
Yeah, but again, I do want to remind you, Bait, they're pretty serviceable on the CT side. They know what they're doing. It's the T side where things start to really come apart here. So, while this is great news, and it is impressive, and they're kind of getting rid of Astralis right now, if you're a Bait fan, just don't celebrate too early. 9 kills on Stair, 7 on Ryu, but everyone else on the Astralis side really not got activated yet.
Well, ever since they lost that 3rd round, you can see the timeline at the top of your screen. It's been one-way traffic, 6 in a row for Bait, and very comfortable rounds at that. And sure, a couple of 1v3s have almost fallen apart, but 1v3s that have been converted in their favor.
Yeah, we'll take that, of course. They got 3 AKs picked up as well now. Starting to really put together a strong defense.
More partial buys for Astralis, I'm afraid.
Losing to Deagles.
Yeah, Deagles and no Kevlar.
That's crazy.
Sloppy. Played the round too quickly. Didn't feel it out. Didn't have trade potential. Played in front of the smokes. Felt like it was an unlosable round, but yeah, like we said over the years, kind of what Astralis are known for.
That has been the hallmark in the past. We're trying to move past that now.
Well,
don't want to be here anymore.
They're in the absolute pits right now. We'll see where they can recover with a partial investment of their own. Crossing over. It's going to be Stair. Towards ramp we go. Needed that opener. Zentheil good for 1. Happy to give them this ramp space, you'd imagine.
Oh, that seems really risky for both the Zentheil and Sizzy, but I'm wrong. They do just fine. Sizzy, even just a 1 kill there, really helping out. And they'll find Stair towards the end. So single casualty. They're going to be disgustingly rich on the Bait side of things.
Oh,
They've got
no
the rounds.
Now.
This is working out.
Well, this is falling apart. 7 in a row. Astralis, what's going on? This partial buy does nothing for them once again. FOKUS 1 and 8. Fuzi's 3 and 8. Yabi with 4. Stair's the only one really giving it a good go. He's up to 9. 3 rounds left to play. Need to see a bit more output here from Astralis. Winning the pistol in the 2nd round follow-up simply will not do. Variation on the smokes this time.
I said 9 rounds, Henry.
Oh, it's
Are they listening to the broadcast somehow?
Yeah, maybe.
They're certainly delivering very quickly. Smokes up as they try to wrap around again. This is an idea that they've tried before. They burn out controversies at the back. Yabi with an opening headshot. It's all kind of going according to plan right now. Bomb plant should be following in just a couple of seconds here. Ryu outside is finding a Senthiel. They know where MPL is because you already got a kill from here, so that's not going to be any kind of a mystery. And Zizzy, not hard to guess. If you don't find him in the yard, then pretty much Ramp is going to be the other position. Okay, easy kill. Nice flick onto
don't throw it now. It's not worth it.
There is no way, Henry. They're not going to give up a 1 versus 4.
Oh, there is definitely
with the bomb
a way.
planted.
There is definitely a way.
That would be too much. Well, let's see what he could do. He's walking into Mini. You know what? He could have had that headshot. I'm not going to lie. There was an opportunity to do it. Astralis by the 3rd round. And that's got to be the beginning of something. I think if this is a 7-5, I'm immediately going to doubt whether or not Bait can win the map.
Okay.
I just don't think it's enough.
All right, I like it. Nice work from Ryu. We saw that double wall of smokes there. The initial one to take that vision away, allow them to get close towards main, and then the second wave of smokes to allow them to go for the pincer in towards the bomb site through main and actually hitting their shots. There's been very good at cracking things open in that area. And this time we're going for a full-on lower bomb site assault, Anders. Changing things up here. Ryu watching from main, but they are dropping like flies right now. They do put one back.
Trading 2 for 1 at the start of the round. And yeah, Sizzy, that's a very easy shot to hit. Ryu goes down. FOZE and HOOXi. Again, the yard fight out here and even down below. Not really working out for them. Alex, he was standing tall down there with the AKs. Picked up a first kill, smoked them off. So HOOXi's kind of blocked off from even approaching anything here. Oh, Sizzy, you probably don't need to be a little bit more focused there, and he probably has the kill, but still should be fine. They've got the man advantage. They've got the 2-on-3. Astralis grouping up once again. 2 people on the bomb site. Okay, wait a minute. They send Molotov. Does it go deep enough? Yeah, it does. Kenzo forced into the open. That's how the flash catches him. Essential. He'll save the day. But that was a bit scary. There was a bit moment there, but it could have worked.
Well, the fact that Kenzizor gets that blind kill as well, like, that does save the day. Holy. Final round of this first half coming up next. A little bit flat there from Astralis, and it might be even flatter going forward. The money's been a real issue on this T side. They're up 2-0, now down 8-3. The only successful gun round has been that A split through main entrance. We'll see if they can replicate that success here in round number 12. Feels like they need the 4th on the board, but we'll have a look. HOOXi's got a MAC-10. There's a Deagle in the mix as well. And they've lost Ryu.
Yeah, before anything even happens. Shut down. The guy that was supposed to be a star on the T side, he's been doing all right. HOOXi gets MPL. That's a rare find.
This kill good to start the round, and yeah, clean and concise from Alex.
It's good work. He's been holding the lower part of this map pretty well last couple of rounds. Maybe they will deliver the 9 rounds. I hope they will, because I really want to see Ancient. I think Ancient's going to be an amazing finish to this series. Said this could be the match of the day.
Oh, it's delivering now. We had overtime in the first map. Now an Astralis' pick. They're not showing up on the T side. All the makings for a great 3rd decider. What better place to finish things off than Ancient?
Astralis are giving so much space for Bait to make a mistake, which they're not doing. Good discipline on the CT side. Why would you want to peek in and take a fight here? And I think now HOOXi's realizing they're not really showing up. Zizzy, fairly easy shot, but it's good that he landed it. That's the kind of shot you want to hit every time. Stare and Yabi, isolated from each other, trying to take their own fights. Kenzo at the back of the site. It went down to 23 seconds. Timing just immaculate. He gets a headshot on Stare as well. That's the 9 rounds that I was asking for. Let's see if it's enough. If they can still make this work on the T side, because the first half has been amazing for Bait.
Oh, it really has been. What a great team effort. They looked rock solid. After losing the pistol, they're down 2-0. They win an eco round with Desert Eagles only, convincingly, and then pretty much nothing but one-way traffic at that point, giving up a single round due to that A split. That's a pretty weak and disappointing result there from Astralis. I think it's a very different game. They start there 3-0, and they don't have that crush to their morale. I feel like they managed to have a really decent half there, but yeah, never really recovered. Looked very flat. No one got going. Stare had his moments, but Ryu couldn't really find that sort of impact we were looking for either. And there we have it. Very convincing first half from Bait. Second half pistol. As always, very important. Astralis need this. We'll see what their CT side has in offer. And I'm sure we'll be seeing some dual leads here. That's normally what you see on Nuke.
Curious if Bait have made their way past the human flashbang approach to the ramp. I bring it up all the time, but it was so popular at one point. Every team in the world was doing it. So much so that it started to get counted. You're right, we do see the dualies coming out. No kit picked up in this round, though. We'll see how Astralis do. Winning this pistol round, kind of crucial at the moment.
Yeah, smoke flashbang for HooXi. Dualies for Ryu, so HooXi will drop those dualies over to allow him to have Kevlar towards this ramp area, and oh, they're going to be in an awkward position now.
Dualies the right weapon for it. Oh my god, Ryu. That's 3 headshots in about the same amount of seconds. Sizzy wondering, his whole team dead right in front of his eyes. If you don't get that early kill there on the CT side, you're going to get run down by the Glocks immediately. So it had to go that way.
It really did. Well, needed this pistol. They deliver on all fronts there. Ryu, the gunslinger, gets himself a hat-trick with those dualies and Kevlar. Which begs the question now, can Sizzy cause any more damage? I don't know if he's spotted, but the rotation suggests he was. USPs making their way out. And wow, what a shot that is. Crazy work with the dual leads, the one tap, but it's all for naught. HooXi will close things out cleanly, and we go 9-4. So that's both pistols in the bag now for Astralis. No bomb planted. Don't have to force buy here. There's no real pressure to, but you certainly can justify it.
I'll see if they want to give it a crack. 9-4.
I'll take the full eco.
Okay.
Which is wise, and I think you have this sort of lead. You don't want to be taking huge risks, limiting the amount of gun rounds you can have.
Curious to see Astralis throw the incendiary in a round where Bait are very unlikely to have a lot of nades to smoke wall, but maybe it's just part of the protocol. Glocks all around. Shifting around to the box, there's an interesting position. But ultimately, should be a bit of a formality in this one. We want to see Astralis get up to 5. And then we'll start to analyze and question a bit, how is this T-sign going to work out for Bait? Like, what are they, how does it fall apart normally? You know, like, I'm curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah, it's not a great map overall for Bait, statistically speaking. This is looking clean, though. No eco victories this time. Just the Glocks. No Kevlar. Trying to bleed out some util. See if anyone will be foolish enough to offer themselves up.
FOSI's down to, what, no magazines or a single?
Single magazine, yeah.
Okay. Not that it really matters at this point. If they've got plenty. They're going to lose one player.
Well, they get what they were looking for in the end. They do bleed out at least one kill there. They'll take down HooXi. But here we go. This will be a very important round, telling as to where we're going with this one. Is the Astralis comeback or the easy close from Bait to take us to Ancient? AKs across the board. AWP available for Astralis as well. They'll be operating with the lesser weaponry. Stare on the FAMAS, HooXi on the MP9. And we'll see what kind of strategy we have in place. Outside smokes being delivered early. Straight from spawn. A couple of them.
Okay. Makes Fuzi's life a little bit harder.
Pop it open. We'll get vision, I think. Doesn't quite go deep enough.
That's so close. Another one from a teammate. Can't see anyone on that side either. third grenade. That's how much they want to peek through these smokes, but they haven't found what they're looking for. Does drop spot the player dropping down on the mini, so at least they had an opportunity. They know the orb is out in the yard now, and now the smokes are going to be coming up. Very interesting set of smokes, this one. Not popular for a long time. Yeah, he is. They're coming close now, walking through the smoke. They burn him on the other side. They knew exactly where he was. You hear the sizzle from that Molotov, and you know there's going to be a player on that side. That's pretty clever.
Still a lot of work to be done here. Stare, lying in wait for his moment to strike. Bear in mind, we said he had that Famis. Needs some backup, though. Needs Yabi to take some of the aggro if possible. Not bad. Brings back to a 3-on-3. Man advantage, in fact. There's Yabi to back him up. Tenzizor absolutely rocked by Yabi, finding that form we saw in Mirage once again. 2 versus 1, 30 seconds remaining, down to MPL, the best player on the squad. 12 kills to his name, making a lot of noise though. Bomb on his back, trying to get those vents. Yeah, he's actually down, no problem. Drops the incendiary as well, that's a guaranteed plant.
It's a really big play right now. He was oh, they're running right through it. They want to try and see if they can catch him. He actually stopped the punt. He heard that.
Damn, dude.
It's great awareness for MPL, I suppose. But a lot of pressure from Astralis. Enough to win the round.
Oh, it's a scary finish there.
Yeah.
Thankfully, them going together. Good comms. Didn't second guess the call. Hooks, he said, were running through this incendiary. It wasn't a T-side Molotov, so you take minimal damage there. Sure, you give up a sound cue. It gets him off the plant. And even if he gets a first, he probably gets traded out. But well done to Hooksy to find the kill, alleviate that pressure, and now, without the bomb being planted, it has to be the partial buy here. But Astralis, as mentioned, was struggling even against the ecos in that first half. But it is now a 3-round game. We're going for a ramp rush. It's going to be Ryu to defend. He loves a bit of Nuke. Can't overcommit to this one, though. He's got the AK-47. Nice grenade. Softens him up nicely here, but needs to find a couple of kills. One will not be enough. There's the couple. Has he got one more left in the tank? You better believe he does. This is a beautiful display as he's on for the ace, Anders. Can't quite find it. Does significant damage to MPL, but his job is done. Round confirmed.
That was nearly a 5-man grenade. I think he hit 4 of them. That's so rare. Yeah, fantastic work from Ryu.
That raises morale, right?
Of course.
You're up against a partial buy. You've got your new young gun playing towards ramp, his favorite map, and he gets himself a quad kill and, yeah, saves the day single-handedly. 2-round game now.
You hear the pressing stat here, Henry.
Oh, I like that.
For the T side for Bait in the last 3 months, 34% of their rounds, they get no bomb plants on the T side. They're having such a hard time even just getting onto a site. So
well, that's why they like Mirage.
That might be why they like Mirage more.
Take some Abe Jules. Get the job done.
Yeah.
Shoot people in the face. You can't really do that as much on Nuke. Very tactical, all about pulling around the defense across the map. It's all about suggestion, cloak and dagger play. Always dropping those outside smokes, taking vision away from the CTs and trying to pull them around the map. A 4-0 now for Astralis in the second half. All of a sudden, this feels possible again.
It's very, very possible. I would even say Astralis probably in the lead right now. Just in my head, Bait. They need to show me something right now. They've had a lot of plays on this in the last 3 months, at least enough that they kind of know what the mistakes are.
Really like this boost we're seeing from Ryu. Like, oh, we got a miss smoke, or at least a massive gap.
Normally, Henry, that's a boost you do when you have an MP9 or something,
exactly. Right? I like it when you've got this like winning momentum though on your side.
Okay.
You won't really anticipate it in this sort of round. You'd assume Ryu, like, he's feeding himself. He's going to be playing a traditional spot, trying to go for those kills, but boost it up, I think that's a pretty cool idea. So Ryu not playing the defensive angle either. He wants that initial kill. Outside smokes to be delivered once again. Waiting for the cue. Waiting for that ready. Alex parked up outside. Tizzy will join in. It's a note. He's got the bomb on his back as well. Here come the smokes. These ones look to be absolutely fine. No gaps here. Stair will rotate down. That's what it's all about. Like we mentioned, that word suggestion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's enough to make the CTs believe that something could be happening, although they've got Stair.
They seem to be aware, like the fact they're dismounting from the rafters, Anders,
yeah,
suggests they know it's going to be a lower play. But we have got Stair, though. Yeah, prime position. What a shot that is from Sizzy. No way he should be getting that.
And they need more of that. We've been criticizing him quite a bit, the Desper as well. HooXi, good for the one. He actually checked the boost. I'm kind of impressed they were looking up there at all, especially late in the round. It's so unlikely that anyone was going to be there. Ryu, a double kill, might have done it.
I feel like he still had the advantage in the fight. He made a bit of a meal.
Yeah.
The first encounter.
Well, now it's down to the potential clutch here for Astralis. They've got the kits, they've got the weapons. See if they can do anything with it. Sizzy, back here. Not a position that's easy to clear if you're coming in from the doorway. Trying to wallbang that one. That's a really good idea. Hasn't really found the target just yet. Now, Yabi on the other side. He couldn't get the job done. Clean work from Kenzasaw and Bait. They pick up a round on the T side, and that's what they need more of. They're not that far away from the finishing line here.
No, certainly not. It was looking so promising as well. We said that it was nice that Ryu was boosted up. Had he played the more defensive angle, though, and just been tucked, with that time remaining, he hears them coming. Could have been a very different story. It was such a sloppy first encounter. Couldn't get the double kill. Lets him back into the round.
It's all
back
money
into the
for
game.
Astralis.
Yeah, it's all the cash. Very important one here. One kit available to know. It's on the back of Fuzi. Keep track of that. Setting up those outside smokes once again.
Bait, they are not a big fan of those inner rushes at all. They don't really do them the same way that some teams will.
Well, lots of information for Stair being in towards Secret. He has confirmed no one's crossed. Allows the AWP to fall back. That's exactly what Fuzi's going to do here. Smoke down towards Squeaky City side while they reposition. Grenade, don't think it lands. Oh, actually, it does quite nicely towards MBL.
That's
softens him up. Puts him in one tap territory. Same for Sizzy as well from those M4s.
3-round gap. But the money on Astralis is really the thing that makes this such a scary round.
For execution here. We're exchanging Molotovs for the huts. You're smoked off, though, towards Squeaky. You could technically wait this one out, but we'll see whether that's what they want to do.
HooXi, is he playing Rafters or Hut right now? I wonder. Okay, he's playing up there. I was wondering if they were going to Molotov the Hut, how he's going to dismount that, but this position, it's more about not trying to get flashed all that much.
Here comes the execution, and through Squeaky we go.
Yeah, counter grenades are coming out. My god, the entries are crazy. Essential and Kenzasaw a kill each before anybody even knows what's happening. HooXi's next. They're just all getting knocked out. That's so clean, my god.
Flawless. Absolutely flawless. 5 players survive, money ruined. I guess you take a tactical timeout, but you got $2,000. You kind of have to eco at this point. There's the timeout. And yeah, a show-stopping round there. Might have just locked in the third map. They were patient, they were disciplined. We said that smoke towards Squeaky made things uncomfortable. 20 seconds left, but couldn't have played it any better when they made their way through towards the upper bomb site. Everyone hits their shots, nothing in return. And you can see the frustration starting to come through as well. The vibes do not look immaculate over there. Here's the replay. Everyone feeling uncomfortable in that upper bomb site. They had, what, 4 players there as well?
Yeah.
Had all the reads.
And if that's not enough to hold the bomb site, the question is what is?
To not even get 1 kill.
Yeah.
You have to take the eco, I think.
Right, they fought and won in overtime on the first map. That's got to be the plan here for Astralis.
I suppose you're right, but you will need 5 in a row before we get there.
I think it's still somewhat doable, but you know what? A lot of credit to Bait. This T side so far has looked better than what I remember. I feel like, especially that last round, like you said, the calm, taking the time, lining up everything. I think that's the kind of stuff I want to see more of, really. USPs in play. Bait just working mostly in a group. Sizzy holding the extremity on the yard position, and the rest of them using fire to burn out all the corners. Pretty good tool for that. HE lands at the feet of HooXi. A little bit beat up. But yeah, someone would have to go dramatically wrong. They're all going to go out to the yard. At the same time, Astralis very audibly taking control of the RB. Not that that really matters. I think they found a good call here, but they're actually running out into the garage. It's kind of interesting. FOZI's at least being able to call that out. So they have some information, just don't have the weapons. Yeah, Bait making this somewhat of a complicated round. We're down about 35 seconds, but it's still 99% going to be theirs.
Yeah. Not even going to entertain the idea that Astralis can do something about this. Maybe a kill. Not even that. No damage inflicted. There's the kill. Ryu might as well try and hold on to the AK-47. Bomb has been planted. But they're going to hunt him. They don't want that. Going to lock him in through secret.
Yeah, there's no reason not to, right? They have all the money in the world. On the Bait side, they're going to be okay with it. If he can steal the AK, though, I mean, again, Astralis, 5 rounds. It is a bit of a stretch, but I mean, if they start to get the money on board, you never know. Ryu, surely there's someone's going to come find him. He opened the door to try and pretend like he was going the other way, so there's at least one player on ramp. They heard that, but they will get him at the end. NPL, easy kill. Bait now up to 12. 1 round away from bringing us onto a 3rd map, which would be Ancient.
Which feels very likely at this point. 9-3 in that first half. Just didn't feel good enough after losing to the Deagles, no armor. Just felt like they never really recovered. Impressive start to the second half, but yeah, Bait certainly in the driving seat right now. There will not be an AWP available for FUZI. We get ready for what could be the final round here of the second map. The pick of Astralis, and they have fallen off somewhat here.
Well, steal one from you, Henry. This is the hardest round to win.
It is true.
Oh, now here's a boost for you.
You don't see this too often.
That is very rare. You could actually forgive Sizzy if he just died peeking this one. I don't think you're going to be expecting this, but for Stair, it's a bit risky too. Yeah, he's worried that someone's already made their way past. No one has. So he's got control of the yard. Are they trying to repeat the previous round? Full on A execute? Smoke's outside, but Stair's going to be able to confirm that nobody's out here.
True.
Yeah.
And they've had that information before, though. They've had those upper stacks.
That's
true. Had this intel, and still they're unable to find a single kill. So it's the exact same scenario. You've got all the information, and everyone's here.
A missed opportunity for Hoxie. He even got the dink, but it wasn't enough. FOZE will take down Alex. This time, at least, they get something in return. Yabi off the hut now. He's going to get another kill through the smoke. I don't even know if we could see Kansas, or it's just MPL left. 1 versus 2, but they're lined up in the smoke. He gets the 1, and now the spray is back. Gosh. Yabi with the triple. That was such a messy end to the round. And Astralis walking away with it. My God.
MPL almost steals it away. Now 4 rounds in a row required from Astralis. It wasn't clean. It wasn't comfortable, but they get the job done. But again, you have all that information. You've got the upper stack. Everyone's ready and waiting for that upper execute. And it comes down to another 1v1. At least he managed to get a few kills this time and win the round. As you can still see the financial ramifications here. We've got Hoxie down to the MP9.
Yeah, in spite of them winning the round. Bait returning to the full execute in that previous one. Okay, another boost. FOZE's here. If they catch him in the open, they might be able to guess. Oh, they're looking for it. He's still going to get the 1 and the dink onto Essential. But not a bad trade for Bait. They're starting to get down very quick. Now, Stair's been playing this lower bomb side a lot, so they're going to go look for him. He's only good for the first one, and they lose Hoxie at the same time. My God. Yeah, Jabby, what could you even do at this stage?
They're not even going to go down towards lower. He'll have to enter through the vent. They've got that patrolled, Anders. I think we might be done here, and it is going to be Bait managing to recover the series here. They take us all the way to Ancient. Great performance there, but rather flat from Astralis.
Yeah, flat as a pancake, mate. And we were sat here saying, you know, going into Nuke, Astralis have fixed a lot of their problems, and it should be relatively straightforward at 2-0. This was a real flashback because, you know, in that first half, it was pretty diabolical.
Yeah, especially you win the first 2 rounds, or you win the pistol, you're able to convert it, and you lose to just no armored pistols, which was rough. But it felt like for Astralis, they were very limited in ideas, so to speak. They kept trying to abuse NPL towards the mini area. We started swarming in time and time again. And NPL always good for 1, but I want to give credit to some of the supporting cast, so to speak, of Bait. I think Alex was just the great second layer of defense towards upper. Every time NPL dies, he's getting a multi-kill after multi-kill. And hey, the one guy, Rich, I pointed out on map number 1, I wish he stepped up a bit. Sizzy, he was a rock. He didn't have to do anything crazy, top fragging out for his team as well. And I think he was very instrumental in them having that first half.
For me, it was Essential as well on the upper. It just felt like they had a really good idea of what the Astralis were bringing to the table, because every time that Astralis went for these quick upper pushes, they had a double setup towards HUT, and there were always multiple angles that Astralis had to fight whenever they were coming out of HUT, whenever they were coming out of main. It was never a 1v1. There was never a way into the upper bomb site. The only time that I remember it working when they just did it on the timing out of main, when they split A main, when they got the wall of smokes going, 2 guys snuck into main, they didn't know about it, and they just got the timing right. That was the only time that they ever caught the upper bomb side off guard. Everything else was just on lockdown for Bait.
And which is also kind of surprising for me, because you look at the second half and it would look like Astralis may be able to mount a comeback. We saw some cool ideas coming out from the side of Bait, right? They seem to have more better execs. The upper bomb side hit, they did a couple of times back to back, came down to 1v1 the second time around, and even the final round, simple idea, nade the door. Astralis was like, okay, maybe, might be another upper hit coming in, and then it just immediately pivoting back towards ramp, ignoring the smoke, catching the 2 ramp players off guard as well. Very decisive, they didn't choke, played very well. And in all honesty, a very big surprise on this map.
Yeah, we talked about what a difference a map can make.
Every round there with the AWP, he gets a kill.
Yeah, obviously, you can see Sizzy, the player most likely to change his name in 2026, the more he talks to European players. But, I mean, he really bounced back on this one.
Yeah, that's great work from Sizzy. It's exactly what we're talking about, right? He does have good maps, good moments. He doesn't find them consistently. He will have, one of these maps, and then the next one, he would just disappear like we saw before. But yeah, super consistent work from him. It's something that we've been missing from him from the previous game, where he just had one play all throughout that Mirage map, right? So
and that was on the third round.
Huge step up. Yes.
And it's also like, if you look at the CD side, it's nothing too crazy, right? Just playing his position towards outside, towards ramp, just hitting the shots he needs to hit, which is what he's there to do, right? And even on the T side, when it's working with the pack, with the op, there's a 1 round where he's just trading his teammates, working together with them, working in the pack. Teammate dies, instant trade. So nothing crazy, so to speak, but that's all he needed to do. And that's what I feel like helped them net the lead they did in the first half.
Yeah, I definitely think Astralis were the architects of their own downfall a little bit, though. When I talked about how back when Hooksy was kind of, he got the gig permanently and he had to, construct a playbook, he was very interested in Nuke. Nuke was the map that he thought was going to become their stronghold, and, had a number of really embarrassing results on that map at the start, and then kind of moved away from that, got some new players, started looking good on it, but that was a bit of a throwback, I think. It was like very one-dimensional.
Yeah, it just felt like, I don't know if it was down to prep, if they saw something on the upper bomb side that they thought that they could exploit, but a lot of the time it was just missing those like last moment flashes, that get those double setups that I was talking about off of the line, right? And then they get you into the bomb site. Not sure entirely what led them to thinking that, because we saw it about 3 or 4 times in the game in the first half where they thought they could break through and they just got completely shut down. So yeah, difficult to break through.
It's also curious as well, because Bait weren't necessarily playing super disruptive CT side either, right? It was very default setups. They were giving outside yard control for free towards Astralis, not really duking it out for a secret control either. I have an inkling, could be mistaken over here, but they were maybe trying to target NPL, because one thing we saw from NPL was he's playing the same position in mini almost every single round. But the thing is, like you pointed out earlier, Striker, Santheoli, looking at Alex, there was such a good they had such a good setup on the upper bomb side where even if NPL dies instantly, they're able to get multi-kills and just shut it down. So maybe they had a game plan, Rich, but it didn't quite pan out.
I mean, the only time that they actually did try to do that, where they were trying to exploit main, was the one round I was talking about, where they got the close wall of smokes, and then stuck in front of main, then just like pushed it on a timing, and PL got caught off guard, So that was the one time that it actually worked. Every other time they tried to approach more from door, more from HUT, and just didn't work at all.
So the decider in this series is going to be Ancient. And I guess the worry for Astralis is, I kind of like Bait on this map. I think they have historically, had some good results on it.
It's a handshake map for both, really. It is a comfort pick for both. It could have been in any other game, it couldn't be a pick for both teams depending on the matchup. So it was just always going to head to kind of like the middle ground for both of these guys. Yeah, very, very solid results on both sides.
Yeah, for Astralis, the reason I'm still going to give the edge to Astralis is I just look at the recent results, right? Like they demolished FUT on Agent 13-4, Spirit 13-7, FaZe 13, FaZe still, right? Like very, very, very convincing.
Yeah, that's not quite the same conversation.
Yeah, but still very, very good, very, very clean and very solid.
Hey guys, they demolished Cybershock right now, so
that's true.
Put some respect on the name.
Scary team, Cybershock. But yeah, look, I feel Astralis still definitely should feel very comfortable over here. I believe they should be starting on a CD side as well. But again, man, like Ryu, he's been a sort of player where I started out this yesterday. I was saying, my energy was still a little bit out on him. He's good, he's solid. How great can he be? I think he's been finding mad impact, even in rounds where even in the game they lost to Nuke. You saw the way he was shutting down ramp against a full buy single-handedly. Just so very sharp. And especially in the B-bomb side, man, he's got to be the rock.
I actually want to point out Diaby because I think he is one of the best donut players we have at the moment. He always gets a lot of output from the position. He just is really good at kind of weaving in between middle and between A at the right times and just getting big multi-kills from there, just working around donut in the late rounds. So that's the one I'm looking for.
And just go back to Mirage, right? The amount of multi-kills is playing out of just a one-pillar position towards Mirage. Sorry, on the B-bomb side of Mirage. And then, of course, you have donut, you have A, the back of the bomb side. He can be so disruptive.
All right, guys, thanks very much. A quick break. When we come back, we'll be into the action on Ancient to see which of these two teams will triumph. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
What is going on, everybody, down on the floor with HOOXi of Astralis. HOOXi, always a pleasure to see you. How's it going?
It's going good, it's going good.
HOOXi, we've seen a steady rise in the team since January. Firstly, how's that been for you and the team?
It's been really nice. I think that we all have like a common mindset in terms of like how much we want to grind, what we want to achieve, and yeah, it's just way easier when everyone is on the same page, and I think that was something that was lacking on the old lineup. So yeah, it's just really nice. I think that we work really hard, and I'm not surprised that it's going well.
Why are you not surprised then?
I think that the two new boys we brought in have a lot of talent, a lot of potential still, and as I said, like they're working really hard, and usually when you work hard, results follows. So yeah, I think right now it's not too much about results for me, but I'm just happy that I can see progress all the time and that we not too often make the same mistake twice.
My follow-up question was going to be like, how much of this rise is down to the FOZE and Ryu effect? Like, what can you tell us about them?
Well, I think I expected them to be inexperienced and you know, to be very green and just come in and shoot well, but not really know anything else. But I think both in terms of game knowledge and also communication, they have surprised me in a positive way. And I think that is also some of the reason why it's going maybe better than some people expected, at least this quickly. But yeah, super cool guys. Also outside the game, we click very well, so that's nice.
You're a veteran IGL, HooXi. What's your job when you're onboarding new players? Like, how do you get the most out of FOZE and Ryu, for example?
But it's obviously a mix of them getting to know how I want to play, how I want to call, and what I expect from them. And then also me trying to understand what is their strong sides, what can they, like where can they shine, in what situations do they accelerate. And I think that's, yeah, they're not shy of saying like their opinion, which is obviously a good first step to progress. And then, yeah, I don't really know. I just think that they're very easy to work with, so it's not really like I did anything special. We just practiced a lot.
You mentioned two things that are sort of like different ends of a spectrum, right? Where it's you retaining control and how you, HooXi, want to play the game, and then the freedom that your players have. What's it like, that balancing act to get the most out of everybody?
I mean, it's tough to like cater for every player, but I try the best I can. I think that due to positions, some people obviously should get more resources than others. And I think in the start with actually Stair getting a lot of new positions, I was focusing a lot on him. And the other teammates were saying like, wow, why are you so harsh on him all the time? But I was like, you know, you'll see. And then now I think he's doing super well. And now I'm kind of shifting my focus a bit more onto FUSI maybe and Rio to see like, can we get a bit more out of them? And I think that, yeah, maybe at some point I'll look a bit more at Javi as well, but for now he's doing very well as well, so it's all good.
From an outside perspective, maybe one of the favourites here, or like a half dark horse, where do you see yourselves in the field of teams here in Bucharest?
I mean, I don't think there's a single team we can't beat, so I will say that much. But to call us favourites is maybe also a bit much. I think that's you know, it will come down to whoever shows up on the day when we meet some of the stronger teams here. So yeah, it's hard to say, but I think that we're not favorites, but we should definitely go far.
All right, and what would it mean if you went far? What would it mean if you won the whole thing, HooXi?
If we won the whole thing, that would be a good confidence builder for like going up. We're getting closer and closer to the major, of course, and yeah, I mean, the ever so important VRS points, even though we are qualified for the major, but also after the major, you already have to think about that. So, I mean, for the team, confidence-wise, it would be great, of course, but also so we can go into after the player break with a bit more like relaxed, calm energy would be great.
I totally get you. Well, HooXi, thank you so much for your time. Anything else you'd like to say to everybody watching at home before I let you go?
Yeah, as always, thank you for the support, and I hope it will continue here in Bucharest, and we'll definitely do our best to make you proud.
Third and final map between Astralis and Bait is upon us. Astralis couldn't deliver the goods on Nuke. They looked rather flat, rather dull, and Bait firing on all cylinders. Can they transfer that to the third map of Ancient, though, Landers? That is the question. I feel like they will. I feel like Beta have got this one in the bag. MPL and Co look very strong. They're like a cohesive unit right now. We enter a Fraggers map of Ancient, and it's up to Astralis to convince me otherwise.
Well, before we get right into this, Henry, before the action starts, let me read this out to you. HooXi, his best position on any map is Ancient BK. For Stare, it's Ancient A rotation. For Yabi, it's Ancient A anchor. And for Ryu, it's Ancient B anchor. And for FOKUS, his second best position is Ancient T all-round. This is a team where every single player loves playing this map. They have all of their best positions. It's not bad for Bait. They have a similar thing. It's 3 out of 5 that have their best positions on Ancient. But it just goes to show you, both these teams, they're going to be locked in. They're going to know what they're doing on this map.
Well, let's lock in ourselves. Here we go then. Astralis taking on Bait. Bear in mind, this is the 1-0 bucket, so you go 2-0 here in the Swiss format. It will be Bait to start on the T side. They've got a Molotov, a smoke, and flashbang. One of the smokes already used towards the middle area, and MPL has some decent control towards middle. In terms of the setup, though, they focus most of their efforts towards A, Astralis. Maybe thinking they have a read on the situation, but they would be wrong. It's going to be an all-out attack in towards that B bomb site. Smoke's going down, and it will be 3 players coming out of that cave position.
You would love a USP headshot before this bomb goes down. It makes the retake a lot easier, but it goes the other way instead. NPL, he's really been the engine for this Bait team. He cracks it open, gets a kill, and they're pushing them. I do love this from the T side, but it almost backfires. I like the idea of catching the CTs before they can even set up the retake here. A lot of damage. It's not over yet. Stare gets the headshot on the second player as well. A triple as he saves Astralis and gets them that good start that they needed.
Oh, they certainly did. The bomb gets planted, and it wasn't looking good for a second there, but Stare with the hat trick saves the day. Beautiful position, takes no damage on route as well. It was looking very uncomfortable. Bear in mind, it started with the A stack from Astralis as well, so a full-on retake required there. Opening kills from Bates looked very successful. Bomb planted, but Stare shutting them down. Let's have a look at the work here. You can see them just attacking the backlines here with 4 players, Anders. It looked like there was no chance the CTs could recover this, but Yabi getting 1 before the fadeaway, and then Stare arriving just in the nick of time. 2 versus 1, clean as you like. Defuse comes in, but of course, here comes the force buy, and a very strong one as well. A lot of teams like to focus this A bomb site on the force buy, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. FUZI will be playing for information, dropping the incendiary here, and coming, and a nice grenade to follow things up as well, but he goes down with nothing.
That is such a cool protocol for FOZI, though. I really love that idea. He heard them, he's got the chance to drop the incendiary, he drops the HE on top. The fact that he got killed so quickly is a bit unfortunate, but still. Oh, they nearly line up. Yeah, so risky. They can't clear out Donut here. More CTs keep showing up on the spots, and Kenzisor with just 10 health. Hard to imagine how he could pick up this round.
Well, there's definitely a way. That CT smoke gives him a bit of space here, but HooXi, well played. Great comms there, taking all the aggro towards that donor position, allows the CTs to push through the smoke and back them up, and it will be a convincing second-round victory there for Astralis. They recover an AK-47, and with no bomb going down, it does suggest we've got an eco coming in next for Bait. 2-0 for the Danes. MP9 for FUZI, AK for Ryu. And yeah, nice work from HooXi to save that round. Once again, was looking a bit uncomfortable with the fast A attack there. But as you mentioned, the protocol, dropping the incendiary, dropping the HE grenade. Sure, FUZI went down with no kills, but he did a ton of damage and softened them up.
I really enjoy that. I think that's going to become more popular. That seems like a great way to try and play it. Sometimes you'll see people hold that corner with the incendiary, but they're so close that they just get run down, and it doesn't really do what you want. Quick bombardment, spray through the smoke on top of it. Yeah, they're just kind of decimating them on the other side. MPL to go down last. He's been a crazy force in this game, NPL. I think without his contribution today, Bait don't really stand a chance. Maybe even on the second map, I feel like he did so much work. So they need him surely for the third one as well. We'll see when they get the rifles out, if it'll be early or if it'll be a bit of a slow start for Bait. This round could be very important for them. 3-0 for Astralis. CZ's picked up the AWP, but...
Uphill battle now. Deep smoke towards the double doors of B, and Astralis willing to take these fights towards middle. It's going to be Alex 666. Ships in the night towards A main. It's non-stop action here across the map of Ancient. We have got FUZI working with Alex there. They're actually in the same position. They are unaware of each other's positions right now.
Yeah, the hallways over here is bizarre. Alex has walked past. You're absolutely right. Fuzi's not even aware. If he turned around now, he'd have a free kill. But he doesn't. He's going to keep on going. Could still be a free kill, I suppose, just on a different player. Ken's is all, but yeah, he's going to die. He has no idea that Alex is here.
Hello.
The bomb is miles away, though. So, in spite of that, it's not like they get a clean bomb plant afterwards. Alex now caught, and so is HooXi. One
Careful,
for one
Yabi.
trade. Yeah, you don't want to die. You need some backup here. Yabi dancing around. That's really good. A triple for him. He was the absolute hero of Mirage.
Yeah, he was the master of that first map. 19-7 at one point as we go 4-0 here in the third and final map here. Astralis looking very good indeed. Bit of a weird one, crossing each other in towards A main, but doesn't seem to matter. Yabi rock solid over towards B. Into round number 5 now. Bomb not planted once again. Another partial buy with a maximum loss bonus. Always going to be difficult to contain these rounds. Set piece expected here. Smokes down towards the double doors from the CT side. Presence shown towards middle as well from the T side with their smokes. And trying to run the gauntlet. Trying to dodge the utility damage. Going to be HooXi to defend. Spots a couple. Drops a smoke, but it's a little bit clumsy, Anders. I think he goes down. Lucky to even get one.
Yeah, a small mistake like that, but the consequences definitely follow straight afterwards.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
4-on-4 makes it uncomfortable. You offer up a rifle as well. Not very clean from Ryu either.
Definitely not. Spray kind of missing. He gets stinked up. He's dropping in health down to the USP, trying to find them in the smoke. No bomb plant yet, so there's not that much pressure on Astralis, I suppose.
Yeah, just need to take a breather at this point. You can even let them plant. They'll be buying up next round regardless. Nice work from FUZI. Gets stinked in the process, but that should be it. Yabi confirms it. And the streak continues here. Astralis 5, Bait 0. That was the partial buy. They get a couple of kills. Sure, again, it was uncomfortable, but they managed to get the round over the line. Money starting to build. $8,000 on Stare. AK in his hand. AK for Yabi as well. Tactical timeout. Day 2 here of PGL Bucharest. The action is non-stop though, Anders. We have like 4 best-of-3s every single day of this 10-day tournament.
Yes.
Right now, we have this on the A stream. We have BC.Game versus MIBR on the B stream going on right now. Coming up later, though, we've got PARIVISION versus FOKUS, a team you're a big fan of.
I am.
We've got Legacy versus Inner Circle, and MongolZ versus Eyeballers. Bear in mind, we haven't seen the Eyeballers play yet. They got a forfeit against FaZe.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any world where they could even get near the Mongols? Surely there's not.
The thing is,
you can't give me.
The thing is, I have Eyeballers as a bit of an upset, team, but MongolZ just shoot so hard right now. They are looking crazy. Emesinio is on some sort of a crazy comeback mission of his own. I think, unfortunately, they're too strong, but I think
just for the nostalgia, just to watch that game is going to be fun.
It will be fun. And I think they're better than people expect. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Here we go. Trade in the middle. NPL once again. Oh, he wanted that. He really wanted it. It's not a bad idea. HooXi, you don't want to die in this position. If you do, it'll cut the defense apart. You'll have 2 on A, or 2 on B, 1 on A. And there'll be a bit of a hard round to win. FUZI's over here. He could take care of himself. They have got 1 smoke on NPL, so in theory they can smoke off that position. Nice find. Essential will find Ryu. Critical, I think, that Bait start to pick up some rounds here. They historically win more rounds on the CT side, Bait, by quite a big margin, but still, not as bad as on Nuke or anything like that. We do need to see them do some work here on the T side. They burn out the back. Flash towards FUZI's position. Try and see if they can push him back. Still hanging outside is Essential over at the B side. Yeah, he's still here. And now that the bomb is planted, he can catch maybe both of them. It's going to be Stare to go first. HooXi turns around.
Oh, he's already had the kill.
Okay. But the round, still very hard to win.
Yeah, I don't think there's any world they give this one up. It's going to be a nice job from Sizzy as FUZI will recover his AWP and get the hell out of there. So there it is. Bates will find their first, courtesy of Essential, getting himself a nice double. But is the hunt on? Are they going to be trying to remove the AWP here? Money is okay. It would really be helpful, though, if he could hold on to the AWP. The hunt is definitely on here. Sizzy will be coming up the B ramp with his sniper, but it doesn't look like they'll be finding him as we do find the first for Bates here. 5-1. Round over. Maybe take a tactical timer here to try and slow them down. Don't let them garner any sort of momentum. We'll see what Rugger has in mind here. Fist bumps come through. FUZI definitely been the surprise package of 2026. We knew he was good, but my God, he looks like a world-class AWPer in this Astralis team.
And in an economy right now, it's hard to find those AWPers.
Yeah.
The fact that they were able to do that, Astralis, is kind of rare.
And I'm sure they must have got a good deal on him as well. Well, coming in from 9, wasn't like his stock was massively high at that point.
Didn't feel like that at all, no. There, spray through. My God, that's nearly a triple. He's already got 2 of them. HooXi on the assist with that one in the middle.
Easy, lads.
Alex, can he bring it back? He almost does. Senthiel does go down, and he was, again, nearly killed by Stare at the start of it, but you're right. Take a deep breath. You've already got the opening that you needed.
3 on 2. Plenty of time to recover this one. By no means a locked-in round. Bait hit just as hard as any other top 10 team in the world. Incredibly gifted mechanically. And for now, Alex, given the AWP by virtue of his low health, Sizzy will have to make do with the AK-47, but he's a very competent rifler. FUZI, though, well-versed with the AWP, as we all know. That should be enough to win this one. Alex already low. So he gives up his position. That should be it. But we'll see if Astralis can keep it clean and find a 6-1 lead here on the CT side of Ancient.
Alex.
Nice shot, but doesn't quite get the kill.
Yeah. Would have been fun. Would have given him a chance, maybe plant the bomb over at that B-bomb site.
True.
Which would have been a kind of victory in itself, given the circumstances, how this round started.
I still get the plan here.
Okay. Don't hate it. FUZI did not want to try and run in there and just fight on his own, which I understand. Even backing off here, waiting for the backup to get there, it makes a lot of sense. Why give him the opportunity to clutch this one? And that opportunity's gone. They're all over. It's really smart.
Good discipline there from FUZI. A lot of AWPers would try and take that challenge and shut him down as a bomb's planted. Just accept the bomb's going to go down. Worry about your own money. Their loss bonus is very high. Bomb going down is not going to make a huge difference. As we go into a 6-1 situation, there's trying to recover the AK-47s as that defuse comes in. And there we have it. 2 AKs and the AWP saved. They find 2 T-side mollies as well, Anders.
Yes.
I know I sound quite excited about that, but no, like Ancient, that's a huge deal for shutting down mid-rushes, for example.
I don't think it's brought up enough. I'm glad you bring it up because people kind of, you know, we just call them all Molotov sometimes.
Yeah.
We forget to say incendiaries, but that B ramp throwing down a Molotov is crazy.
I'm watching them swap it around now. They give it to HooXi, who's playing over towards Cave. Now, the default protocol is you're throwing the incendiary towards the B lane, right? And they normally run through it and take minimal damage. You throw the T-side molly, though, they're going to take massive amount of damage. We talked about it. Going through the middle area as well could be a problem, but it's going to be a triple kill for Bates. What just happened there? Those flashbangs must have been spectacular. FUZI can still save the day here. Does he swap this player close by? He certainly does. Trying to bring this round back to life now. 2 versus 4. And he's all low. That grenade, I was going to say, might be able to find him, but they'll focus their efforts back towards middle.
Oh, Alex, though, he's in the open. Yeah, HooXi's going to find him there.
They should go to, now they know where both players are. You should be going in towards B, which is exactly what they've done.
They still have 1 Molotov. Our storyline can still come true for the afterplant, Henry. Just pointing it out now. HooXi goes down. There's another headshot, and they run into the AWP. Okay. Kansas all with the triple. That was a mad fight in the middle.
It really was. It's all about those flashes. CTs getting bombarded by them. Tactical timeout called by Astralis. It looked second round on the board for Bait.
It looked like that would have been a very tough fight in the middle as well, because they were coming out of the smoke, I think, Bates. So running through that smoke into the CTs, if they weren't that flashed, maybe it goes the other way, but good work. 6-2. Okay, we're starting to stabilize. I promised at the start it'd be a really cool game on Ancient. Getting worried with the kind of start Astralis had, but I think...
Hey, it can still be 6-6 here.
Yeah.
This is the last of the Astralis gold going into this particular round of number 9. Fully invested. Definitely taking some concessions as well. Not seeing many kits out there. Not all the util in the world. And we'll see Yabi having to operate with just a Desert Eagle, Anders. HooXi on that 5-7. Difficult round here. Oh, that's not ideal.
It's a lot of smoke.
You do not want to double smoke towards red at the start. You've wasted a smoke.
Yeah, maybe crossing the wires a bit with the communication there on the Bait side. I mean, it's a high-pressure game right now. Both these teams really highly ranked for the tournament.
What's there? Massive around.
That's what you want it. You mentioned earlier today the smoke that throws from CT spawn.
Yep.
Good work.
You want to be throwing it like every round to like hit the fear of God in them to think that that play might be coming in, get them comfortable with the idea it's not, then chuck in the aggression every now and then. But I think that's just a messy round. As soon as you made the call, like, I'm smoking red, and then two of you do it, you're like, okay, but I said I was doing it first. You're in that kind of communication kind of structure there. Like, that's when the rounds can be sloppy like that. There is no reason to double smoke red at the start.
That's such a shame, right? Because if you look at the economy here for the Astralis side, this is one of those rounds where Bait could have really got a handle on the first half. Like you said, 6-6 was still possible. Oh, okay. Looked like he was inspecting his weapon for just a second, but still good to get the kill on the Kensasaw. MPL and Sizzy left. Astralis being...
Bear in mind, this was the weak round from Astralis. Two pistols that came in with.
Yeah, they had nearly nothing. Like, it was crazy.
You've kind of fumbled it, lads. I think it definitely sabotaged the comms. Frustrating moment when you just keep up a very key piece of utility at the start. Oh, that's stylish from FUZY. The bomb will be planted, but I would say almost zero chance of winning it, and it will be FUZY, of course, to close things out. He's getting warmed up now. That's a scary prospect. He's looking very sharp compared to what we saw on Nuke.
Yeah, because he's not really been bad in the series so far, but we haven't seen the real flavor that he could bring to a game.
Absolutely true, and it's a spicy flavor, let me tell you.
You saw just a hint of it there. It's very cool. Just here's the shot ringing out from middle, turns back around. 7-2 now.
And like we said, that's the one you're supposed to win, really. And you enter with two pistols, you leave with two AKs, an AWP, and an M4.
Well,
you're very happy with that if you're Astralis.
If you would have won that round as well, you would have won the following round too. So you would have jumped from 2 to 4 rounds, and it's like a 6-4 scoreline.
At this level, those sort of mistakes, like the double smoke towards red, I know we've mentioned it a few times, but like it's such a key piece of utility to just to waste one of them at the start of the round. Like it's so frustrating of the in-game leader. It's like, what are we doing? Like, that's basic communication. How is it breaking down at this point in the game?
Yeah, Bait, like this current version of Bait isn't a team that seem mentally like super strong. Like we've seen them kind of collapse in some of these games. So got to be careful about that. Oh my God.
Because one of those maps where you're throwing it from spawn, there's all 5 spawns you can throw the red smoke from. Someone at the start says, I'm smoking red, very clear call, who's doing it, should never happen. And like we said, with all that going on, the CT push down towards the B ramp, beautiful work there from Astralis, and a great close as well, as we do see partial investment here.
Okay.
Not the scariest round, 1 Galil and 4 pistols. Molotov or incendiary down towards the B lane.
They need a bit of a miracle right now, I think, Bait. If they could pick up this round somehow, that would be something. FOZY, though.
Missed the molly for long as well.
First one there. They will be burning out the back of the pillar, but he's still firing on all cylinders. 3 kills, make it 4. He's knocking out every single one. Just a bullet short from the ace. All right, Sizzy.
Round still on somewhat. Might as well just run away and try and plant here.
Sure.
That's all you can do.
That's the FUZY we know and love.
If he gets that 4th one, sure. Oh, he did get the 4. It was the ace. God damn.
Yeah, he had the bullet for it. He just missed the last shot there.
Yeah.
Could have been possible.
Okay, Hooksy's here. Easiest kill. Should be out of here. There's
no way he's trying to go all the way around to the B-bomb side. What is this?
Maybe he doesn't hear it. There is a chance. Hooksy away. Good stuff.
Okay.
Very calm, very comfortable here. Yeah. FUZY getting into his final form. Up to 12-6 right now. And now it's Bait looking very flat on their T side. And after that quite significant investment on their partial buy, they have to operate now with a couple of Galils. Sizzy has the AWP, but FUZY is just absolutely schooling them right now.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal right now. Suffocating.
Let's go back to that mid play, perhaps. I would say that's where you found most of your success.
We did like that.
We did like that a lot, but we'll see what they've got in store for us. Going to try and challenge Hooksy towards that K position. Molotov goes in, and Pierre will confirm the space is clear. Allowing them to have middle, that's absolutely fine. Spam for this smoke, got to be careful there with the AK-47. And, well, there it is. It's going to be Ryu. Not being careful at all. It's being chaotic.
He's so close to catching Essential there. I think he heard the connection, and Essential was jumping there to try and get past. Grenade out, even's pretty good, lands on Sizzy.
5-on-4 advantage. Time running thin. generally speaking, for Bait here. Need some more rounds on this T side. A couple more to go, and you're in a 5-on-4 situation. Astralis just looks so comfortable, so clean with it right now. Nuke, their map pick. The T side was pretty shambolic after losing to the Deagle. I think that's a problem with this team. If they have one of those disastrous rounds, they don't necessarily have the mental to bring it back.
Look at this. They've retaken middle, Astralis. 3 people walking in.
Locking them in.
Locking them in. That's exactly right. Cave might come crashing down on top of them here.
True.
35 seconds. What a backstab from Yabi. My God, 3 kills. They just don't even react. They're just all frozen in the headlights. I can't believe it. Alex going down last. That is crazy. The total map control loss there for Bait. And Astralis, they just take it away.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a masterclass from HooXi and co here on the CT side. Couldn't ask for much more. It's been beautiful. 2 rounds only. No one's got any idea, and you're right, the third player of the orb. Like, that's what's just happened. No one considering that backstab. Yeah, right to be frustrated. Like, what are we doing? How do we not even consider someone coming in from a flank? Final round of this first half, and this hasn't been a pretty one.
No, it hasn't. A bit disappointed, I've got to be honest. Want to see more out of Bates here. Their CT side's usually the better one. Not by this much of a margin.
HooXi's going for a play. What a play it is. Maintains the advantage. Ruffles some feathers. Stair looking to close things out here. They got full B ramp control as well. Alex needs a double here. And they seem to know exactly where he is. Clutch of the tournament required.
That would be it at the moment, wouldn't it? Galil already tagged up in a 1 versus 4. Just everywhere. It's Rio to take him down, and it is a fantastic first half for Astralis. They clock it at a 10-2 scoreline. That should be enough to make this work. Astralis themselves don't have a bad T side either. We'll say this for Bates, about 74% win rate on the CT side of this map. So that's cool, but they need to win the pistol, and they need to recover the mental more than anything, I think. Yeah, the vibes are not good.
Yeah, it kind of says it all. But bear in mind on Nuke as well. Astralis were down 9-3. They managed to bring it back to at least a competitive game.
True.
We'll see whether Bait can do the same here. But 10-2. It's going to be a very challenging uphill battle here. Third and final map. Astralis looking to go 2-0. I would say one of the favorites to make it to the playoffs here at the start of the tournament, considering the field of opposition they have.
Yeah, I think HooXi put it nicely in that interview with Parler at the start, basically saying he didn't really see themselves as the favorite, but there's no team they can't beat.
Sure.
I think that's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying. They don't make it to playoffs, so that would be a failure on their behalf. But
more shout-outs to Parler. I think he's been doing really great work. I know I keep bringing it up with the interviews, getting a lot out of these players.
Needs more opportunities for sure.
It's nice to see. Well, we are in the 13th round. We have got Bates now on the T side in a very bad position. A pistol round win, needless to say, be quite nice. Did I say T side? I meant CT side.
It's all right.
Just don't listen to what I say half the time. It's not necessary, you know. Still not
T-side pistol here with a decoy in the mix. I love it when a decoy is in play. And these Julies as well. I don't mind those for Senthiel, but he won't even get a chance to fire off a bullet. It's going to be Stair rocking his world and looking for a couple of kills here. Will he be able to find it? The USB's not quite connecting. Sizzy goes down. This is looking comprehensive to say the very least. 4-on-2, and the bomb's on A. It's all a ruse. The fake is so good. Even the commentators thought they were going B.
That's exactly right. That's when you know you've done a good job. Because we're so mesmerized by Stair. He's just on the B ramp fighting. He's winning the round alone just fighting there.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, we don't even need it, but the bomb is planted.
A fake so good, we don't even know.
Oh, that's crazy. Alex?
Go on, son. See what you can do.
I don't know. I mean, you needed this pistol round. Unfortunately, that's the issue with only getting the 2 rounds. So much weight is put on this one. They're not even going to give him a chance.
You have to force buy in the second round here. No 2 ways about it. You cannot allow this game to go 12-2. Full eco, just not an option for them. Well, I mean, it is an option. Not one I'd recommend.
Yeah.
If you're hoping to get 10 rounds in a row on the CT side, good luck to you.
I don't know what would spark that kind of a comeback. They just don't look like they have it in them at the moment here.
So you can see at the mini-map, all this is all going on that is running into an open A bomb site. Unbelievable scenes. Nice clean kill with the P250 from FUZI as well. And to be fair, Astralis have given up some stinkers today in terms of being up against the pistols.
Yeah, that's reasonable to say.
We've got 3 smokes available for FUZI, though, so he'll be smoking towards CT spawn, Donuts, and I guess the third one could be for Temple. You can do it from this position as well. I don't think he would do that, though. He'll probably just save the third smoke, yeah, for the post plant.
There we go. But good protocol to recognize they even Molotov that position. Now smoking it off. I'm not sure if that's helpful. 11-2. Kansas all charging on in. And FUZI was ready. Bomb not planted yet. And there is some mid reinforcements coming here for Bait. Again, this is a force buy. If they can't win this round, then there's not much to fight for. But they're doing good work. FUZI going down next. Ryu and Yabi, 2 versus 4.
Yeah, they can never hold on to these sort of rounds. Ryu looking to change that narrative, but it's going to be Yabi left in a 3 versus 1. The way he's playing today, he might have a serious shot in this one. So the execution completely shut down there. Bomb in an awkward position, but we'll see what he can do.
I wonder if that smoke that landed on the boost was by accident because they'd also Molotoved it. Could they try to throw the smoke over and it just gets caught?
I guess so. It was weird. I'm not sure. To see if in their POV.
I'd be curious if we could find that. It's probably very hard to do. Yabi, he wishes that there would be some engagement here. If somebody could fight him, make it a 1v2, that it'd be more fair on his, from his point of view. Okay, that's a good start. 15 seconds. Grenade, not good.
Unfortunate. Astralis, it won't be the clean finisher they're looking for here. That force by victory was a necessity to Baked, and it gives them a bit of a lifeline right now. But right now, they need a life raft. Oh, that's always frustrating. Go for that full execution. Feels like you've got everything in place, but the chaos of the 5.7s and MP9s will lead to your demise. Force buy in response, yes, but Desert Eagles and Tech 9s, no upgraded firepower, really. We'll get into it. Where are we heading, Astralis?
Yabi's going to be playing solo outside of this B bomb site. That's worth kind of taking a note off if you're new to watching the team here, because that's probably going to be happening quite a bit. And wait a minute, Henry. Stare, picking up the early headshot. Sizzy, you've got to stay alive and stand tall here. It's FUZI this time. Oh my god, they're powering through. It starts with the Deagle headshot, and then we get a couple of FUZI kills. That's just devastating.
Huge flashes, delays the retake here, but they're still going to give it a good go, but it might not be enough. HooXi maintains the man advantage here. 3 versus 1 for series point, and Stare with the trade. But it's all about FUZI there for sure. Like a bull in a china shop, he just runs in towards A, hits all shots en route, finds that rifle, and guarantees the round there. Beautiful stuff, and Astralis have done enough here to win this map, Anders, and indeed this series. They won't lose to the pistols again, surely. They can't keep happening.
Well, normally we don't want to call it early, Henry, but it's very hard to imagine that that's what you've done here. I feel like it's impossible to imagine a scenario to turn around. Look at Stare.
It's been too many heartbreaking moments. You lose the Deagles today.
Yeah.
Let's just close it out now, lads. Come on.
Stare is 19-7. FOZI is 17-8. They just have so many players right now that are really kicking off. So I don't know. Double setup in the cave.
Just be aware of the pushing. Be aware of the flanks. Just everyone hold up. There's the first push. You weren't ready for it. It's all good. There it is.
You know, HooXi's not here for the kills. I'll say this much. That's not his role on the team, Henry.
And he should be telling them, like, gun out, lads. They're going to push smokes. They're going to be looking to find you. And I don't know how he gets a double kill by pushing a smoke, but it's all how it's happened again. They don't even get close to winning the round.
That is remarkable, really. Okay, Stare wants to fight back. I swear HooXi had about a 7-bullet advantage against MPL. Like, he shot that Mac 10 for so long.
I guess you're just not expecting that sort of push, but at the same time, as I just mentioned, you know they're desperate. They're going to be presenting crazy plays and looking for those sort of advantages. But
yeah, that's
comes down to this kill. If kenzie gets nothing, which is not going to happen, there's a chance. FUZI been playing well today, but bunny hopping around, down he goes, and it's happened once again. They can't seem to beat these pistols. It's always quite convincing when Bates have a 5.7 or 2 in hand. Got to work on those rounds, Astralis. won't be lifting any trophies, giving so many of these rounds away.
I think that's an important point, right? Because even if they can win this map against Bait after such a mistake, there are other teams in the world that will just punish you harder, right? You make some of those mistakes, that's it, you're right back. And obviously that is the dream for Astralis, even if they don't want to say it out loud. They want to be up there competing with, you know, the very top of the world. This is the best lineup they've had in living memory. So I feel like this is the time for them to really manufacture something. First place here in Bucharest, that would be really cool for Astralis. 12-4. Now, on Nuke, when they lost a round like this one, it was pretty much a total collapse of the Astralis team. They just disappeared from that half. That can't really happen again. They have a long runway.
Well, they can still win this round.
Yeah, that's true.
There's always a chance that they pick this one up. We saw it before. The Fuzi, run and gun, opener towards the A site. And we're heading there again. Maybe a bit of a fake, though. So they're suggesting we're going to be attacking A again. The bombs, though, on the B side of the map. So it's dropping a lot of util. They're trying to pull players over. You can see the smokes down towards Donut and CT Spawn. But they haven't exactly pounced on the opportunity yet. So a bit of mind games coming in here. Looks like the double pump. So it's like a double fake in towards A before they attack the B bomb site.
That's so cool.
So you would assume now, okay, now they're coming in. They were just baiting out util. Smokes land nicely.
Oh, I love that you caught this, Henry. Yeah, this is really awesome. See if they actually back. They do throw out counter smokes on the B bomb site.
Suggest they not taking the bait if you're part of the pun.
Yeah, I do like that. I appreciate it. In fact, Alex falling back. Very good. Yeah, nice heads up play for Bait, but they still lose the bomb site.
Well, you know there's at least a bomb plant here.
Yeah? They're going to go for it.
Hooksy's backstabbing. If Fuzi can find one, it's not going to happen. There was a chance, but like they know this fake, and Hooksy was the one to throw the smokes. Obviously, if he's the bomb, even if he gets a second kill, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you might as well. That's a really cool idea, though.
Yeah, it's an idea. They didn't work, but it's a cool idea. They seem to be very aware of the possibility of them coming in towards B. They smoked it as soon as they've tried to make their way through, and you're kind of like, oh, okay, this hasn't worked. I feel like it would be more convincing if you sent one player in with the double pump on the smoke, but then you have the same amount of resources. But yeah, Bait's very aware of those sort of tricks and tactics. Let's get into it, though. Should be the eco now for Astralis. This is when you start to feel like, oh, is there a chance we give this up? Is there a way we let this go to overtime?
Grenade to blow it open, even touches Yavi as he trying to come through. Yeah, but that's the problem. You're right. Like, in the back of your mind, you got to be thinking, you know, we had the opportunity. He was right there.
We lost the pistols again.
Yeah, pushed with the 5-7 through the smoke. Was held by Mac 10. You know, like that's. I still actually have no idea how he lost that fight. But it's all in the past now, and Bait is starting to feel a bit more comfortable again. They were very frustrated in the first half. You could see it on the body language there. They were shaking their heads in hands. They had all the bad signs of a team that weren't really cooperating that much with each other. But now, 6 rounds away from overtime. Still a chance, still an
there's definitely a chance. Like, the fact you didn't put it to bed against a 5-7 in the cave, they got a double kill with no response. Oh, it's definitely a world now. Like I said, Astralis is the sort of team when they suffer those sort of defeats, when they fumble those sort of rounds, their mental can slip off. We'll see whether they can hold it together, though. It's going to be a nice gun round here. They've got all the bells and whistles, all the util. One more required. One more decent call from Hooksy would do it. Just want to get the hell out of here and book themselves a place in the 2-0 bracket. Very comfortable place to be here in Bucharest. A lot of Counter-Strike, a lot of best of threes.
Huge upset potential where a lot of these teams that are going to be very hungry. They don't always get the chance to play these big tournaments. But some of them, it's a rare moment in time where they can. Kensasor about to be run down. Yavi, he almost dies, but they get the return kill. Yeah, the think is good though. MPL gets a kill, 2-man lead. Sizzy a bit quick on the trigger. Bomb is going to be planted. And another Molotov used from FOZE. He's trying to buy time for it here, but unfortunately, he can't get the kill. Hooksy Alone versus 3, and they're not going to waste any time here. NPL, 4 kills. He's started to get warmed up again. I think he's been their best player on every map so far.
He's getting warmed up, and Astralis cooling down.
Uh-oh.
You can feel the frustration creeping in now. Money still not in a great spot. They had the buy in the previous. They got the maximum loss bonus, but it's only around $3,500 per player. Frustrating stuff. Aster as well. Spammed cleanly, and then the 1.5 kills from KenZor set them up nicely. MPL with the mop up. And yeah, they're definitely still in this game. They'll take a partial on the Astralis side. Recovering some AKs. CT forces feeling it now. Nothing to lose at this point. Round by round. 1 foot in front of the other. See if they can steal one away here. Get the hell out of here. Astralis will have some basic cave control courtesy of Yabi. They're going to go for a B finish here, Anders. You know the drill by now. Smoke long and short. Molotov towards Cubby. Flash over. Hope for the best.
It's not going to be easy, but if Jabi could get one opening, it will ease things up on the ramp a little bit. Sizzy's holding that ramp, but if there's pressure on the cave, it's going to be a lot harder for him to just stay there. Double setup, though, so as long as they're standing like this, Yabi can't really win that fight. Molotov goes in, Sizzy finds the opening, and yeah, Yabi's realizing that's a lot to deal with right now. Sizzy keeps it going through the smoke, in fact, against HooXi. 3 versus 5.
Best you can hope for now is a bomb plant, but I don't think that's going to happen either. Those smokes are about to dissipate. Scrambling to get the C4 down. It does indeed happen, but chances of winning this round are almost 0 still.
Sizzy with 3. Yeah. And they're following your recommendation from past games, Henry. They let them plant the bomb.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to fight crazily, you know, running in there alone.
Because you want to hold on to these AKs, especially on the CT side.
Yeah, very true.
That's the end of the game here. Well, you lose the AWP, but that can be repurchased. There's no problem there, really. They've got plenty of cash. You lose one more round anyway, it's over. It's all about saving the AK-47s. So, all of a sudden, this map that felt like a done deal, locked in victory for Astralis, certainly coming into question now. It's getting sloppier and sloppier.
Yes,
things aren't feeling clean. They're getting unlucky as well. The spam at the start. Fuzi trying to open things up, taking heavy damage though. Can he find anything with his peak? Bravely makes his way out towards middle with the AWP in hand. Flashed off. Oh, it's uncomfortable, but doesn't get punished.
Rolling it open. Both AWPers missing. There's a lot of damage dished out. Deep grenade. Oh, it lands straight on top of him.
That's cool. Got the leg shot and the follow-up HE. You love to see that. Finally, a bit of fortune landing in favor of Astralis here. Now it's down to HooXi. You've been given the advantage. The mid-round core is what it's all about. It looks to be an A finish with Yabi, the master of lurks. You always see him on every map, holding these extremities.
Yeah.
Holding for these pushes, showing a bit of presence. Making sure they can't be backstabbed, but he's about to be backstabbed himself. Tucked into the corner, but his barrel has been noted. He's dead.
Yeah, he might be, but let's see. Tries to take the fight there.
That's good intel. He spots 2.
Yeah, they got to go, though. They know that it's coming to the A-bomb site. KenZor, he is Molotov back from that position. Is there going to be a bomb plant quickly here?
Good molly.
Everything on the line right now for Bait. They need this round. They need to keep it going. The comeback's been looking strong, but they will lose NPL. I think they're top player so far in this series, and he's out of the round. It's going to do a little bit to try and chip away at them. Fuzi's back here holding the back hallway. Sees the shadow, and that's an easy timing. Yeah, this should be it. Essential and Alex, the retake is on. Stair is very low on health here. They're going to tap the bomb. They do have the kit, but no more smokes. They can't block away Astralis. They get a couple of kills. A team kill on top. What a disaster. And this might be how they lose the series. There's no more time in the round. Alex, he's going to get the shot, but they can't win it. 13-8. Astralis, they get the job done.
Yes, just about, Anders, though. Just about. I mean, crazy comeback from Bait, even if it's all stat padding, essentially, at the end. But this is something Astralis are going to have to work on. If you want to lift trophies, you can't be losing gun rounds to pistols, you know, twice in a half. That should have been academic. So lots for them to think about. but they got the W. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, a little bit sweaty towards the end, but realistically, it was they still would have had 3 more chances to close it out after this. So, yeah, still a little bit away from it actually being worrisome, you know. So I don't think they're going to be too worried. They're just going to go back and look at what happened against these pistols, and that's all.
Yeah, just like a couple of small little mistakes being made there, but man, can we just talk about Stair and how absolutely insane he is? Obviously, FOZE had his moments as well with the AWP, but Stair pretty much buys lonesome towards mid, because you can see Astralis weren't really going for a very heavy packing towards mid. It was more about pushing the extremities, you know, trying to go for lane control, trying to go for ram control. But he was just getting kills at will seemingly every single time at mid, and he was such a thorn. And that's how it would feel like if FOZE just killing you through the smoke every couple of rounds.
I mean, this is the Yabby flank, so it wasn't even that. It was just more frustration that nobody was checking for that, if anything else. But yeah, it was all about Stair. I was obviously highlighting Yabby in the pre-game, but Stair is the guy who he's working off of all the time in mid, who he's like working in tandem with, and Yabby was there to support more. In this case, where Stair was the one just wreaking havoc all throughout mid. Just whatever he was doing, he was getting multi-kills left and right. Very, very, very strong game from Stair.
And this, I was a bit worried here at this moment. I was like, uh-oh, but fortunately, time on Astralis' side. But yeah, I mean, look, what can you really say about Stair that sort of hasn't been said before? He is the player that people are looking to kind of kick on and really be the jewel in the crown, you know, of Astralis, the all-rounder, the star player. Obviously, we've been pleasantly surprised by FOZE, but we were meant to be, you know, we were meant to be talking about this guy.
It's kind of crazy to think that this guy is still 21.
Yeah.
He's been around for a long time. If you think about it, like when he started in Sprout, that's something like 4 or 5 years ago now that we started hearing the name Stair. And he's still got plenty of time to even go level up on this.
Astralis courted him for a long time as well, because I remember, like you say, when he was in Sprout, there was a rumor that Astralis were going to get him, and then it didn't happen. I think the buyout might have been a bit too high for Astralis' taste. Then Device started playing with him, really pushed him as a player to pick up, and so he's definitely been one to watch for some time.
And it's also quite commendable that he hasn't had his mentality or mental, as the kids called it, broken, considering how many other younger players have been through the Astralis grinder and just kind of, just shat out.
The one who survived.
Yeah, he's the one who survived. He's delivering even more than he did once upon a time, being forced to take loser interviews and all of that. So I'm very happy that now he's got a team.
That's a callback.
That needs to happen. Now he's in a team that's looking super good. He's now to shine in such roles where he's able to really perform. And also, I think he's now starting to feel that he doesn't have the responsibility, the weight of trying to be the rock for the team anymore, because you have people like Ryu, who's been so stable. You have FOZE, who's just been a revelation, so to speak, this year. And of course, Yabby as well, kind of finding his form, which seemed to have disappeared a long time ago.
A few words about Bait. Obviously, they've been a little bit lackluster for our tastes. Day one, yes, they got a 2-0, but it was against Wildcard. The second map was a little bit closer than it should be. Today, they've had 2 maps against Astralis where they've looked very poor. Do we still feel like we're looking at a playoff-bound team?
I do think that they're somewhere on the button. They're probably going to go through the 2-2 bracket, and it's going to be decided there. It's something that I've spoken about before. I think the energy on that team is probably on the low side because of the journey that they've been on in the last couple of weeks.
Sentinel has anger, at least. He's got that emotion.
Some anger issues
he's
going
got
on
that emotion going.
So I think, it's just going to happen where you have a schedule like that you're not going to be at your 100% when you're going into the next tournament right away.
For me, I did, as a prelude to this particular game, I said, Bait, I'm still not completely convinced yet. You won that small little LAN, but here is, against better teams is where I want to see you perform. The fact that you're able to steal Nuke away from Astralis does put a little bit of faith. Ancient, though, it was Astralis from the get-go, poking and prodding, making them very uncomfortable. I agree with Striker. I think they're going to squeeze in a 3-2 into the playoffs.
I mean, we saw them. There could have been even a 2-0, right? Because Mirage ended up going to overtime. It was very close. So realistically, not a bad game if you look outside of Ancient, where one bad half, and that's just what costs you.
All right, guys, great hanging out. That's it from us, but it's not over for the Counter-Strike action. We're going to be bringing in Tech Girl, Prof, and Dust. They're going to take you through the rest of the day. So make sure you stick around. We'll see you after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What is going on, everybody, down on the floor with ZTR of FOKUS? You're all just 1 month into this project, right? How important are things like this? You know, once you arrive, going out to get something to eat, hanging out, building that synergy?
I mean, I think it's very important, and it's maybe something a bit of the younger players, they don't put much emphasis on, or they didn't know about it, or I don't know how to say it, but so it's something maybe the more experienced guys in the team, me myself as well, has been trying to focus on, trying to be as a unit, build that family environment. So we're trying to do a lot of this stuff together.
So is that sort of something you're bringing from your experience as well, trying to encourage this in the rest of the team?
I mean, for sure I'm bringing it, but I wouldn't say I'm the only one. I would say most of the people who has found some way of success, like Seb, Volta as well, and Cuban, they all understand the importance of having that bond to be more than just colleagues playing CS together.
Yeah, absolutely. Of critical importance, some might say. So, as mentioned, just 1 month in, but, you know, by all metrics, this project seems to be working. How are you finding it?
I mean, going into it from the start, I wasn't sure what to get because I didn't know, I don't have that well knowledge of the younger players or more unknown players of the scene. So it was more like the coaches scouting that. So didn't know what I would get, and of course we went up to a booming start. First week or 2 weeks or something, we qualified here, and finally we get to play the event. That followed by a pretty abysmal first LAN, and then we went to our second LAN in Riga and managed to win it. So there's for sure been some ups and downs, but I think that's a thing I've come to accept now, with these younger and more inexperienced people, that we're gonna have some inconsistencies, and it's going to be like a learning curve.
Yeah, from an outside perspective, you know, we see a strong IGL, an absolute veteran coach. We've also got Volt in there, and then around that, just a whole heap of firepower. But how would you describe the team from the inside, ZTR?
Oof. I mean, I would say maybe brain rot is the right word. We play a bit of brain rot. There's a lot of aggression in the team, which we kind of sometimes have to restrain, but I think everyone is doing a really good job at doing it themselves, and I think Yorko and Mateos maybe are the main brain rot people, but I think their individual skill is so insane. They just need to find maybe that balance and discipline to make them into great players. And then we have Banju. I mean his Finnish, probably most people who've played with Finnish people or overall experience them, he doesn't talk that much. He's very calm, but all of a sudden you press tab, he hasn't said that much the whole game, and he has 40 kills or something like this. So he's insanely stable, and I'm really happy to have him as well.
How do you think that's going to be built over time in the team? Do you have any ideas?
Oof. I mean, I think it's just listening to maybe the older and more disciplined people. I would say even I'm learning a lot of stuff from Cuban. I'm not gonna sit here and say oh, I'm perfect and I'm teaching everyone, but I would say like, yeah, just the younger people learning after the more experienced people, because I mean, they've done it for more time and they have the experience, so it would be stupid to not like listen and take that in. But of course it's going to take some time and willingness from everyone within the team.
Yeah, time of course going to be super important. What are your expectations coming into this event, ZTR?
I would say if we play at a good level, like we have been doing, like what I know we can do, I think we are easily like in the top half of the teams, which means I'm aiming for playoffs. So yeah, I would say playoffs. And whatever happens then is like just a bonus for me. But yeah, I think we have the means to beat a lot of these teams here and make the playoffs.
All right, well, wishing you the best of luck. Anything else that you'd like to say to everybody watching at home before I let you go?
Shout out Sverige och tack min familj för att ni kollar.
We're halfway through day number 2 here at PGL Bucharest. 2 more best of 3s on the way, and we're kickstarting with PARIVISION up against FOKUS. I've got Prof and Dust on the desk, and I mean, we got to get straight into it. Prof, there's national pride on the line here. I mean, you have a lot resting on this match.
Yeah, this is a first. This is not really an experience I'm used to, you know. I'm sure you watched a lot of NACS. You've experienced the ups and downs, a lot of the downs, but this is a first for me. Watching a player from my country actually play $1 million plus tournament. This has not happened before. This is a first for Mateos here on FOKUS, new guy on the international scene, and I mean, this just shows how dire it is. This is all of the players that have more than 30 maps on HLTV in CS2 from Croatia. Just these 3 guys. That we can't even make a 5-stack. We can't make a 5-stack. That's it. This is what the situation is, and honestly, this is a player that when I was more involved wasn't around. So he is completely new gen, someone that grew through the international scene, playing ESCAs and finding teams like that. And now he's here at the top tournament playing one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, it's a very interesting squad because it's one of those rare times where you have kind of a brand new team being built that wasn't from a previous core, and you're trying to just start from scratch. And that being said, though, there's like these fun little ties between the players. So like obviously ZTR and Vault played together on Gamer Legion, so there's a little bit of tie in there. Vault actually played with Banjo and Fnatic Rising a long time ago, so they have a little bit of a link. And then Mateos, the man you've been talking about, and Jorko actually used to play together on Copenhagen Wolves. So there are some links between these players, but as a unit, they are very fresh. But they've really done well so far. I mean, they obviously come from the European closed qualifier to get to this event, beating some pretty solid teams in Bet Boom and Inner Circle and things of that nature. They won a smaller event against some decent teams kind of within their tier. So, they've been on the up and up, but now they get a real test today. Like, this is where we really get to see where they are.
I think the building of this team is also very interesting because behind the scenes, like what actually happened with FOKUS coming in, it's also a new org, right? In Counter-Strike, they approached Kuben, very experienced coach, obviously 1.6 player and all of that, to build a team and to get a team, right? And the first team that they went for was actually a full Polish lineup in the ESC that they signed, but they never announced this lineup. They were like playing under the same name, like a neutral name, and just trying it out in some officials. And it didn't go well. It went so badly that they were like, actually, this is not going to work out. This is not what we want to do with under our organization. We're aiming higher. So they just benched that roster like behind the scenes. Eventually, they just went back to ESC, and then Kuben went on and built this international lineup of a few younger but experienced players, and then three guys that are completely inexperienced but are gaining that experience right now.
I think Das mentioned it. We've seen some good results from this team, but I would argue first time that they're going to be going up against what I would consider tier 1 opposition. So this is the true test now of where their skill ceiling currently lies.
Yeah, I mean, the only other team that they've really played on LAN that was like somewhat in tier 1 would be 3D Max, which is on the way down right now, for honest. So yeah, this is going to be a test against a top 5 team in the world, but there's definitely some interesting pieces on this team. I think a lot of, hope is in a player like Banjo, who is from the Finnish scene, who is kind of, you know, like an extremity rifler, side anchor, really does show a lot of consistent firepower so far on this squad. I think a lot of people are excited about him in particular. And also, there's a lot of eyes on Jorko, mainly because A, the op-air market is so tough right now that anytime you see any new blood, you know, kind of coming up in the op role, you kind of hope that they're going to blossom into something. And Jorko, obviously, an inexperienced guy looking to get some of that here today. So those are probably the two names that, you know, people may not know very well that are ones to keep eyes on that maybe could be flashy in this game.
Based on what you've seen so far, I'm going to pose a question to you. It's not my question. I've stolen it from Anders because he posted on X earlier where he said, can FOKUS take a map off PARIVISION? Will this be the day people realize they're pretty good? Keep in mind, Anders also recently said that MongolZ could win the major if they don't face off against pretty much every top team. So I don't know
He was also very excited about NRG, and we saw how they played.
Yeah, but I mean, the question remains, can they take a map off PARIVISION, this team that is just on the up and up?
It's going to be a tough one. I mean, it's a top 5 team in the world, right? They're legit. Like, they've had many, many good results now at this point to where you cannot deny that they are a real contender out there. So it's going to be a tough test. I do think there's a couple of maps out there that this team has shown vulnerabilities on. You know, Mirage was one that we saw yesterday, for example, and that has just been a problem area for them for some time. I think Overpass is another weakness for them that maybe could get exploited depending on how comfortable FOKUS feel on it. So there's a couple of maps floating out there where FOKUS may have a shot, but all in all, it's going to be an uphill battle to try to pull out a victory here.
I do feel like also the Veto will probably go more in the neutral area where FOKUS will just go for what they feel comfortable on, like an Ancient, Inferno, these kind of maps that have been in their wheelhouse, and they won against 3D Max yesterday as well. So, but we'll see about that. I think in general, when you talk about PARIVISION, I think they're just like so. In some ways, they're so far ahead, but also if you look at these players 6 months ago, no one knew these names at all.
Sure.
So it's not that different of a story to what FOKUS are doing right now in many ways.
Also, to reiterate something you said yesterday about PARIVISION, which is when they play good teams, they're very good. When they play teams they don't know, they tend to struggle. So maybe that is something that'll help FOKUS a little bit, is maybe James doesn't have an understanding of what their style of play looks like.
Yeah, it depends on how much scouting that they've done. I mean, I will say that FOKUS, you know, does play a punchier style of CS so far in a lot of T-sides I've seen them play. They're very pacey, which is something that Legacy was, you know, dealing to PARIVISION yesterday, so they've already kind of felt that type of tempo. But then it'll just come down to, you know, how much planning do they actually have, because PARIVISION's proven that they have the ability to anti-strat very, very well. You know, that's part of the reason how they won Bounty against Falcons, is that they just kept punishing the B side of the map. They knew that it was weak. So if they see an exploit that they can go after, they can definitely make it happen. But I feel like this event, just from watching the last game, it feels like, you know, with that pick of Mirage and that, you know, Legacy series, I feel like they're kind of stress testing maps right now. Like, I don't even, like, yeah, they're trying to win this tournament, but I feel like they're trying some new things and not doing the stuff that you would normally see them do. So it'll be interesting to see how it shakes down as permabans come out. No surprise there. Just curious what PARIVISION will pick, because normally they're a D2 Ancient team, but yesterday they picked Mirage.
I feel like it's Dust 2 this time. They're not going to be fooling around too much. Yeah, that's the pick from PARIVISION, and then Ancient or Inferno, I would say,
Probably.
from FOKUS.
Unless they want to try to go after something else, but no, they just stick with Concrete.
I would even expect them to go for Ancient. I think they have like a 90% win rate on Ancient right now, but maybe that's going to be a third anyway. And to be honest, PARIVISION are also pretty good on it. So I think that's kind of a handshake third that we're going to be expecting here.
So absolutely no surprises with the Veto. I'll take it back to Anders' question. Can FOKUS take a map off PARIVISION now that you know what that Veto is going to look like?
I want to be like super excited, obviously, for
Croatia,
Croatia on the map for the first time ever. But I also don't want to put on too much pressure, you know. So I think this is the series where it's going to be really difficult against PARIVISION to steal a map, but I do think they will show enough that people will be like, okay, this is an interesting team. Who are these guys and why are they around? I think you're talking about Banjo. I think the way I think of him is kind of like a budget Rops in a way that he's just ZTR also explained it really well. It doesn't say much, but he's just there, and then he's 20 kills in. You don't really know where or how he got him, but it's just, you know, it's just the easy small things that he does really well, and also supporting the rest of the team with flashes and stuff like that. I think him and Mateos and Volt as well, like, work really well off of each other. So he's definitely a player to watch, and it's also interesting to see like how long someone needs to be on the rise. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you have these donk players that come in and they just smash everyone. But then Banjo is like, okay, I'm on Fnatic Academy, then I'm on Fnatic for a bit, then I'm all over, like, few years kind of lost in the sauce of like the tier 3 European mixes. But then on Fireflux's last team, he kind of stood out, and now he's here pushing that boundary even further and like playing again against some of the top opposition. So it's a nice little, I don't want to say fairy tale story, but a story of perseverance.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because I feel like when you look at the map pool that's getting played, it kind of makes it even harder for FOKUS to pull this one off, in my opinion. We know that PARIVISION is one of the best Dust 2 teams in the world. They're very dynamic on how they play. Obviously, they can play that slow, kind of wear you down style, but they can also go for the really punchy B pops and those really fast-paced plays because Zilo and Noda are just so comfortable being those front runners, and sometimes Jame will just cut them loose. And, you know, one of the things I'm curious about is, you know, where do PARIVISION try to test this team at, right? Because, you know, you got inexperienced guys like Banjo and Mateos over there on the B side of the map, and we saw when they played against Falcons that had Nucleons as a stand-in, when they perceived that that was a weakness, they really just kept targeting it over and over again. I wonder if we'll see that here again. And just to get back to kind of a final point is while we all agree that PARIVISION is the favorite to win this, probably the favorite to win at 2-0 based on the map pool that we've got, it's more about just seeing what is FOKUS made of. Like, what can they actually do against a top team? I think that's more of really the interesting way to look at this as opposed to trying to expect them to win or something like that.
I do enjoy now with the VRS shakeups, like how much more fun it is watching these up-and-coming teams and these young players because of the upsets that are potentially there. We are going to get into game very soon, but Dinko and Moses wanted to chat. I think that they missed Dust and Prof. Are you gents excited to see what FOKUS can bring to the table?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm always excited when you see a new team coming up, and I think the pieces are exciting. And I know what ZTR can do. We've seen him in Game of Legion, so hopefully it can do something cool with this squad.
I think exciting is a very strong word.
Yeah.
I think interested might be where I'm at.
Interest is good.
Yeah, I'm looking to get a sense of what we got. We got the seven series win streak or 7-game win streak. We got a couple wins over 3D Max.
I think it ends obviously today.
I don't know what expectations I'm supposed to have for him, so we're gonna see him party. And I think the cool thing, Dust, you mentioned the stress testing of maps. Now you get FOKUS, who, I mean, as Prof as you mentioned, so I'm taking from both analysts. It's great.
Wow. Teamwork.
Like some of these different maps that they play, it is going to be a world where FOKUS gets to have all these maps with really strong ratings that have been good for them in their kind of rise in their recent run, and they get to test it against one of the best teams in the world. So they get to see how good these maps actually are. So a very cool opportunity for FOKUS coming in right now, but it does feel like the world is stacked up against them.
All right, PARIVISION on the T side, FOKUS on the CT side. Plenty of utility here for Belchinok and Jame, and they're going to keep things simple. They're coming at that B bomb site. We've got one player lying in wait, and Mateo's close by. He should be having a pretty tough time here.
Croatia's finest, as Prof was telling us. He's ready to party. He's got the dualies. He's got close up. It's all on him.
Oh, up they go. Xello, he's got himself a chance, but it's actually going to be Zwei. He takes that opening frag. Yorko throwing one back and Zwei out of there, traded, so going into it. Look at this from Yorko, a risk being taken down by Shello though. As ZTR through the window, can't get much out of it, and at least the bomb plan coming in for PARIVISION, but really should be the pistol round win now.
Cool idea, and those plays I think we're going to see throughout this series. I think the greatest, well, you know, hold the phone. Let's see how this pistol round plays out before I start waxing lyrical. We got another smoke cone down to double doors. That's actually, the pistol round's done. There's 2 players along.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways.
Wax lyrical, Jason.
Yeah, wax lyrical. Let's get back into it. Yeah, I think those kinds of plays that we see, like I think the biggest weakness FOKUS is going to have in this matchup is the inexperience against top teams and the inexperience down the roster. I think PARIVISION is a particularly difficult and annoying team to have to play against in that sort of a situation, just because of all the pauses, just because of all the quiet on the map that they institute, just because of the way Jame calls the game and has these guys on a string moving them all over the place. Going to be very, very difficult for inexperienced players to wrap that together. And those are plays that like flash through the smoke that I think are going to be super effective at the level that FOKUS has been playing at, and is probably going to get punished quite a bit today against PARIVISION. So keep an eye on those kinds of trick plays that they throw into the mix. That's my waxing lyrical for them.
Oh yeah, I like that. I would love Jame to just rush B 12 rounds in a row, Jason. That's personally what I'm signing up for.
Yeah, you're into
today.
the B rush?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a
happen before.
You got a hot date tonight, Dinko? You're trying to get out of here early?
No, I think it would be just nice to see, you know, PARIVISION test how successful they can be against a team like FOKUS, you know?
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday after the win as well. in the series last night, the dominance on the third map over Legacy was like, it's cool seeing, because I feel like PARIVISION, we know they play so many close games. I feel like I very rarely see them just blow a team out of the water. So it was cool to see them actually hit a level against Legacy that they were just like, yeah, we win.
Yeah, it should be capable of doing that as well against a team like FOKUS. But wait and see if that is going to be the case today for PARIVISION. We'll be going 2-0 up in the competition with a win here. Not going for the Mirage pick today, going back to old Dust 2.
Nice thing for PARIVISION too is, you know, as this event doesn't have any bearing on the VRS, but they've already, you know, they're in stage 1 or stage 3, excuse me, of the major. So very deep already that they've qualified to with the hot start they've had this year. That's been very impressive. A little bit stalled out here in this round number 2, but plenty of time to fix things. Stepping out of mid and setting up a split towards the B bomb site. 3 defenders here though, so right at the stack.
Yeah, the best chance here for FOKUS to make something of this second round force buy. We'll see if Nota can start breaking it apart. But tested that first. The Deagles come in. Banjo also finding success on the MP9. Goes ahead and gets another. And there's another player, Volt, hidden behind the car. Now he's trying to keep his head down. 5-7. Going to be cleared by Nota. And they get into the B bomb site with the bomb on their back just in time.
Okay, well, ooh, you almost got lost dropping the weapon. Moving up closer. 1 versus 2 clutch. Nota and Jame inside the bomb site. Gonna give it a go.
And Yorko coming through the window. He's got that 5-7 quick kill and dives down. Finally, James gets that, but he was missing a lot of shots there, and there was a real opportunity to somehow win that out.
All that matters is the dub. He did get it. It did look a little bit shaky, but the victory's there, 2-0. Nice, nice hold from FOKUS. Really, you know, doing good work against that split. One thing they can notice, we saw this yesterday against Legacy as well. When PARIVISION runs these mid to B splits, the first player to make contact is Nota coming from middle, right? He's been sliding through that corner smoke on the left side, and he's the one they want to make the first contact. So if you're the defense and you saw that, you looked into that yesterday because you figured you'd be playing on Dust 2, that should be something that FOKUS probably has in their back of their minds of how to handle the different B splits when they come.
Yeah, well, they've got themselves the 2-0 start, even going into the stack, so it's going to feel good for PARIVISION, a chance to recover some of the economic damage they received in the last round as well.
Yeah, you're going to want Jello to be pretty frisky with his MAC-10, aren't you? Get some of that bonus cash going.
And then everybody else to... is what you can get involved, but you want those SMGs to go and get some money. Rifle's still alive. It looks weird for if you're wondering what ZTR is doing. He's looking so he can jump spots so he's not fully exposed. And he's just got a little angle, slither where he can spot them. And then he can drop onto the box as they come out through short.
Well, what's he going to do now? Gonna have a MAC-10 right in his face. There we go. Got a couple of shots off, but quick response, and that's the round. So 3-0 for PARIVISION very, very quickly.
Yeah, under a minute on the clock. Bomb's already going down. Gotta feel pretty good. So, I mean, it's a fantastic start for PARIVISION. You've got exactly what you need. First 3 rounds of play. You know, when you're talking about upsets, generally, for a team like FOKUS to upset a team like PARIVISION, you're going to need to piss around the conversion, right? To get a really good start and come out on a heater. You now have to play this first half winning gun rounds against a PARIVISION that are about to have a lot of money.
Yeah, they're about to be quite rich, aren't they? All right, well, there's the final kill. Gonna be in a happy place. Yeah, we had this day 2 of PGL Bucharest as well. Just if you guys missed some of the matches this morning, if you're in North America, good morning. Welcome to the Counter-Strike, as you're all used to. Morning coffee, early. Heading off to work. FaZe is going to be forfeiting their game against Wildcard, as we all kind of knew at the start of this event. FUT took down NRG with ease earlier today. 3D Max took down Voca. Astralis and Bait just finished up. That was a victory for Astralis.
Barely took down Voca, to be fair.
Yeah, so been a day of Counter-Strike. Check out some of those results. Nice from Jame. Pick on the mid-cross, dollar in the jar, and a very happy opening to the round for PARIVISION. 5-on-4.
Well, Yorko is going to be looking up towards top middle. Not finding the fight. It's going to be the short push coming through here from ZTR, who actually gets both. So Noto and Cello go down. He lost Volt, but ZTR is going to be very happy about the impact he's been able to collect, and he's not falling back. Ooh. In fact, he's going to combine with Banjo and get another kill here at short. So a 2v2 off the back of these early fights.
Yeah, not bad. Plenty of weapons to recover on short, though. MP7 can get dropped. Galil can get swapped out for the AK-47 as well.
ZTR with a quick reposition.
This is what I mean, though. This is the inexperience, is that quiet, that lack of knowledge on the map. Although ZTR, obviously an experienced player, but going and finding a little bit of information. A dangerous peek as PARIVISION was ready for the play. And Zway's just going to slide out as well.
Well, Zitar has positioned himself very well in this round. I feel like he's making a lot of good decisions positionally, but ends up just getting caught when he doesn't win the fight. And well played from PARIVISION to recover that. They stay very composed and put it all on Yorko. He's actually going to go for this, so I'll give it a go with the rifle.
Is he now? All right.
Out through short. AWP though. You should take that. You should take that.
I was going to say, like, I think even saving the AWP at this point might be great. It's going to be tough coming into this. He's rotating over for the retake very, very late. Yeah, now time to get the different weapon out.
He's throwing util in, dude. He's still committed to this. All right.
I think he's trying to bait out a peek. He's not actually committing. He's just trying to bait out a peek. Okay, he's committing.
Yeah, he's fully committing. I mean, now he realizes no time, but you've already put yourself in. That was a terrible decision. Well, yeah.
No, I mean, I understand it. Like, you're trying to make it happen. 1v2, very doable clutch. He's just trying to make some magic happen for the team in a tough match. But yeah, the AWP is probably the higher odds play in terms of longer term benefit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, look, you want to go for it. And again, remember how I mentioned it. That's how players are going to be thinking of this too, is like, finally we get to test ourselves against one of the best teams in the world at a LAN. Like, you want to go for these rounds. Like, you are very motivated to try and show what you can do. So there is going to be some decisions, I think, that FOKUS make that, you know, obviously maybe over-aggressive and trying to go for that retake rather than the AWP, which we definitely see a PARIVISION do, which you'd see the other top teams do.
I mean, you get bored when players always are saving. I mean, that's a big complaint in the in the FAT department.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, there you go. He's going for it. Give it a good go. Didn't work out. No ZTR. Early blows, but then 2 kills come in here for PARIVISION. So easy shutdown in the end, dealing with that. So money's back, all ready for the T side. We'll see what the CT side rather. Let's see what they can pull out, what they can get going. I mean, we're just looking at PARIVISION racking up rounds at this point, building so much money, and it's just now you're playing on nightmare mode.
Yeah, Cuban behind the boys as well. You'd hope he have some good words to get him some impact here in this first half to be able to be competitive. I think at some point, you know, it'd be interesting to see if it's now with this next buy round and the strongest buy they've had, if they want to try and be a little bit more disruptive. That might be the next thing with PARIVISION. 4 players into the upper tunnels. James wants the angle with the AWP. And Jello's going to creep up under his cover.
Joe with nades going over the top. It's going to be Excella taking that frag, and Banjo doing what he can. Just a single one picked up that. And we end up in a 4v3 with PARIVISION. Much stronger here, already breaking into the B bomb site. You can't go for this if you're focused, so got to be a save, and it's just so easy right now for PARIVISION.
Well, it's a great call from James too, because remember, you have a team that just gets their best buy out onto the board. I mean, they had a good buy in the previous round, but this is the one where they have all the money with all the utility. Just call this cheeky play towards the B bomb site. We saw him call this a couple times against Legacy yesterday, and Legacy would smoke the molly immediately afterwards, and James would kind of call it off from there. But without that smoke, he's just like, I have the cover of the AWP. They can't wide swing on platforms, so creep the AK-47s up, and you just get a free win in a round where FOKUS comes in with a game plan, with ideas, and you get to negate all of it. So James just kind of taken away a very strong round that FOKUS wanted to play.
Well, at least you saved those 3 weapons. Volt can drop a rifle. You'll be able to get a buyout again here for FOKUS. But already 6-0 down. I think Dastan's going to be very, very happy with how his team are playing at the moment.
Yeah, and that would have been the conversation from the PARIVISION perspective as well. Is, you know, this is a team that's going to be very tough to upset to start with, just by the style and the fundamental focus that they have. But that would have been exactly what Dastan put into their heads, is we don't need to do anything crazy. James doesn't need to call the best game tactically. Y'all don't need to have life games. We just need to play solid Counter-Strike. That would have been the complete focus today, is minimize mistakes so you don't give them the opportunity to start an upset.
FOKUS is the focus.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
It's like when you're casting big.
Yeah, you just can't avoid it.
You don't have to do that much anymore.
Certain team names, you just can't avoid it. The timeout's going to come to a close. PARIVISION still riding this high, just working the map every which way they please. They've had a successful mid to B split, successful B uppercut timing hit. James picked one off on the cross. The map is their oyster.
James doesn't need aphrodisiacs.
True.
Ball just jump spotting. into the lower tunnels. He'll send the nade through, and it's going to take quite a bit of damage there, down to 77 HP. It's a decent nade, and it's a good start, and Solo softened up. He's not going to be discouraged. He's going to move into the double doors. Going through the motions with his util. And the mid to B smoke already thrown out. That's going to bait some nades out and force FOKUS to be aware of it, but no commitment yet from PARIVISION.
Remember last time they've seen a lot of this similar kind of utility. Noto was challenging in mid behind the mid to B smoke. He was stepping out for that split in the future. So now PARIVISION kind of get a toy with him. The initial salvo of utility sends a lot of panic through the CT side. Now lining up with plenty of players in upper dark for the B hit. Belshinok looking for a late long flank. Nota's going to come out middle, and Belshinok turns into a lurk. He's got options available to him.
Oh, tip of the barrel spotted. Mateo's getting one, but then gets traded because the split was there. Volt tried to move through to help him. He doesn't necessarily help in the moment, but it's CTR on the flank. Belshinok ready. He turned back, but CTR wins the duel. It's a risk for Zwei, but he's just trying to even out these numbers.
Can't believe the bomb hasn't been
Oh my gosh,
yet.
look how quick CTR is coming around the back. James just go. Oh, I thought he for sure was going to nail that, but James missed it, and the bomb does get planted, but now 1v3 for Zwei.
Yeah, and he already showed himself at window, already took tons of damage. Now you have utility streaming in. Good spacing as well. Even if ZTR goes down, should be tradable. Only X factor is the op of Yorko being so far back. They still can't find him. There he is.
I mean, surely there's no way. 5 HP. Oh my god, he's cut it down to 1v1, and Zwei, I don't know how he was allowed to get into that kind of position, but that suddenly was doable for Zwei.
Yeah, very scary. Nice attempt there in the 1 versus 3. But you got to say, I mean, a good retake, but that's a round that PARIVISION throws away. That'll probably be the first round that makes Destan unhappy. Obviously, with the round loss, it's an easy thing to do, but man, they had that. I think PARIVISION is going to be looking at that round like one where they sealed things up. Bomb plant took quite a long time to go in. Couple extra kills going away. Belshinok didn't have the timing on the long flank. But a lot of success again, and it's the extra layer where I just mentioned a few rounds ago, PARIVISION's B split has Nota kind of initiating things. Now they changed it up where it's the B portion that goes first. They catch the window player looking for Nota, and the Nota trades off the player who's there design. I mean, it's perfectly played for PARIVISION up until they lose everything.
Do I have time to try 12 access it?
What if you part now on B?
I mean, obviously nothing's really going well for FOKUS across the board, right? They finally get the round win there. But you're telling me that it's more like PARIVISION kind of throwing that away. You can hear the discussion between FOKUS, the coach, the player, all the players. They're all kind of trying to come up with something, like construct something together here.
Well, it's also because they have to have a conversation and come up with some plans and ideas because they win a round, but only with one player surviving. So the op was passed back over. Money's going to be a little bit of a scary situation. Full buy here, but talking things over, and now Set coming out of the timeout. Only one crosses this time. Mateos plays close to double doors. Banjo inside the B bomb site. And the op boost on short against the wall. And PARIVISION taking this round very slowly.
Well, good boost. I mean, we heard that from Volt. He says we're going to boost. They do it. The Orko is able to get the opening kill. So far, so good for FOKUS's plans. Let's see if PARIVISION can respond.
Well, they fell into this very quickly after that shot. Once they saw the op on short boosted up as well, all 4 players started sliding. So this feels like a protocol, a reaction that they had talked about and had designed. Here's the mid to B split coming in. Noda once again going to do his trademark turn around the corner. Which way's coming first, Halls or middle?
It's going out into the peak. It's Zwei who falls down in the tunnels. Mateo's going to be backing off behind Car, but Banjo has already taken another, so FOKUS out of this timeout, really making the most of this. Not a single kill until this point from PARIVISION. And it's just a single frag before going down.
All right, this is perfect, though. Exactly what we want to see if you want to have a competitive game. Because if FOKUS is going to close the gap, this is the opportunity they've now created. 2 in a row. Money is better. This is a much more solid round. More players survive, so you got to grow some of that cash. Another full buy coming in, and this is where you have to streak them together.
Just take it with like slow, with smoke, molly, and just have like you don't have the best ones. On long, yeah, smoke.
Okay, long take coming in from the FOKUS CT side. This is Mateos getting in front of the actual execute of the mid to B split. Actually, not even a whole lot of strength in that mid to B split. I think PARIVISION was hoping they might get an early peak, but nothing presented itself to him.
Jame loses the fight. So Yorker getting the opening, and we've now got a situation where, once again, FOKUS have the player advantage off the back of an AWP opening kill.
Yeah, cool idea. We don't often see Jame with the AWP going for those opening duels all that often. Losing out on this one. 5-4 for Jame. He was a beast on Dust 2 last night against Legacy with the AWP. Not getting that same level, but still with quite a sizable lead. FOKUS is chunking that down right now, and the A defense is in place to defend against any playoff short.
Well, you need to be accurate, though. And ZTR just isn't at that range. Rifle also missing from Goose, and they're under excruciating pressure now. ZTR throwing out utility, and yeah, like you said, worried about long, and for good reason. There will be a player eventually coming out that way. Volt's rotated over to try and help out. Bomb, not really in a comfortable spot just yet. Nota taking Volt down. So that rotation comes in. Then, oh my god, Belchanok. Okay, well, the long release valve is perfect because Belchanok doesn't even get traded. In fact, he just takes both kills, frees up the short players, bomb goes down, and forces FOKUS into the save.
That's what I mean about like the pacing of PARIVISION, like how unusual it can feel when they attack. Like they do full execute, and they're fighting you that whole time, but they don't really necessarily care about scaling. Like that execute, that whole fight took like 20, 30, 20, 25 seconds going on through that whole thing. So eventually you just forget about Belchanok. You come back to try and have to support things, and you've missed the timing.
You're looking over the wall, and you're like, eventually they're going to peek and fight me, so you're so focused on that.
Because as the long player, he's thinking they're going to cross into the bomb site soon, like before these smokes fade, right? So let me shift back over to provide some support for my Goose player, and then they're still kind of back on catwalk, still at the Gandalf boxes. No one's really pressuring the bomb site. Yeah. And you're like, oh, I've misread the situation entirely.
And you're keeping both of those players now fixated on the short players, and then the long threats forgotten about. Is crazy.
It's really well done from the PARIVISION team with that kind of patience, and then allowing time for Belchanok to find the moment for his peak.
A very strong 4v5 conversion. Really, really great stuff there from PARIVISION, and it'll make you feel rough if you're FOKUS, who you celebrate around victory in the previous because it goes so smoothly. You get an opening kill again in this round with AWP, and then you lose in this fashion. So frustrating stuff for FOKUS as PARIVISION back to winning ways, and this time it's Jame getting the opening kill. Every round starting like this now.
Second kill on the cross this game for James AWP.
I mean, that's, what, is it 3 rounds back-to-back the AWP has found the opening, either on FOKUS or PARIVISION now, within the first couple of seconds of the round.
Welcome to Dust 2.
Yeah.
Well, Yorko's being really aggressive to try and actually grab the equalizing kill. Might have the chance against James sliding in, and he will.
And he's going to try and get away, and he will do so successfully. An advantage from PARIVISION, short-lived.
PARIVISION's had the middle of the map basically whenever they've wanted it, and FOKUS has kind of said, we recognize that, so we're going to park a third defender here at this B bomb site. So you killed one on the cross, and there's still 3 people here. FOKUS have read this perfectly.
Mateos has got one on Zwei, and we've got Volt tucked in the corner. It's a great kill on Jello. He's going to go again. Belchanok able to clear him out and then back away into the tunnels. And a 2v2 with 45 seconds left. It's going to be just Jordan backing in towards Nota, leaving ZTR trying to get back in position, and he was close. That would have been the bomb as well, but ZTR now realizes he's still got this 1v2 ahead of him coming out of CT, and they know where he's coming from. So utility drop to buy some time, and ZTR is going to have to respect it. And, oh, Nota, okay, be careful about this.
Still going to give it a challenge. 9 bullets.
Okay. Down to just 1, pulls out the USP. Nota is relatively low, 64 health. This USP could do it. ZTR hoping he can pull this off, and he's damn close to it, but Nota able to win out in the 1v1 and keep PARIVISION building in this first half.
Yeah, really nicely done. And again, just the layers of lurkers. Yorko trying to get over to the B bomb site. Feels like that bomb site's going to be attacked. Comms are a little bit hectic, and mine just kind of slips from that lurker at double doors. PARIVISION ready for everything. Create the escape route. And that's a stack at the B bomb site. 3 defenders that couldn't hold on to it at the end of the day. Just gut-wrenching for FOKUS. And now that money that they built up over the couple rounds that they won is starting to fade away pretty quickly.
Mateus all the way up towards top mid.
Spotted now.
And then realizes, okay, that's not a comfortable scenario to be involved in, so backs away.
Yeah, I mean, PARIVISION's very happy to just let him get away. No reason to be the aggressors in that situation. A lot of emphasis on the middle of the map. The stack on short. 2 defenders for the B bomb site are playing outside of the site in mid to challenge at the double doors. So PARIVISION's going to have a battle earlier than they probably expected. Another kill.
So yeah, another frag from the same boost as well. So really making it work. And it's focused to take the opening.
They're prepared for that kind of like reverse clear, right? Like that's the second time he's been aiming in that position to be ready for it.
Smoke down towards CT cross again. This is tough for Jim. You're going to get peaked from Salvation, and he's just not going to come away with his life there. So down to 3 players now for PARIVISION. FOKUS looking to move up to 3. There's no way they can concede a 5v3, surely. Mateos peeking out. There we go. The Croatian sensation taking himself 2. And Cello now under so much pressure. ZTR is going to get rid of him. So a third round for FOKUS. If they get one more in this half, then there is a possibility to cook in the second.
Yeah, they've done really good work with that kind of mid boost. It's the second time it's had effect to get him an opening kill. Really well done from Yorko, and sets himself up nicely. Every time they've, not every time, but we've seen PARIVISION kind of focus on middle when they've lost a player. Saw them execute a mid to B split very quickly after losing a player. Hasn't panned out for them to convert those 4v5s. And this is just a solid defense all across the board. Final round of the first half, and it's PARIVISION who have the financial issues. 2 Tech-9s, a Deagle, and 2 AK-47s. All 5 players towards the B bomb site. We're just going to hit it off the rip.
All right, in towards the site is going to be Banjo, getting cleared immediately by Sway, and of course, a B rush is working so far from PARIVISION. Yorko's going to try and cause some problems if he can. Oh, yep, smoke break and a kill right back on Sway, but the bomb plant is through, and so a 4v4 retake at the end of this first half. Can FOKUS manage to squeeze out 4? This 4th round is so important for their chances if they want to remain competitive on Dust 2. 9-3 just seems too difficult to come back at when you're playing against a team like PARIVISION. They're setting themselves up, they're organizing themselves coming into this. They've got a couple of flashes, that's all that's left. And they go up, no one moves in. Finally, over the top, through the window, Belchinok getting traded. Volt on a double, a triple kill from Volt. And it's all on Nota to try and deny them, but he's out of bullets. And Volt comes in with a 4K on the retake. Massive moment from Volt, and a really important round picked up from FOKUS.
Yeah, really good retake. Actually, a pretty good setup from PARIVISION as well. Just the crossfire is not as efficient, as impactful as they would have liked. Streaming through the window, Tech-9 player gets his first kill, took a moment. That's the space needed for everyone else to follow in. Look how much room Volt has to work with in battle. Really nice sequence from him. However, a great half for PARIVISION with 8 rounds on the T side. I mean, they controlled the situation. They felt like they controlled the map more often than not, step ahead a number of times. But really, I mean, credit where it's due. FOKUS, they were in a 0-6 hole. So to come back and kind of close the half out on a 4-2 run and, you know, scrape together some rounds to play with for the second half, nothing to be upset about.
No, I was workshopping something. I called him the Croatian sensation.
Yes,
but I also want to ask Prof, like, I also Googled whether this is offensive or not, because you never really know. So I looked up, you know...
Okay, I thought you were saying it on air.
Yeah, no, I've looked it up. Yeah, you know, I just want to say that Google has told me it's not. So if it is, I do apologize.
Production holding their breath.
But I want to get Prof's opinion. Do we call him the Croatian sensation or the Croat goat? You know?
Okay.
Now the Croat goat's kind of funny, because then you got some...
There's layers to that one.
Yeah, there's a couple of layers to that one. I think it's pretty good.
It's not bad. I like it.
Maybe Prof can be the Croat goat. What do you think, Prof? Let us know.
Yeah. Here we go. Smoke towards the double doors. Molotov to force... Ooh, he's going to try and block it. There's a little bit of a gap behind that he can peek wider. Oh, that was his chance. Does he want another one? No. Going to play it safe. Back off. But he's got information. He's telling his team they're either scaling down mid or they're scaling up short at the moment. So watch double doors. 3 players on this pistol round for PARIVISION defending the B bomb site. That leaves Jame and Zwei on their own. And now they've heard Jame drop. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's Way who's done very well at that. So a good double opener. And for FOKUS, you feel like the sting is completely taken out of this attack. But maybe you can find some venom here. Banjo looking down into a CT. That break is there. Shallow gets another kill though for PARIVISION, so this is quite limp for FOKUS.
Banjo doesn't have the bullets to get in. He's only got 3 shots, even if he was to make it into a fight. Clean headshots all across the board for PARIVISION, but it's Zwei who stops the main thrust of that attack at the A-bomb site and funnels them towards the stack.
Now the worrying part is FOKUS don't get a bomb plan, right? So you're not even getting a good force buy coming into this next round. You're going to be up to 10 rounds of your PARIVISION before that first buy comes in from FOKUS. Yeah, it really is just a very tough scenario FOKUS find themselves in here.
And an all Glock round. They're going to save up for the rifles first. They feel like they're not going to make the comeback happen without some weapons on the board. So yeah, this is tough for them at the moment.
Up next is Inferno, and you know we talking about PARIVISION yesterday. Those are the two maps they won in their opening series. Inferno in particular looked dominant.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost the first 5 rounds.
Well, they started slow. They started slow, and then they snapped in like 5-6 rounds into the opening half, and then it was just like, oh, you will not win this game. So yeah, going to be a tough test, but that's a map that you know. FOKUS is going to be looking at and saying, we have a big win rate on that. That's going to be one of their better maps.
They're all dead. Yeah, that's
yeah, but I like the way James still locked in. You know, fair play. Stay focused. Remember, that is the name of the day for PARIVISION.
Yeah, FOKUS.
Don't drop the ball. But yeah, that Inferno, it's the second best map by statistically for FOKUS. So I mean, they should be coming into that regardless of PARIVISION winning yesterday and saying, all right, this is our best map. This is exactly where we wanted to take it. It's where we put most of our prep. Let's rock and roll. We'll see when we get there. PARIVISION 3 rounds away from closing this out. Round 15 set to begin. Op in the hands of Yorko and AK-47s across the board.
The last hurrah already here for FOKUS. Well, blocked right now at Longhouse. Eventually, though, looking like they want to challenge out that an AWP peak on the smoke fade.
On the fade?
That's wild, and hasn't worked. So Zwei gets 2. He'll go back into it again, but Mateus has come and made sure to at least trade out Zwei. But the problem is you've taken down one long player, but James is still in pit, and he realizes that no one else is committing here. So he's just going to peek up and get that information, and that can ready the forces of PARIVISION elsewhere.
Assuming James is just going to push this. However, Noda's given up short, so they're going to be playing retake at the A bomb site, but James might just want to go back into the cave once he realizes where they've headed. So now you're not going to have a long portion to this retake. CT spawn and short, the likely places of PARIVISION to come back into the A bomb site. FOKUS being extremely cautious as they scale in. There's the Molotov to short to let PARIVISION know what's up. There's the bomb plant. Everyone shift over. 4-on-3 post plant.
James backing off, repositioning.
He spammed some bullets into the smoke, so he wanted to show presence, make them concerned, make them have to be cautious about short when that smoke fades, and now the reposition.
And Zito's in his mind is like, okay, this is taking way too long. There's got to be some long presence or something happening here. You can see him checking that, seeing it now. Volt's taking out Belgian off, but PARIVISION left with such limited time, and all the kills coming in from FOKUS. So, yeah, I mean, it's an ambitious effort to try and pause the entire retake.
Honestly, I think the timing of
oh, now we know the reason. There was an AWP
yeah, there was an AWP.
Yeah, that was the whole reason.
It all makes sense.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's unfortunate. That play from James, I think, is a smart play, especially when you've killed 2 and you heard the third player falling back. You're kind of following up that retreat with the flank that they won't expect, but just unfortunate with the timing as they make their way into the A bomb site. I thought once he cleared it, they would have kept someone at rail to just, like, you know, fight short, but they wanted to play the retake. By the time James gets back to long, it's just way too deep into the bomb timer. So 10-5. Good job from FOKUS staying alive, winning their first gun round in this second half.
Wow, no, a timeout being burned here. Dastan wanting to get on the mic, make sure they get this job done. Don't allow FOKUS into the game.
We'll see what FOKUS bring to the table next. How do they want to attack things? PARIVISION hasn't really had to, I mean, obviously, first gun round, we haven't seen them go up against a whole lot of the playbook of FOKUS. But at least with the round win, they can they have plenty of money to try and string them together and then go on a streak here. Close the gap and actually challenge for a map. That would be a sight to see.
There's James and good opening this time on Yorko. So unfortunately for FOKUS, you got to play a 4v5.
Yeah, but they might not have the timing.
Mateus has got.
Oh, nice shot.
Can he get another one? No. James shuts it down, and Well, now the reaction from FOKUS, we'll see what happens here, because they just get blocked in mid, so you might want to just burst through mid when you lose players like that, but it was read by PARIVISION, and so they smoke it out, they slow them down, and now it's a tough scenario. A 3 versus 4. ZTR getting ready on that smoke fade to fight towards the CT player. They're going to drop the smoke in for that cross. That does isolate the 1B bomb site player. Belchinok's playing on the platform. Doesn't have much help.
No, they're looking to see if there's going to be a reaction from PARIVISION to jump off short. There is a player up there. That's Jello coming in. Oh, and it's watched for. He's got to back away. Actually, he's stuck now. He's got to fight, not aware of the jump up, and now the A bomb site's undefended. And now mid is exposed. PARIVISION's in a lot of trouble. Getting pulled to 2 different sides of the map at the moment and having to spread this defense thin.
Yeah, you're going to need Belchinok to deliver something here on the back of the platform. He didn't pick up the information when he peeked up onto Banjo straight away. James has missed a shot. Belchinok eventually getting that kill as well into the tunnel. So 30 seconds left. Belchinok readying himself for players running up that B ramp. The issue is here for FOKUS, time. 25 seconds.
They don't think they can make it to the B bomb site with the smoke fading away. So 20 seconds back to A. So now it all falls on Nota. Belchinok has delivered.
Yeah, let's see what Nota can do now. Rifle hidden away on the ramp, hearing the steps. And looking to clear him, but he's got some cover, and there's the bomb going down, and both players will fall with it. PARIVISION, yes, very uncomfortable, but eventually getting the result they wanted.
Yeah, maybe a little bit frustrating, because FOKUS was just kind of moving around, pack moving around the map, and not really committing anywhere, taking these engagements, trading kills, falling back. Kind of a cool round from FOKUS, almost able to pull it off, but a good double at the end of the day, and that just extends PARIVISION's lead back up to 6. 2 rounds away from a Dust 2 victory, and a second timeout called by FOKUS. Cuban on the mic. He had that. He was coaching that historic or that crazy run at the Paris Major. Volt on the team as well. Had that crazy run at the Paris Major with Gamer Legion. I think Volt tweeted out as well, if he doesn't make the next major, he's gonna freak out. I saw something like that.
It's gonna be the next major.
Yeah.
Okay.
They can't make this one.
I mean, that would be cool if he could get himself in that position. Volt, I feel like his time in Gamer Legion was brought to an end a little bit prematurely.
I mean, that's the other overshadowed impact of this tournament, right? Is it's kind of setting the scene for the next season, the next major cycle. We're just all kind of obsessed with the current major qualification.
Right. It's PGL Singapore Major will be coming up. You want to get your tickets?
Yes. Get them.
Over the PGL website.
Get them while they're hot.
All right, we've got Utility flying into the B-bomb site, and now FOKUS march to their death as Belchinok and Cello combine for 2. Cello's still alive, so he can even more, and he will. As that rifle spams them down, Yorko runs him down with attack 9, so best case scenario is Yorko pulls off an incredible 4K clutch. Let's see if he's able to pull it off as that plant comes in, smokes up some cover to get a reload going. And they jump on it, flying into the site, and unable to get much done at all there. So James able to nail the opportunity, and we are now approaching very rapidly the end of Dust 2.
Yeah, it feels that way. Good on the plant at the very least to give you some extra cash though for this next buy coming in, and potentially the final round of Dust 2. Gonna need that money if you want to put up a fight here and maybe steal a round away to keep the comeback dream alive. But money's not looking pretty for that side. So Mac-10 comes out for ZTR, AK on Jorko. Jorko.
Jorko and Yorko. I think both are fun. I think interchangeable. I think you could just alternate per round.
Yeah, you think so?
It's gonna happen naturally, personally. It's gonna happen. I've done it a couple times in this game so far.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, Jorko.
We'll get some tweets, I'm sure.
No, I don't think so. I think it'll be fine. That one's understandable.
Sure.
Ryu.
Also understandable.
Fuzzy. Definitely
Also
not fuzzy.
Definitely not fuzzy.
Not fizzy either.
All right, well, potentially last round for FOKUS on this T side. They've got control of Xbox for the moment. James playing in CT spawn, looking at the double doors, waiting for anyone to kind of slide out slowly. Good flash. Takes the blind shot, backs deeper into CT spawn. They want to fight him. They want to challenge him, and he's not ready for that whatsoever. Now the pace picks up.
Trying to get into this B-bomb site. It was a stronghold in the last round for the Riflers. Belchinok actually just threw himself into the smoke, so he's going to die, and now Jello is under too much pressure, so they actually break through, and so FOKUS onto the B-bomb site. Plant is coming in, and Nota doing what he can here, but an AK-47, not a bad save in this scenario. And it will be a 6th round for FOKUS.
A little change of pace from FOKUS there. You get that contact on Jame, you take the kill, you push him aggressively. He's expecting the round to play out a little bit more strategically, but you're just full throttle. Catch him off guard and keep the pace up into the B-bomb site. That defense never had a chance to set their feet or get used to or get ready for what was coming. Really well done. Just like 6 more of those.
Yeah.
You know? Just 6, it's not that hard. Final timeout for Destan and PARIVISION, as he calls it early on. So if there is any kind of a comeback, if FOKUS do start going on a streak, no ability for Destan to pause the action and have a word. And PARIVISION's going to force buy behind this timeout. So up in the hands of Jame. FAMAS being brought out for Belchinok. He's going to sell that back because he doesn't like the weapon because it's not very good.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
Hope Flom's not watching.
No, the FAMAS is out. He's going to hate that.
I'm into it. I like it. But it is not very good. 12-6. 5-7 for Belchinok, MP7 for Zwei. 2 M4s and an AWP for this force up on PARIVISION, looking to close out the map right here, right now in round 19.
No. Decisive hits in back-to-back rounds. It was towards the B-bomb site in the last round. It's going to be a heavy long take in this one. FOKUS tossing out that cross utility.
And depending on when PARIVISION figure this out, and I think it's already too late, I think this will just end up being a save call. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're backed away. It'll be 7 rounds now for FOKUS.
Yeah. Don't mind this. Obviously, it feels a little bit silly. Feels a little bit sad because we want to see the action and the headshots, but investing in this and making sure the next round that you can buy as well with this kind of a lead is the right call from PARIVISION. So just going to back away into the B-bomb site. The rare, I mean, a full-blown unicorn round.
Yeah, no.
Zwei's only taking damage off of like a fall or a nade or something. It's not gun damage, you know? How often do you see that?
Thankfully, not that often. Yeah. But, I mean, it's definitely the best decision here for PARIVISION, like you were saying, Jason. You know, you get to keep the AWP, you get to keep the rifles. When you know, you would have been completely out of position for that retake.
Oh, for sure, for sure. It was the right call to make at that moment. So FOKUS get up to 7. Now just 5 rounds back. They get to grow their own economy as well, but PARIVISION cares very little about that considering they're at 12. And we get a rinse and repeat. So PARIVISION gets to buy up a little bit more utility around the weapons they just bought, a few more nades, and now you can have a bit more of an idea. But we're going to get a timeout from FOKUS, their 3rd and final, to talk things over heading into this final stretch. Last chance for Cuban to come up with an idea for the boys. A little bit of chatter on the PARIVISION side. I don't think they're going to be changing a whole lot. We've seen Jame with the AWP on the CT side. He's looked for some picks in the mid-double doors, broken the smoke a couple times, classic AWP plays. Haven't seen them have to get aggressive. Really, PARIVISION's played a pretty vanilla game. They haven't like broken deep into the playbook, right?
No, and I like that. I think that if you should be able to beat an opponent like FOKUS by playing your vanilla game. You shouldn't have to add some chocolate sprinkles in.
But they are always nice.
Does make it better. Are you a colored sprinkles man or a chocolate?
I do not like sprinkles on my ice cream, Dinko. No sprinkles kind of a guy.
You were touched with it then, Jason.
Just no sprinkles for me.
I mean, we call them, I remember I was asking for sprinkles in America. I asked for hundreds of thousands, Jason. They didn't know what that was. Hundreds of thousands of kills, though. That's what we're hoping for. And Folt is going to sprinkle himself through that smoke and take himself a kill on Shello. So an opening frag here for FOKUS.
Yeah, just walking through the middle of the mid-smoke and finding a kill. And now the long play starts coming in. That's a smoke, but not going to dissuade anyone. They're already past it.
Out.
And you're coming up late, Noda and Zwei, to try and take this, to try and hold this. Bomb is here if you're successful.
Flashes away. Okay, gets one on the MP7. Nota was hoping he could have got 2. If he had found 2 kills, yeah, very close to. If he had got 2 there, that might have just wrapped everything up. We got Belchinot backing off now with this rifle. Voltage shown, ripped off. All of a sudden, a lot of damage done as well onto Mateus.
James needs to get this cross kill.
Does he attempt this?
I think you have to.
Oh, he pulls out the USP. He's got information, they're low. Rifle on the floor. Switches to that for the clutch. Does he jump? No. Mateus already had the angle on him. James gonna be frustrated about that one.
Yeah, that's yeah, he could have saved the op, but I don't even mind. I think that's a clutch that you very much should have gone for in that situation. Just goes against him, doesn't clear behind him on the path up the ramp. Thought they'd both be inside the bomb site, so an easy clutch out for FOKUS. And this still keeps going. However, money's going to be probably a little bit confusing for FOKUS to try and read what kind of a buy is coming in because of the save in the previous round, because they invested and just kind of huddled into the B bomb site. Another full buy here for PARIVISION, missing some nades on James. But FOKUS has done this fast, punchy, aggressive style in these past 3 rounds, and it's working out. It's working out really, really well. PARIVISION set up a stack in middle. James up on short. He had Nota paired up with him for a moment. Jello was playing close to the smoke. Every resource there to defend against the opening kills that FOKUS has found at the double doors.
Well, FOKUS setting up for this B-bomb side attack.
Yeah, they have a decision to make. I think they've made it. They're going to stay behind the smoke and just wait for it to fade.
And you've also got your mid lurker and ZTR who is going to start setting up nades. A little wall of smokes.
Really nice utility to throw a fake. 2 players, 2 defenders occupied in middle.
And now this puts the pressure on Belchinot. He passed a couple of tests on this B-bomb site, but not this time. Misses everything. It's taken up by Mateus. Nota able to spot ZTR. That's the mid lurk gone, but they're already populating the B-bomb site, and at this point, you want to save again.
Okay, really nice look. PARIVISION having a really tough time in these past 4 rounds handling the opening fight. It seems like it's all going in the favor of FOKUS. And a couple times FOKUS has been able to find the weak point in this defense, pushing into lone defender at the B-bomb site on a full execute. Very tough job for Belchinot. Keeping the dream alive. It's going to be 9-12 now. And remember, PARIVISION's used all their timeouts, so Dastan can't stop this to have any input. FOKUS has used all their timeouts as well, so both teams are just kind of flying through this and improvising the rest of the way. Incredible little run right here at the end for FOKUS. Now, what, 4 in a row to get up to 9. If you're PARIVISION, I think you make the call to just half buy with Belchinot and Jello, maybe pick up a few more pieces of utility on your rifles, and you just try and win it out with 3 rifles and the 2 upgraded weapons, and then you have a full buy in the next one. Get a little bit of rough, though. It's starting to probably get a little bit frustrating for PARIVISION. They haven't really been able to fight too much for these rounds. It's been decided pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I like the calling out of FOKUS in the last few rounds. CTR doing a good job. Now I'm going to be taking up through short. We got Mateus already around that corner, applying pressure towards the A defenders. Molotov fades away. Coming at a Deagle in the hands of Nota. And an AWP now arriving. James has got a teammate watching long so he can fully focus on this short play. And they're already in the site. There goes Jello. He's unleashed from Goose and he rings them by the neck. Mateus and ZTR out of there. It was a good comeback starting here from FOKUS. Nota has a deed shot through the smoke. But in the end, not enough to bring down PARIVISION on Dust 2. Just too much of a strong lead for PARIVISION to work with. Eventually, they were going to just pick up one and close this out. And it's now 13-9 victory queued up for PARIVISION.
Yeah, not really much to do here in this 1 versus 4. Gonna have to challenge up short. A nice win from PARIVISION. Struggled to close it out, struggled to finally put it away, but this has never really been in contention. They've been in the driver's seat. And PARIVISION's looking good so far. 18 seconds left. Is he gonna try and make it to the B-bomb side?
Dude, he could. Let's see. Oh, misses the shot though, and that's going to be the closer. So Georgia trying his best to round that one out, but PARIVISION able to get the job done. They win, Dust 2.
Took the win. I think at halftime maybe we thought this would have gone a little bit faster. It felt like it was all wrapped up, and then a bit shaky from PARIVISION there on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, we're giving them some props yesterday for just stomping Legacy and having a dominant win, which is not really the James style. And here it started like that, you know, first half, super nice, win the pistol. Everything seems kind of done and dusted, but no, I mean, FOKUS did really pull it back on the T side, and I feel like that is their stronger side, and they've shown enough for me, you know, enough of good things on Dust 2 on PARIVISION's home map.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, obviously it was a very cold start, and it's always going to be tough when you're the lesser experienced team and you're behind the 8 ball that quickly in a game against the PARIVISION team who's very strong on this map. And PARIVISION is just a really tough T side to deal with on this because the way that they pace their rounds is just so hard to read. You know, they obviously like to wear you down and play super slow sometimes, but it's just the timing of when they take battles, how long those battles last, you know, how they just kind of even sit back while they're dueling and still don't really commit to something. Then they hit you with like a really punchy B pop out of nowhere. And like, it's very hard to read the rhythm of this team. And especially on a CT side like Dust 2, where you have so many things to worry about when, you know, there's a threat of a mid-B split or there's like a spawn-based play that comes at you. And, you know, I thought they did a couple of good things to get some rounds on that CT side. You know, Jorko was getting the op engaged in a lot of scenarios. Banjo was doing a really good job on the B-bomb side, I felt like, to guard some of those execs, but it just wasn't enough in the end. But the T side certainly looked promising.
I mean,
at times.
when you think about it, you know, it's a huge underdog FOKUS going against PARIVISION, probably the favorite or the top 2 favorite to win this tournament. And you have this super young and inexperienced team. They go into the PARIVISION map pick. They lose both pistol rounds on the map. They also first half take a long time to even get into it. When you take all of that into account, the result is 13-9. Not too bad.
I agree with you. I think that they, especially on that second half, I think that FOKUS showed that there's some tenacity there and there's something we can look forward to.
Yeah, you also had some insight.
I mean, I don't know. It kind of failed on me afterwards. I did think it was interesting. So I'll bring it up. I thought it was interesting that Dustin, when FOKUS got that 5th round and that there was a momentum there, PARIVISION made some horrible mistakes. He calls the timeout, and I feel like he shuts that momentum down straight away. PARIVISION comes right back. They continue, right?
Yeah.
Then he calls his final timeout. In this moment, I did question, okay, are we doing this to shut down that momentum? It turned out, I believe, based on what they did, he was calling for them to save and was sort of saying, wrap this up.
Yeah, it was a gamble. It was a small investment gamble stack in that round. But overall, just the fact that PARIVISION were like cruising in this game for the most part, 11-5, 12-8, you feel like, you know, it was an easy game, but Dastan used all of the timeouts. All of the timeouts were used. He was constantly keeping the team in it, making sure that it doesn't, you know, get out of hand. And towards the end, it did. I mean, FOKUS got into some momentum. The calling from ZTR was nice. I think Dinko highlighted on the cast, going into, you know, a little mid to be fake and then hitting the B bomb site, getting the bomb down very easily. A few of these rounds that, you know, obviously the deficit was huge, but I think this is a part of why the deficit was huge. 5-0 start, and the round is just starting, and I think FOKUS at this point is just like, it's PARIVISION, they're going to play slow. 135, they're already in the bomb site. Mateos is just caught repositioning, and the other Banjo is throwing out a nade. This is like the easiest round you can get as PARIVISION.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes to what I was talking about earlier, where, again, PARIVISION is a team that you can't really know exactly what you're going to get within a round. Like, they have the ability to change their pace so well. And again, they will just hammer a perceived weakness time and time again if they feel that it's there. And they know that there's a couple of inexperienced players playing B for this team, and they did exploit that a few times. But kind of going back to the second half, though, and giving some props to FOKUS, I like that they kind of kept the same, you know, tenacity that they normally have on this map. You know, sometimes I feel like when you have like a young, inexperienced team come up against, you know, a top 5 team in the world, they play a little bit bit timid. And maybe they play a little bit slower than they usually would. But I thought they were still trying to go for some of those punchy T-side plays they're known for. Mateos was going for some aggressive peaks, was getting some good openers at times. They definitely were, paving a way forward to try to make a comeback happen there. Just they were so far behind, though, that it was tough to make it happen.
I do think we also need to remember with PARIVISION, it wasn't that long ago that they were playing in these tier 2 tournaments with these teams. So as much as we're talking about them now as a top 5 team, from up until very recently, they were one of these teams.
Yep.
So I do think that a lot of these teams like FOKUS, when they come up against them, it's not the same as if you're going up against the MongolZ or Vitality.
Yeah.
You kind of feel like, hey, we're same, but slightly different, right?
Yeah.
So maybe there's a little bit more confidence there.
Yeah, James did win a major and wasn't a major MVP, but that was like, it wasn't that dominant. That was like a one-off. I think at the same time, obviously, their results this year are just so impressive that people need to respect them, and I think everyone does to a certain degree. I don't think FOKUS was like, yay, we got PARIVISION. It was like, but that's also where they are, right? FOKUS came in as a qualifier team. They're one of the lowest seeded teams in this tournament, so they need to, get some more wins to fix that for themselves. But still, I think overall a decent showing, and then moving into their map pick of Inferno now can maybe show even a bit more.
How does Inferno play out with these two teams, Dust?
I mean, on the one hand, it's a map that FOKUS are comfortable on, and that they have gotten some wins on. I think they have overall a 6-1 record between online and offline. But their biggest wins are against 100 Thieves and Wildcard, not necessarily the cream of the crop. Meanwhile, you got a team like PARIVISION, who since Zwei has joined the team, they've played this map 12 times, won at 9, and that's against top teams in the world, like Furia multiple times, Falcons, Mouse Sports. They've been taking on the elite and beating them very well. I think it's a combination of just, this no to Zelo B defense can sometimes just be so potent. Like, they're so aggressive, they're so confident, and they make it really hard for teams to be able to get control of that area without taking damage or casualties and really wearing you down. I think also James is just such a good operator on this map. He's so good at just hitting the easy shots, setting up those angles, and just making it very hard to get space on that A-bomb site. One thing I want to see from FOKUS, though, is just, again, they're a team that likes to play that mob CS. Like, they just gather and go. Yeah. And this is also one of those situations where Volt actually plays a much more active role in this team. Back before he was playing with TTR and Gamer Legion, he was kind of more of a supporting cast member, I feel like. Now they use him a lot more aggressively, banana control, entering, things of that nature. So I'm curious to see if Volt can show us something, because so far he's looked pretty good on this team, playing more aggressive roles than maybe what he did in the past.
Yeah, I mean, talking about just the play style and everything, the T side actually from FOKUS is their stronger side, and that's like, I think only maybe a few teams at this whole tournament have more win rate on the T side than the CT side, and they're, I don't want to say momentum based, but fast and grouped up, and when the hits are working, when the openings are being found, then it's hard to play against that. And I think that's why Inferno and Ancient are their best maps, where you can play that kind of a game style more so than on a Dust 2, which is kind of open. You need to always go through the defaults and do the protocols almost every round, right? And I think that's where some of these players, Mateos, for example, I think he had a great game, but at the same time, sometimes when he's left alone to make plays, the decision making maybe is not ideal. I think I like him a lot more when he is combined with someone else, when there's a teammate there to trade or to play off of. I think that's where his best work is being done. I hope that's how it's going to look on Inferno now.
I think that's why you do see FOKUS tend to play more of that mob style CS, so they can have Mateos be the tip of the spear and go for those aggressive plays, but you have someone like Banjo, who's a really good trade fragger, who can play in those mid to late round situations and kind of benefit from the aggression of Mateos when they're actually playing together as a unit. But the two big tests for them this game is going to be, A, how do they play against the gamble stacking nature of a PARIVISION team? Like, it's already hard enough to play against a top opponent and get the right reads, but then you're playing up against a team that's one of the most complicated CT sides to play against. And then conversely, when you swap sides, again, PARIVISION just so good at how they pace rounds, and it's very hard to read what they're going to give you. So those are some tough asks of a young team like this.
I think the positive is I don't think on Dust 2 we saw many blunders from FOKUS, right? I don't think we saw them throw away some huge advantages or anti-ecos. Thankfully, they didn't really have a lot of anti-ecos to play against. They lost all the pistols. But, I didn't see the young, inexperienced team fumbling advantageous situations, which is a good sign. If that's covered, and then they can actually have a good start, maybe find some openings in the first half, so they are not in a huge hole, then maybe we can see a third.
Okay, this is a yes or no question, boys. I'm going to go right back to what we discussed in the pregame. Anders, his little post on X, can FOKUS take a map off PARIVISION?
I don't see it happening, no.
Yeah, of course they can, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Let's find out which one of our analysts is right. We're going to be heading to Inferno after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What is going on, everybody, down on the floor with James of PARIVISION. James, great to see you. Very much looking forward to speaking. How's it going?
All good.
Your resurgence and success with PARIVISION has been incredible to watch. A year in, what can you tell us about the experience?
Nothing special for me, like same game, same like tournaments, same routine, but maybe bigger prize pool and better teams. But I don't look on this like is this a success or not. It's just like season for me with my team. Like overall, I'm not like super happy in this year. Like same years like before.
How have you and your teammates managed to make this team such a success?
Hard work, you know, like and many like lucky things for us, like super talented people. They listen to me, they respect me, and I have like power inside me, and I can like share my power and my like minds. Nothing special like in other teams.
You mentioned hard work. What do you mean by hard work? Can you tell us more about the specifics of what hard work is to you and the team?
I think in CS you can progress like always. You can always progress, and we're spending all our time on this game. We have no like break in mid-season like other teams. I think I have 0 vacation days in this year. Like I'm every day in CS and every day I'm watching like other game. I'm thinking about our game, and I think that's all.
I'd love to chat a little bit about Zwei. What can you tell us about him? How is he to play with?
I think he's good. He's like good personality, like simple guy and super talented. That's all.
2026 results, they've generally been good. Talking hard work, what's next to improve on the form you're already having?
I think today we have like wall. So many like my things, my ideas, and my team can't understand this so fast. It's right now it's hard for them. They need to take our game right now. They need to play in this game, and they need to take like experience, and they need to feel confident. But I want to be better like team. I need to this round, this like type of things, and it's hard for them right now. So many like things, and we just need time right now to be better like players.
Are you sometimes feeling like you have to micromanage everybody too much, and you're hoping that eventually they sort of just see the game more like how you do?
Of course.
Okay.
I'm always need to like minimum 1 or 2 players. When I trust on like 95%, I can like call what you want. And when I see like hard situation, when you play versus Vitality, I know I predict something. I need to tell like one word because I need to focus on myself. And this guy should understand what I think, what we need to do, and he needs to help me. But right now we don't have this player because I need to always micromanage all situation.
So PGL Bucharest, arguably one of the favorite teams here. What are your thoughts and expectations going into it?
Like in bad day, I can predict like other people, other teams, and we can lose everybody, I think, because it's when you like young team, it always can be happen, and our goal is playoff, and that's all.
Yeah. James, it's been such a pleasure to chat. Wishing you the best of luck in this tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest 2026. We've got ourselves PARIVISION versus FOKUS right now. We're heading into Inferno. PARIVISION 1 map up. Now heading into FOKUS map pick, Jason. But it's not exactly a story of recovery, in my opinion, for FOKUS, because it's also a very strong map for PARIVISION.
Yeah, I think the nice thing for FOKUS is we saw them wake up towards the end of Dust 2, right? They went on that little bit of a stretch and kind of made it seem like it could be within reach potentially. But I mean, at least you saw them kind of go on a run, not just get wiped out of the map. So having that right at the end of that map is a good conversation to have between maps going into Inferno, which, as you're saying, best map of FOKUS. This is where they wanted to take this battle. This is where they wanted to test themselves and essentially say, we think this is our best map. We think we can contend with you guys on this map. Let's find out. So yeah, big challenge in that sense. And for PARIVISION, just continue some of the success they had yesterday against Legacy, right? They controlled Banana very, very well in that matchup. They did a great job there. James being mobile with the AWP. So there's some things that PARIVISION are building on too here, and we'll see if their Inferno is gonna take another step forward as well.
Well, looking to see if PARIVISION can come out strong like they did on Dust 2. We mentioned, obviously, yesterday, you were saying about the slow start.
Here's the thing, Dinko. Here's the real question is, did you see anything out of FOKUS that makes you feel like there's someone or something they could, like some kind of, like the entry power, the lurking power, some kind of strength that can actually benefit them here on Inferno? Because, like, for me, I'm like, I guess stylistically, the most success they had on Dust 2 was, like, the change-up at the end to be a little bit more punchy, a little bit more, like, committed after first contact and just kind of hit things aggressively as a pack. That seemed to work the best for them on Dust 2.
I think the other sad thing for them is that a lot of their opening success came off the back of setting Yorko up with the AWP. That's not going to be all that influential on the T side of Inferno either. So I'm looking maybe to Mateus, who had a decent enough map over there to find some impact.
Well, it could be a rough start for the old FOKUS boys. There is a 4-player stack at this A bomb site for PARIVISION's defense. 3 of them up in brackets. You're going to have James just creeping up as well. He'll keep his eye turned back towards halls.
And Volt, he's actually going to peek out. So Volt's done very well to get Belcher knocked. Yorko coming on up for the top mid peak as well. Mateus getting involved. So we got Zwei and Nota, who are just locked out. So even though you have the stack towards the A site, as long as you get all the kills, FOKUS aren't going to care too much about that.
Yeah, there we go. Nice pistol round. Those USPs can't handle the headshots and the swings. So showing a little presence over in Boiler. Nota's stepping in for this 1v3. Going to be very difficult, if not impossible, at this point. So I think he's already putting together in his head that the idea he's going to win this one a little bit crazy. So hoping for one quick headshot if he possibly can. Not even close. Pistol round for FOKUS, where they got 0 on Dust 2. They've got the first here on Inferno.
Let's see if they can build off it and convert it into a second round victory, because yesterday when PARIVISION would lose pistol rounds on the CT side, they would always force buy, at least yesterday. Let's see if that continues into today, or whether they prioritize getting an early buy. I mean, it's really impressive for FOKUS to be able to come into a 4-man stack.
Well, I liked what I saw in that round, just in terms of the way they were taking fights, right? Like, everyone was not shying away from any kind of a battle. When they sensed there was a stack at the mid, they still brought players to fight, and then everyone swung together. So that was kind of what started clicking in towards the tail end of Dust 2. It's good to see it continue here in the pistol round of Inferno to start things off. Here's that second round buy, as you mentioned. MP9, bunch of 5.7s. A little bit of utility as well. So nothing fast towards the B bomb site for FOKUS here in this second round, which means PARIVISION can break their stack up and start moving it back a little bit towards the other side of the map. And now comes the game of trying to funnel this FOKUS attack as the round comes to its conclusion, making sure they commit themselves to this A bomb site where PARIVISION have all their resources. 4 players here. Exactly what PARIVISION want is FOKUS being lured into this wraparound and commitment into the bomb site.
And Teus taking on Zwei. Get into the site, it's going to be Yorko and a Banjo alongside ZTR, and they'll clear everybody out on the site, leaving Nota having to retreat away. So another situation where, you know, PARIVISION had the right players in the right spots, just couldn't make the most of it.
It's the call to wrap around the bomb site that's really effective, to let those rifles come into effect rather than trying to force your way brute force through Van and that tight choke point into the bomb site. So yeah, second round for FOKUS, really good job sustaining, and then PARIVISION going to be back on pistols, obviously, and FOKUS might just have a 3-0 start here on Inferno's T side.
I mean, this is exactly what you need. Some energy. You need FOKUS coming out. And remember the end of Dust 2, which you brought up, right? Like the fact that they did click into plays. The fact that they conceded map point pretty quickly is just unfortunate, because you were always going to lose one round on that comeback. But so they didn't have any room to really maneuver. But the fact that they were coming back in, the T side actually looked good. They're getting a T side start now as well on Inferno. You got the pistol, you converted it, and you're going to find a 3 in a row unless you lose to this.
Yeah, unless you really screw something up.
But a 3-0 lead for FOKUS, it's a fantastic start. And, you know, it comes back to that conversation you had yesterday. You know, if PARIVISION go, oh my God, okay, Belchenok, there's 2. Never mind, they might just lose this one, Jason, because Belchenok's just banging them out in the middle.
Kind of through no fault of their own. Those are some crazy shots to hit if you're Belchenok. Okay, that makes you really nervous. 3 versus 5, no damage has been taken by the rest of PARIVISION, and they're all of a sudden like, okay, well, how do we win this round from here? This is an incredible situation to be in. One mistake or mistiming for these B defenders, and all the advantages Belchenok gave you just go to waste. Such a hard round to figure out, even with a 5-on-3 advantage, just because the lack of armor, the lack of strong weapons. So a little bit of aggression to clear out the map. That's going to be Zwei who's grabbing information. Probably he's going to park himself to see if he can catch the cross back to the A bomb site. That'll keep Belchenok here. All 3 players for FOKUS staying grouped up. Only 1 defender to go against at this A bomb site.
ZTR taking James down. And Belchenok couldn't get another one out. He's done very well to even open up the conversation in this round, but I'm not going to go against him here. Once you get the bomb site, the bomb plant, utility put in place with players in pit, there's no way to force them out. There's no way to imagine even a world where they win this at this point. So it will be 3-0, but I mean, fantastic impact from Belchenok there.
Yeah, it's huge, but hang on a second, because Zwei's actually found a really nice timing. It's still very low percentage he can pull this off and do something that's going to change this round, but we might have a jump at it. Oh, does he clear? Oh, he's got one and can't find the second beneath him.
I thought for a second how the pit player wasn't reacting. Now Jello comes out of the apartments. He's fallen down, and the time too far gone to really do anything here. So an opportunity for Zwei to once again Open up a small chance there, but FOKUS shut it down. They lose a lot of players, though.
Yeah.
And definitely scary, but they get the 3-0 lead.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a great recovery. 3 versus 5, that's always going to make you feel really nervous. You're one of those 3 living players after those 2 deagle shots ring out, and it is a tough scenario to see if you can find a way for victory. But good job from them, staying patient, moving around the map. And the tough thing for PARIVISION is they realize if they're even going to close this out, despite the huge advantage he gave you with those incredible shots, like with the weaker weapons, you have to have the people in the right place, and they could just never find the information. Guns are out now, though, up in the hands of James. Position towards middle at first to open up the round. 3 rifles to defend Banana. And FOKUS going to take this one calm and cautious to start. There's the utility exchange that we all know in Banana. And they'll start sliding in as the Molotovs fade.
ZTR. It's a good opening frag here. It's Nota that has fallen in the first gun round.
They're scrambling right now to figure out exactly where to go. Jello and Belshonok rotating back to the A bomb site. James Opp is going to hold on to Banana. So that deep perch with the AWP allows them to be mobile and at least get the standard number of defenders at the A bomb site. And for FOKUS, it feels like they're lining up for a Hulls pop. Like, here's a little bit of a fake to take Banana, force James back. They're going to back off and then chuck out the utility to activate the players out Hulls.
Oh, Mateus is burning. He's down to 39 HP now.
That's so much information just picked up as well from Zwei, hearing the number of players jumping around, hearing the number of footsteps, the number of players hit by the Molotov, and now the bomb is isolated and alone in Hulls.
Oh, there's Banjo, who spans down Cello. Zwei's also fallen away, and Belchinok getting 2. No issue there for Belchinok. All of a sudden a chance. James is stuck at Library. It's a tough round to win still. That nade could have made things a lot easier if it landed towards Mateus, 35 HP. And when he didn't get that done, James realizes I'm going to fall away and save.
Yeah, no point. No kit either. So, I mean, even coming back into that would have been really tough to make it work. Not a whole lot of time. Well, that's a brutal way for it to close. Once again, it felt like PARIVISION on that defense, though, they were set up fine for it. James equalized into a 4-on-4. They had the Molotov to lock them out of Hulls, and then just the kills occur. Just PARIVISION, once again, towards the end of Dust 2, I mentioned it, just started losing those initial engagements and the executes, and it's happened again here. Lovely double kill from Banjo. And the defense just gets picked apart. No crossfire springs into action whatsoever. All right, really cool start from FOKUS, because this is now, it's not only like, the question of can they actually fight with PARIVISION is one thing, and as we saw in Dust 2, it took them a while to get to a point where it felt competitive, but now you get to play from the front, and that's going to be a whole different glimpse of this team. Like, what does it look like now when you get to play from the front on a map that you're supremely confident on, that you think is your best map? This is the ideal start, so you got everything flowing in your direction if you're FOKUS.
But it comes back to what you were saying yesterday, you know, if you can get a 5-0 start, you're going to limit some of the saves that PARIVISION would want to go with too. If you are breaking into the bomb sites, you can force them into retakes. So, and then FOKUS are setting themselves up with the best possible chance of making Inferno very difficult here for PARIVISION.
At least giving them a really, really awkward start, right? But, you know, to be fair to PARIVISION, this might be right at home. They had to do this against Legacy yesterday.
Exactly.
Yeah, so they're not necessarily uncomfortable, but it is at least an obstacle they have to overcome. Deep utility exchange of Banana. There's a MAC-10 in play. That's on Volt, looking to take advantage of a lack of head armor, which is only one player on the defense, and that's Belshonok. Deep utility in Banana. They're just going to follow it up. Smokes towards top left mid to show PARIVISION they want to take bracket control, but it's all a ruse to set up this play towards Banana. Notice somehow survives and gets away with a kill. And the timing of that, it kind of just ruins everything that FOKUS was trying to do. They wanted to hit a really nice timing, a 5-man execute onto this B bomb site before PARIVISION's defense was set up and prepared, and that one peek from Nota ruins everything.
Smokes in for the cross. One of the coffins with a big gap on the side of it. And Zella's going to try and use it, but not really getting the opportunity he's hoping for there. FOKUS get into the B bomb site. Here comes the quick rotation. There's going to be 3 players up through Banana.
Look at how long they've delayed this plant with Molotovs. This is actually perfect for PARIVISION.
Yeah, I guess all those players deeper in Banana, you know, all the way towards top Banana now. So pressure on Banjo. How many can he take down? Got 1 on Nota. Goes back into the peak against Zway. He will lose his life. So just the 1. Then the peak from Mateus. Jame will punish that. And the composure of PARIVISION in these retakes, just waiting for the next move, waiting for the aggression, and still taking their time. They start to move forward. There's only 1 kit, and it's on the back of Shello, which nearly goes down that. Yorko doing what he can, but he's taken away from First Oranges and Zway onto that defusal. He's going to pull it all the way through. So PARIVISION do pull off the retake.
Yeah, lovely protocols of that B-bomb site, though. Like, knowing you don't really have the weaponry, you're going to have an M4 stuck behind smoke, so the MP7 doesn't want to challenge for the bomb site. Use your utility to delay the plant. Use it to stall out their smokes. And PARIVISION does the perfect thing, which is set up for the retake by pushing down mid during all the chaos. Really, really well done from the CT side. Handled it just so well. 4-1, we got to keep going. James just covering his teammate during the process, and an easy mop-up inside the bomb site. This time, James Oppet's going to be moving once again towards middle, probably playing anti-fash, listening for footsteps, listening for any kind of cue that there's going to be fast-paced middle. And unlike Legacy yesterday, PARIVISION, they don't want to challenge a whole lot down Banana quite yet to open up these rounds.
Volt already beyond the smoke over the top of the cart. His teammates walking through. Once he says it's clear, guys just come right through that smoke, and they just contact towards the defenses here. Getting alerted to it, PARIVISION just in time. Noda hoping the utility from his teammate can help. Okay, Belchanaut batters them at the top of Banana. They cannot break through, and now Mateus is left alone. He's all the way towards CT, but Belchanaut's already done exactly what is required for PARIVISION. Beautiful spray down, great composure, and PARIVISION in control of that.
You don't see those kind of spray downs too often. Look at this, Nasty coming through, really chaotic. Nice timing to hit, but the spray control is perfect. 2 headshots, 4 kills, shuts the whole hit down because it felt like FOKUS was about to bring the defense crumbling. That was the style they wanted to do before that Noda peak. They wanted to hit that timing, and look at the effectiveness of it. It's not for Belchanaut. That round is cooked. So 2nd round in a row for PARIVISION off the individual heroics. And just 2 rounds back to Stan talking, so assuming there was a timeout called after that, maybe one to cool down the excitement. Cuban can't be happy with it. His little conversation was different. Was forget about that one, boys. No big deal. Everyone has their day in the sun.
Belchanaut had the Deegs and then that, though. Like, he's hit some nuts.
He's had some nice moments, isn't he? I mean, all these players on the PARIVISION side throughout this rise that seems to have just like happened so quickly from like Budapest on has just been like, oh, this team is just like, they're just kind of here now.
Yeah, yeah.
But all these players have those moments, that have those glimpses where you're just like, damn. Lovely peek from Mateus. Picks off Jame. A little bit of a verticality change the Opper didn't expect. Takes a leg shot, but it's all good. Happy with the pick. 5-on-4 in the favor of FOKUS.
Oh, no, we're through top middle. Minute on the clock. And FOKUS, if they walk into the A site right now, it is going to be heavily fortified, walk to B, and there's no one home.
Well, you've at least got brackets control, so you can kind of manipulate things, and you can punish this peak for information as well. Just holding.
Another one?
Yeah, the AK barrel showed as well. Zway wants that fight, wants the follow-up peek, and he's got a teammate ready to party. Jello backs away. 2 defenders at this A bomb site. Noda's chilling inside the bomb site alone.
Yeah, let's see if Noda can do anything about this. Blinded, held back. In behind the smoke, they haven't spotted him yet, but his teammate's gone down. It's got to be Noda. It has to be Noda. And he's got very well into the second now as well, but unfortunately not able to pick up 3. And FOKUS going to try and hype themselves up about that one, breaking through, just about winning that one.
Oh, they did everything they can to try and stay even live in that one. I even like the follow-up on that information play, because you've got all your resources there. That's kind of where you want the fight to happen, so force the issue. But yet again, FOKUS finding a way to put PARIVISION on the back foot, and they come out at the losing end of that equation. And Destan looking a little bit shocked in the early going here of Inferno, a little bit surprised at how Dust 2 went, and now switching into this map as FOKUS show that they can perform on it. This isn't a map that's boosted to the top of their standings just because of a weaker competition. They're actually proficient here and bringing the battle to PARIVISION. So out of the timeout, we'll get started back into the action. Cuban looking through some notes, making sure he's on top of his game as well. Got some nice slides on also. No shoes here in the PGL studio.
No, that, you know, it's respectable. Keep the carpets fresh, Jason.
Exactly. Fresh and clean.
So fresh and so clean. That's what FOKUS are hoping for here on the T side. So far, so good. 5-2 up. Going in towards top middle. Belchnock just moved off. FOKUS already at the brackets. Once again, they've got brackets control. We've seen how effective that was for them in the last round, but JM this time peeking out towards short. Yorko is going to be dropped. And no trade in from FOKUS. The long attack now detected as well for Belchnock.
This feels like PARIVISION starting to get used to this kind of style from FOKUS of like when they're going to attack. That's a tricky timing that JM almost gets caught off guard by. So good peek for information, even better reaction on the flick to connect the shot. The round slows down, 5-on-3 in the favor of the defense. We've got Banjo up middle playing Boiler. You've got ZTR and Volt moving up Banana as we speak. And once again, looks like PARIVISION, they're on the verge of really wanting some information here in middle.
There's Noda taking Banjo down. So, yep, nice and easy here for PARIVISION in the end. One player left, Shello over towards B. The rotation is a decent away. I mean, you Jame all the way back at Library, so Shello's just not giving his life up. He will concede the site.
Yeah, he's playing this perfectly. Again, the delay tactics that you can do just make him nervous. Now they don't have time to get out of the bomb site. They know they're being constricted from Banana as well. Now you Molotov so they can't scale forward and get an attack in before you're ready to begin the retake. This is all perfect from PARIVISION. ZTR on Coffins, Volt joined up with him. First kill on the wide swing. Volt gets 2, but this was always the eventuality. And PARIVISION get up to 3 rounds on the board, closing the gap as this defense starts to settle into the first half. Things looking a little bit better for Destan there in the back. And for FOKUS, I think for them now, it's going to be, can we find a second effective tactic? The timing hits, the kind of contact plays, the quiet creep up like this almost works yet again. It's been very good for them to start this half of Inferno, but they might need to start adding a few more things into the mix.
Just the one AK. Shouldn't be too difficult to wrap this one up if you're PARIVISION. And they've got full Banana control, brackets control. I mean, I've already established all the map control you would really need to feel comfortable at this point in the round. And for FOKUS, they're just hanging out.
Might just be a conversation of what they can switch up, right? Like if anyone's noticed anything, if there's anything anyone can give information on how they can kind of approach the situation, because PARIVISION's starting to come back into this in a big way. And obviously losing that economic advantage is painful. Comes back for a full buy in the next round for FOKUS. That lead is slipping. ZTR with the Hero AK going to step up next. All 5 players here and see how many kills you can get baiting the Glocks for the rest of the round.
Jump out, Jay will fall away to a Glock of all things.
To like 4 Glocks.
Yeah, they all just fly at him, and there's another kill. That's with the AK. That's opened up the archway and put pressure onto the only B defender in Nota.
Yeah, this, okay, a little bit sketchy. And actually, Zwei and Belshanock still haven't moved. They're parked at the A bomb site far away. It's all on Nota.
Yeah, well, there's 2 AKs now picked up, but Nota, no pressure whatsoever, it turns out. He steps up, takes away all 3.
Damn, okay. Well, that was a lot more simple than I expected it to be. I thought there would be another hiccup in there for PARIVISION, but a good sequence from Nota.
Honestly, James looks a little bit stressed right there.
Yeah, I think he was seeing what I was seeing, which is your A players not moving whatsoever, because the protocol is, you know, you either kind of go to CT spawn or push down middle for that kind of a tactic, but nobody budged.
Oh, he's laid a chicken.
Whoa!
Not great here for FOKUS, you know, a Galil, Tech 9, 3 AK-47s.
Well, confident how they've been playing so far. So all far back and centralized. Volt doing his best to dodge utility. Much harder to dodge the bullets and the utility all at the same time. So he takes some damage down to 28. And now FOKUS starts stepping forward into the round. Smoke left side mid. Mateus is here to challenge if he'd like. James gonna have that angle with the AWP. And still FOKUS just playing this grouped up death ball style. Everyone's gonna head to the B bomb site. Once again, it's a single defender in Jello. Just chilling.
Here comes the util. Running on in, the execution will be enough to cut off the head of the defense as Jello and James take the first 2 kills, and that one on Volt was actually him pushing through the CT smoke, trying to act as a surprise, and the AWPer is quick enough to react. So bomb is planted, a 3v3 thanks to that kill from Banjo, and Belchadot, look at the amount of damage he takes through the smokes. You really need Nota to do something on this flank.
But he's low as well.
Yeah, that's the problem. It comes down to a timing. You can see Yorko backing up into the corner, but now he's got such a strong position. Hard to see how Nota's going to win this fight. And hard to see how PARIVISION are going to win this round. Yep, all right, fair enough. That's a good shot from Yorko. And Zwei, you've got to do everything, and just can't. So that's it. It will be 6-4. FOKUS breaking into the B bomb site. Even when they had a player deficit, great way to find a round win.
That's a weird round, man. Like, actually, PARIVISION, I mean, FOKUS had the advantage in the 2 opening fights at the B bomb site and somehow lost them both.
Yeah.
And then still kind of come out on top of the round after the fact. I don't know, there's been a number of rounds in this half where I think PARIVISION, they've played the B bomb site well, playing retake, playing it passively, but they've been leaning on this kind of 1-4, kind of leaving a player alone there quite a bit in this half. And at least that time, FOKUS is able to take advantage of it.
Gonna be nading towards top middle. You see FOKUS getting a little bit occupied with seeing if they've got brackets. Mateus just gonna spam down that long corner. Clear out the smoke for a second. I mean, look how bruised PARIVISION are economically here. You got 2 from us, you got MP9.
I like the more aggressive standing, though. We haven't really seen this from PARIVISION. They were fighting for this space yesterday against Legacy, but here against FOKUS, as I said, they've been kind of backing off, playing a little bit more retake, playing a little bit of a lighter defense at this B bomb site, stylistically changing things up between the matchups. Hasn't been as successful for them. James gonna back away from the utility. Here's the presence over in Boiler as well. So pressure towards the B bomb site, pressure up brackets at the moment by FOKUS, and the PARIVISION defense is reeling. Now it's all on Nota. He's got no smoke to replenish anything either. Back off and head to the stockpile and pick up some new resources, but it ain't there. I think PARIVISION have shifted themselves out of contention for this round.
Seconds into the peak, Nota dies, so yeah, they have. There's gonna be a save.
Yeah, you're saving this all day. You ain't going anywhere close.
So 7 for the last round of the half.
Man, I'm surprised. Like, we saw FOKUS early go and say, like, gave the impression that Inferno was going to be good for them, but to this degree?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at
nice
7 rounds already on the T side.
And look at the scoreboard, too. It's a team effort. Banjo's got 10. He's had some very nice, a few nice, really nice double kill rounds, but, I mean, this is a team effort across the board. FOKUS putting it all together for all 5 players performing well in their roles and their positions. A 3-round lead and a huge advantage on the T side of Inferno. Final round of the first half is coming up next, and we'll see if PARIVISION can creep this a little bit closer before they switch sides. Now, PARIVISION's offense was good on this map yesterday. They got, what, 9 rounds, I believe? No, not 9. What'd they get? You remember? Let me look it up.
I don't know why my mind's blank. They got 7 rounds CT side.
7 rounds CT side, 6 on the T side, and that's where they won the game. So, I mean, they can put some rounds up on the board. But being able to win in regulation might be tough when they get over there.
I mean, it'll be a pistol round that's important, obviously.
Pistol round's always important, Dinko.
Always important, but especially important in a scenario like that. I mean, getting a 5th round here would be big for PARIVISION. Hasn't been a great half from them by any means.
It's been tough. It's been back and forth. As you mentioned, bruised economically, like continually. I feel like there's been a few rounds fighting without some nades, without resources, weaker weapons as well. Yeah, this has been a tough half for multiple reasons for PARIVISION. That's just a testament to the FOKUS guys and what they've been able to do on the map so far.
Mateusz marching his way up through short. Actually, that spam is really good. Combined with the Molotov, it's going to leave Shallow feeling very uncomfortable.
Yeah, but look at the way that it's now FOKUS. While we saw in Dust 2, PARIVISION was the ones dictating the action. FOKUS is controlling everything here on Inferno. Like, you've now pressured all the way up lane, done incredible damage to a defender of Jello down to 26 HP. You forced out a bunch of counter nades. You're the one getting to move around the map and forcing PARIVISION to dance to your tune. And more often than not, you've caught them on the wrong side of the map. So now, finally, 2 defenders at this B bomb site when FOKUS are about to pull the trigger, but Noda's got a 5-7. Belchanok has a FAMAS. Jame is arriving here in time. He's got an AWP, but he's got no armor.
Jame going in for the peek. It's going to be Belchanok, who is taking Volt down first. Another one for Belchanok. And okay, PARIVISION have got themselves a 5th round here out of this first half.
Damn, they just leaked into this attack, didn't they? Excuse me, Jame has no utility, not no armor. He's got plenty of that. ZTR going to follow up, trying to get something done. 10 seconds on the clock. This round is over. You can't find all these kills and get the bomb plant. So a final round for PARIVISION in the half to end things 7-5 in the favor of FOKUS, who've set themselves up for a chance at the upset if they can have a good defensive side.
I think for PARIVISION, you almost just have to be happy you got 5 out of that, because it wasn't looking like a great half. Like, Belchanok had a hero round where he shuts them down with over a B. That's another round where he has heavy impact holding onto the B bomb site. Overall, it didn't feel great for PARIVISION.
I think a lot of it was, I think it's like a little bit of a combination effect, right? Like, you had that style I mentioned, like the kind of contact, aggressive timing style that they were playing, but then you also saw FOKUS put PARIVISION in weird economic situations.
Right.
So if you're fighting against that style, but you're fighting against it with a FAMAS or an MP9 or an MP7 up against an AK-47, it's really hard to set up a defense like that to like kind of sort of challenge for those plays that they're making. Halftime conversation between both teams as we switch sides. PARIVISION is going to test their offense here on Inferno up against FOKUS's CT side. So final conversations around the plans for the pistol rounds between the 2 teams. A lot of chickens out there today.
We should get rid of a few of them.
Yeah, I think there's too many.
No, we should type to the players. Let them know.
All right, you're in a mood today.
And get rid of them. That little guy, smug little
look
guy.
at that. He's just having a great time out there, living his best life.
No worries about the world. Just a chicken brain.
Just seeds, man.
Just seeds.
Really, whatever the
eggs.
whatever edible they can find on the ground.
Any edibles, they will take them.
All of them.
Wow.
It's very peaceful. Very serene.
That was a really important update, honestly, when we upgraded the chickens and gave them different models and made the animations better.
Different personalities.
Yeah, that was a really important update, and I appreciate that.
It goes under the radar, doesn't it?
What do you made of all the updates you've had recently?
Has been a little bit of a party, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I like this Anim Graph one. I'm excited to see how it goes once it gets out of beta, once it's been tested a little bit. I think that's going to be very cool, and obviously the implications of the improvements it can make is huge. Reload one for me is like, I don't care one way or the other.
Yeah.
All right, well, there we go. A little mid-aggression. You got Banjo deep. You got Mateus with the dualies up close. Each of them combines for a kill. One back onto ZTR. Game looking for that play, ready for it, and shuts it down.
Well, Volt's just got to wait at the back of Nubox. He spots his target coming through. Need to get rid of Volt right now, PARIVISION, if you want to get into this bomb site comfortably. Volt's doing a good job of staying alive. They're going to have to use utility. He even gets a kill. So his life is not free. And then bomb plant is going to come through. So Jane puts it down front coffins. Banjo hoping to get nip a headshot and give themselves a 2v1. But unable to pick it up. So now Yorko is arriving. Banjo has taken down James, so it's all on Noda, and they know exactly where he is at Nubox. So good luck dealing with this threat. They're running him down. They're grouped up together. He's done well. He's isolated them, and now down to a 1v1. Noda running out of bullets, needs to get away. Gets around the corner. Silky movement from Noda as he's now all the way back around the corner.
His jersey.
Yeah, this is literally insane from Noda. Great movement. And now Banjo goes down as well. Nota, well played in that 1v2.
Yeah, nasty shots. Really good work using that box to isolate into the 1v1s. We're going for that hard swing and shutting down one player. The escape route as well. Literally did fix his jersey in the middle of that fight when he gets around the corner. I wasn't lying. Great shot from Banjo.
That must be like a little reset, like, oh, that was stressful, let me do this just to compose myself for decision making.
Like, oh, this is feeling awkward on the shoulder. Yeah, that's a bummer, man. FOKUS a very nice job putting themselves in a winning position and in a huge pistol round as well to be able to potentially bury PARIVISION. Letting it slip right at the end off the aggression down middle. So banana control for PARIVISION after the exchange, after the opening kill. Nothing left to fight against them from the FOKUS side of things. They are shifting 2 players over to try and shore this up, but plenty of the utility on the PARIVISION side should be able to negate this presence. Mateus going to play inside the smoke, ready for the peek. Not going to get through. Up on the boxes. 1 kill for Volt.
Go, start of the smoke, rattling all the bullets off. The plant is coming through. Belch not going to be punching the digits in front coffins. And Shallow taking Yorko out. Banjo standing himself forward. The MP9 has somehow come away with another one. And he's out of bullets finally, but so is James, so he's not able to make the most of it. Can't finish him off. There's a tap of the defuse. Flash blocking James as well. An uncomfortable scenario, and they're just going to call their bluff and say, you're not sticking it. There's the tap to confirm it. It's just a tap, though, so they go into the open. Zwei will confirm off it. There's the tap again. James, it doesn't think you have the balls to sit it. So he's just going to sit there in banana. He's going to call your bluff again. And this one is paid off. James has won the round without even peeking.
Yeah, really well done from PARIVISION. Hard fought round as well, especially a 5-on-4 that's almost brought back by FOKUS. But good job in the 2-on-2. James playing it patiently, pulling his teammate back. He could have like pistol whipped that player he's getting a fight with over water. Like you could have seen a world where he's just like, you know what, I got 2 bullets left, I'm gonna go for the tap, and maybe you lose it. Just doesn't even take the risk. And we're all tied up now at 7. FOKUS gonna have to sit back without pistols and a chance for PARIVISION to gain the first lead of the map.
I mean, that's the difference. Finding that 5th round at the end of the half can do. Look how quickly we've got things tied up here.
Yes. And a big test now. I mean, FOKUS with a great first half and things looking good. CT side sometimes can be hard to manage. If they get put in those same economic circumstances as PARIVISION did in the first half, things can get weird. So still a huge battle in front of them despite a good showing. Last words from Destan as the timeout comes to a close. Freeze time begins and round 16 will be coming up next. PARIVISION looking good as they turn the corner into the major. The just improvements keep coming. There was a little bit of a lull a couple months ago, but it'll be fun to see how they kind of handle this scheduling as we lead into Cologne. Round 15.
Well, going out through Banana. There's no resistance, no information being picked up here for FOKUS. So Zwei is going to clear car, half wall behind the sandbags. And ZTR is already in 40 HP. That utility comes in too late, and the grenade finishes him off. That's the B-bomb site, and that is the round.
That is the rounds. Nice and easy.
Sucks to be ZTR there.
Yeah, it does. It really, really does. Okay, 8-7. PARIVISION's back in the lead. So FOKUS next round. They did pick up 2 M4s just to gamble. Potentially, if PARIVISION went to the A bomb site, they'd have some strong weapons to make some magic happen. So save those moving forward. Will be a full buy for FOKUS in the next round, and then we're going to have to see what they're going to be able to do. Yorko has enough money for the AWP in the next round, so that's going to be in play. And I think the real question that we're going to ask ourselves going into the first gun round is going to be how do these two teams approach Banana. We saw FOKUS in the T side be a little bit reserved, chilling a little bit further back, kind of waiting out some of the utility. PARIVISION CT side wasn't willing to fight for it. Is this going to be a little bit more brawly?
Terrorists win.
I mean, saving isn't obviously the worst scenario there for FOKUS. You still try and piece something together here. Going to have some obvious weaknesses.
Yeah, but, you know, the MAC-10, well, actually, interesting. The MAC-10 being picked up and being brought over to ZTR. So saving as much money as they can and actually not even going for the AWP. So saving some money in the bank and going for a full rifle outside of that MAC-10 that's brought forward. ZTR is going to have that towards the B bomb site, playing a supportive element with utility with that weaker weapon. Good nade damage as well. Zwei brought down to 44, 73 on Nota, but PARIVISION not slowing down. Bomb still way back towards T-spawn, so shouldn't be any kind of a commitment soon. So Mateus to guard holes. You've got Banjo inside the A bomb site. Yorko's that kind of supportive rotating player playing rap side. ZTR is supportive B elements, and Volta's the anchor over there. Yorko wants to come through this.
Yeah, Mateus going to move forward. Oh, gets caught in a weird spot, but he actually has a lot of backup. So Banjo helps him out, but both those kills come in from Zwei. Yorko needs another. He just can't get it. Zwei doing so much in this round. That's his third kill, and they move into the A site.
Yeah, trading off everybody. Just when they need. Oh, the nade could be huge. Zwei not caught. Moved. Steps out of the direction. Perfect. And the bomb starts getting planted now.
And that bomb locked in. Utility being put into the corner. It's not spreading yet. James gets to live without that fire really affecting him. Volt now boosted, not seeing anything, and now they will see themselves off as they fall back into the save call and allow PARIVISION to go up to 9-7. This is a real tough scenario for FOKUS to have to swallow because, you know, you have such a good first half and then PARIVISION just all of a sudden in the lead of the game and building on that very quickly.
Sure, but you got to have the mentality that you did the same exact thing to them, right? You started off the first half 4-0, so you're going to know that this is something that's easily recoverable from. And the nice thing for them is because they saved a little bit of cash for on a couple players in the previous round, they've got another buy in this one. They've got more M4s coming onto the board, so you get to rinse and repeat and try back yet again. But after this round, if you lose it, you do get into that territory where PARIVISION kind of has you by the economic balls, so to speak, right? Like your CT buys aren't going to be as strong as you'd like them to be, not as much utility, and then James can kind of have his way with the map. So very tense situation. This one's on an edge right now and about to fall off in the favor of PARIVISION, where FOKUS just wouldn't be able to have any kind of significant fight back.
Nades landing towards Volt. It's a good kill here from Cello onto Zwei.
Yeah, beautiful nades.
He's going to be happy with that if you're over on the FOKUS side. Well, Nota, he's taking 2 kills hit, and that's drawing things right back. So I think everything's
They're so ready. They're so ready.
All right now, ZTR is going to be, yeah, he's just going to get taken down. Nota was so ready, just standing there, pausing, waiting, and it's all paid off beautifully here for PARIVISION.
It's like a pretty dang good nade to make it into there.
I like it.
Yeah,
Landed
well
right on his head, too.
All right, well, just strolling into the B bomb site now. They know one player was in mid chucking that grenade. They don't know where the second player is yet, so just being cautious and clearing out every corner. But I don't think Yurko and Banjo, they go for this whatsoever. This is another round that you can afford to save. You've got 3,100 on ZTR. Banjo will be able to drop a weapon to the team in the next round, so you kind of need both these M4s, and you get yet another full buy in the next one for FOKUS, yet another full-blown chance to turn this half around.
Just hanging on to their weapons. And, yeah, I mean, for FOKUS, this is starting to get to that territory where it does feel like they had their chances. But PARIVISION marching towards a 2-0.
Yeah, put themselves in a good position. It was cool to see that in the first half. Obviously, I'd like to see a little bit more here in the second half in terms of resistance. Hard at the moment, though. Banjo's got 16 kills, performing very well for FOKUS. 3 rounds back going into round 18. Plenty of money for the PARIVISION side. Enough cash for a full buy. The AWP does come out for the CT side. First time we've seen it in this half of Inferno. So you're kind of in a situation where better have immediate impact. Better already out of the gate, just kind of get you kills and win you a round.
Run down Banana, getting into the fire, and it's Volt who's taking Noda away. So opening kill here for FOKUS. Sway trying to spam back, but they've retreated here, FOKUS. They're going to send nades and try and slow them down, but they've gone in and out, got the kill, and they're just going to fall back and try and maintain it.
A lot of utility used. PARIVISION just counted all 3 HE grenades streaming down towards the tail end. Plenty of Molotovs and smokes put in place as well, so a lot of resources for the FOKUS side taken away, although obviously with the kill, going to be pretty pleased with that. 3 defenders at this A bomb site, 2 over at B, so a standard setup for FOKUS's defense. The PARIVISION's been pretty good at overcoming these man disadvantages. Now at the end of the hall inside the smoke, and they might just want to run right at it. James coming up middle. He's got smoke flash to activate this play.
Off the balcony, it's Banjo and Yorko who have taken themselves 2 kills, and this has ended the round completely.
I think he just got so lucky, Banjo, because he pulls a nade out, the worst timing for it. They're about to have like a good timing on him, and his smoke actually hits the first player trying to jump over the railing, so he doesn't make it into the pit, stops on the railing, and that's the perfect fight for him. He is very lucky in that round, but we take it all.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to take a little bit of luck if you're going to try and pull this comeback now if you're FOKUS. And try and stabilize into the game. And the great thing about this round victory is no one died. So you can actually start building some of that money. That has been a real problem for you, and you have to come into these rounds of weird purchases here and that. Whereas now you get everything over. You even have an AK being saved over here as well. And FOKUS can start to think about getting into the game again. Plenty of cash here for Belchnok in particular, so he can drop over.
Yeah, he's got, I mean, everyone on PARIVISION has plenty of money. There should be all good for a while. That's just like a blip on the radar, right? The nice thing it does for FOKUS is shore up their own economy, is build up a little bit of cash behind 5 people surviving. So now they're not in that awkward situation. PARIVISION, no money issues. Theirs is more about, let's not let this slip away. Let's not let them tactically get an edge on us. And I wonder, I would imagine this next round for PARIVISION, we're not going to see James call anything so aggressively to take Banana in the early going. If they're going to have Triple B and willing to fight to that extent, maybe stay back, see if you get that Triple B again, you have a reaction towards the A-bomb site available to you if you catch on to the trend that a 3rd player started at the B-bomb site. PARIVISION just 3 rounds away from closing out this series 2-0. FOKUS trying to take us to a 3rd and deciding map. That would be ancient if we can get there. Round 19 and pretty chill from both sides to open up. Standard exchange of utility and Banana, but no aggressors. FOKUS very nervous about a change of pace. about the fast play up middle, dropping that Molotov quickly. But this always looks like PARIVISION wants to hit the B bomb site with 4 and have a lurk.
Oh, head shown, and a Volt knocks it right off.
Man, once again, opening kills for FOKUS just seems so strong at the moment. They seem to be doing so well. Another one for Banjo. That's the lurker of Belshinok trying to just test his luck up middle.
What do you do now if you're PARIVISION? You've just lost 2 players. The round's just really starting for you.
Yeah, you haven't done anything, right? You tried to boost up to peek over the half wall, got killed. Tried to peek up middle, got killed. And now we're going to wander into the B bomb site, see what we get.
You need to take the AWP down without him letting him get a kill, and he's missed a shot. So maybe this is the way in for PARIVISION. A missed AWP shot might just cost him here. Volt as well off the fountain. And every extra kill here is obviously massive for FOKUS. Shello now moving in next. Mateus has taken Jame out, and Shello will fall back in behind the cloud cover of the smoke. But all of his teammates are gone. There's nothing to do. 18 seconds left. Yeah, he might just end up with very limited cash here, and he is. Oh, he's found.
Wait, can he make it?
No, there's 10 seconds. There's no way.
You don't think so? No, there's not. You're right.
Unless he had a teleport.
I got really excited.
Yeah, that would have been sick though. If he had like 10 more seconds.
Or just 3. Just give me 3. I think 3 could have done it. Maybe 5.
I'd say 10.
I think 10? 5.
I mean, he has 10 seconds at bottom middle, right?
Yeah, he got up to top mid with 0. Yeah, 5 more seconds, you could have gone on the bomb site. I'm telling you right now. Either way, close affair. Almost creates the opening back to the A bomb site. But now, once again, just like Dust 2, you got FOKUS kind of knocking on the door, building up into this right at the tail end of the map, making things difficult for PARIVISION. Another buy, testament to how much money PARIVISION had built up, but it's disappearing very quickly.
It is really no problem for PARIVISION. FOKUS could break them right here and put them in a really weird spot. And obviously Jame has some extra money. No one else really. And then you're in a scenario where FOKUS will take the lead of the game.
Another Halls pop call.
And they're about to come out the balcony.
Yeah, this time a MAC-10 is going to lead the way. And this time the supportive element behind Banjo is the AWP inside the bomb site.
Yeah, Banjo holding on. Let's see what he can do with this M4. They're into the site, and it's Belshinok who is taking Yorko away. So Banjo now waiting, had shown the kills come in for PARIVISION. A crucial round victory. And a very important point of this game. So 11-9, and unfortunately for FOKUS, that just felt a little bit easy for PARIVISION to get in that.
Yeah, there it is again. I think that's that play off that triple B they saw earlier. Like, let's just set it up again. They didn't do it 2 rounds in a row, went back to it this time. And a great knockout punch. This time Banjo doesn't get that first kill, just gets pinned down. The AWPer inside the bomb site has nowhere to go, no safety net whatsoever because his teammate can't protect him. So PARIVISION get a necessary round to prevent FOKUS from building up any momentum right at the tail end. 11-9, 2-round lead, 2 rounds away from closing out the series. With PGL, Swiss system is the format of these group stages, best of 3 the whole way through. So this would move PARIVISION up to the 2-0 group as they won yesterday against Legacy. FOKUS would move into the 1-1 group for tomorrow's draws. Round 21 coming in. Timeout is called as a conversation to be had. Cuban very, very quick onto the mic, trying to get the guys another round here at the tail end. Plenty of money for them to invest. Plenty of cash for the FOKUS side of things. So out of this timeout, both teams are going to have everything they possibly want. You can dig into the playbook wherever you want to go with it. Everything's going to be available. Op is out on Jame, Yorko as well. So final plans in there for FOKUS.
Yeah, PARIVISION waiting to the final few moments to get into a position to win the game again. Let's see what FOKUS can do here. They've got the AWP out for Yorko. AK still in play. And rifles around as they go straight to Banana. And use a smoke to make sure that that top Banana Molotov is ineffective. And they can get a boost going, assembling a boost. Well, ZTR looking over the top of the smokes. He's not seeing anything. PARIVISION not playing through those smokes, not applying pressure towards B. That'll be ZTR to retreat away from that boost, and hope he can just block and he can dissuade them long enough for a rotation to arrive back. Volt is already leaving A and joining up with ZTR at the B bomb site. But PARIVISION, we can see on the minimap, not showing any intentions of committing anytime soon, and we're under a minute on the clock. Now they move into B.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 players home, obviously, but I don't think that's going to be enough against all 5. There's no resistance. FOKUS is playing a dangerous game, which is defense on both sides of the map, everywhere on the map being relatively passive. So you're playing blind against PARIVISION. Here's the execute. I think they're kind of going to probably ignore that smoke.
Into the site and into the fight. Volt, okay! Lightning straight through them as he holds down the site. And we've got Jame jumping up on first orange, just on the hunt for Volt, who has done so much, but finally gone. Can Jame clutch this up? They're both coming through Banana. He's trying to find the bomb. It's wasting seconds. He's picked it up eventually. It's going to be tough, though. They're already close by. They're running him down. Jame has canceled it. He's going for it. He needs a quick kill. He's got it. Just enough time. No, he stopped. He stopped. He had just enough time to plant that bomb, but didn't go for it. And Jame has to back away.
I think he was a little bit slow to switch over to the bomb. That kill took the extra second. Didn't get into it fast enough to be able to pull it off. Realized he still had the time just a second late. He was expecting a second fight, so the realization comes slow. But yet again, FOKUS just sticking in this game. A nuisance. 1 round back, 11-10. And an incredible hold at the B bomb site. A nice timing hit by PARIVISION as well. Very shocking, but FOKUS stands tall. Another chance now. Both teams full money. And round 22 underway.
PARIVISION just settling into this one again.
Yeah, I think the kind of logic right now is... Oh, my God. Well, logic right now is if Noda hits a shot like that, let's just rock and roll.
Yeah, let's just apply pressure towards ETR. Now, what is the reaction of those A players?
What's weird is actually, I think PARIVISION is slowing things down, expecting that reaction, thinking of what that reaction is going to be, but the reaction was to push forward and get aggressive, not actually rotate to help the B bomb site. So PARIVISION just gets completely stalled out after that kill, and now after the death of Jame.
Well, ZTR getting himself up onto first oranges. He's no longer alone. He's got a teammate with him coming through that CT smoke. But Banjo has gone down with nothing. ZTR has got a kill, but it's just a single frag. Now PARIVISION looking for series point. They're going to put that bomb down. Shell's going to burn a little bit, but you need a kill. And Nota with a hero round at the right time in this game. Opened it up with that kill on the jump spotter. And then really important frags as the round continues. Tough Volt scenario here. Mateus is just going to take a kit off the floor, scratch of the head, and back down Banana he will go as PARIVISION head up to series point.
Yeah, but I mean, they got 2 chances to close this out, but it doesn't feel comfortable whatsoever, does it? These rounds have been a grind. Like even that round contested down the stretch. Back-to-back rounds, you don't see it too often, but back-to-back rounds, PARIVISION executes into the B bomb site through a smoke. First one, an absolute disaster. Second one, very close to being a disaster, but they come out on top. So I think FOKUS is doing a great job, and it's not going to be easy to get this 13th round. This is the banger on the op towards the end. Ooh, through the smoke as well. Never even spotted him, just took the blind shot. Round 23. FOKUS need 2 in a row to force overtime, and PARIVISION just looking to knock themselves out of this series and end the day early.
Oh, straight down Banana. Here goes aggression. Volt sending himself forward, but Nota again great reactions. Volt taken down, opening kill once again here for Nota, but he will be removed. Okay, you've got rid of him now.
There's only so many grenades you can dodge, and at some point you're just like, well, I just have to stand here and hope they don't land on me.
Unfortunately, they did. So he's gone, he gets traded.
Yeah, but this is exactly what FOKUS want.
And you want them to come back into the AWP. They don't want that, though. Oh, no. Jorkin needs to get back. He will. Actually, he's going back into the repeat. He's going back for the aggression. Gonna hunt down this kill. Should be able to land it. He will. So Zello goes down, and not only the one, Yorko gets two. Oh my god, it is brilliant from Yorko. He goes back to finish them off. He's got the hot hand, and you can see what it's delivering them. They're back in it again.
A little bit of bloodlust, I think, on the PARIVISION side when they saw they had him kind of caught out in the open. Really wanted that fight. Stuck around very long and sets it up for a beautiful sequence. That's awesome from Yorko. Good shooting with the AWP, brought them into round 24, final of regulation. And there was some weaker weapons in that round for the FOKUS side of things, so he alleviates that pressure as well. Now it's PARIVISION. They've got to drop down to a MAC-10. They've got to drop down to a Tech 9, a Galil.
17-year-old AWPer there, Yorko. Really popping off in that round. Great shots. Last round of regulation. Can FOKUS force this one into overtime? PARIVISION running faster, change of pace as they go towards the A site, looking to wrap around, keep the pressure up, see if FOKUS can handle it, and Mateus will handle it, no issue. Straight to the smoke with two. Banjo now waits inside the bomb site. Plenty of players still here for FOKUS. Banjo's not going to miss his chance. Another kill from Belchinok, but that is it, and Banjo forces us into the bonus rounds.
Man, I think PARIVISION really lost the plot on this T side down the stretch. These last like 5-6 rounds I feel like have been super sketchy, and really they don't even get to overtime if it's probably not for the heroics, the beautiful shots from Nota. FOKUS have just brought the heat to PARIVISION and now force them into overtime, but this is where PARIVISION lives. This is their home. They're always doing these deep, long overtime games. They're going to be so comfortable when they get here. Money issues go away. But the problems that don't disappear is that the FOKUS's defense has figured out how to beat PARIVISION.
They bought a MAC-10.
Hell yeah, they did.
Okay. We're just going to see that faster play again. A faster approach up towards middle.
There's only 2 players with head armor.
They're going for it again. Mateus is same result, though. He's taken Jello down, so that's the MAC-10. Hasn't been effective, but it's created some space, and we've got Nota following up, so they're up through top mid. They've got brackets control, and it's more so the fact there's only a single player here in the form of Banjo.
Yeah, but where do PARIVISION want to go to actually make this work? Do they want? Now they know the flank is here, so they're going to slow down. But you know, like you're stuck in brackets. You kind of got to get out of here if you're PARIVISION.
ZTR is going to get spotted, and they are going to take him away.
Yeah, the footsteps and the utility that he threw in middle was the dead giveaway. So I don't think he ever realized. I think he thought they were probably more committed.
All right, time to be a hero again for Yorko. Looking for the jumping head. He's actually managed to nail it. So puts himself in a good spot. James jumps up and gives away the advantage. And now with 48 seconds left, that bomb is seesawing back over towards A again. Into a 2-man setup.
I got smoke, flash on Belchinok, but he's not really in a position to put it in place in too many crazy places. So can smoke off library, chuck some flashes into the bomb site. You've got a nice crossfire though, pit and up on the box.
28 seconds. Banjo's position is really strong here. He can just hide. Now he's got his teammate inside of the site, Volt on the box. He can draw attention, peek out. And it feels like the right time. He's communicating with Volt. I mean, this is stalled out now. 15 seconds left. Third player's now rotating over. Volt's got the kill from default boxes. Belchinok alone. He's got a good headshot. He needs another one. And he has got that, which you really didn't see coming. He's just got enough time to plant as well. He cancelled. He's going for the kill. He's going for glory, and it's not going to work out. Belchinok getting run down. Yorko applies the pressure, and Belchinok can't win it.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised he got off that fight. Still would have been there even if he gets the bomb planted. But good pressure applied to force the mistake out of Belchinok. Hard-fought battle to get in. Once again, FOKUS doing everything to make this tough. This jump right here gives away an easy kill over to the AWP, and then obviously the crossfire between the sites stalls out PARIVISION for like 20 seconds before they worked up the courage to turn the corner. That's about the most frustration I've ever seen out of James. That's actually about, he's having a tough time with this one right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredibly frustrating game for PARIVISION, but FOKUS, great work being done here. Nota, I mean, as you said, it probably wouldn't even be in overtime if it wasn't for his success and some of these banana fights. So he's got another opening kill. through Banana. Can they make something of it, though? Seems like all the advantages just keep going right back to them.
I think that's why we're seeing the frustration. I don't think I've ever seen James clench his hands like that in anger. Not quite like that, at least. Smoke towards left side mid. Jello about to turn the corner. You've got Banjo playing underneath the porch. Oh, beautiful headshot, beautiful opening. Now you know where the follow-up is. Zwei can't handle it. That's the bomb hitting the deck, falling right at his feet, and now a Molotov to buy some time. This is all Mateus. 3-on-3. He makes sure it stays even.
.38 seconds.
This smoke has always been there whenever PARIVISION wants to hit this B bomb site. This is like the third time they've wanted to move in. Now they have to fall back, and it's Belshinock who's going to have to start playing a little bit early. So going to switch over to the halls, much like last round. But if Yorko's aggressive in front of his play, ooh, this is going to be tough.
You see Yorko considering the balcony, unscoped, seen the barrel, always got the kill as well. He jumps right into the top mid player. He goes down, but he's got the information. The rotation is now on. And so Nota and James trying to get into the site. The bomb is going to be planted on default. Nota can play from pit, and a strong post plant now being set up. So the pressure is on Volt and Mateus to see if they can recover this in a retake. They have no utility, and one kid on the back of Volt at the moment. No utility with a pit player, that is tough. And the pit player has a Molotov too.
Yeah, and James watching for the crossover towards the pit player as well. So this setup is perfect for PARIVISION.
There's just no way you lose this round if you're PARIVISION now. James will take that kill. Then you're going to look at the site player, and Nota can peek out from pit at the perfect time. So PARIVISION at least getting around with that. It looked like Yorko was going to be able to do enough. Again, he was definitely in the right spot. And he just kind of panics he's going to be pushed.
I think that's the inexperience of saying, like, thinking that probably most of the resources going to be coming, most of the players going to be coming from halls. So, like, kind of, I mean, he's in a tough place, right? If there's a second player, he's got 20 HP, that's a tough fight for him. If he falls back into mid the way he did, maybe you just die, which is exactly what happened. So he didn't really have a whole lot of great options, but definitely not prepared for the fight that came next. Timeout taken from FOKUS. Their one overtime timeout that they get to talk things over. As defenses looked good towards the tail end of regulation, right? The CT side rattled off 5 of 7 in a row. Like they did great work. They stalled out PARIVISION 3 times in that half. So they've done some very good things on the map, and it's PARIVISION who is just sent into frustration of not being able to break through right at the tail end. This series, they feel probably should be over if you're PARIVISION.
It definitely feels that way. Still can be. There's just no signs. And this PARIVISION T side is going to rapidly improve.
All right, well, utility passed around the B bomb site. Triple B start, no one aggressive. Looking for the advantage before switching sides in OT. Left mid is now smoked. It's the AWP of Yorko and Banjo and Pit to defend. And it looks like they're going to get the first piece of attention that PARIVISION have to throw out.
Oh, there's Jay. And that's Yorko gone. So opening kill for PARIVISION. 4 seconds left. Zwei, another one, and that's the round. Like it's just so difficult to retake this A site when 5 players are alive.
Yeah, no one had budged early. No one had started cheating whatsoever. So yeah, it's going to be near impossible retake, especially when you consider, you know, James AWP is going to be posted up somewhere.
They have a smoking at HE, and Mateus is playing on a Deagle. So you have 2 rifles. Deagle's gone. That's 14 for PARIVISION.
Yeah, looking like it. They get the advantage for the second half of overtime as we switch sides. I think they're going to be very pleased to switch sides as well. The CT side was, I mean, not like they had a great CT side, but I don't think it was as frustrating. I think it was less not having the resources to fight, which is its own frustration. But for James, I think when you're getting killed in a couple silly ways and having a tough time finding successful tactics, that's when it gets really, really frustrating for you. So we're going to switch over, and they get to defend once again.
I mean, you certainly leave this half with a positive feeling because you have the advantage. You have the lead on the half that, as you were saying, was frustrating and unsuccessful and really failed to get many things consistently going for PARIVISION, and you somehow come out of the first half of overtime in front. So
yeah, there's probably a sense of relief, honestly, for PARIVISION that is behind them. And let's see if they can close it out on the CT side. 2-0 victory. It doesn't matter really how you get it done as long as you do. PARIVISION will be 2-0 in the Swiss system. Zero FOKUS have enough in this T side. They had a strong start on T side.
Creeping up over towards B. 3 defenders, utilities out. And just, they want nothing to do with it. So step up, chuck the utility, don't want to turn the half wall. That retake utility from PARIVISION flushes them away. Right back into the arms of Jame. Paused and waiting. Molotov is out. Control utility being thrown. Only 2 defenders here. James got the first kill. That was risky.
He's going to send the nade forward. 45 seconds. James just waits down in the pit.
The wrap is going to be the danger. Oh, Zwei, he has no idea. Oh, he just walked out into the open like there was no problem at all. And James all alone, him versus the world. 4 attackers.
Oh, into the open as well, forcing him with the fire. And now it's a tough scenario where you're not really in position to get this retake going immediately. There's 1 flash. I mean, it's constant lack of utility because those B players have to use so much util in Banana early on. You just have a flash for a retake.
I'm just amazed Zwei just kind of walked into the open. This makes it so difficult now. Noda better have some more insane shots under his belt.
He is getting a little bit closer than you might anticipate. He closes out the mini pit player. That's a strong position to flush out. Still got 2 players in the bomb site and 1 in the pit. It just makes it way too difficult. Yep. Near impossible to pull it off.
Okay, we're not done with this one yet. 14-14, all tied up again. PARIVISION not able to hold off that initial attack, and now you start having the conversation. The AWP was an issue. We saw one of the FOKUS players of the first half of OT kind of run out of funds for that 3rd round. Can happen as well to Jame here on PARIVISION side of things. It's been very slow, like calculated rounds, right? Like they're using the full round at the moment. Everyone just happy to let the kind of utility fade away before walking up. These contact plays still going on, these kind of very quiet where it's just, let's see how far we can get. They're very effective in the late round once all the utility has been used. And no one, I mean, it's interesting to me because it's just like a complete 180 from the PARIVISION yesterday who was taking control of Banana, fighting down, and maybe they're just like, no one's there, so we don't really feel the need to go for it. Legacy likes to fight for it, but haven't really seen them bring it out a whole lot in this game overall. Like, thought maybe it'd get mixed in a little bit more. 3 defenders yet again at the B bomb site. I think now PARIVISION almost have to say, peek down Banana and get some information? Is there anything you can glean from that? Because they're playing blind at the moment. So James going to be in Banana with the AWP. The safety net with the AWP to make sure nobody creeps up close. 4 rifles defending this A bomb site. Noda's going to be in CT spawn to help protect the wrap side. And both teams just paused, waiting, looking for the mistake from the other side.
Got Shello waiting here on default. Flashes are coming in. Belchanok, he's going to take that contact from the site. Good double kill from Belchanok. Even Yorko on his own, seeing what he can do here, and he's going to have to back away on 11 HP. It's a crucial time to win again here for PARIVISION. And I mean, that was a big shutdown too in the way that they won it. 4 players staying up. It's going to be series point again. It might just be a heartbreak here for FOKUS.
Well, I mean, you're getting to that end of the game too, where like, yeah, they're close and they actually have a chance to win it, which is its own nerves. It's overtime, which brings in a little bit more pressure. And you're seeing them in that round where it's like, we're at that, like, neither team wants to be the one to make the mistake. No player wants to die too early in these rounds. So the rounds are very much just like, well, okay, check out your utility, everyone wait, and then we're going to make our play happen. There's not a whole lot of testing, probing. So FOKUS is kind of executing without any great idea of what they're executing into. They just know the defense is passive.
Well, there's a good opening at least. Not giving this one up at all. FOKUS, staying focused. In fact, as they moved away towards top banana, they've got that opening kill. And they're applying pressure now towards waiting players, though. There's a lot of presence here right now for PARIVISION. This is what they want. They want players to try and break through like this and shut them down, but the kills are actually coming in for FOKUS. Jame goes flying through, and he's actually got away with that. Somehow, Jame has got away with that on the 5-7, crossing into the bomb site alive. Yorko and Banjo now with a 2v3 to try and recover to get themselves into double overtime. Otherwise, it will be a 2-0, and Jame has arrived with some classic Jame BS at the end of the game. Again, heartbreak for FOKUS. They bring it close, but PARIVISION finally able to celebrate victory, a sense of relief as they take the 2-0.
Okay, so PARIVISION takes it 2-0, and for someone who maybe doesn't watch the game, they come see the score later on Prof's website, they're going to go, I expected that. But what they didn't see is how close FOKUS took it, how they were constantly meeting this team head to head, and most importantly, how they got under James' skin. We saw him clenching fists at one point. We saw him getting quite like upset with his team, and you saw there at the end the absolute relief, the shout. I don't often see that guy shaken, and FOKUS definitely shook him.
I don't think I ever saw Jame pop off. Like, even when he pops off, he just rises like Jame, the savior, the redeemer. Perfect day to do that, by the way. Shout out to Easter celebrations one time, but no, he actually he screamed after this game. The frustration. I mean, I think honestly it was a game where FOKUS really pushed them on all levels, like individually, the calling, the gambles, on both sides were pretty interesting, and he definitely didn't want to lose this game and go a third map in the series.
Yeah, I mean, definitely well fought by FOKUS is kind of what we're building up here. And it started with their T side just being really punchy, but they were doing it with kind of different styles. Sometimes they were just kind of dry peeking into stuff and playing contact plays. Sometimes they were doing the more heavy utility hits. And again, just playing boldly, not being afraid. Even there were times they ran into the stack and still were able to brute force their way through it, which is good trading. And, I think that's just a sign of a team that seems on the same page already, despite being a young team and having good trading power and being able to deliver. I mean, hell, a lot of those rounds that PARIVISION were winning, when you think about it, were down to big multi-frag performances from a couple of players. Like Delch had that big 3K spray down through a smoke at Banana. You had another Noda had one as well when they came through Arch, and he caught all three from coming through CT spawn. So there was a couple of big individual plays that had to happen from PARIVISION in order to actually stay out on top of this one and make sure we didn't see a third map.
Yeah, I mean, FOKUS as well. I think everyone showed up to a decent degree. I mean, I think Yorko, we didn't see too much in this series overall. I think coming into this team, he was maybe the most hyped player, in my opinion. But he had his also one 3K there, holding the bomb site. And then Mateos had some openings. Banjo was just consistently good throughout. And Volt on the B bomb site, and you were mentioning, his entries and aggression. I think he proved to be very, very potent at that.
It's cool to see Volt in this new light because, I mean, again, he was more of a supportive element in Gamer Legion. Obviously winds up getting removed from that team due to performance, and then, finds a new home here after some time. And again, is more of a, featured piece as far as being more of an aggressor and being a lot more active. And he's been very effective. But I do think Banjo is the guy that people have to keep their eyes on at this point. While you do see some of the mechanical ability from Jorko that would get you excited about an Opper, I do still think that there's still something there that he needs to learn in order to be able to be an effective Opper long term. But Banjo's kind of already there, in my opinion. I feel like this guy's just mechanically sound, plays really smart, plays with anchor rolls very well, good trade fragger. Yeah, this is kind of an example of the individual plays that PARIVISION had to make to win this one.
Well, this was the thing in the second half. You saw Noda so often come in, get those opening kills, put PARIVISION, give them the advantage, and then yet FOKUS shuts them down time and time again. And I mean, I kind of wanted to focus in a little bit on how their CT side was able to read PARIVISION so well. What was it that they were doing?
I mean, I think that the rotations were just perfectly on time. They were keeping the smokes for the right timings. I think something that they didn't do that well on Dust 2 here. Either it's just a map they have a better understanding of, or were they just in the element? I'm not sure, but Moses was also highlighting on the cast, pretty much every time they were going B, a smoke just popped up, so they had to go through it, and that made Volt's job easier on the B bomb site, and whoever was there rotating in to clean up a few kills. In the end, not enough, but I think an impressive showing overall from FOKUS. They didn't get the map, but they got 13 rounds on a map, so that's kind of the same, no?
Close. Very
Yeah,
close.
almost.
No, I mean, just going back to kind of discussion about the CT side, I think a lot of it was just how proactive they were, right? I mean, it's constantly holding forward angles. You know, Jorko's, you know, being aggressive middle with the op. He's keeping eyes on brackets. He's not getting that map control for free. You know, they were able to get a lot of opening picks as well. I mean, a lot of the rounds that even, you know, that PARIVISION ultimately won, they were having to play from behind him because the opening picks were just there in spades throughout that half from FOKUS. So all in all, I think this is a great showing for FOKUS. I mean, it's not a win, obviously, which is what you want, but it's a good showing.
I think it just shows that they weren't like scared. I think that's generally on Dust 2. I highlighted that before. You know, they played a decent game. They were behind. They're playing against a much better team, much more comfortable team on Dust 2. But here on Inferno, maybe there was one round on Banana where there was some, you know, misplays, a team kill and stuff like that. But overall, there weren't many situations where you could feel like, oh, this is a new team that's impressed by the lights of the moment or the opposition or anything like that. They held their own throughout and even came up in some close clutches. So overall, good showing.
I focused a lot on Anders' post on X, specifically the first part where he was talking about can.
Yeah, it's a lot of posts on X.
Okay, well, this specific one.
Yeah.
Can FOKUS take a map off PARIVISION? I'm going to ignore the first part. I want to focus in on the second bit. He said, will this be the day people realize they're pretty good? Do you feel that they're pretty good after what you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of mystery around this team because we saw they did so well in the qualifier for this event, beating some really solid teams. You know, they beat Inner Circle, they beat BetBoom, I believe. They had a couple of good wins there against some teams that you would recognize. But, you know, when it came to land play, they just weren't getting to really play anyone that you would know. Like, they had that second place finish at the ROG Journey. But like the only team that they beat that you would know is like a 3D Max game that they won. Whereas the rest of the games were kind of against like lesser teams that you may not even heard of, or like academy teams, things of that nature. So you just didn't really know where they stood. You knew that these players had some experience in a couple of cases, and obviously Cuban being a coach has been around the scene a long time. So there was a lot that were like, yeah, this team could be good, but we don't know. We haven't seen them play against anybody that we can compare them against. But now a game like this does give you that thought of, okay, like some of the stuff we were seeing online and at some of these smaller events does translate to a high-level opponent.
There we go. We've obviously now seen PARIVISION take the victory. We have one more game here on the A stream. It is the MongolZ up against Eyeballers, who we didn't get to see play yesterday. So this will be our first look at them. That's coming up right after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana. Are you ready?
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest. Dust and Prof are on the desk to break down the next game. It is the MongolZ up against Eyeballers. What can we say about the MongolZ that hasn't been said already? I feel like they're the favorites in terms of like the Counter-Strike scene. Like we get excited about them because of their incredible underdog story, and maybe because for the most part we have absolutely no idea about the drama that goes on in that team. So all we do is see the smiles. But they are quite loved. Like I've never spoken to a fan who's gone, I don't like MongolZ. Like everyone has strong opinions on Vitality, MongolZ, PARIVISION, but for the most part, I think MongolZ are quite beloved.
It's quite a mystery, just like they are a mystery. So I think that's kind of it's a kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. No one knows anything about them really, so they're just like filling in the gaps with whatever they think is cool, and then therefore the MongolZ are cool. So that's kind of how it works.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of things. I think one, it is the underdog nature of the team, the fact that they kind of just like steadily got better over the years, like, you know, growing from a team that was good in their region but not big internationally to making it to majors, to making a major playoff, to then making a major final, to then becoming a top 5 team in the world. Like they've had this steady climb over the last 2 years with the core of this team. I think people also like them because they just have players that people can get behind. Like they're very, you know, bubbly personalities at times, and other players a little bit more mysterious.
I mean, that's literally Mazinho and
yeah, exactly.
no one else.
Yeah. So it's a combination of personalities, but also I think people just like the style of CS that they play.
Wouldn't you say that they are just like the Asian mouse?
No.
Why would you say that,
12
Prof?
months.
Is this a fun fact?
12 months. No, it's not. It's just
a fact.
Just a
Go
fact,
for it.
actually. 14 playoff appearances, only 1 tournament win. Isn't that the record of an Asian mouse?
Can we just talk about this for a moment? I'm going to dig deep into that because I do find it funny when you point that out, right? And it's a similar argument around Falcons. We don't talk about them the way we hate on MOUZ for not lifting a trophy, and yet MongolZ is in a very similar position. But we're like, yay, we love you. It's fine.
But I guess it is because they are from a smaller region, right? So the expectations for them to even be in this conversation.
But that's past now. That time is past.
That's kind of the discussion where I feel the discussion with the MongolZ is going in this year or the next 6-12 months is going to be like, okay, so are these guys actually going to make that next step? Because they made a roster change with Senzu going out. No one actually really knows why. That's also part of the whole mystery. Cobrazera came in. Is he better than Senzu? No, he's not really. Are they still doing quite well? Yes. Other people are kind of picking up the slack. But what is the next step? Is there a next step for MongolZ? We don't really know.
Yeah, I really don't understand the MOUZ comparison whatsoever. I mean,
Why not?
Because they've had the exact same 5 since Cluj of last year, which was over a year ago. Meanwhile, you've had a MongolZ team who lost their best player, Senzu, replaced him with a temporary... Let me finish. Replaced him with a temporary stand-in controls for multiple tournaments, including a major that they still made the playoffs of, by the way. And now they've had to embed a brand new player to start off 2026. So they're in a completely different boat than what mousesports is in. Not only that, they didn't have the same consistent top 4 run that mousesports did for basically an entire year, right? I mean, I think there were times there were times that MongolZ were a top 5 team, right? They won the EWC tournament. They had a couple other top 4 finishes and finals appearances kind of in the middle of last year, so to speak. But they've been through the ringer with having to reshape this team after the loss to Senzu, and also, you know, having events where they didn't have Mara behind them. Like they've dealt with a lot more tribulation, in my opinion.
Das, I'm going to do this because it's fun and I'm sorry.
Go on.
How long before we start saying, hey, MongolZ, you better lift a trophy or we're getting bored?
I think once Cobra gets more settled in, and once we see that they have the potential to consistently make even just semifinals appearances, then maybe you start wondering if there's going to be a win or not.
So you will not give me a definitive answer.
But I do feel like this tournament is kind of that. I mean, it's not the end of the world if they lose to like a PARIVISION or something, but
it's their best opportunity.
This is a great opportunity to lift a trophy, to add to the trophy cabinet, to become a team that wins trophies, right? We know they're a good team, and this is why the comparison with MOUZ. They're a good team. They make playoffs all the time. They have a balanced roster. but are they winning trophies? Are they really contenders for titles? They're in finals as well. They took a map in a grand final against Vitality, but they're not that team yet.
Okay, so it's finals or bust for MongolZ. That's what I'm getting from this. And in order to get to the finals, they need to get some wins under their belt. Stopping them and possibly holding them up is this team in front of us, Eyeballers. We didn't get to see them yesterday, but the MongolZ should be scared, right, Prof?
Yeah, I mean, talking about majors, there's a guy on this lineup. He's here on our screens. JW, his return to Tier 1. He's a player with quite a bit of resume or reputation. 3-time major winner, 1-time major MVP. Can MongolZ match that? I don't think so. Can this be matched?
We're just like freaking out, Dasha. We're going to tilt him so hard.
No, I mean, look, I think what's interesting about this is that JW is obviously a very storied player who's had a lot of success and doing so as one of those, like, you know, crazy aggressive operas that had a really wild style and also, you know, had that personality that people could, you know, kind of be polarizing, I guess you could say. But now he's a completely different person. He's matured a lot. He's now an in-game leader of a team of young players. He's still opping, but again, his main role in this team is a lot different than what he was when he was playing on, you know, Fnatic and things of that nature when he was racking up those majors and that. So it's kind of neat in that regard. But yeah, the Eyeballers team is just... You really
took that seriously. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I was just trying to tie something else to it.
He humored me quite a bit.
I was just trying to tie in something else to it, right?
But no, realistically, it's such a huge mismatch.
Yes.
It's such a huge. That's why I brought it up. Just as let's find some wins for the Eyeballer side who came in here. They were playing the qualifier as well. They they finished third. I think that's why they came in as a replacement. They lost to a team like FOKUS, right? And most recently, they did get some wins. They beat actually all of the Swedish teams. Young Ninjas, Alliance, Metasport, also NIP, who are not Swedish anymore. But these are the kind of teams that they have been able to get wins over anything else. They lost to Inner Circle, they lost to Nemesis, they lost to FOKUS. So like in terms of actually trying to build this as a 1v1, it's really hard. Also with Anubis also coming out as a ban from MongolZ, which one of the Eyeballers' more comfortable maps is pretty rough.
It's just Eyeballers is just an unknown value because everybody kind of got to know them because they beat FaZe at Bounty, and that was, you know, like one.
And also here yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. 2-0'd them in world record fashion as far as how fast it took place, actually. But then they just didn't qualify for any other events. They played a bunch of qualifiers, but weren't able to make their way into any of them. But again, coming here as a replacement team, seizing the opportunity. And, you know, as this kind of rolls out, as nothing really leaping off the page on this veto, kind of what we expected to see, in my opinion. One thing I do want to say is just a couple people to watch out for. You know, if you haven't followed Eyeballers at all, Bob XD, your boy. Very good aggressive rifler in what he's done so far in the opposition they've played against. So I kind of want to keep an eye on him. And then Maxter is also one to keep an eye out on because he's a guy who's more of a passive player on T side. You know, plays kind of those extremity roles, but he plays a lot of star CT positions for this team. And he's also put up some pretty good numbers in the competition we've seen them play so far. So those are kind of the two names to keep an eye on as, you know, potential prospects.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of like where Eyeballers are, they're not really like... Alliance are now the number one team. I guess Metasport was previously that team. Eyeballers is more like picking up players from mixes and like that are not signed essentially and bring them into Eyeballers, maybe from like a Johnny Speeds, which is like a smaller org or something, and then giving them experience so they can move on further in careers. Obviously, Poi who is now on 100 Thieves, he was in Eyeballers a while back. Then he also moved to, I think, Alliance, and then from Alliance to 100 Thieves. And this is kind of their position in the scene, even locally. I mean, Swedish scene has gone through a lot of different, not a lot of different, there's a long period of being the best in the world, and then a huge drop-off. And over the last few years, I would say since COVID and all of that, the scene started recovering with different orgs coming together, tournament organizers and everything. And now we see, you know, there is more talent kind of being grown once again. Obviously, no national scene is very dominant, so I don't really expect, you know, Swedish teams to be number one again in the world, but it's showing something, and it's nice to see a project like this coming together. JW and Fasha, after their like removal from Fnatic, going into a new direction and growing up local talent.
Realistically, MongolZ should 2-0 this. Let's be frank, because we do. It's like I think sometimes there is a realist in me where I go, there actually isn't an excuse for MongolZ to not be able to close this out relatively quickly.
I mean, this is especially because we just had like an underdog overdog situation in the previous game. I don't think this is on the same level. I'd love to be surprised. I'm a big fan of JW from the old days of Fnatic, the way he played, just the attitude he brought to the server. I think you highlighted it well. He is now just like a super chill, mature person, nothing like what he was back in the day. And probably no one that's watching this now watched him back in the day. He was such a kind of a brash.
He played the heel like very well.
Yes, a brash personality, but also the way disrespectful in the server, but not, a bit out of the server, but not in a BM way, just like in a playful way, right? So now he's leading this young group, opping, IGLing, doing a little jam. And I think what Swedish teams were always known for is just team play. And I think that's what they're continuing to do in this lineup. It's nothing super tactical, super complicated. They just try to play off of each other with some good fundamentals, and that's it.
Yeah, they try to play very pacey CS, I feel like. When I was looking through their film, kind of preparing for this event as they came in kind of last minute, I just noticed that they like to play with a lot of tempo. And that makes sense. Like, JW has always kind of had that aggressive mindset. And he has a guy like Bob XD who likes to play aggressively. So it kind of plays into that. You know, so, and Overpass is not that they do have a lot of reps on, right? So they should come in this pretty comfortable. I would say when you're looking at MongolZ map pool, Overpass is probably on the weaker end of the spectrum in comparison to some of their, you know, kind of main strengths. So yeah, I don't expect a win here from Eyeballers, but I expect them to put up a good fight.
Dinko, Moses, I mean, is it fair to say, as we wrap up this conversation here on the desk, that for Eyeballers specifically, this is going to be a litmus test? They're going to want to see where they sit against one of the top teams in the world and get a feel for where their level is?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I guess it's the level of the litmus test that I have a question of. Like, can you really, like, if you get smoked out of the server, does that count as a litmus test? You know, like if you stack up and you don't stack up at all, is it like, okay, cool, we now we know.
You were right.
This could just be a blowout. Yeah, I don't.
What about the Asian mouse? How do you feel about that one?
The Asian mouse?
Yeah.
Is that what we're calling MongolZ these days?
That's what he did. You didn't hear that?
I don't know if I would go as far as to say Asian mouse.
Nah, MongolZ won more,
seems a little bit cruel.
Well, MongolZ won more. They won the Thunder Pig Championship. They won the Esports World Cup. They were major finalists. They took a map off in the major
also,
finals. They're better than Mouse.
They're barely even boot camping, so I mean, like they're doing more with less work. So, you know.
And honestly, they have more aura,
MongolZ.
and they don't really even, like, we only hear from one or two players.
Either way, I'm with Prof. I'm on JW watch all day. I don't really, you know, whatever. Anything can happen. I'm on JW watch.
I never thought I'd get the chance to cast JW.
I was trying to figure out this morning when was the last time I casted him on LAN at like a tier 1 event. I think it was like 2020. It's been like 6 years, so this is cool. 9Ken gets the opening kill onto, we're going to call him Bob. We're going to call that guy Dex. He's down as well. And another one for 910.
I'm going to be honest. I think coming into this game today, I'm just anticipating the Mongols to absolutely wreck.
I think it's just going to be a smackdown?
I feel that way, yeah.
It's very possible. I haven't seen much of Eyeballers. They have that recent like good win over NIP. You know, in some of these runs and the teams attempting to qualify for the major. They've been at those events. Teams are going to grab some VRS spots. They've been able to have a couple good upsets here and there. But I'm with you. This seems way too far out of their wheelhouse. And that pistol round did nothing to change my mind.
Yeah, no, it definitely didn't. I had
But we're hyping JW up every play.
I was at the Kappa Bar in Sweden during Pro League with Henry, and we were having some dinner, and we bumped into the Eyeballers manager. And, Eyeballers manager bought us some muscle salt. So
muscle salt?
Yeah. You put it on your muscles, not as in your physical muscles.
Food muscles.
I'm talking about, the seafood.
Okay.
So, haven't used it yet.
I didn't know they had muscle salt.
Yeah.
Today
it's like garlic and salt.
Well, hey, it's also a good little tidbit of information for you guys out there in Stockholm. If you ever want to find a way to break into the esports scene, apparently a lot of networking happens at the
at the bar.
At Kappa Bar.
Absolutely. All right, well, right now you're just looking at Deagle for Rolf. He earned it. He got a couple of kills, but should be nice and easy here for the Mongols. Dex, he did all the hard work to get up on top of that pipe, and then Cobra comes in and finds him.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And now we're just going to walk towards the A-bomb site. Yeah, there's man, it's been interesting watching how the Swedish scene has kind of evolved over the years, or devolved over the years, I guess, if you wanna say it that way. The conversation we started kind of having in like 2017, 2018 was just like, where's all the next generation of Swedish talent? Where's all the upcoming Swedes? Had some players that have shown some potential. But after the Fnatic era of JW and after the NIP area, it feels like Sweden just kind of fell off the map. So here's a big flank coming in, a little bit of danger. Nice kill with the Deagle on Maxter, but That's all you're going to get. 2-0 for the Mongols.
And the buy is in. Eyeballers going to be purchasing up AK-47s. And there's an AWP on the other side of things. There's no AWP on Eyeballers.
Not yet.
So
JW's teasing us. He's building up the anticipation.
Yeah, which means 910 has free reign over the server at the moment. Let's see if he can really capitalize on the fact there's nothing on the other side to combat him.
Deep utility out, deep smoke, deep Molotov from the CT side to just delay a little bit of map progression from the Eyeballer side of things, and they've done very well with it. Still huddled in, haven't even broken in yet to the playground. So 910's got that deep angle. Ooh, missed shot. Bob's got the kill. Techno left on an island. Bob's got another one.
And Bob with a great start here. The double from Bob. And he's finally dead to the hand of Blitz. Good trade from JW.
I like how aware Bob was. Like the idea, we talk about it all the time, is like the first thing you have to do as an underdog in a match like this is get the Mongols to respect you so that they're not constantly pushing like Techno and 910 were. So they're not constantly in your face and they don't think they can just run at you and kill you regardless of the situation. That's at least Bob like being, you know, very much prepared for those fights and doing a little bit of that, punishing you for being confidently aggressive.
45 seconds left in the round. They're going to be crossing up into the site, and JW sends a shot over the top of the truck. And Zinho going to be found. Cobra's era not going to change the outcome of this round at all. And Eyeballer's going to make the most of it. JW also spotting Cobra. Primes himself for it, and sharp shooting from JW. That's a 3K from him. And Bob XD obviously getting the opening too.
Yeah, lovely little cleanup, and right out of the gate too, right when the guns come in. So beautiful start. Chalk that one up to Bob. Got Eyeballers going in the right ways. Don't have to worry about getting buried under a hole or looking up at a scoreboard that says 0-5. Now we're going to have guns brought back out for the Mongols. M4s, FAMAS on 910. No op in the field. All AKs for the Eyeballers attack as well. Still a little bit of aggression for the Mongols. Positioned in stairs. You could see Blitz with this boost is delaying the progression of Dex, which buys time for Techno to get into position without a Molotov on the stairs. But Maxter's going to challenge really early on, and Mazinho caught snoozing.
Bob. And to the peak on the divider, 910. She'll fall. So another 2 openers. Techno's got to get a multi-kill here, and he's really messed that one up. Yeah, a little bit preemptive on the shooting.
Okay, well, Eyeballers can shoot.
Yeah,
we're learning that. We're learning that right now.
Okay.
Damn.
Back-to-back rounds where they just absolutely owned them. I mean, that's a great sign.
Yeah, that's actually sick. We're kind of painting the picture like Mongols with how we've seen them kind of sustain through some of these roster changes and still be competitive and still making playoffs. It's like this can be them just running over this team, but a nice fight back out of the gate is kind of sends the message to Mongols that they better shape up and they better play this game for real moving forward.
Yeah, well, Eyeballers, as Sam was mentioning, we didn't get to see them play yesterday because they were meant to play against FaZe.
Yes.
FaZe obviously not here. So it ended up being a forfeit win, and Eyeballers, I'm sure that, like, JW was tweeting about how happy he is, excited he is to be back Tier 1. Like, you're missing out on a game against FaZe. Like, that's a FaZe clan that you've already taken a map off earlier in the year. You could definitely beat them on land with the way FaZe are playing. You know, missed opportunity there for Eyeballers. They must just be so excited to show what they're capable of on the server today.
I think JW flies a little bit under the radar, just in the sense that, you know, like, how much do you have to be dedicated and love this game to have been on one of the best teams of all time, to have been in one of the best players of all time, one of the best offers we've had, and such a dynamic player. And then when that kind of phase of your career ends, instead of moving on, you're like, you know what? Swedish Counter-Strike isn't a hard place. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to dedicate myself for years of building a Tier 2 Swedish team and see if I can get it back to the top. I think it's really cool from JW. Just for the love of the game. Triple boosts over towards the short sewers, but no one's going to be home. Eyeballer's going to be heading through the monster tunnel. So out of position and great advantage to give them a 3-2 lead as the Mongols sit back with only USPs. Very cautious, almost not believing that this bomb site is empty.
Oh, going around. You're like, oh, surprise. 3 MongolZ players waiting for you. AK picked up. See if you can extract that.
No, not with the barrage of utility that inevitably follows that up. And Blitz got the kill, so they know there's still one more over in the corner.
Yeah, Blitz trying to just duel with Rolf. He's going to lose his life. Max throwing the final kill.
Okay, they have my attention. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I mean, the way they're killing right now, like, this has definitely got you locked in.
Excited to see what they can do now, playing with the lead, with the economic advantage, with economic control. Let's have some fun. See if we can make MongolZ a little bit nervous in this game. 3-2, and another gun round comes in. Still no op out for MongolZ again. 910's only had that the 1 round. FAMAS on Cobra Zera. And Eyeballer's going to send 3 players down the ladder towards the blue door. 2 players outside Monster for the moment. And this could just be a very quick timing to split the B bomb site. That's the indication I get with 3 players coming towards the blue door. Don't often see teams put 3 T-sided players in the underpass, so when it happens, it feels like there's a plan for it. And they found themselves a relatively safe way to get control of short and now hit into the bomb site.
There's the push on up. Cobra and Blitz taking 2 kills between them. Maxter's going to go ahead and take himself 2. JW on the follow-up, and there's just layers of attack. Even when they take early casualties, Eyeballers finding the responses, and JW is just melting them.
Lovely headshot. Okay, 4th round for Eyeballers now. 910's coming over. He's going to give this a good go. Can he pass the first test? JW gives up the angle, so now he steps in. There's no kit on his back either. And he's dead. Oh, how fun. Major winning coach Pete up there.
Man, this feels like a blast from the past.
I know, it's like all the old school Swedish, well, 2 of them.
Some of them.
Some of the old school Swedish guys. Cobra even gets a blind kill on the attack. Blitz follows it up with a kill, and still Eyeballers is able to turn that around. Good utility usage, and what a great organization of that tactic. Starting to really run away with this. 4-2. Deagles and MP9 on Blitz. MongolZ having a tough time nailing Eyeballers down. 4 players for Eyeballers attack outside the B bomb site. Dex just looking for any kind of push, any kind of flank. Other than that, they're content to play this round slow and eventually end it walking into the B bomb site.
Rolf walking out. AK's already deep towards the side of Zinyo's Deagle. Okay, little taste of the Mongolian Deagle. It's, oh my god! A mighty Deagle from Zinyo, and Techno getting one on the 5-7. That is a taste of what the MongolZ can do, showing they can shoot back. And now JW left 1v5.
This time, as opposed to the previous execute onto the B bomb site, there was really like just kind of light utility. No real Molotovs coming in. Zinyo's not blind whatsoever. There's no flashbangs being layered, so he gets to pick and choose his 1v1s with that Deag and just knocks them all down. JW 1v5. That ain't happening, and I guess he's just hoping and praying that he can save the AK-47. There's not really anywhere he can go to try and save it. So just kind of praying that MongolZ aren't going to push into his position, and it doesn't look like they will. So they get a 3rd. And JW's given production a lot of time to queue up the Deagle kills.
Yeah, we definitely need to see those. Oh, he seemed absolutely nutty from Zinyo.
Probably should have done that.
What's your favorite JW moment, Jason?
Oh, nice shot. That one right there.
Bro.
There's just so many, isn't there? I'm gonna have forgotten a million of them. The clip of him like running or jumping through the Molotov at Long A Dust 2 to get the kill top mid was pretty crazy. I remember watching that live too when that happened.
Oh, that was brilliant. Yeah.
I think
the Deagle shots. Oh, yeah.
See what I mean, though? Like, the Molotov forced him into the open, but there's no real flashbangs in his face.
Yeah.
There's never more than one player fighting him at a certain point, so that one just kind of got away from the Eyeballers.
My favorite is the Fnatic video where they were, like, doing...
Oh, yeah, the cringe one?
Gang signs and,
Yeah. Yeah, orcs don't make videos like that anymore. It's kind of a shame.
It was incredible.
We got a lot of leg out of that video.
It was so good.
Okay, they're gonna. I mean, this is Eyeballers again. It feels like just trying to hit a timing as a grouped up idea as the underdog. I mean, gonna clear out bathrooms to make sure there's no aggression. Now, do you want to keep pressing long, or do you just want to take this route to close the gap? Ooh, JW missed opportunity. Maybe a little bit frustrated. Thought that jump was going to be the player he had to worry about. The gift of the second peak was there as well.
Well, Techno. There's 2 in the bathroom, so JW is also very, very low. An issue here for Eyeballers. They've just been carved up before the round really gets going for them. Ooh. Maxter at least pulling a kill pack on 9-10, but plenty more to try and find here. And with Dex on 51, JW on 18 HP, you know, you're hoping this AWP can find something. JW taking it for a spin. Good shot. Techno going to be taken out of the server. 35 seconds left.
Okay, Blitz, inside the bomb site, you're alone for the moment. CobraZera's hustling over. Still no pressure applied by Eyeballers. Time's starting to dwindle. Bomb is committed to this bomb site, being that it's at long. And JW's the one trying to challenge, and there's another opportunity he could have had. Blitz, oh, taken down by Dex. One more defender here. CobraZera's got to step up.
CobraZera up the stairs into the fight, spraying away for 1 Maxter to respond, and only 10 seconds left here on the clock. Nade's going to go up towards Dex and dropping him to 13 HP. Can Mzinho win this? An AK-47 stepping out through the bank. Hero moment in the deagle in the last round. Now he's got a 1v1. And it's Maxter out towards the stairs. Mzinho spots him, but Maxter could reposition and a great kill. So Eyeballers responding after their first round loss.
Yeah, brilliant round by Maxter as well with a triple kill. And I mean, is that a 3 versus 5 recovery? Techno got the opening 2 kills at the front of bathroom, and then they
that's a crazy recovery, especially because I was highlighting the fact that JW is an 18 HP.
Yeah.
3v5. JW is an 18 HP.
And JW is the one who is the aggressor in a lot of these situations, kind of leading the way for his team. Gets that opening kill, you know, at the end of bathrooms. He's the one who trades off Techno eventually, and then just slides forward. Okay, so MongolZ feeling the same frustration that we're seeing from the outside, which is these guys can fight back. These guys isn't going to be as much of a pushover as we thought. 5 of the last 6 in the favor of the Eyeballers offense. Now, it is Eyeballers' pick. They wanted to come to the map, so obviously very well prepared and did plenty of research to understand how they want to attack into the MongolZ. And it's not exactly a map high up on the MongolZ priority list for their own map vetoes, so take from that what you will, but seeing them struggle a little bit on a map that isn't one of their strongest regardless. So keep that context in mind before you get too hyped up. As Eyeballers continue to build on this scoreboard. Boost up for Blitz to get some information. Probably the most spread we've seen Eyeballers in the game so far. So much of their rounds have been kind of like 4 players lined up outside, you know, long, 4 players heading towards the B bomb site. Now you're seeing them spread and play a default, looking to see if the MongolZ are worked up any of that courage to bring back some of the aggression they had in the first 4 rounds or so. None of that here in round 9. So just about to pass the 1-minute mark, and neither team has really done anything quite yet. Everyone's happy to just keep this quiet. Keep this at a stalemate and wait for the utility to run a little bit low.
Oh, really running the clock down here.
Yeah, I mean, the bomb was all the way outside B, like far away from the group. So now it's got to rotate all the way around. I mean, 30 seconds on the clock before Eyeballers really kind of make their kind of move into their final play. And at this point, the clock now becomes an opponent as well. It's something you have to keep your mind on. 22 seconds and still nothing from Eyeballers. Finally, their play comes in now.
Okay, collateral for 9-10. And that is not the start they were hoping to their final move here, Eyeballers. They're down to 3 players moving into the site. Techno's got them, and it's done, really. It's not enough. Oh my God, what a round from 9-10, and no reaction from anyone.
No, it just looks like he's been pissed off with how this map has opened up, that he's just like, whatever, I'll put him down. I mean, to wait that long, 19 seconds before you pull the trigger on the exec, and then Nine10 opens it up with a collateral with a double kill. It's like, great. All that wasted for an immediate 5-on-3. What a round from Nine10. Quad kill overall. And that forces a timeout out of the eyeballer side of things to talk things over. So PETA on the mic having a convo, talking about this T side, how they want to make things work, trying to avoid that kind of an eventuality moving forward. I think that round is going to be kind of the tone that you'll see from Mongols for most of the rest of this half, is them being passive, right? They got punished in the early rounds for the aggressive stances when you know, Bob was able to kind of punish them and fight back and hitting really hard. So they're just like, okay, we'll see if eyeballers, you know, if we push into them, they can hit shots, but can they actually take over a bomb site? Can they scale up properly? So I think we'll see Mongols have a more conservative defensive approach for the last 3 rounds, and we'll see if eyeballers can overcome it.
Yeah, that's the next test being thrown at them. And they're coming a little bit quicker towards this B bomb site. Everybody positioned outside of B now, and Zinho is willing to just fight. So they're going for some confident peaks here, Mongols, and actually a team kill in the mid's really helping out the Mongols there as well. So 2 players versus the 4. I mean, it's tough for eyeballers. Your game plan is pretty much ruined as soon as the round begins.
Yeah, no one from eyeballers really caught on to the fact that there was no smoke thrown from CT spawn. That kind of realization didn't click in until it was far too late. It's just a peek, and you're just there to get picked off by the double peek from the Mongols. So once again, a round that kind of stalls out before it begins. It's a recovery mission now. Can Maxter and JW do enough to convince them to go for this round? The real problem, if you look on the minimap, is the position of Techno, who's pushed all the way outside that choke point towards playground. Like, what are you going to do? You can't fall back. JW and Max are just locked in. I think this just ends up being a save. Money is a huge problem for the eyeballers side. And they have no control of anything except for T-spawn, which is what they start with.
Yeah.
So it's gone poorly.
And then maybe that gets taken away from them as well, because here comes Techno. Nope, JW is going to defend it with his life.
Still really no chance to go for anything. So, and if you're Mongols, you don't want to hunt. Money for them isn't pretty either. You don't want to go try and take these guns away. The value isn't really there for you. The Maxter's looking for this push. The MP9, they'll be okay with sacrificing and losing if they're going to. And round 10 comes to a close.
Counter-terrorists win.
We're all tied up. So the Mongols have kind of sustained that early punch from eyeballers, and now sitting in a pretty good position moving forward. Things are tied. I think we're starting to see some of the confidence and swagger come back. Looks like a tech issue has hit the field as the match has paused. Everyone's kind of looking down the line. Nobody's speaking.
You hearing the music?
I am hearing the music.
Just jamming out.
It's just kind of in the distance, isn't it? Yeah.
Someone's just jamming out.
Someone's just having a great time.
Well, last couple of rounds of this first half. Honestly, first few gun rounds impressed me from eyeballers. Just the way they were, you know, hitting shots. It was incredible. I think, obviously, that turning point was the Mazinho Deagle round.
Sure. I think, well, also, too, think of it this way. Like, we'd also normally be talking. We were kind of so stuck in seeing what exactly eyeballers was going to do throughout the whole half. 5 rounds, this, like you have exactly what you need, you know?
Sure.
You're in a happy place on the T side. Even if you lose these last 2 rounds, you look up at that scoreboard and you say, we're happy with 5. As we switch over to the, in theory, easier side of things.
Feet showing there for Dex. Blitz is going to spam down, hope to connect some damage, but Max has already come through. He's in water room, or in the water, rather.
Great nade damage that's chunked down Cobra's air and Blitz on that boost as well. Cobra does eventually come back to find the kill in the spam. JW really the only active player on the map at the moment. Maxter's working up some courage right now to peek towards the sandbags into the bomb site. That'd be Mazinho if he could find him over at Toxic Barrels. JW's creeped up towards Divider inside the bathrooms. So you got a couple players in position to pick off a defender if they kind of lose their focus and stray out into the open, but it doesn't look like that's happening whatsoever.
Blinded, 9-10 trying to get back in behind the dice box. He's going to toss the smoke out to the left to create a corridor. Now 38 seconds left. Rolf is coming through, just a P250. And he had a shot at the barrel of the player, couldn't get it done. JW does get a kill though, 9-10. Dead off the side of the dice box. Where does the bomb want to go? It's still indecisive. It's going to start going down the connector for the B finish.
Yeah, JW saying, I pulled them here, so go elsewhere. This is going to be where most of the focus is. But now the jig is up, and they've waited way too long to make this happen. Good kill from Mazinho. 4 HP, excuse me. Doesn't even let the Tech 9 get a shot off. And the Mongols have taken the lead. Retaken the lead, I should say. Looking clean. That music's still going, still having a great time. 3 of the last 4 in the favor of the Mongols. And it seems like they finally settled into this. A little of the shock and awe from the early stages is all gone.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like, oh, okay, we just woke up.
Oh, this is who JW is? Who? Yeah. Imagine what age the Mongols players were when he was playing.
I wonder, yeah, would they have been watching?
Yeah, probably watching as
9-10 surely, right?
Well, he only started playing Counter-Strike.
True.
Recently. So maybe not. Maybe 9-10. There's a world where 9-10 has just never watched JW play Counter-Strike.
Okay.
That's crazy.
We'll have to educate him. They're going to send him a frag movie. Cobra Zera's gone down. Good kill from Bob. And B defense a little bit harassed right now. Mazinho brought down to half HP. They've lost a player. They've had to bring an extra one over. And now they know it's coming. Here's the hit.
Yeah, going in. Techno could have went down in the water. Mazinho keeps his head away. Ball XD could kill Dex. Oh, that's the bomb. That's a big problem. The bomb has fallen down. You got to go get that. And that is going to buy a little bit of time here for 9-10 to come over, but it looks like Eyeballers are going to do it. A 6th round in the half. You can't be bad to that. 6 T rounds to work with here on Overpass.
Yeah, you're loving it. Really impressive stuff. I mean, good shooting. A couple rounds fell apart. A couple rounds made to look silly by the Mongols, which is going to happen. But, I mean, overall, the way they opened it up 4 straight from round 3 to round 8, that's not bad at all. A really good stretch, and you got to be shocked a little bit if you're the Mongols with how they've been able to kind of stand up to you constantly round after round. You think maybe that Mazinho round happens, you're like, these guys are broken now, there's no way they live after that, and they come firing right back. Really cool stuff from the Eyeballers. However, they're going to switch sides to the CT side, and sometimes in these matchups, the underdog can have a harder time with the CT side, organizing the timing of the rotations, reading the map, being on the same page in terms of what your opponents are doing. Those disorganizations can kill you real quick as well. So we'll see what their defense is able to do. I think I heard something about pushing for info. So I'm assuming we're going to see that out of the Eyeballers.
Flash on the sandbags. That's why I love Swedish. It's just, you understand some words enough to follow along.
I was like, this team speaks Swedish, this team speaks Mongolian. I shouldn't be able to know what they're going to do, but it feels like they said push for info.
But like Swedish is just kind of so rhythmic with a couple of words I understand in the middle of it.
It's got a nice sing-song to it, like, doesn't it? Yeah. Alex, Machine does a great Swedish impression, Swedish accent. It's great.
Generally going to refrain from trying to do
Yeah, no. I'm not trying to bait you into it. I'm just saying out there for the people.
Yeah, we'll leave that to Yanko and Machine. We've got Dex going into the mid peak, and that's Cobra, who has instantly gone down. So that's a good start here. Dex gonna back away. Push for info. He found the info, and he also got a kill.
Yeah, he really did. Got more than they asked for. You love to see that.
It'd be good to see Dex get a pistol run going here. He was 2-10 to kick off this.
Oh yeah, it'd be great to get some confidence beneath him as well. You're right. The second player has shifted back, and he's going to push right into Techno. This is a big fight. He's going to be alone as well. No chance to trade it. Techno missed his opportunity. Dex still wants to fight. He's going to lose it. Now those Glocks and bathrooms, they can creep up closer, but the reinforcements have arrived as well from Eyeballers. 3 defenders now at the A-bomb site.
Oh, Maxter has removed 9-10 quite quickly. A good kill here from JW. And he's just rapid his way around the dice box. Shadow spotted. And Mzinho doing what he can. Rolf is out of there. And then Bob XD's dual Berettas arrive to the party just in time, but they can't stop Blitz. They can't win this pistol. And the Mongols finding success to kick off this second half.
Oh, they're going to be kicking themselves. So many nice shots in this round from Eyeballers, and they're not able to bring it to fruition. That's a nice clutch from Blitz, working their way into the bomb site, and just some beautiful Glock shots in return. But Eyeballers played that well. They had the read. They had the opening kill. They had the follow-up kill. They had the rotation at the right moment. Just right at the end in the 4-on-3, couldn't close out the frags. They are going to buy up in this second round, though, with those USP kills. MP9 on Maxter, MP7 on Bob. 5-7s and Deagles otherwise to go up against Mongols.
Nade's going to be good. For the position, Rolf actually just moved away at the perfect time while that was coming in to make sure that the damage wasn't hugely significant.
Didn't tank the whole thing?
Yeah. So, able to settle into this one of the Mongols. Trying to figure out what Eyeballers might have in store for them.
Mongols taking this very slow. Yeah, they're just so worried about any of the aggressive plays, any crossfire setup. So they're going to move a little bit slowly on the map, taking their time. 55 seconds on the clock. Smoke at Divider is going to fade shortly, and then we'll probably see Mongols start stepping into the next stage of map control. Utility at the B bomb site at the same exact time to force Eyeballers to make a decision of where they think the attack is truly coming. I think they haven't really pulled anything away. You still have JW here. You still have Maxter here.
29 seconds on the clock at the moment. JW is going to look out to the right at long. He's actually done well to stay composed there and get that Deagle headshot off. So an extra kill for JW before he goes down. Bob XD doing what he can. And then Max has started the smoke. MP9 rapidly melting them. The bomb spills to the floor. 9-10, a clutch required, and he has no idea that are all over him. So that is a massive round to win here for Eyeballers. A second round force buy coming through here in the second half.
That round was so slow out of the Mongols, and they just never really progressed. That was very well telegraphed. All the utility for that A execute is coming in from deep for JW to see, and by the time that the Mongols are actually close to the bomb site to swing in, everyone's shown up. There's 3 more players, 3 more defenders ready to party. Okay, this is, well, Mongols isn't playing their A game today. So in that sense, there's a little bit of a door opened up. There's a door left ajar for Eyeballers to kind of sneak into. I think still Mongols playing their B game, even maybe like their C+ game, they'd probably be fine against this team. But it's quite a challenge at the moment.
Yeah, overpass not looking all that comfortable for them. And up next is Mirage. Well, you'd imagine the Mongols are going to be feeling a lot better, but
well, I don't know, because like part of what made me think that like Mongols could just steamroll Eyeballers was like how confident and how decisive they always are in their fight selection. Like they truly show no fear. Like they're just going to get stuck into a fight. We're not seeing that right now against Eyeballers because it feels like Eyeballers have tamed them a little bit, have shown that they can shoot back. And it's like if you're just gonna try and get in my face and just take a heads-up fight, I'm able to win those. And now the Mongols respect it. Things are a little bit more calculated.
Another Zinho Deagle moment? No. Yeah, he'll call out the information. Not like they're able to do anything with it, really. It's 3v4, but 9-10s on 10 HP. I don't have great weapons here. So, going out to the B site, Max's boost.
Yeah, he's gonna probably get one on the cross, right? Spotted information. You don't need to dedicate yourself to the fight. Living is more important. Now it gets dangerous.
Oh my god.
Now it gets dangerous.
No, they lost the round. How has that happened?
Now it's over.
Yeah, Cobra gets 2. A Deagle shot comes in. I think you get a little taste of, yeah, like any round is winnable for Mongols still, just with how sharp they are.
Yeah, that's crazy though. For it to just happen that quickly, okay, well.
That's actually insane.
Yeah, nice shot from, are you still gonna go for this? No, backing off on the reload. No kit, you're right. Okay, so we're just going to do a little bit of a back and forth here. We're going to trade some rounds to open up this second half. 8-7 in the favor of the Mongols now.
Oh, that's frustrating for Mongols, or rather for Eyeballers. They just sit back and they wonder how we let that go.
Absolutely. I don't need, like, the boost call is like you're sacrificing, like, stopping power for information and a cheeky kill and then play for the retake. It's just how does everyone else die so fast after that fact? There's the 9-10 Deagle. This is where it begins. Yeah, okay, well, yep, that all makes sense all of a sudden. Everyone swings into a fight and wins them.
There's the Mongols decisively fighting, and just as you were saying at the start of that round.
Yeah.
Well, the back and forth, let's see if it continues, because both teams have pretty weak purchases. We got MP9s over there for eyeballers alongside a Scout and 2 M4s, and one of those M4s dropped low already, half the health gone. Mzinho plays that one pixel perfect, not getting spotted. And 9-10 stepping out to the doorway, gets his gun out in time, catches Maxter on the boost, and an opening kill here for the Mongols.
Ooh, Mzinho moving up. Almost had an idea to challenge. Smoke's gonna ruin things. One player spotted inside the bomb site. No need to make your decision now and stay committed to it. Again, just jumping for information, seeing what's available. Now the reverse boost to peek over into short, and that's even spotted out. So Mongols have a good idea of what's happening at this map, and the kill from Mzinho is great. Follow-up not there, but he was low on HP. Still, you're under tons of pressure at the B site.
Bob XD with the M4. It's Cobra has hit the deck. Couldn't get his second kill there. Techno going to handle that push with a Mac-10.
And while all this is going, the attention is really out towards Long. I think JW spotted this. He certainly knows now with the utility, but round's not over yet.
JW did land that tag, actually, so 29 HP left on Blitz. JW is going to reposition, running back to the bank. He wants to actually thinks they're going to go towards the B side.
Yeah, in his mind, with the 2-on-3 with an MP9 and a Scout and everything he has to be concerned about at the A bomb site, the best way to win is just to group up and hope that they pray and hope that they hit this bomb site. And obviously not the case, as we can see. So Hustle's back at the sound of the Molotov, but Blitz is already in position to make sure he's neutralized.
Yeah, so JW is just going to fall away and save with Rolf instead. So that back and forth comes to an end. Is the Mongols who win it.
And the problem with it coming out in the favor of Mongols, and more importantly, the favor of like the T side, is you got to sit back without weapons in the next round. If you're eyeballers, that's a chance for Mongols to get up 10-7, and then you have to settle down your economy while you start making a comeback happen. So we'll see what kind of weapons and utility they can bring out in that next gun run as this losing bonus builds up. But really going to start feeling like backs against the wall if you're eyeballers. After that good, strong first half, 6-6. But Mongols very quickly going to be knocking on the door of an overpass victory.
Terrorists win.
Still going.
Still going.
Still jamming. It sounds like the kind of music I'd listen to in the shower, Jason. You know,
yeah, this is your shower music?
Yeah, it's like shower music. You know, getting ready for the morning, getting ready for the games.
What artist is at the top of your playlist?
Right now, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I've been listening to the new Harry Styles album.
Okay.
It's pretty good. It's a banger, actually.
Yeah, nice.
So it's feel good. It's fun.
Start your day with a positive note. A little bit of good vibes entering the space.
Yeah, been enjoying that.
I like that.
And then there's this Irish band I like called Fontaines.
Sure.
Fontaines DC, very good.
There you go. That's the Dinko playlist. Harry Styles and Fontaine. 9-7.
Tame Impala as well. You can have a little bit of that.
Round 17. Getting live into things. And it is that round eyeballers. Just 3 pistols around the Scout that was saved, around the M4 that was saved. But I think Mongols has hit the point where it's like, you know what, we're not, every round we're taking serious. We're not trying to just kind of like bury you guys. You've shown that this can all be dangerous, so we'll take it for real. Gonna start sliding up towards front bathrooms. All 5 players for eyeballers are here.
Maxter's here. He's gone. He was there. Now the Scout of JW, you really, what needs to happen is he needs to get some tags, and then these pistols can become potent.
They have some of the information, but not all of it. They killed Maxter. He even saw them cross back into the bomb site. So I think what he's calling out to his team that there was at some point a stack long.
Okay.
Yep. But if they push forward and take down JW, they don't necessarily have to worry about the flank right now. Got to get another one through the wall.
He did, yeah.
Oh my God, okay.
Flesh to the wall, but the kill's still coming for the Mongols.
That's a JW for you.
Yeah.
He's still got it. Old man still got it. 10-7 now for the Mongols.
I just can't with the music. I wonder who is.
I'm just curious, like, we are at an esports tournament. We are at a Counter-Strike tournament, right? Like, who's playing? Who's just got some music blasting out into the open in public?
I know. Someone's just turned out with a boombox.
All right, 3-round lead. There's the deep utility. Eyeballers, because of the back and forth nature, this is kind of the first gun round of this half. So Eyeballers looking to put a win on the board, post it real early because Mongols are 3 rounds away from a back victory. Great shot from Maxter. Jumping, tracks it perfectly. Cobra goes down without even a whimper. So 5-on-4 for Eyeballers. You got 2 players pushed up at the end of bathrooms playing out towards long. That'll be JW and Dex. And the Mongols will need to clear this out if they want to progress towards that A-bomb site. Coming up the stairs now. But no real commitment to the A-bomb site. Just after applying the pressure, the lurk smoke to deny information, start making Eyeballers second guess things. Unfortunately for the Mongols, they don't realize this, but with the setup that the Eyeballers are running, they're not concerned about any of that utility. That didn't apply any pressure because they still have control of bathrooms, they still have control of long, and they still have a player controlling the bomb site. So instead, it's through Monster. Techno and 910 with kills, and that is the bomb site taken, but a 3-on-3 post plant coming in.
Blitz goes back to deal with Dex, walking in towards his crosshair. Blitz, that is bold, but he's actually not been punished for it.
Yeah, but he's kind of out of the fight now. This is now a 2-on-2 because of that.
And they're going to start moving in. JW over the top, diving down. Techno's got that frag, and now, unfortunately for Maxter, he's getting shot at from 2 different directions. So the all fault.
Yeah, we switched to this T side, and Mongols just having a real chill march to a map victory. 11-7, a 4-round lead now. They've blown it wide open. Eyeballers kept it close throughout the entirety of the map so far, but now Mongols just showing their superiority as they switch sides. Round 19, and yet again, nothing really for Eyeballers to fight with. They're going to count on and bank on the fact they can bring it back with M4s and the AWP and all the guns in JW's hands. Shame, really. Like, it felt like such a good test for the Mongols in the first half. And that hasn't been there here at all in the second half. A little bit of aggression. Techno might get caught.
I mean, the second round force buy was good, but, you know, you've really got to make the most of that if you're Eyeballers.
Yeah, losing the follow-up round is just gut-wrenching.
Yeah. Maybe something could have happened there, but it's pretty deflating. And now we're looking at a situation where the Mongols are going to go up to map point.
I just feel like when I'm watching Mongols, like, they really are just kind of like, the only way we're going to lose this game is just some kind of like crazy aggression that we're not ready for. So every round just opens up slower than I feel like I'm used to seeing out of the Mongols. Also, there's an overpass effect with that as well. So Max are going to play behind the divider smoke. You've got JW out towards long. You've got Bob with an AK-47 at the B bomb site. And Mongols being so quiet everywhere they go to prevent anyone from cheating over. However, it's not going to work. Bob's on his way now. Just for the gamble of the stack. All 3 defenders remaining for Eyeballers at the point of attack. Their best chance for a victory.
We got 5-7, who he cleared out by Blitz. Molotov towards Bob XD, couldn't stabilize himself, couldn't get the job done. And looking like the job will be done by the Mongols, though. 12-7, map point reached, and yeah, it was very competitive in that first half, got us all excited. Second half, a different story entirely as the Mongols return to form. Mirage up next is that second map, and obviously feeling like the Mongols will be 2-0
I mean, if they can snap into shape like this on the map pick of Eyeballers on a map where they were down a little bit early on, yeah, Mirage should feel like it's just going to be way, way stronger for them. The last hurrah of Eyeballers. They've at least got the AWP in JW's hands. That's all I care about for this round.
Really do something special. Let's see.
Buy a CZ for old time's sake.
Boom! There's a chance. Oh, there's a miss.
Okay, we're both playing with rubber bullets.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, that was a little bit of practice.
We'll get to the real thing a little bit later on, but Maxter straight away taking first blood down inside a connector, so an opening kill for Eyeballers. Techno keep it as— oh my, dude, that's filthy. Okay, Techno.
He was like half blind.
Yeah, but he was so ready for that fight. He knew the connector peek was coming. He like ducks down, so his head's away. Oh man.
A really nice sequence, showing off a little bit of flair from Techno.
That was flair.
Well, it really does all fall on JW's shoulders. JW's shoulders, it feels.
JW's soldier is pretty cool.
Yeah,
too.
you like that?
I like that. Maybe we should get him. That's what the rest of Eyeballers are called.
It's like a made-for-TV movie right there.
JW soldiers.
He is going to have to be the front man with his AWP to kind of deal all the damage and all the impact to this attack. First things first, he's going to hope he can find Mazinho on this lurk so that he can turn his attention directly to the bomb site. But as they start streaming out long, he's got to take his eyes away from Mazinho's position, and now he moves in.
I mean, he's just getting shot at from all directions. JW not able to piece anything together. Rolf left in a 1v4 will be walking his way to defeat. It will be a 13-7 win for the Mongols. A competitive first half from Eyeballers got us all excited. They were shooting hard. They were looking really solid. I think the Mongols maybe stunned by it a little bit, but snapping into shape in the second half, winning the pistol, losing the second round forced by, but able to bounce back and go on a streak from that point onwards. The Mongols will win the Eyeballers map pick 13-7, ready for Mirage and hoping for a 2-0.
Okay, so a little bit more competitive than I think we were all expecting in that first half. It looked like, I mean, what I think one of the casters said so well is, damn, Eyeballs can shoot.
Well, until that last round when JW was shooting blanks. I mean, unfortunately, it was a tough second half.
It's not his fault. The AWE just wasn't working.
Yeah.
It's not his fault.
They were good in the first half.
They were, absolutely.
They got us in the first half.
So,
that was nice.
Yeah, so they did have us in the first half. Well done there. No, I mean, it's definitely a situation where they did exactly what I kind of thought they would do, which is like just play really up-tempo CS and just try to bully their way into something, right? Maybe just try to catch Mongols off guard with, some faster plays. And they were able to do that. They played very quick CS throughout kind of this first stretch of the first half, and they put together a lot of rounds, mostly because they were just shooting hard. Like, Maxter was getting some big trade kills. They were getting some good openings elsewhere. And it really did take Mongols with kind of some big individual efforts. One of them is this round right here from 9-2, gets a quad kill with the op. And then, of course, the Mazinho Deagle round. Like, those are the rounds that kind of kept Mongols in it, I felt like, in the first half. And then eventually they kind of caught on, kind of realized what was going on, and they kind of forced Eyeballers to slow down. And then they, in the second half, just controlled the entire game.
Yeah,
yeah,
that is true.
That's what we got. There we go. Props just
I agree with that. I mean, it's kind of sad that they couldn't really get going in the second half. We'll maybe take a look later in one of the rounds that dismantled the whole CT side for Eyeballers. But ultimately, I think Mongols showed up and did what they needed to do in this game. And the individuals, Mazinho, amazing, 9-10 amazing. And these are two players now since Senzu left that I'm looking forward to the most. I would say both of these are like top 3 Opper and Rifler respectively at this tournament. Like there's very few that I would match or put above them. So it is kind of the job well done from them on this map.
Listen, we expected this. I don't think that this was a situation where anyone thought that there could be a major upset. I think it was great that they had a strong first half, but there would have been a lot more concerns had Mongols not been able to close it out.
I mean, we also see here the 9-10 streak on the T side, essentially. Like, these are all the rounds that they won, and all the rounds where he had a kill as well. So just a pretty good showing from him on the T side to close this out on a very comfortable fashion in the end after a 5-2 down start, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the questions around Mongols once Senzu was gone or once Cobra became the clear permanent replacement that they were going to bring in for 2026 and forward is who is going to take up the mantle that Senzu left behind as a star player who was legitimately one of the top 10 players in the world in 2025. And, I think maybe some people thought that hopefully Cobra can develop into that. Maybe he still can. I think there's still time to figure that out. But 9-10 really has been kind of the guy, I feel like, who has stepped up the most since Senzu's been gone. I feel like he has been a little bit more proactive, a little bit more trying to take things on and trying to be the star of this team. And I think Mazinho has a really high ceiling, and you have games like this one where you can really see the mechanical ability, but I just don't think he's had the same consistency that 9-10 has had, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I mean, he's also playing different roles, right? So
sure.
Can't really blame him for that too much.
It's also worth noting that like now we have seen it kind of like 3 tournaments in a row where Mizzino's been playing well. So like the consistency's starting to build.
I mean, he was the main instigator in that victory over Spirit that they had earlier in the year, which was probably their biggest result so far, and especially the biggest result with CobraZero in the lineup. So that's pretty good. I do have a fun fact regarding CobraZero.
Okay, so Prof, we haven't had a fun fact from you today.
It's a new one. It's a new one. Maybe you guys can give it a guess.
Sure.
This was they did a little content piece on CobraZero, so I was watching it, and he was talking about what he enjoys doing. He noted 2 things. Do you guys want to maybe give it a guess? One thing is kind of like a hobby, I would say. Maybe that's like a tip.
Does he like Warhammer?
No.
Oh.
Fishing?
Kind of similar. One thing he said he enjoys meditation, and the other thing is drawing.
How is meditation anything like?
Yeah, there was really no.
No, not like Warhammer, like fishing. You're just sitting there, not doing. You're just.
I don't think
with
anyone fishes, but drawing and Warhammer are the same. You paint. Draw.
Yeah, kind of. These are his enjoyable things. And he said he hates the idea of being negative.
Nice.
Which kind of reflects on him, just like when you see him, he just seems like a jolly guy.
That is probably one of the healthiest takes you can have.
Yeah. And this is now, I know more about this guy than anyone else in MongolZ.
In MongolZ, there we go.
Based on this one sentence.
Okay, let's focus in on this particular game, though, because I do want to talk about Eyeballers and how they lost momentum in the second half. Why did that happen?
I mean, they lose the pistol, they win the force buy with a nice little stack on the A side, and then unfortunately, with a very low buy, this wasn't like even a full investment. There was a couple of pistols, few armors, not even fully bought in from the Mongol side. They get into this 4v4. Eyeballers are trying to 3v4 actually, and they're trying to play it even too safe, giving so much space to the guys with they're keeping a boost on CT, but they just allow Mongols to walk into the bomb site, get the bomb down and hit a few, deagle shots, and just like that, the whole round falls apart. So giving your opponent a bit too much respect. This is essentially what I didn't see from FOKUS in the earlier game. This is a kind of an error, I think, for Eyeballers, just allowing them a bit too much room to play with.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where, again, they came out the gates hot because they, started on T side and they were playing really fast. They were hitting their shots and, they were able to trade frag really effectively and, get some rounds going. But I think they just started getting tempered when Mizzino hits that big deagle round or 910 has that big quad kill with the op, where all of a sudden they start meeting some resistance and they kind of hit the brakes a little bit. And I don't think they ever really recovered from that. I felt like once Mongols controlled the game kind of towards the end of the first half and really throughout the entire second half, they just didn't really seem to have the same, confidence and efficiency to be able to get things done that they wanted to do on the map.
I think the CT side definitely, JW is someone that did really good on the T side. I don't know how many frags he had on the CT side, not many. I think that's just something that makes your CT side on Overpass kind of impossible to play if you're putting in resources in the AWP and you're not really getting anything out of that. But the first half is still very commendable. I think for the CT side, it's kind of like what FaZe are witnessing now when Brokey is just whiffing everything. It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to play like that.
I'm really sorry. This is living rent-free in my brain. How is meditation a hobby? Like Warhammer, you're like, oh, I had a rough day at work, I'm going to go and paint my dreadnought. Or, oh, I had a rough day, I'm going to go, play some CS and shoot some noobs. Like that to me is a hobby. Who wakes up and goes, oh, maybe I should meditate because I have nothing else to do?
I think that's more of like a lifestyle choice. It's
not a hobby.
Yeah, it's more of like a lifestyle choice. Kind of like, is going to the gym a hobby, but it's for your health as well. So I don't know. It's kind of of both.
It's kind of the same.
Yeah,
kind of the same.
I don't think gym is a hobby. I think it's just something we have to do.
Let's ask people in chat. Let's ask people in chat. Is meditation a hobby?
Is meditation a hobby?
Anything.
Reach out to us on Twitter as well.
If you like doing it, it can be your hobby.
@SamTechGirl.
I like drinking champagne, but I don't go, oh, some of my hobbies are drinking champagne.
I would say...
There is never mind. There is a hobby version of that.
Okay, let's talk about the next
No, there's
map.
a profession, actually.
There is I could be a professional champagne drinker.
Shout out to some of our former colleagues one time. Moving on.
Did well for their professions, didn't it? Okay, let's talk about Mirage. This is MongolZ map pick. Does Eyeballers... Is there a way for them to get into the series?
I'll actually say Eyeballers' resume on Mirage is actually not that bad.
They did beat FaZe on this, 13-4.
They beat Nip a couple of times. They beaten Gentlemates, Big. They've beaten some decent teams for who they've been able to play against. They've actually put together a pretty good record. And Mongols, let's face it, they've had a really good history on this map. It's always been a core part of the team. They've been a little bit 50-50 though since Enzu's been gone, if we're honest. We sometimes see that old self come alive, but we've also seen some games where they've struggled. So there are maybe some windows where maybe Eyeballers can get a little bit of work done, but I think for me it's just that Mongols are more dynamic. They're more diverse. You know, I think that eyeballers are really reliant on just pacey plays, whereas I think Mongols can actually play mid-control and play out, you know, a mid-round scenario and actually, you know, come up with something, and they can also do the pacey plays, right? Yeah. And for me, the eyes are on these two players, Blitz and Cobrazera, because I feel like these are the two guys that we want to see perform against this level of opposition. Like, we've already seen 910 doing well at the op, we've already seen Mazzino doing really well in some of his games, but it's like, you know, Cobra's like the new aggressive rifler on the team, want to see him be able to perform. And Blitz, this guy used to be known as the fragging IGL. If you look back kind of at, you know, 2025, 2024, this guy was always one of the higher rated IGLs when it came to fragging. This year, it's been kind of grim, if we're honest. And maybe part of that is because he's had more responsibility in betting a new player, or just maybe didn't get off the start that he wanted. But this is a guy that you want to see live up to that mantle again, because they need all the firepower they can get.
Final thoughts?
I was waiting for you to just go, I agree.
Another fun fact.
There we go.
Final thoughts. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one for JW and Co, but let's see what they can bring.
Mongols are more than likely going to close this out 2-0, but maybe Eyeballers can surprise us. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we will see if there is going to be a third map or if the day is done. I almost said something bad there.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What is going on, everybody? A very special treat for all of you at home. Now down on the floor with one of the best AWPs of all time, multiple major winner and an absolute legend, JW of Eyeballers. How's it going, bro? Great to see you.
Great to see you. Happy to be back.
Yeah. Just tell me, what are you feeling right now, being here, a tournament of this scale?
Obviously very happy. Feels great to be back in this kind of environment. Just get the feel of like PGL taking care of you, all these things like outside the game. All you have to do is focus on CS basically. Like it's almost like playing on easy mode, while the other kind of tournaments are more on expert mode, I would say.
How's the pressure coming into PGL Bucharest?
So the pressure going into the tournament, I wouldn't say we have any pressure at all. We're here to have fun. We're here to show our game, and I think the pressure is on the others. They should be beating us on paper. We're just here to make that not happen and show what we are capable of. But when it comes to the pressure, I would say we have no pressure whatsoever right now.
And how much of a chance, like realistic chance, do you think there is of you guys upsetting teams here?
I think there's a big chance of us upsetting. Obviously, the first goal is to make playoffs, and if and when we reach the playoffs, then I'm like anything is possible. We can win the whole thing. We can go to a final. We can go out in the semis. But as long as we get to the playoffs, I think that's when things get really interesting for us.
What's going to be most important for the team to have a strong result? You know, potentially have a strong groups and reach those playoffs.
I think the most important for us is probably going to be that we need to focus on ourselves and not so much on everything around. Perhaps some teams are going to scream. I don't know what the environment is going to be, but I think as long as we focus on ourselves and bring out our game, then that's going to be that's going to put us in a good position. Other than that, I think just take the opportunity, because it is a big opportunity for us, and try to develop as much as we can. It's a great environment to accelerate as a player and get these kind of vibes within the team and learn from it. So I think all in all, like, no matter the result, I think it's a big win for us no matter what.
One other more personally related question that I'd like to ask is, considering you're a founding member of Eyeballers, considering you're JW, is it difficult at times to be in the sort of position that you're in? Is there like where you have presence, you have the experience, and you want to use that to help, but can it sometimes intimidate some of the newer guys, etc.? Perhaps you get what I'm getting at. Like, what's it like to be in your position in this team?
I think it was perhaps a bit harder, like in the beginning, to get people to realize that I am an equal within the team. It's not like I am their boss or anything like that, which I am not anymore. I mean, I have a stake in the organization, but I have no say in like business-related stuff anymore. So yeah, I think we have had that within the team for quite some time now, that they see me as an equal, and we are here together. And other than that, I think I just do the best I can to put them in as good position as I can do. Obviously, I feel like I have more stuff to do within the game, but I don't feel the need to be a star player anymore. I don't really feel that I need the eco frags, or I don't really feel that I need to show myself to the world anymore. So it's more about pushing them forward and help them show the world what they can do. Because I feel like I have already done that path, and now it's all about making others better for me, I feel like.
Wicked. JW, thank you so much for your time. Is there anything that you'd like to say to everybody watching at home before I let you go?
Just a big shout out to everyone supporting, being there. It's been a long time since I played on the stage, but I'm happy to be back, and let's show the world what we can do.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGL Bucharest 2026. We've got the Mongols, and we've got Eyeballers, and we've got Map 2 coming up, Jason. It was competitive in the first phase of Overpass. It was not competitive in the second. Mongols took full control of it. Now we move to the Mongols map, pick up Mirage. We've seen so many games of the Mongols on Mirage. We've seen them dominate even some of the best teams in the world on this map.
Yeah, this is one where it feels like they're going to come in and flex, right? This is where it comes in, and they're going to try and show you the level they can actually hit and really kind of bully you. So kind of you reset if you're Eyeballers back to that original like goal of map 1, which they achieved, which was make Mongols respect you. And they got that on Overpass due to the good start, due to some of the kills from Bob, kind of negating the aggression early on, had a double kill with it. But you have to do it again on Mirage, otherwise they are just going to be able to steamroll you.
Right.
And this one's going to be a lot more complicated with the way the map works. The pace changes are a lot different. Overpass gives the defense a lot of time to see what's coming, a lot of time to figure out what's happening on the map. Mirage is going to be a little bit more like faster. Like, you're going to have less time to make decisions, less time to put it all together, and Mongols can take advantage of that.
Well, let's get into it. Second map underway. The Mongols in pursuit of a 2-0 record here in the Swiss system. Eyeballers sitting at 1-0 after a forfeit loss from FaZe. Now we've got BobXD pushed all the way up towards the ramp. He's got the Joel Berettas at the ready. Here comes the jump around the corner. Blitz will fall. BobXD actually coming away with both there. Blitz and 910 both dead. Techno to pick up one, but all these kills are coming in favor of Eyeballers as they slow the Mongols down and they're not getting out towards that A site.
Yeah, Bob again is the point man. Really well done there with the dualies, and now it has to slow down. You have to wait and see if your Mongols, you can get some long-range picks before you commit yourself into the bomb site issue. Obviously, the low HP on Techno is quite a problem. So they're going to have to try and, okay, maybe it's not a problem whatsoever. 2-on-3, there is a flank coming Palace, though, and now a time limit.
Oh my, what? Where are those bullets going? JW's USP doesn't work.
Bro, check your, restart it after this round. It's fine. We'll take the break. We'll all hit pause. Restart the PC.
What was that?
We can't have that. can't be having that.
Dude, if he gets a bomb plant, that would be massive.
Well,
nice reposition from Rolf.
Yeah, it's a really smart reposition from Rolf. Everyone's on low health though.
Everyone's so nervous now. 30 seconds. Techno gonna go for the cat jump up. They're gonna start reacting as Rolf hears this.
He doesn't realize that he's this close.
Yeah,
either.
Techno's hoping for a bomb plant though. If he can get that, it's a force buy in the next round. He's got it. That's kind of a win though, in a way. Like that's not a great scenario to find yourself in if you're the Mongols. It didn't look like a bomb plant was gonna be possible, but
yeah,
you know what they can do with a force buy. We literally seen that over on the last map, right? The fact that Mzinho's Deagle was able to pop off and really one of the turning points of the game. So we'll see if that comes back to bite Eyeballers, you know, letting that bomb go down. But we'll see if they're able to make the most of it on the Mongols department.
Yeah, what kind of a buy do they come out with in this one, right? So probably some Galils and some rifles picked up, and Eyeballs struggled in these rounds on Overpass. Eyeballers lost a couple of these kind of low buys against the Mongols. So yeah, let's keep our eye on this one. 3 Deagles picked up, Galil on Cobra Zera, AK-47 on Blitz. You've got a decent amount of utility as well. So Mongols is going to come into this one feeling confident. Likely going to be guys like Blitz and Cobra, the ones trying to create the space, while these Deagles take their time taking pop shots at a distance. All right, well, this gets weird. Opening kill. Defense going to try and scramble to close the gaps. But that opening kill is what provides the opening for the Deagles to start getting into the action, although Mongols not being too aggressive about it. Swapping some rifles around to the high HP player, and they will finish the round at the B bomb site. All 5 players here, and a good amount of utility for this set piece. It all falls to Bob.
Utility going flying into the sky, flashes are up. BobXD held back around the corner, goes into the peak. He only gets one. 910 drops him, smokes are up, and now the bomb can start to get planted here for the Mongols. Blitz now considering the flank. JW is going to walk into it. Oh my god, destroyed. Blitz now has a better weapon on the ground, and the Eyeballers just can't do anything about it. As you have 2 players left, you get to back away, you get a save, and that's what we're saying. Now, the fact that the Mongols can get that bomb plant, get that extra cash, and you can see the impact that has.
It's also just super simple call from Blitz. It's like you get the opening kill towards the A bomb site. That's Rolf peeking at the top of stairs. Shift the team. You know the defense is going to shift to make up for that loss. So send everyone on the team to the other side of the map, and you find a B bomb site that has a single defender at it. So just a great, easy, really basic call and very effective. 1-1. There was a back and forth trade at the start of the second half on Overpass. Mongols came out on top of that one, so we'll see if Eyeballers can continue fighting back and reverse the fortune, and we'll just see how much of a tug of war we create. Let's have some fun.
Frågan är... Ja. Jag kan göra... Bob, kan du köra mollo? Kan du få en mollo på något sätt?
Okay, so putting together an idea as we went.
Yeah, I didn't understand that one.
Was it coming out quick? Yeah, no, I didn't hear anything about peeking for information.
Hey, the music stopped though.
The music did stop.
Didn't hear that. So, a couple of rifles here for Eyeballers. MP9, Deagle. Let's see what they can do with this. Got a push up here from Dex. He's going to be flashed into a peak, and Techno is actually caught by that flash. They spot each other. Has the information. He's actually pulling a second player up with him. And Dex doesn't want to get involved in that engagement and lose his life in an important round where he has one of the 2 rifles in play.
Ooh, boost up on top of JW. That smoke pops and takes away all the vision. A little bit of a trap set up here with the player in ladder room as well. MongolZ gonna look to force him out or back into the window. No spam to punish that retreat, so he gets away for free. But it allows Mazinho to slide into the position in ladder room, be confident about crossing up towards the B bomb site. Once again, an attack here towards B. Once again, really not too much of a defense, but the defense that was there does its job. 2 kills, and now just 3 Mongols players.
Yeah, good work from the defending players. Now that bomb is going to get planted. See how they get back in here, because 910 has started dropping numbers already. Okay, 910, overperformance there at short. Doesn't even get traded. He's on 9 HP. JW is coming through the apartments. It's a powerful position, but the problem is he doesn't have a great weapon, and he's on 19 HP. So if you wanted a higher HP player, maybe with the rifle coming in on that apartments flank, but JW is now being spotted. Tough to see how Eyeballs are going to do this, but Rolf has dropped Techno. Another one from 910. That's his 3rd in the round from short. And Mzinho just staying away from the threat in the apartments. He's obviously cognizant of it and deals with Maxter. JW is going to run away. They lose everything that's worth something on the Eyeballers team, and they even lose JW as well. So the Mongols going to be happy about that. The back and forth was not established. They just took control of it after the second round win.
Yeah, no concerns about the losses taken either. They're just like, whatever. As long as we get the round win, we don't really care. So they've got the advantage. They've got economic control moving forward. A round where Eyeballers will have to sit back. And Mongols can have their way with him for a round before the guns come back out. Op in the hands of 910 after a beautiful performance with the AK-47. Multi-talented, this 910 guy.
Oh, yeah. Very good rifle around Olper whenever he wants to be. So, yeah, good work. 4-2.
I
got to talk to CobraZera when we were back out in Stockholm.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's a happy guy.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if you've ever spoken to him. He's got a smile on his face. He's happy to be here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Prof was just saying during the death segment, how his whole mindset is he doesn't want to think negatively at all. And then his favorite hobby, meditation.
Oh, is that where that's coming from?
Yeah. So that's why he keeps a positive mindset.
Sure.
Isn't that right, Sam?
Whatever it takes. Heard something about fishing as well?
Yeah, fishing, meditation.
Hold the phone. This is getting weird. This is into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, this did actually just... Positive thinking does not win you this round. You've just got to get the kills here. Max, the USP. There they go. 9-10. I'm just going to deal with that threat by helping out the window with a Glock and just Glock whip you in the face. So
you got a P250, Dinko. We'd be saying a different story right about now.
Exactly, we would. But JW, he's got all. So you probably just want to save that somewhere nice and
absolutely
nice and cozy. Good interview as well with Paula. You heard JW talking about how he no longer feels like he has to show himself to the world. Like he doesn't need to go hunt these eco kills and go for crazy plays.
Which hurts me and my nostalgia a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
But very understandable considering the situation he's in, and certainly the right decision for this team.
Can
you go with that AK?
Sneaky.
Come on, J-Dubs. A decade ago, he would have knifed that guy already.
Yeah, with a giant knife. Just
with a sword.
Throwing knife. Just chucked it out. Oh, no, back in, obviously, the day where JW was, like, popping off all the time, the CZ and how quick that thing pulled out is so crazy.
I mean, dude, like, a lot of people put the focus on, like, the op change back in the day and the CZ change and, like, how much it nerfed, like, someone like Kenny S. Like, JW got hit just as hard, and in some ways more, because his opping style was about being so mobile, being so crazy. He had, like... When I first started watching him play at the start of CSGO, I was like, this guy's actually insane. Like, nothing he's doing makes any sense whatsoever, but he's just a god. Like, he gets to make it work. He's got the skill set to make things work that the average player can't. Or used to.
Yeah, used to. Different game nowadays, really.
Different time.
Literally different game. But here we are. Easter 2026. Watching JW back on the server again.
Watching JW back on the server. Mongol's going to start taking control now. Molotov in towards the window. Khan re-smoked. So they've got CobraZera in position behind the top mid boxes. B bomb site has been open for business for this Mongol side. Let's see when they decide to switch it up. 910 is just waiting patiently for his call to smoke window room. Or top con.
JW
Waiting. 45 seconds, and there's going to be plenty of opponents coming this way.
The flashbang, how effective is the flash is the question.
We need to see JW land some shots here. Flash is so effective though. Then Cobra just runs through the smoke on that as well. Very coordinated here.
There we go.
JW, nice shot. Goes back again. JW going for the no-scope, but Techno had ducked under his bullet. Otherwise, that no-scope was dead on. But the crouch actually saves them, then Techno picks up the AWP and stops Dex from getting out of the window. So JW, good work. Unfortunately, none of his teammates able to make anything of it. That'll end up being a 4-1 lead for the Mongols.
Yes, they're really working it. Here's the next problem for Eyeballers is MongolZ has now just established a trend of being able to take that B bomb site
whenever they
multiple different ways and whenever they want it. So now you start going to be, now if you're Blitz, you get to start playing with that, you know, in your back pocket is that knowledge that Eyeballers is going to be really sensitive to fakes towards the B bomb sites. You can get him to cheat a player over with just kind of a very light touch on that side of the map. So big advantage strategically to the Mongols.
I still can't believe Techno ducks. Like if he doesn't crouch that is 100% no scope landing straight to the chest.
Yeah.
And a sick JW sequence.
And he probably is able to build up another one. And then we're glazing him even more.
Yeah. Then we're having a great time.
Alltså jag tror fan potential att de går för en insta och jag bara A-exit.
See? Some words you understand.
Some words you can get. Some words just kind of fall out of there perfectly. Other ones, not so much.
Well.
Blitz
Two rifles.
Blitz was able to find a pick doing something similar with an AK-47 in round number 2.
Yeah, but 2 rifles in play here from Eyeballers. One of them with an aggressive stance towards the ramp with a flashbang about to set him up for the peak if he would like it.
I think he's waiting to hear some kind of a cue, some kind of indication that the ramp is actually being taken. Okay, almost there. 910 had the opportunity waited for, but missed the shot. Now Cobra Zera can slide in towards Khan. You got Dex playing on the other side of the smoke. JW's here with utility, both rifles at this A bomb site as well.
Whereas Dex is going to find that first fight in connector, so Cobra is gone, and one of the 2 rifles finding some impact.
Gone back to the B bomb site. Here's that lean too. You already have JW cheating because he kind of knows what's coming. You have this player set up against the wall. Bob baiting for him, and it's going to work. Gun not out in time for Techno to react, so it falls on 910's ult.
Yeah, 5-7, so good. 910 actually just jumped on Zinio's head.
Wait, they don't know about Bob.
But Bob XD, here we go, Bob. Breaking the skull of Mzinio, pulls out the AK-47. Bob is handing out haircuts. All right, Sideshow Bob, and he is the main show on this B-bomb site. Brilliant work coming out from the Swede.
Yeah, that was actually Eyeballers using their own weakness against the Mongols of saying, we know that you're gonna be loving this B-bomb site. You're gonna be heading here because you've been able to take it with ease. So we're gonna cheat everyone over, and it's that 4th player that they never expected. Bob just biding his time.
Boom.
He could have even played the trigger discipline if he wanted to, but when you got an AK lying at your feet, why the hell not?
All right, that has to be the moment for Eyeballers to start building something now on the CT side. You got to take this chance and run with it. JW with some confidence, dropping down into the underpass, looking for an opening kill with the AWP here. Blitz was just jiggling. JW tucked himself away. He's not taking a shot here. He's waiting for the right time to strike. Cobra, in the meantime, has taken a kill on Dex. Bob continuing to fry. JW pinned in the underpass. Bob got a second here. So a 3v3. This is how it lays right now, but Rolf has gone ahead and found the advantage for Eyeballers.
Yeah, Techno and Blitz haven't... Okay, oh my god, he catches it. All right, quick reaction, 2-on-2, and you've got a minute to play with, and look at... Okay, AWP is there, Blitz peeks out, Rolf not ready. But now Techno has to be concerned because he doesn't realize Maxter's coming up the stairs watching for it. Nice win. Really a critical kill. That puts Blitz in a very awkward 1v1 if he goes down. 5-2, and Mongols come out on top of the chaos and the insanity. You know, they're still winning and still in control, but, you know, some of these rounds are just feeling like surprisingly difficult for them. Like, I'm just continually impressed that Eyeballers is putting up this level of resistance in different situations. It's cool.
Sure is cool. let's see if they can make it something, you know, something meaningful. Dex, a good opening for Rag. He a couple of those now. 9-10 to immediately find the answer on JW. You got Mzinho starting to make his way out of Palace, having a little bit of a look towards the top of the wood. No one there. It's going to be Maxter, who has himself a great kill onto Mzinho. So again, extending here for Eyeballers.
All right, 9-10 creeping out, but with an AWP, it's going to be really hard to find that opening kill. So he might just let controversies take point man on the job and have the AWP play support. Meanwhile, Techno getting flanked out from short, found in a free kill.
Rolf just waiting up here on top wood. We got Cobra making his way out. Oh, good clearance. Rolf going to be taken off the top of the wood. We got Cobra trying to find one on the follow-out. Couldn't connect the shot, so it's 9-10 with a clutch right in front of him. Look at a piece together a 1v3. Moving, using the smoke as cover, isolating the fight. Scope, SoundQ give it away. Now they know exactly where he is, and 9-10 is stuck in a triangle of death. He will be taken away by the Eyeballers, who do find themselves another, and maybe, just maybe, this is the beginning of the CT campaign.
Yeah, now we're getting a little bit of a back and forth, and much like Overpass as well, it was like it took a little bit of time, but then Eyeballers, you know, they clicked in and found some solutions. So we're seeing that a little bit on here on Mirage when they're starting to show some of that resistance. 2 of the last 3 in their favor, so it puts some pressure on the Mongols to make a decision how you want to work this economy. It's all over the place. 9-10 in controversies right around 3K. You've got Blitz at 2K, Mzinho 1400. It's not really a consistent theme to latch onto there, so tough one for the Mongols to make work. And they will come in with the buy, as we can see on the screen. Galil coming in for 9-10, Galil coming in for Cobra as well. And Eyeballer's going to try and continue sustaining this run. They've got the AWP in the hands of JW. Bob's got 9 kills, J-Dub has 5. On the other side, it's leading the way is 7 kills on 9-10 and Blitz apiece. Okay, so Blitz turns into like a late round flank lurk annoying nuisance. But it's all on this hit towards the A bomb site.
Rolf, who's taking Cobra away. Good kill from Dex inside a connector. He's going to go ahead and get another one. And yeah, this is just a clean shutdown. 9-10 is going to make it uncomfortable to an extent. He's taking 1 kill, and they're going to try and cross for a bomb plant. So Maxter will be called into action eventually to peek out from the ticket to make sure that bomb plant doesn't go down. 9-10 on top of Tetris. That bomb is no longer in the possession of the Mongols. And then Bob XD. I mean, he's been the turning point.
Yeah, he's been solid. He's been really, really good here on Mirage. That clutch, that play towards the B-bomb site, the triple kill, that's the turning point you're talking about, where it feels like he changed the nature of the game a little bit to where there was more confidence, more belief under the Eyeballers jersey. So this is looking good so far. Now 2 in a row, 3 the last 4, starting to build together a good body of work. Round 10. And due to the force buy, without a whole lot of utility, without a whole lot of resources, Mongols got to sit back on pistols.
We got Bob XD sending his nade on up, and Spam will be there. We're going to fall away. So not going to be committing down to that B-bomb site straight away. Hoping that 9-10 was able to catch something, but he won't be. And we got a tight game.
Yeah, we do have a tie ball game when this comes to its conclusion.
Did not feel like this was going to be the case.
No, but we didn't get like the peak Mongols that we've been like kind of that we said are going to steamroll, right? That Mongols hasn't shown up at least for like full halves today. We've seen it for a couple rounds here and there. And I give some credit over to Eyeballers, doing a much better job than I kind of expected, than I had in my head when I entered this and we started this series today. So really cool from the Swedes.
Yeah.
Good utility work, nade landing in the sandwich. It's just a matter of mopping up these last Kalaks, and then the next round the AKs will come back out for the Mongolian side, and 2 rounds remain in the first half.
Eyeballers currently ranked higher than FaZe on the
no shit,
DRS
no
ranking.
way, really?
Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, it's back.
Louder than ever.
Loud and proud.
Yeah, Eyeballers are 30th on the ranking, and FaZe are 31st.
Oh, no. Oh, FaZe, what have you done?
Lol.
What have you done?
Liquid are lower than both of them, though.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about it. that one's fine. We don't chill out over there.
Just thought I'd let you know.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Tied up. Round 11 coming in. We've got the op-out and JW still for the Mongolian side. It's for Galils. Money has been a real issue for the Mongols down the stretch of Mirage. Their own map pick. And actually, the T side is where they won the day on Overpass with relative ease, right? Switched sides. It was tied up on their CT side. They switched over to T side, just kind of ran over them tactically. Here on Mirage, not able to pull off the same thing. So it'll be up to the Mongols' defense to close out the series. And how much will they have to play with?
Smoke towards top. Con, you got 3 players in there right now for Eyeballers. Heavy defense off the connector, which signals they want to push forward and try and attack the mid players, and they've done well. I mean, Max has taken 2 kills from that. That does put them ahead. A 4v3 now for the Eyeballers to try and close out. You've got the Mongols coming at them, trying to get into the A site with 3 players. The bomb is now crossed over to default. The plant is going to be through.
Yeah, good protection as well. It's just where do you go after the fact is the hard part.
Yeah, you only have 1 flash too, so do you want to make something proactive? And yeah, they do. They get aggressive with the flash over the top of the stairs. 9-10 actually loses the fight against Maxter, who's actually on for the ace right now. That's his 4th kill. So now Techno is stuck on Tetris. Mongols do a decent job, but it's Maxter who's just actually doing everything. So defuse is going to happen. Round is done. Techno can't do much about it. And Maxter is going to go for the ace.
Come on.
Looking for it. And
yeah, there you go.
It.
Nicely done. Everyone wanted him to have that ace.
Apart from Mongols.
Apart from the Mongols. What a great round. 6-5 now in the favor of Eyeballers, just continuing to build up into this game, looking stronger and stronger for the last 5. 3 in a row, and being proactive on the map. Not sitting back on your heels and waiting for the execute, being disruptive and making sure that Mongols can't get everything they want. Maxter does a little bit of everything in this round.
Yeah, he sure does. So
Fast
Mongols,
pace.
yep, looking to speed things up in the last round of the half. Looking to just dive out. Rolf gonna detect it. Here's the steps. Deals with that 180 as he turns around. But Cobra, that's more like it for the Mongols. Comes through with a 3K. And straight into the site. It is Mongols breaking in. Bomb plant gonna be denied by JW. Great slam dunk on the HE grenade. We've now got Bob XD going down, and so will JW. And in the last round of the half, the Mongols will secure a tied game.
Yeah, pick up the pace. The classic Palace rush. Cobra never even saw the second player he killed. That player was inside the smoke. He was just shooting at one and just happened to connect with another as well. So cool little round at the end. Very aggressive and fast pace for the Mongols to get us into the second half. We switch sides. Mongols go to the CT side. Eyeballer is going to be on offense attacking into him. These 2 teams in both maps played today evenly matched in the opening halves.
Then we all know how that went in the second half.
Yeah, we do all know how that went in the second half. But that's why I highlighted that it was the T side that won Mongols in the second half on Overpass. CT side looked a little bit shaky. So let's see what the CT side looks like here. So final conversation at halftime as the coach is able to have a little chit-chat. And then we go back live as Eyeballer still continuing to cause upsets here at PGL Bucharest. It's day 2, last match of day 2 on the main stream. The stream ended a little bit ago due to the forfeiture of FaZe, as they still chasing after their major hopes and dreams for that qualification late in the season. Pistol round of the second half. Mazinho and Techno on dualies. No kit for the CT side. There's smoke Molotov for Bob on Eyeballer's attack, and he'll have that towards the middle of the map. So they want to attack up Con, right? That's what you'd imagine? Maybe burst through the Con smoke?
Flash going out. We'll see if they do try and get up through connector now. Climbing into the window. It's going to be Cobra walking over that opening. Oh, JW's in the window. Blitz is stuck. He has to fight, and he has no problem fighting. He's going to win it against JW. 9-10, you can see him paranoid about that Palace push eventually. Maxter hunts down Blitz before he could get away, and actually a Goosh immediately here onto 9-10. Maxter, I don't know what happened, but last couple of rounds, he's just become a beast.
Dude, those Glocks just like, they just turned on. They just cranked up. How are you going to stop this? Pushing you. Cobra need one. You can't get it. Bomb can evacuate over to the B bomb site, but they're going to be harassed on the passage through the murder hole.
Maxter. He's still hanging around. He could get another ace here. He could get another ace, but he just can't connect the shots. And so it falls down to Dex to win this out 1v2, and he won't be able to do it against Mzinho on those dual Berettas.
Yeah, aggressive play from Mzinho to keep up that fight as well. His teammate was red on HP, traveling around to short. So if Mzinho goes down at that point, really, really tough, I think, for Techno to kind of complete that clutch. But still, Mongols just hang on by a thread. So much pressure applied. And if Maxer just gets one of those 2 kills, completely different scenario. Otherwise, a fantastic round from him. And Mongols take the lead out of the pistol. Ooh, right out of the sky as well. This was the tough one. Blitz missed the crawl into the murder hole. But Mzinho does great work throughout the round. When everything kind of fell apart, it was his kill there that kind of settled it down. And then obviously the clutch in the 2v2.
Okay, Dex's Deagle does enter the kill feed. Mzinho will respond with a couple. And that really does spell the end of the round, you would imagine, unless one more D kill can come in, and it just won't. So 25 HP here for JW. He's going to pick up that bomb. He'll obviously give this a go. But the Mongols will be heading to 8 rounds on the CT side.
8 rounds on the CT side. And a good amount of money is going to be there, although losing 2 players kind of hurts.
JW walking on out. Okay, that's an opening.
Yeah, and a 3rd kill, 3rd weapons taken away from the Mongols is really painful to the economy. So actually, JW doing good work there to set Eyeballers up as well as he possibly can moving forward. And he's reading the follow-up play from Mzinho as well.
Oh, that timing. Just moves away. Mzinho going back down middle again. JW. He's got 25 seconds here. Hard to see how he gets past Techno, to be honest. Techno's in a good spot. And Techno will win it.
Damn.
But good damage from JW.
Very good damage from JW. He's done everything he can to make that, you know, put them in a good place as possible for this first gun round. So, I mean, if you can win it here, he's taken enough of the money away that you're going to really put some pressure on the Mongols' economy. So, all-important round. And as we're kind of alluding to, if you didn't see the previous map, it was tied. It was 6-6 at halftime. We came back in, a little bit of a back and forth, but the Mongols in the second half just ran away with the game. Hoping that doesn't happen here. Hoping that Eyeballers keeps up consistent challenges round after round against this team. It makes this exciting down the stretch. Done so much work to keep it close as it is, and they're going to hit a good, fast timing. Mzinho going to do him one better with the kill onto Rolf, who comes out of Palace early, but now the rest of the defense is here, and 9-10's going to hold on to the line.
Yeah, you can see all those blue dots just swarming over towards A, trying to rotate, but JW eliminating them instantly. 2 in connector gone. Fight for Bob XD goes this way against Techno and puts Blitz at a 1v3. So you may have all the players rotating over. The ball hasn't even gone down yet, and Eyeballers have won the round.
Damn, yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, good claps. The old Peter golf clap, as he's happy about the boys and the shooting that they had in that round. Pick up the pace, and Eyeballers are ready for all the fights. Mzinho can only get the one. And cleaning things up as smoke's clear. Lovely work from JW coming over the top and maintaining aggression towards Khan to make sure Mongols have no breathing room. And here's that financial issue that Mongols has due to JW setting this up, is you just don't have the money to even buy a single rifle. You got the Scout on 9-10. Outside of that, it's pistols and an MP9. And once again, Eyeballers keeping the pace cranked up. Two tags with that Scout. Dangerous all of a sudden with JW falling. That's an AK-47 recovered for the Mongols.
Now Rolf is going to charge in, looking to clear that 5-7 out, but proving more difficult than they would have expected, and everything falling apart here for Eyeballers. They just can't catch a break. I mean, it's exactly what we were talking about on Overpass. They get that crazy break. Yeah. They get that opportunity with the force buy win, and then nothing happens off the back of it. They just get immediately reset, and then we see what happened after that. The MongolZ just went on to win every single round. So I'd be worried that that could happen again here.
I think they're a little bit, they're kind of in a weird place because the slow kind of tactical approach on Overpass, which they had to do, I mean, mostly just because the map wasn't super effective, and now you're on Mirage where the faster stuff isn't being effective for you. These are two, like, that round is just like caution to the wind. There's a lot of details being missed. JW jumping into the window, his first contact and coming out of the smoke. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why that round fell apart. Got to give some credit over to 910. 2 tags with the scout to soften him up for the pistols later on is a thing of beauty. So you have an op on JW. Everyone else just playing with the pistols. Eyeballer's going to try and deliver a cheeky knockout punch towards the B bomb site.
JW hoping he can catch the jumping player. He'll take the shot now. The element of surprise is gone. Techno deciding to throw that grenade now, and it's good. And it's very good onto Maxer. He's down to 33 HP. He'll begin to fall away. Have a minute on the clock, just under now. Rolf is going to head his way out towards top middle. No one from MongolZ home in mid. You'll have bullets at the window. That is the closest player to the area.
Yeah, you know, it'll be kind of curious to see where they decide to go to. Blitz should be able to cover a window boost if they come in through con. Actually, now with that kind of attention taken away, you're in trouble. Attention just pulled off to the side, and there's the unexpected op. Okay, Eyeballers, you've created an opportunity, a surprise one that MongolZ didn't know was coming. Oh, shut down.
Dude, absolutely wrecked. 4K from Cobra. Coiled and ready to strike for the ace right now. Cobra looking up towards Maxter.
Oh.
9-10, you thief! That's why he needs to meditate.
Gotta earn
He's
those.
got teammates who still his aces.
You gotta earn those, rookie.
You know what? He smiled. He actually smiled.
He did give it a smile.
And now I truly believe he is the most positive person.
Yeah, he's a super happy guy.
I wouldn't be happy. Dude, what is going on with it? Someone's tailgating right now, right in front of the...
Sounds like an awesome party.
Yeah, I want to be part of that. Can we go now? Yeah, like we all agree MongolZ gonna win this, right? Can we go?
Can we go join in? I think it's crazy. I want to go find out. It's right around the corner. I'm gonna go find out where it is after this.
That's actually so insane.
10-7. 3-round lead. AK's coming back in, but because JW went for the hero op in the last round, just for the shock factor, and it almost worked. But because of that, he's not able to have anything in this one. Just a Tech 9 for J-Dubs.
Oh. Would you throw that smoke, Jason?
Probably.
Yeah, little T-spawn smoke.
Yeah.
It's a great one.
Well,
Veto.
I mean, I'm good at throwing smokes. I just don't know any of them, you know? There's a difference.
Well, here comes the push out towards the site. We've got Zinho waiting on default. It's going to be Techno who takes the first kill for the defensives and the second as well. And the third. Okay, Techno, he's done very well from his position, leaving Maxter an actual winnable situation. It would be a 1v3 for him.
Yeah, what a brawl, though. Well, if anyone's going to do it, it would be Maxter. It looks like he wants to take a big risk in this clutch, though, and it's not going to play out the way he would like. Easy one for Cobra. And now 11 rounds for the Mongolians. Yeah, I'm jamming. It's a great backdrop for some Counter-Strike.
Dude, I want the playlist too. They all sound good.
Send it over.
Shazam that. Other music finding applications
or any other
available.
music discovering platform you may use.
Oh, Dex.
That's the play JW just called, I believe, because I heard something that sounded like Ticket in Swedish. So I'm pretty sure he told him with the AK-47 to go keep Ticket.
ability. Well, we have got Cobra ready to... Oh, God, he just... yep, that's a warning. That's a big warning. He deals with JW.
Yeah, warning received. So Dex is now going to have the angle. But with a man advantage, Cobra doesn't seem too motivated to be aggressive, but certainly standing his ground, making sure he's keeping track of position. Dex moves away. Mazinho slides forward.
Oh. All right. It is like overpass.
Yeah.
Competitive first half. Second half, eyeballers win a force buy. You think, all right, that's their chance. Then they lose it immediately and lose every single round.
It's cool, though, because like with eyeballers, it's like, obviously the Mongols have so much more experience playing together and against the best teams in the world and so many different answers to different situations. But for eyeballers coming in, like, it was cool seeing them basically say, like our opening plan on overpass could compete with you. Our opening plan here on Mirage could compete with you, but you just are too good to make the adaptations and the changes as it goes on, and that's something that comes with time and experience. But I think it's a pretty cool first glimpse out of eyeballers. Not first, but first glimpse of them at this level of a competition. Mid-control for eyeballers as they just walk down. Cover of smoke up in the window. Been pretty active on some window boosts and getting up into that position. Could also choose to slide in through Con with this kind of cover and this kind of utility.
Oh, blitz. Okay, that is surely going to be it. Wrap it up. Maxter and JW moving in. Maxter's going to be right beside Techno, and Techno will fall. He's going to take something special now to JW and Maxter, but it's a 2v2, and 910 has made sure that JW will take no further steps. Maxter also meeting the same fate, and the Mongols will take a 2-0 victory over the Eyeballers. Competitive first halves in both maps, but Eyeballers don't have what it takes to compete with the Mongols down the stretch.
Unsurprising, Mongols takes the victory 2-0. This is what we said was going to happen. But what I do want to ask both of you here on the desk is, this was your first look at Eyeballers. What did you think about what you saw?
There's some good bits.
Wow, that was the most depressing start to a segment that I've had in a long time.
Want me to take a shot at it while he kind of recovers over
that
there?
was both of you were just looking at me, and then I get a...
Hey, why'd you have to ask us this? Why'd you have to ask?
Well, I mean, I was hoping we could take something that we saw and went...
Some of them can shoot pretty well.
Okay,
I'll give you that one. Like, again, like coming into this event, I had the thought that we might see...
Little fist bump, finger bump. That was pretty cute.
Okay. No, I was just saying, like, I think some of the guys actually have shown they can deliver some frags. Again, I think that Maxter and BobXD, two kind of very different riflers. Maxter more of a passive guy, BobXD more of a, front man, but Maxter also playing a lot of star CT positions. Like, those two guys definitely combined to do some pretty good fragging in both of these maps. I mean, I think that's one thing you have to give them credit for. I think JW even made a decent accounting of himself in some of these rounds as well. I just think that obviously there's a lack of experience. Obviously, the firepower doesn't run deep throughout the entire team. It's kind of led by the two that I named. And their play is just a little bit limited, right? I think they're very reliant on that pacey play style. I don't think they're as effective in those mid-round situations.
Yeah, I mean, they played two competitive halves. That's the positive side, right? And this is against one of the best teams in the world and the favorite for the title here, one of the favorites for the title. So, it was a tough match for them to show some flourishing style of Counter-Strike. Also, they're coming in here as a replacement team, so the expectations are not that high. But aside from the individuals, I just think the game really didn't go their way in terms of like starting down 5-2, losing force buys on both halves early on. That kind of killed the momentum, similar to how it went on Overpass, losing a 5v3 when they are on a force buy. Actually, they had two good starts and force buys that they couldn't convert, right, to kind of battle back and make it an ugly game where it's a back and forth. Simply didn't really put enough pressure on the Mongols, especially here on Mirage. So, yeah, it's going to be kind of a regretful, I think, game for JW. You saw some frustrations from him after that, feeling like they didn't really do what they came here to do, I think.
I thought it was interesting when he was chatting to Pala, because he did say like they don't really feel the pressure. They understand. I'm paraphrasing his interview now, which you would have seen if you were watching during the breaks. But he said like they know what they were coming in as, and so for them, it's really just about having fun, seeing where they sit, giving them an opportunity to play in this setting. But he said the real pressure is on teams that come against us, because the expectation is that they will win. And I thought that was a really logical way to kind of enter this tournament from the eyeballers side, and that's probably how they're going to see the whole of PGL Bucharest.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity for them to test themselves against some better teams, right? I mean, they've mostly just been playing online qualifiers and a couple of smaller LAN events, right? I mean, I think the biggest thing they played before this was that one online match at Bounty, or two online matches, I should say, because they won the first one against FaZe. So they haven't really had a chance to, you know, get to play in this environment in a long, long time. And, you know, for JW, it's an opportunity to come back and play in an environment like this again after a long time being away from playing in tournaments like this, which is, I'm sure that's fun for him to be able to get that chance to do it again. But, you know, for some of these younger guys, it's a chance to kind of show themselves off a little bit, test themselves. And these are valuable reps that they can take with them, you know, into the next match tomorrow, as well as just the future in general. So they're making the most of the situation, I think, and they didn't get embarrassed in this game. I mean, again, they had some competitive has, as you noted. So all in all, I think they kind of exceeded expectations almost, maybe, for some people.
Yeah, I was just looking at the highlight reel from CobrazEra. There's that one round where he doesn't get the ace because 9-10 steals the last kill, but he's put in a really tough situation. 3 guys coming in towards B. He gets the spray down, right? And that's 9-7 at the time. That could have been 9-8, right? With eyeballers getting some momentum, getting some money on the T side, but never really didn't happen, obviously. CobrazEra had a great game. Silently didn't really shine early on, but then after, you know, 5 or 6 rounds, just started getting 1 or 2 kills here and there, and then on the CT side just locked it out. So great showing from the new guy to the Mongol side.
We've seen 2 days of competition. Is it fair to say PARIVISION, Mongols, those are the favorites so far?
I think so, but I really think people need to give FUT more consideration as well. I think that's a really, really good team. And I know that there's a difference between, you know, a team like FUT who's made playoffs but has never really played in a grand final. But this is like the perfect environment to get to do that in, where it's a studio environment, you're not in front of a big crowd, you're in a more, you know, chill zone. They're a group of players that have a lot of firepower and they play some really fun CS. So I really do think FUT do have a shot at winning this thing.
Let's take a look at the bracket now. I love that because at Cluj we mentioned that maybe in 6 months' time, FUT is a team contesting with the top dogs, but they're already sort of knocking on that door much sooner rather than later. And we don't often get to see a whole team of young faces rise up, so that gets quite exciting.
Yeah, I mean, 2 wins today. They destroyed NRG. Really,
that was like a speed run in how to play Counter-Strike.
That really, it ruined all of our morning routines. Unlike some other teams, we did have breakfast together. That's why the chemistry you see here is on a high level. But by the time the breakfast is over, so is this game. So we needed to hurry to get over here. They only lost the opening game, right? And today, Astralis against Bait. That was maybe closer than expected. Bait really put up a good showing against Astralis in that one.
Yeah, Astralis also has their hat in the ring to win this tournament as well, I think, for some people. I mean, I think people, including myself, have been impressed by this international Astralis. I think, you know, Fuzi's really made a great accounting of himself as an opera on this team. I think a lot of other orgs may be kind of kicking themselves if they missed an opportunity with that one. I think Ryu at times has looked pretty strong. Stairs playing at a higher level. He's always been a pretty solid player, but I feel like this year he's kicked it up even a notch. And they've looked dangerous, you know, in a couple of different tournaments. They've made some playoffs. They've had some solid runs. So I think they're certainly in the mix as well for a trophy here.
Do you think Astralis ends up being the original Gamer Legion, you know, the team that's sort of kind of sitting there but never really making it further than the occasional upset?
What a comparison. Astralis will be the original Gamer Legion. I wouldn't think in my life that I would ever hear this sentence, even though it makes sense. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, but just with what Astralis was to put it in this. Maybe they can
change, Prof.
Maybe Astralis can become big Gamer Legion. Wow.
Which is far better than they've done.
Yeah, that is fair.
I mean, the reality is, a tournament like this one, like these teams should be thinking trophy, right? I mean, not the big dogs aren't here. Some of these teams, again, like an Astralis, like a FUT, you know, like MongolZ, like these are teams that will make playoffs at the events where all the top teams are present. So now it's your chance to grab a trophy this season in an event like this and build up VRS, maybe not for the Cologne Major, but for the future in general.
So how many teams here that we're looking at in the 0-1 bracket have the trophy in the back of their mind, Dust?
I'm going to go with 0.
Not FaZe, maybe?
I think Legacy was like maybe a dark horse candidate. maybe. But that was really the only one out of that group of teams that I thought had any kind of, weight to it.
Yeah, I think, I mean, they should still be thinking about it. I think Legacy kind of aiming for the trophy, but they are now map 3 against Inner Circle, so not looking so confident, not so comfortable for them, for the Brazilian side in the tournament. FaZe, obviously, 0-2 was just checking the score. They did win the first map that they're playing right now in Belgrade, so who knows? Maybe the major dream is real. They come here and then do the whole run all the way to the trophy.
What a magical world we live in, where FaZe might qualify for the major and Liquid, despite doing the player swap and the region jump and all of that, might not. I love this timeline. And there is still action going on. If you're enjoying the timeline as well, head on over to the B stream, because like Prof said, that game is still underway. We'll be back here tomorrow with those A stream games, but for now, go that side. Scrawny and Launders are waiting for you.